Hello, everyone, and welcome here to Gatorback Cycle Park in beautiful Newberry, Florida, as we kick off the 51st annual running of this store videos presented by Pro Circuit. We're rolling into our now second day of actual motocross racing. I'm Rodney Top along with Megawatt Matt Watson and Mikey Waynes, and also the voice of Gatorback Cycle Park, Mr. Dean Diaz, joining us here today. And of course, as we are looking out over a beautiful morning, you watching on RacerTV.com, you might notice a little bit of haze out there, and I think that goes a little beyond the marine haze that we learned about last year. I think this is actually fog that we're looking at this morning, but regardless, a little hazy out here, but the temperatures are very comfortable, and riders are poised and ready to strike this morning, Megawatt.
You know, Rodney, it's a scene that I love. I love watching the fog rise across the facility. You're really at it. That means we got here at the right time, daybreak. We've got perfect conditions, got a little bit of moisture in here. That's what's causing the fog. This stuff is going to burn off, and when you look underneath of that fog, Rodney, what do you see? You see a 100% perfectly prepped Gatorback Cycle Park.
Well, if you were watching yesterday, you saw the transition of the track itself from smooth and silky to very race-facey, not overly aggressive and not overly rough by no stretch of the imagination for these first motos. The track was a wonderful racetrack. Yes, had plenty of lines for passing. I do know there were some pretty deep lines out there with, of course, Thor. We are built for this is their new mantra. And of course, if you haven't had an opportunity to check out the latest in the Sentinel LTD knee guard, you certainly want to go to your local Thor dealer or check out online these great opportunities you have to help support those knees, and that is something that I think a knee guard, so to speak, when you got rocks, when you hit hard on the ground, you want to protect the front of those knees as much as you do the side of those knees, and these things are designed specifically to help make that a little more safer for you.
And to be affordable, Rodney. What you're getting really high quality, almost medical quality, I believe. Almost CE certified this stuff is, but you're not having to step up to that full brace. At the air temperature, you could lose up to 2-3 pounds. That's a lot when your air pressure is supposed to be 11-12 pounds. So important, check that air pressure before every race.
450B limited class. coming up next. And with that, my friends, 36 riders in this first gate drop that we're going to be seeing this morning. And we'll get right back to the intensity. And they are these riders. The number 2 will be Christopher Tudor. The number 4, Noah Smurden. The number 11 of Chase Bright. The 15, Dawson Cobb. Number 17 will be Juan Felipe Garcia Martin. The 23 of Michael McLean. The number 30, Riley Allen. Number 31 will be Nicholas Paxiars. The number 32, Micah Grubbs. 37, Landon Pepper. Number 40 will be Brody Slane. The 53 of Jack Carrick. The 61 of Robert Klipner IV. The 66 of Dominic Stallings. Will Campbell with us on board the number 82, and it's the 88 of Wyatt McGrath. The number 95 of Maximo Sequeras, and then the 98 of Santiago Rosenweig. The number 121 of Chalice Stiers. Number 122 of Mac Walker. 126 will be Jay-Sean Porter. Number 145, Patrick Lipinski. The number 161 of Tommy Callow. Number 222, Franco Ivecchia. The number 263 will be Avery Long. The number 321 of Gaston Salazar. Number 334, Brody Odell. Number 347, Juan Abadia. Number 511, Ryan Boyd. Number 515, Jacob Henry. The 602 will be Kalen Polingolios. The number 700 of Jadon Cooper. The number 714, Ross O'Connor. The 809, Christopher Schroeder. The 910 of Adam Macchia. And the 923 of Seth Billingsley. And looking at that first 450B division, again, a relative who's who of 450B riders as we see those riders down there now, megawatt making their way onto the starting line. I do want to point out, last night I had the opportunity to go out onto the racetrack, and if you guys are watching social media and you see anything popped up that says from On Track School or anybody that says, watch this, watch it. There's a handful of guys. I'll talk about this, but Jadon Cooper, Gage Dunham, and a few guys did a little video out on the Supercross track last night that I think you folks will really enjoy. But right now, folks, looks like we're about geared up and ready to go racing as we see our final bikes making their way onto the starting line here this morning. And our track minister, Mr. Andre, here with us, and we're going to ask him to ask a blessing on today's race.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and start this Thanksgiving race day off with a word of prayer. Father God, we just come to you again this morning with thanksgiving. God, it's another miracle of life, and we thank you so much for it. Help us to embrace it and just realize that every day that it's a miracle that we are alive and well. God, I also thank you so much for your unconditional love for each and every one of us. It doesn't matter what we've done, what our history is. God, you just love us so much. And thank you for coming and hanging out with us in the person of Jesus Christ, God. Not to just give us eternal life when we die, but God, life right now here at the Mini O's. You came to transform our lives and help us to become who you created us to be in the beginning, to reflect who you are. And we thank you so much for that awesome blessing. And God, we pray for these riders today. We pray that they'll go out there and use the talents that you've given them to ride to their fullest ability and capitalize on it and just rip totally for you, God. And we pray that they have a safe and just keep them safe and protect them as they go out there and do what they love. And God, we just thank you for everybody who is here and who's supporting this event. And we just pray that we'll have an awesome day. Thank you so much for Jesus. And God, we pray all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you would, please remain standing, stand at attention, remove those caps, and cross those hearts as we honor the greatest nation in the world with the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
There you go, folks, as the machines fire up here on this Dunlop starting line, getting ready for these VP Fuels starts and hole shots this morning. It is 450B Division number 1. It is the limited class. Race number 41 on our docket of First Motos. Race 42 will be the 450B Limited Division 2. We'll have many more of these top names from across the nation and across the globe, actually, of our intermediate level riders. As the revs are up and riders are warming themselves up, we see that our start card man is checking the starting line right now, and the final few preparations for our riders on the starting line as they are anticipating the start card. It is up, it is to the 1. The card will then go sideways, and once it does, those revs will go up. It's on the 1, it is sideways, revs up, and the race is on here at the Mini O's as we head into that first turn charging. Well, seeing that number 37 machine of Landon Peppard opening up in that number 2 spot, trying to get a number dialed in on your early leader, but things are really starting to take place early on as we expected. A fresh and clean racetrack. No real lines have been designed into this course, so you can go anywhere that you want right now, Megawatt.
Yeah, Rodney, it's great starting with these 450Bs as well, because they're going to put in the race lines. They're absolutely going to develop the best parts of these tracks for the upcoming motos. These guys are going to grind it in here over the next 4 laps. They got a lot of horsepower. They carry a lot of speed, and they know exactly where to go on this track. So fantastic opening moto.
I'll tell you, definitely hard to read those numbers. Be nice if they were AMA specific, you know what I mean?
Sometimes through the fog it's a bit tough, Rodney.
Well, anyway, we have a number system for a reason in the AMA, and just wish that people would start using it, especially at levels like this. Here we go.
And let me add to that. Black numbers on black backgrounds is stupid. I don't care if you think it looks cool on the stand. It's stupid.
Absolutely.
So, there you are.
Also, same goes for white numbers on white backgrounds.
Yeah, retarded.
So in all seriousness, folks, please take that into consideration when you are choosing your numbers on your bikes as we roll through this First Moto Limited Division number 1 of the 450B. I believe that may be Avery Long that we're having such a tough time reading his numbers out there on.
Oh, Avery Long spun out down in the bottom of the gator pit.
All righty, so at the end of lap number 1, we see our riders checking in, and we'll get them all sorted out. It is Avery Long, the 263 Yamaha rider. Now, his numbers I don't think so hard to read. Jadon Cooper, the number 700. Will Campbell in 3rd. Franco Ivakia in the number 4 spot. Noah Smurden in the number 5 spot on the 4. Landon Pepper drops from battling for 1st back to 6th place. The 95 of Maximo Sequeiros in the number 7 spot. Jay-Sean Porter, the 126 in 8th. Nicholas Paxiars in 9th. Chalice Stiers rounding out the top 10. Then it's Dominic Stallings, Juan Abadia, Wyatt McGrath, Brody Slane, Dawson Cobb, Chase Bright, Michael McLean, Jack Carrig, Riley Allen, and Kalen Paley and Logos, your top 20.
Rodney, Will Campbell went down, the number 82. He was running in 3rd place there on his Honda, slow to get up. Bike was in the middle of one of those ruts, making his way back to his feet. So hoping he's okay right there. The 82 of Will Campbell. After one, Avery Long out front was leading the way. Had a small bobble there at the bottom of the Gator pit, able to keep that thing on two wheels and keep control of it. Working his way back underneath of the tower right now. Jaden Cooper still in that number 2 position. I'm going to believe that's Ivecchia in the 3rd spot right now. Here we go back under the banner one more time. Avery Long makes his way across the finish line. Early in the day, looking at a 147.0, Rodney. Jaden Cooper turns a 148.9, so tells me a lot on how this track's going to develop today. Franco Ivecchio, he did move up into that number 3 position after Will Campbell hit the dirt. Will Campbell continues to fall. Not sure if he's made his way back onto the course or not. Take a look a little further back. You see Pacquiar's picked up a couple spots as well. There's Chalice Tires in the number 9 spot now. Jay Sean Porter works his way into the 9 spot. And now is Dominic Stallings making his way into the top 10. Physically on the track, Long continues to just put in steady laps. Slowly pulling away from the rest of the field right now, but Jaden Cooper, he's starting to feel the heat. Franco Ivecchia trying to close the gap a bit. There comes the number 4, Noah Smearden. He's put himself into the race as well. We know exactly what the number 4 can do under pressure. Rising to the occasion, Smearden comes to the inside. Trying to make the short track of it, works his way up onto the rear fender of Ivecchia. Now it's a 3-man race, Cooper, Ivecchia, and Smearden.
Oh!
Whoa, it's actually a 5-man race, Rodney.
Well, one drops, as you see, getting a little too far to the inside and getting caught up on that turn marker, it looks like, as the running order jumbles up yet again here this morning, and our leaders making their way around. There is Avery Long dropping down into the Gator pit. Back here into that 2nd place position battle that we were talking about. The 700 of Jaden Cooper is still 2nd. Franco Ivecchia in the number 3 spot. Smearden and Peppard and Maximo Sequeiros. That's who was battling for 2nd place position. There were 5-6 riders at one point, but as we told you, one rider drops out.
Rodney, look at Avery Long just doing work right now. This time around, I don't see the gap up there, but he's about 2 seconds a lap quicker right now. Well, almost 4 seconds a lap quicker. A 146.1 to a 150.0 of Ivecchia. Smearden a little quicker. He's a 149.6. Pepper to 149.5, but you're still giving up 3 seconds a lap to the number 263 of Avery Long.
10.08 seconds is the gap between 1st and 2nd place. Smearden still knocking on the door of the 700 of Jaden Cooper when they came through the finish line there just a few moments ago. You have to wonder, how long can that continue? Actually, that was Cooper back in 5th. I thought that was the battle for 2nd. That's dropped back already that much. I look at the posting board there, I see that it's changed a little bit. Sorry about that.
And now that we updated, last time around the gap was 10 seconds for Avery Long after lap number 3.
Over Ivecchia now. Smearden in 3rd, Peppard in 4th. Cooper is back to 5th. Maximo Sequeiros in 6th. Nicholas Paxiars in 7th. Chalice Stiers in 8th. Jay Sean Porter in 9th. And Dominic Stallings rounding out the top 10. And of course, as we roll through this 450B class and our leaders dropping down in that battle once again into the Gator pit, Avery Long is checked in for 4, and here comes that battle for the number 2 spot now. Smearden, Peppard, Jaden Cooper now up to 4th. Maximo Sequeiros is 5th. Paxiars in 6th. Franco Ivecchia now having the issues as he's dropped back now. I didn't realize that was he that had gone down out there, but it was Jay Sean Porter in 7th. Franco now getting up in 8th. Dominic Stallings in 9th. Chalice Stiers in 10th. And Mikey Wayne's joining us here in the tower, Mikey. And as these riders go at it, you got to be one of the top, 16, 18 riders that we'll be looking for here in the 450B limited class. 71 riders, top 18 is what's transferring.
That's what you're shooting for, that top 18 finish to get you in the main without having to go to the Consi race. Good battle on screen this morning. Megawatt setting the bar high this morning. Hey, let's start the day out with some 450B limited. I'm into it.
I am too, and like I said, I think it's awesome for everybody. You had a perfectly prepped track just moments ago, Rodney. Oh, Mikey. And goodness gracious, look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines already in the final left-hander as you enter the Gator pit. Down at the bottom of the pit, about 6 lines. We look back at 20 miles of rough road. Man, oh man, it is unbelievable already in just a matter of 5 laps.
It's incredible. You guys, as a day, oh no, the 37 of Landon Pepper goes down.
Wow, and Campbell was in second there early in this one. He went down. We haven't seen him remount yet. I haven't seen him show back in timing and scoring. Pepper having a fantastic ride, was in the 3rd place.
Ooh, boy.
Cost him a spot there. You know what's interesting, though? On the very first lap, Avery Long fell over at the bottom of the Gator pit, was able to get up in front of Will Campbell, never did lose the lead.
My goodness. Well, he's certainly enjoying that lead. 15.8 seconds out in front of Noah Smurden. Jadon Cooper in the number 3 spot. Maximo Casers in the 4th spot. Nicholas Packer is up into 5th now as Landon Pepper went from about 3rd now back to 6th place.
Yeah, and the numbers tell the story. I mean, 146.4 lap time for Avery Long. Noah Smearden 149.7, and hanging with Mr. Cooper a 150.1 right there. Holy cow. The math, the writing is on the wall. Avery Long putting in good laps, and the results show it.
Yeah, absolutely. 5 laps into the 450B limited. Avery Long doing his thing out front. Give you the rest of that rundown there. 6th place, as we said, Landon Pepper. 7th, Franco Ivecchia. The 8th place spot is Jay Sean Porter. Dominic Stallings in 9th, and Shallis Stiers running out the top 10. Again, top 16, I believe, is what our top 18 for the 450B limited. Excuse me.
I tell you, Pacquiao's done a good job moving. Must have had a bad lap last time around. Turned a 152.3, so he's been on the move. He was a little further back, and he's put himself in the mix right now.
So believe Maximo on screen. That's who it is. A 95. Caceres. Love it.
That's
strong.
One with it. Yeah, Caceres.
I'm with you. I'm in. Man, Avery Long is putting on an absolute heater. 6 laps completed for him. Turned another at 149. So hey, he's slowing down. It's not as good as that 146, but still faster than any other man on the track right now.
And it's just a testament. He had a mission. Get out front, put in some sprint laps. Well, he just happened to put in 6 of them. And when we were talking 3 to 4 seconds a lap, 15-second gap. Now, the key to that was no mistakes.
For sure.
Early in the race, you had a smooth track run. Second time, Mikey. Holy cow. In the early stages, you did not have those berms. You did not have those lines. He did that on a smooth track, put in those sprint laps, and that's not easy to do.
No.
You think, oh, smooth track, super easy to go fast on. Well, you don't have the support. You don't have the berms cut in. You don't have some of the takeoffs ground in. So great job to get out early, do that work, and still run consistent 149s. Again, very impressed with Dominic Stallings, Franco Ivecchia, Nicholas Pacquiao. Those guys have all moved up. Landon Pepper hit the dirt, got back up, running in that 5th place right now. Kudos to him on the 37 machine.
Yeah, doing a good job. Got back around Pacquiao, but up in that 5th spot now, about 11 seconds back from Jadon Cooper up in the 4th spot. So going to have his work cut out for him here as we get toward the end of this one. But certainly capable. Enough time. Good thing about running the motocross track, hey, go down early, make a little mistake, a little extra time to correct that, or at least get back up in the fight, if nothing else.
Yeah, absolutely. Get up there, get in the fight, and make it happen. Mikey, I love these conditions here this morning. A bit overcast, the fog starting to lift off. That's going to leave the moisture down in the dirt a good bit longer this morning. Looks like we are going to have some cloud and some haze. I love that. I think it's great for racing. Keeps the glare down, keeps the direct heat off the rider and the course, and I just think it's better all the way around.
We'll take it. Good conditions. We'll take it. Good conditions for, it's my first opportunity. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving, buddy. Yeah, for sure. Going to enjoy that together this evening. Going to have a great dinner.
Heck yeah. Oh, and this one is for you and for Griff outside of everybody.
Oh, I know where we're going already. Smart Alec.
But WVU playing Purdue today. So just wanted to let my Hoosiers out there know. Well, I shouldn't say Hoosiers. Let's go with this. Boiler up. Let's go Purdue.
Yeah, per pew.
Yeah, real original. Real original.
Yeah.
I'm going to get hate mail from all my friends from West Virginia, and I'm going to get everybody, heck yeah, Mikey, boiler up for Purdue.
Purdue.
Phone's about to buzz like crazy.
Purdue, PU.
Yeah, WVU is doing real great this year. Avery Long out there doing
Long
work.
history of winners, though.
I know. You're not wrong. I've often said, you folks out there, WV, are kindred spirits of India. We're both hillbillies, but we're Flatlander hillbillies. We're farm hillbillies.
Yeah, you're just hillbillies without the hill.
Without the hill. Billies.
So really, you're just fake hillbillies.
Oh, my goodness. Well, Avery Long is ready for turkey. He's carving them up on the racetrack right now. And that, I believe, Avery Long checked in. 8 laps complete for him. Thought that was it, but I guess not. Noah Smurden in the 2 spot. Maximo Casers in the 3 position. Jadon Cooper in 4th. And believe we still have Landon Peppard in the 5 spot. That number 37 Gas after the little get off he had been working on. It looks like he's kind of settled into that 5 spot now, 13 seconds back. Franco Avecchia moves up a position into the 6 spot. Dominic Stallings moves up into the 7 spot. Pacquarez checks in 8, so he drops a few positions.
Yeah, had a bobble or something there.
Jay Sean Porter in the number 9 spot, and Shallis Stiers rounding out the top 10.
Man, Porter's been in a battle the whole time. He has just been locked like in that 8, 9, 7th position right around there. Man, he has just been in a battle the whole time.
Yeah, no breaks. Absolutely no.
No.
He's not been able to breathe for 8 laps of racing. My goodness.
Coming up next, Mikey, race 43, 85, 12-13, Division 1. Now time, you're going to see totally different lines being used now by our 85, 12-13. Right.
Yeah.
It's going to be a totally different race. Some of the big obvious main lines, you bet they're going to slam it in there, wide open, bounce out. But they're going to have also a little different look at this track as well. Going to have a different idea of the fast way around.
Love watching them develop out the day. If you folks are watching with us late yesterday afternoon as the sun was beginning to set, you could just see the shadows casting, and you got a real good frame of reference as to how many line choices you've got out there. Really incredible. In the mornings like this, doesn't quite do it justice on TV, but trust me, stick around. By the time that turkey's settling in, you've had about your 4th plate of Thanksgiving stuffing.
That tryptophan really doing its job.
Hey, you'll be, man, Mikey was right. Look at all those line choices. Avery Long on screen.
White flag is out now. Avery Long makes his way through, 1 to go. Last time around, look at this, still consistent, but Noah Smirdon pulls a 148.2. Noah Smirdon with a 148.2 on the white flag lap. Well, actually, lap number 9.
Man. Smirdon said, all right, I'm behind by a lot. 19, yeah, 18.7. But I'm going to make a push late.
I'm going to show my speed.
I want to show my speed.
You know what? He absolutely did. And early in this one as well, because he's back in about that 5th or 6th spot. And, man, he started working those insides, got on that rear fender, really found some traction, Mike. He was able to stay on top of the loose stuff. It looked like to me he was floating the bike, riding very light on the bike, and did a fantastic job. Puts himself into the 2nd position here as we work our way toward the checkered flag.
I love to see it. I mean, for Noah Smurden, yeah, he's settled in almost on that island. Now, Maximo not real far off, about 5 seconds. He's one mistake away, from being up there in the fight. But if you're Noah Smurden, you say, hey, second, great ride. I was 18 seconds back, but look at this. My last couple of laps, I got faster. We come out here for the next moto. I know I can do it. It's just a matter of putting together that complete moto. Checkered flag flies, and that'll do it for the 450B Limited. Avery Long going to take the win. Smurden second. Maximo Casers finishing third. Fourth place, Jadon Cooper, and rounding out the top 5, Landon Peppard.
Awesome. Coming up next, 85-12-13, Division I. That's Jay Stanley, William Judd, Eli Bassett, Chase Wolf, Blake Mara, Mila Herrick, Preston Ross, Jeremy Strider, Fisher O'Connor, Aiden Henley, Jack DeVella, Max Bowling, Dylan Morris, Rodrigo Rene Stodaro, Bo Noel, Drew Marson, Brandon Eade, Colton Waits, Joey Harms, Chance Landis, Austin Camden, Max Milano Sepulveda, Leon Gomez Cortada, Max Milano Troncoso, Carson Wood, Tristan Pruitt, KJ Martinez, Cash Landry, Ryder Altazan, Brock Lamb, Caleb Wood, Trey Pillions, Danny Robertson, Carson Bullion, Anthony Burke, Caden Olenberger, Maverick Gold, Drew Embleton, and Brennan Harrison make up Division I of our 85cc 12-13. Out front early in this one. Looks like it was that maybe the 45. Trying to get an ID here, folks. I see the 105 in there, as a matter of fact. All right, folks, 450B Limited Division number 2 out there. I actually tore the wrong sheet off, so I tore 2 sheets off at the same time. So that is our Division 2 out there right now. My apologies. Early in the day here, a lot of stuff on the desk, Mikey. So here we go, working our way into the finish line. Bringing number 1 in. And as I'm looking at that sheet, I'm looking at the numbers, and I'm like, something's not jiving here. So we've got her back under control. You ought to know that number 97 is Noah Stevens. Mitchell Zaremba on the 45 in that number 2 position. Revan Gordon, look at it. And how would you expect it to run? Stevens, Zaremba, Gordon. Gordon, Stevens, Zaremba. Zaremba, Gordon, Stevens. It could be any order right there. Josh Bowman now in the number 4 spot. Taylor Beckwith rides in 5th. Colin Burns in 6th. Dakota McKay in 7th, followed by Andre Sanchez in the 8th position. Reese Wheaton holds down the number 9 spot. Jack Jameson owns the 10th position. But right now, Noah Stevens on the number 97 machine, starting to feel some heat. Mitchell Zaremba, we know that guy is relentless, Mikey. And anytime these two get together on the track, we're going to see exactly this, a battle.
I love it, and that's what you got on Racer TV right now. Mitchell Zaremba working the track, cutting to the inside, ends up in the middle right there. Noah Smurden, long way around. Oh, look at the speed. There was a good push right there by Mitchell Zaremba. Had to check up just a little bit, but he's right there on the rear wheel.
Yeah, these guys have 2 totally different riding styles. If you take a look at it, Zaremba, now he's back there charging, forcing the bike around a little bit. Stevens tries to just finesse the bike a little bit more, tries to weight the pegs a little differently, but Mitchell Zaremba definitely more physical on the bike.
He's pushing right now, really working the track, going the long way around right
Great
there.
move.
Good drive
Fantastic.
out there and a fantastic pass.
Listen, that was as clean and strong as it gets. We talk about Zaremba's ability to identify lines, his ability to show great racecraft. There's an example of it right now. Took the outside line, never lifted for a second, Mikey, and came out with a 2-bike length lead as we work our way into lap number 2.
A beautiful thing. Checks in there. Another lap completed. Noah Stevens going to check in behind him. A 1.2 second gap, as you guys can see on screen. I think Revan Gordon's checked in the 3 spot, and Josh Bauman in fourth. No, Taylor Beckwith, the number 19, had checked in.
Yeah, Beckwith
Got around
made a
Bauman.
strong move right over here, and man, put himself right into that number 4 spot. Now, 147 for Zaremba, 149 for Noah Stevens. Look at that battle behind him. 152, 152. The man on the move, though, Reese Wheaton, coming to us out of PA up there. He's running a 153 in that 7th spot. He's 3 seconds quicker than the guy ahead of him. Bowman may have had a bad lap, but he's still right on par with Beckwith and Gordon in that 4th and 3rd position.
Good ride by him. Liam Aloff, throw him in the mix. He's in 8th right
For
now.
sure.
Turned to 153 as well. Flirting with that 154 mark, but nonetheless fast lap time for him. So, hey, Josh Bowman turned to 156. He's got to wake it up. Oh, man, we got two riders down.
Yeah, a couple riders down right there, Mikey. Getting them 10-2. Looked like one of them already up under their own pair. The other one we had assistance to. Well, we talk about that 153. You mentioned it's Olaf, Wheaton, and Burns all on a 153, and they're sitting in 6th, 7th, and 8th. They're a little bit quicker than Bowman, but they're almost running the pace of 2nd, 3rd.
Yeah.
You know, that's
right.
absolutely incredible.
That is nuts.
Where we were talking about Wheaton just a moment ago and the pace those guys are carrying. All right, checking in on lap 3. Mitchell Zaremba still out front, 146. Again, talk about consistency. Noah Stevens this time a 150. Now, Revan Gordon to Beckwith, they're checking in 151. And look at Olaf, still on the move with a 149. So he's still sub 150. DeFeo puts himself in the mix now. Look at that. Nick DeFeo coming up on the 246 machine.
Hey, not bad for a Woods kid.
Absolutely. You know Hannah's listening right now, old T-Rex.
T-Rex Nick DeFeo, GNCC kid, actually youth national champion GNCC. Give him a shout out on that, no doubt.
Yeah, and he's one of those guys, anywhere, anytime, man. If the schedule allow, he'll get out and do some moto, man, maybe some enduro. He's a GNCC guy, but it doesn't matter to him, man. If it's racing a dirt bike, man, he'll go for it.
That's it. And it's funny. I posted on my story, I got a picture taken of me while I was commentating and said, Mikey's wondering where the trees are. And I said, well, this should be easy because there's no trees to dodge. Nick DeFeo messages me last night, and he goes, Mikey, I'm telling you, it's not. It's hard. It's difficult. I was like, yeah, I'm just messing with you, man.
I love it. I love it. Great guys. Glad they come down and join us.
Yeah,
I'm glad they're part of our program as well.
Cool.
But action back on the track. Look at this battle we've got going on right now.
246,
Yeah.
That is Nick DeFeo leading that pack. And boy, does he have some heat on him right now. Jesse Wessel, Christopher Crowshorn, and Jordan Renfro back there, the 107.
Look, there's 5 bikes in that line right there, and we're running out of time. We're lap 4. Zaremba just checks in another 146 for Zaremba. You hear me preaching, but this guy is consistent. This guy's a machine. He can work that stopwatch like no other, man. Zaremba is tough.
That is that's a heater. I mean, that is. I'm looking forward to this 450B Limited later, man.
Yeah,
2 divisions in it. This is going to be good.
Oh, big move right here. DeFeo under fire.
Wait for it.
No, see, that was Wheaton. That was the 734 of Reese Wheaton, so he was with DeFeo there. But it looks like the man on the move.
Oh, no, that is DeFeo. Yeah, that's DeFeo, the 108.
And
right
Wessel.
there, Jesse
Wessel and Renfro.
Yeah.
Man, that's a battle. Holy cow.
Coming in hot.
Side by side up over the Gators' back.
And you got Jesse Wessel, Jordan Renfro, the 108, 107, similar gear. Thank God they're on different machines.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I tell you what, if you're dyslexic like me, that makes it oh, no.
And that is
Wessel on the ground. Bummer up there on the Gator back, the backside.
Costly mistake.
Yeah, bummer for him, putting in a great ride.
So Renfro will inherit a position.
And, man, we talk about mistakes, and it's going to happen. When you got 5 guys riding that close together, lap after lap after lap, somebody's going to take the chance. Somebody's going to make the move. Somebody's going to push the envelope. And right now, look like Wessel just asked a little too much from the tires.
That's it, man.
You know, just ask a little too much from the track.
Bend but don't break. Bend but don't break. 107, Jordan Renfro got some company behind him. Christopher Groshorn and Vitor Borba on that battle right there. By the way, Mitchell Zaremba, yeah, still doing his thing out front. Still doing his thing out front. Just slowly trickling or chipping away and adding to this lead. Turned to 147 that time, so he slowed down a little bit. Not a lot of it.
And look at Noah Stevens. He worked his way through a little bit of traffic, settled in. Maybe pumped up there just a bit early in this one. Looks like he's relaxed a bit because he's back down to a 148.1. And Liam Olaf still sub 150. 149.4 for Liam Olaf. So he's found his mojo again. He's still sub 150. Olaf just relentless out there. Taking a little a look a little further back, it shows Wessel as a 153. I believe that was the previous lap, though. Having his issues, able to get himself back in the mix.
5 laps into it for the 450p Limited Division 2. Zaremba been doing work. Noah Stevens been right there in the 2 spot. Stevens kind of on that island, 7.5 seconds in front. And 11.5 seconds behind him, Revan Gordon in that 3 spot on the Kawasaki. Liam Olaf sitting 4th, 6 seconds back. A lot of separation out there. Taylor Beckwith is in it. He's about a second back from Liam Olaf right now. What do you got on screen, Mega?
Man, we are still watching this DeFeo battle. Renfro, DeFeo, Wheaton. I mean, these guys, it's just been a couple bike lengths the entire, a couple bike lengths the entire moto, back and forth, back and forth.
DeFeo looks like Renfro has gotten around him.
Six laps in, still Zaremba. 148 that time around. Noah Stevens 147. The gap now down to about 6 seconds. Only a few laps to go left in this one, so going into that protection mode, I'm sure, is Zaremba. Noah Stevens makes his way down across Gator Falls. There comes Revan Gordon. Revan Gordon has his eyes on that number 2 position. Can he make up some time? Stevens turned a great lap, so in that 147 range. Liam Olaf still checking in there in the number 4 spot. Just about 149.8 for him. Coming back toward us, that battle rages on. DeFeo. Looks like now Borba in the mix as well. Jordan Renfro on that 107. We see him on the screen right now.
Goggles off. He's got the goggles off on the arm.
Yeah, that's a bummer right there. Renfro had a great ride going on. Not sure what's... Doesn't look like the bike's bent. He's taking a look at it. Something. Oh, got a flat tire. Checking that pressure right there, it looked like by hand, using the old hand gauge.
The old hand gauge.
And the bike was stepping out a bit, so he feels something weird there in the rear. And look at that, not even attempting to go back on. Yep, you can see the tire definitely low, possibly even bent the wheel.
Dang, that is a heartbreaker for Jordan Renfro.
Yeah, he was charging.
He was charging.
For sure.
A good battle. I mean, I'm sure that was a fun moto for him. T-Rex, Nick DeFeo will inherit that. And Victor Borba get out in front of him down into the bottom of the Gator pit now. 7 laps in. Mitchell Zaremba still doing it, man. 147.
I'm so impressed with that guy. I've said it, many times at Loretta's. I say it here. The guy is just rock solid, and each time you see him, he's a little quicker. And what you can count on is the consistency and the conditioning. The guy I'm impressed with right now, too, is Reese Wheaton. Reese Wheaton, he has had somebody around him, moved up several positions to put himself in that 6th spot. But, man, he has fought every lap of this race.
Been an impressive ride for him. 7 laps in now. What is it, 10-lap moto?
Yes. Yeah.
10-lap moto for him, so 7 laps into it, getting down to the nitty-gritty. Mitchell Zaremba been real consistent. He's been in that 146 to 147, flirting with a 148 right now. Noah Stevens has been consistent too. He's floated though between that 6 to 7 seconds behind, just unable to gain much ground on Zaremba. Zaremba just not making any mistakes.
Nah, and you can see, look at the pattern. I mean, these guys dropped each 1 second this time around. Zaremba just teched into a 149, Stevens a 150. Revan Gordon still out there, should be checking in there. He comes across the finish line, I believe.
At 105, Kawasaki, yeah, correct. They're in the 3 spot. Liam Olaf in the 4 spot. He's checked in, 8 laps completed.
So 151 for Gordon, a 150 for Olaf. Olaf, man, he is Mr. Consistent as well. Like the Energizer Bunny, man, just keeps going and going.
Nick DeFeo down into the bottom of the Gator pit. He's still got heat all over him. He's another guy has not been able to get any rest. We got to see 204 Yamaha Christopher Croshan behind him in the 9 spot. He's got the goggles off on the elbow.
I didn't realize there was going to be that much roost, but if you're in a couple of these battles, though, if you've got 4 or 5 guys just shooting roost, you're eating spray back there. I could see that, easy to pull maybe the bottom laminate or the bottom tear off and go through your tear offs quickly. So it'd be interesting to see
everybody out there right now is
how he manages with no goggles the last couple laps.
Everyone out there hearing this or seeing it with their own eyes and thinking,
right,
all right, what's our goggle setup look like, boys? Are we good? Because I don't want to be that guy taking roost with no goggles on.
No way. Zaremba brings it home to the white flag. Gives us a bit of a whip right there. Sends it through that left-hander. Here he comes back to Gator Falls.
What a ride by Zaremba. Been just consistent all race long.
Now, Noah Stevens concedes right now. He's a 152. He's like, you know what? Why do I try to find 2 seconds? Why do I try to find 3 seconds right now? We're in great shape.
Yep.
Moving into that next round. So Zaremba out front. Stevens second. Revan Gordon still in that number 3 spot. Liam Olaf checks in 1, 2, 3, and 4. Zaremba, Stevens, Gordon, Olaf on our white flag lap.
And boy, everybody pretty well settled in those positions. Liam Olaf got a shot. About 4 seconds back from Revan Gordon for the 3 spot. Might have to make something happen.
And Taylor Beckwith, man, he defended his territory the whole race. That number 19 machine, he said, I'm top 5, man. Come and get it. Come take it. And he has fought this entire battle, this entire Moto 1 solid battle. Reese Wheaton still in that 6th spot. And Vitor Borba in the 7th.
Just a solid race here, 450B limited. Looking forward to the next one. We'll see what Zaremba and Avery Long got in store for each other, man. That's going to be good to watch. Noah Stevens going to be looking for a little redemption to get up there and get in the fight with those guys and challenge them, I'm sure.
You bet. And all you got to do is, man, you put Revan Gordon, Noah Stevens. You mentioned Avery Long. Get those guys all good starts, and man, it's going to be on.
Absolutely. All right, checkered flag coming out. And that'll do it. Mitchell Zaremba takes first place. Noah Stevens going to finish in the 2 spot. Revan Gordon 3rd. Liam Olaf 4th. And Taylor Beckwith 5th. And I believe top 18 out of that one, excuse me, advance. So we will reset the deck. Got our starting gate locked and loaded.
$85cc, 12 to 13, Division One. We ran through the intro there on the last moto. So off and away is Division One of our 85cc, 12 to 13 riders. Who's it going to be, Mike? Down Gator Falls they go. I believe that's going to be Carson Wood out front, leading the way on that Team Green machine, the number 261 coming out of Zephyr Hills, Florida.
Wow.
Check, check.
Big battle going on behind Wood. Look at this, starting to shape up.
Oh, that's how the mute button works. Okay, now I understand. All right, 85cc, 12 to 13. Carson Wood doing work out front. That I think Lone Cowie out there.
Looks like it, Mikey, sure enough.
He's representing for Team Green out there, no doubt. 317 of Tristan Pruitt in the 2 spot. Brendan Harrison in 3rd. Austin Camden in the 4 spot on the gas. And Brandon Eade rounding out that top 5. Caleb Woods, CW, in the 6th position with Max Bowling in 7th. Drew Marson in the number 8 spot with Jace Wolf in 9th. And Eli Bazet rounding out the top 10.
Another one of those classes we talk about, Mikey. This is the first division, and you've got Bassett, Wolf, Marsden, Pruitt, Wood, all these guys out here. And there's yet another division of these 85, 12 to 13 riders.
So again, Carson Wood on screen out in front. Pruitt in the 2 spot. Harrison in 3rd, the 904.
Pruitt hanging tough. He's right in there. He's not letting Wood get away. Knows the importance of that. Has to be in the same section. Cannot let him get corner to corner from him.
Checks in with another lap completed. Our see what we got on scoring. Currently screen is black, not 100%. 2 laps complete, but hey, looks like it's about a second difference between him and Pruitt right now. Harrison about 3 seconds back. Camden 5.5 in the 4 spot, and Eade about half a second back. So good battles all over the place. And Carson Wood doing his thing, keeping them at bay out in front, looking pretty flawless so far.
Yeah, you know, Wood, he's very consistent. You know, he's a very technical rider. He reads this track. You know, he's going to find that smooth spot where a lot of these youngsters, man, they're willing to let it hang out. You know, they'll get out in the chop a little bit. They might take a bad line thinking they're going to be able to make a move. But Carson Wood, a little more calculated. than some of these youngsters. Ride just a bit differently.
Patient, smooth, man.
Sure.
It's a thing to see.
Of course, I believe 2 divisions here, Mikey. 2 divisions of the 85, 12 to 13, or is there 3? Nope, 2 divisions.
So I believe that is the top 16. We will be taking our top 18 from that one again as well, I guess, huh?
Rodney checking the sheet here real quick. Mini senior. Yeah, 18. We got going on, Mikey?
I'm deaf over here right now. I was deaf. I think I'm a little soft. There it is. That's about right there. No more ringing in my ear. I can think thoughts now. There for a minute I was seeing sound. Oh! And a nasty, nasty crash right there. Hope he is okay. Adrenaline got him up and off the track. But that was a gnarly crash.
Yeah, it looked like he might have taken a handlebar to the hip right there. As the bike came over, he was getting away from it, but possibly a handlebar. Here we go.
The 14 machine.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, he definitely took a handlebar at the end of this one, but he did a double flip by the time he ever came in contact with the bike. Wow, complete Superman over top of that tabletop.
And I think that's Ead, Brandon Ead.
Oh, man. And you know what?
141, I would say.
Held the handlebars all the way to the ground, man. Tried to ride that thing out, and a great job of Eve. Wanted to let the bike absorb the impact, and bike ended up chasing him down.
He's up off the side of the track. Although yellow flag's still flying, they are getting the bike and everything out of the way. So yellow flag's now coming in from that incident here, going into the Gator pit, and we are how many laps into this one now? About 3, I believe.
I'm going to guess that's right, Rodney, about 3 laps. Getting a look at Carson Wood on our screen. Still have that battle ready. Look at this. Mikey's starting to get a challenge right now. Down into the Gator pit. Wow, almost side by side. Less than a second separating these two. Wood and Pruitt battling it out. Here we go. What's the gap going to be this time? Less than half a second. 0.373, Mikey. We have got a race on our hands. 4 laps complete.
Yeah, getting into the nitty-gritty, getting into the meat of this one, pun intended, Thanksgiving. And how about that, the 317 working the track.
I mean, Pruitt's hungry right now. He said, forget Thanksgiving. I want breakfast right now. He is hungry. He is after it. He is on the gas, the number 317. Carson Wood out front leading the way. Pruitt's been studying the lines. Here we go up through some traffic right now. Whoa. Pruitt not able to send it up over that double. Cost him, I'm going to say, a second and a half.
Yeah, checked up a little bit. Think he might have been worried about the lap traffic right there on the other side of that jump.
Can't cripple anybody or yourself, Mikey. You don't finish that way.
Oh, boy, no joke. So we'll see. He's going to regroup, go back to work. He got up there once. Maybe he can do it again. Carson Wood, though, still flawless, fearless through those lap traffic. Pruitt getting a drive on the outside right there. Those acceleration bumps, man. Something else. See how much they chop through there on the little bikes. Not the little bikes, but the little bikes.
Yeah, I got kind of quiet there, Mikey, for a second because I watched Pruitt clear out there. Today, or first thing this morning, the first couple motos, it seemed like it was really inside. The guys were making time, man. Pruitt went out there on the fringe, found some smooth spots, and really laid the lumber to it. Look at him working away around the outside. Pruitt not giving up. Comes after. Does he make the move? Does he get past Wood right here? No.
Man.
Wood defends. Pruitt still on the inside. Wood able to carry the speed. Lapper in the way. Mikey, how's this one going to play out? Lapper. Here comes Wood down to the inside. Pruitt goes real inside.
Let's see if Pruitt tries that outside line right here to get a good drive up the face of this. No, got a different line, but Oh, no.
Actually, a better line. That outside's
Yes.
been sucking people under. Mikey, you seem like you're going to get out there. You're going to have all that speed and all that momentum, but when it gets deep, it just robs the power. Good line choice by Pruitt. Now, he's given up about 2 bike lengths, but he's got plenty of time here. White flag lap is out. He knows where he's quicker. He knows where Wood's having just a bit of an issue or where he's not quite so smooth. And right now, Pruitt, once he gets the gap closed back up, but he gave up about 10 bike lengths.
Boy, he did too.
Coming out of the Gator pit.
You know how it is. You see that white flag. It may as well be red in the eyes. You know, the bull seeing the red flag. Go to work. Time to haul the mail, and that is what Carson Wood is good at, and that's what he's doing right now. And it's basically Carson Wood against the track. Oh, a bobble right there by one of our riders. But Carson Wood against the track and getting around this lap traffic, he has been flawless.
But look at Pruitt. Pruitt's relentless, man. He is not letting up. See if he runs that outside fringe again. Looks like it. He is going to carry a gear high. Carson's going to go down and have to go up over that bump. See that? He goes over that bump to the inside. Pruitt doesn't have to hit that inside bump. Now he goes a little wider. Man, he's giving it everything he's got, Mike. He has definitely put a couple bikes on him.
Yeah, he's been able to reel him in. I don't know.
He's closing the gap, but will he be close enough by the time they get down here to the split lanes and when they enter the Gator back? Here we go. This is where he made big time last time. Holy cow, Pruitt has definitely eliminated that gap. They worked their way over the tabletop. Back to the inside. Here's the scenario. It looks just like it did last lap. 2 riders in the way. Is he going to go to the extreme inside one more time? Wood takes that main race line. Here comes Pruitt. He's going to try to he had the right idea. Carson Wood knew it was coming.
He did.
Carson Wood knew it was coming. Hey, I can't fault Pruitt, man. That was a great effort right there. Just got a little deep, and already that rut foot peg deep down there. Stuck the bottom of the fork leg, hung up just a bit. Fantastic race, man. That one pumped me up, Mikey. I got to tell you.
I tell you what, the level of riding maturity in the 85s is incredible. I mean, that was as good an attempt as possible.
And it's nothing better when that battle was for first and second.
Oh, I love it.
When you have a battle like that for 5th and 6th, it's good. When you have a battle like that for top 10, you know, pretty good. But when it's a lead battle, that's amazing, bro.
That's it. That's it. Kudos to him. Pushing it right there, both riders. All right, that's going to do it here for race 43. Race 44 coming up next. And if the first division was any indication of what to expect, buckle up, Buttercup Division 2, going to be a good one as well.
Got Matias Oliveira, also Hunter Gardner, Clemente Zagatti, Colby Lesser, Nicholas Olgian, Colin Dwayne, Carson Adams, Talon Staggs, Jonathan Getz, Daglin Carmody, also Brody Barth, Zane Martin, Caleb Gonzalez, Camden Lutz, Matthew Williams, Tommy DeNoble, Kevin DePino, Ryder Scodress, also Caden McCoy, Caden Weinzier, Brady Rodecker. We've got Isaac Opalewski, Christian Nyman, Landon Walters, Aiden Vassy, Dakota Baker, Justin Gamage, also Charles Brown, Jason LaBooth, Logan Kressel, Brady Olson, Jace Baker, Kane Bolasina, Malachi Faye, Logan Webb, Gavin Pettit, Austin Smith, John Benaglio, and Grayson Kelly. And that is your field of 39 riders for the 85cc 12 to 13 Division 2. Top 18 riders once again going to be transferring here as pick up the action now, and our riders well into lap number 1. Mikey Waynes and our leader actually starting to stretch things out off the Gator tail is seeming to open up quite a bit of a lead over this battle that for second place that's making its way into the rollers now.
Yeah, Zane Martin giving him some pressure right there. The rider out of Pennsylvania just not quite able to pull away. Had a little bit of a gap on him early. The 278 of Jace Baker out of Florida. Good battle so far all over the place. Still early in this one, but again, Rodney, we're just coming off that Division 1 in this 85cc class. A wild finish coming down to an attempted pass right at the bottom of the finish line jump in the Gator pit. So, boys, the bar was set high for Division 2. Give us a show.
I believe they're going to do just exactly that, Mikey Waynes, as we drop down into the Gator Pit. Is that Jason Baker we're seeing out there in that number 2 spot, quite possibly? A little overcast and foggy out this morning, and I understand timing and scoring having a little bit of an issue, so we'll apologize. I do want to let you know top 18 riders will be transferring from these, and we'll be able to determine that coming up here shortly.
So apologize for the technical difficulties, folks, on scoring. We'll get that back up and rolling as soon as possible. 85cc division number 2 up and rolling. The 52 right there. Kevin DePino applying the pressure in a 3-way battle. Woo! Brody Barth right there, the 26 on the outside, trying to get a good drive. Saw some of our other 85s in Division 1 take the same line. Didn't seem to carry the same speed it did yesterday. We'll see how that develops throughout the day, but the 26 of DePino, the 26 of Barth around DePino. Picking up positions, got battles all over the place. Looking good here in the 85cc Division 2. Coming up next after this will be race 45, our 250C Junior Division 1. Got 3 divisions in that one, as a matter of fact. So heavy dose here on a Thanksgiving morning. 250C riders, that'll be followed by race 46, your 40 plus. There is the 28 of Zane Martin right there. Feeling the heat from Brody Barth. Barth goes a long way around. And Zane Martin will stay out in front of him.
All right, folks, apologizing, working through a few difficulties, technical difficulties ourselves this morning here in the tower as we try to get you lined in on what's going on out there right now. Brody Barth right now trying to make an advancement. I believe that may be into possibly the number 2 spot right now as we're watching these riders make their way off the Gators' tail now. Get a line on your leader coming up here in a few moments as well. And if you folks are at home are experiencing some issues on timing and scoring, I know that our folks at eScore are working on getting that back up for you as well. I can't even see the number on that bike. So honestly, without timing and scoring, and I've watched on TV, I've watched as they've ridden by the tower, and I cannot make a number, can't get the number. I tell you, poor timing, poor scoring girls over there doing backup scoring, got to have a rough time with that, no doubt. Well, not real sure, but we think we've dialed it. What's that? It is a KTM, and Mikey Waynes in his younger eyes tells me he thinks that's a 17, and that would have been Blake Mara in the Division 1. So
we're back up, Rodney. Colby Lassar. Colby
it's
Lassar.
11. See, your eyes aren't even that good, Mikey Waynes.
Colby Lassar.
All right, he's out of Centennial, Colorado. That's making a little more sense. Let's
Absolutely.
check it.
The
And that was
700% back ride.
Jace Baker and Zane Martin battling for second as we were watching there a few moments ago. Brody Barth back in the number 3 spot. Jonathan Getz in 5th. Brady Olson in 6th. Talon Staggs in 7th. Dakota Baker is 8th. Carson Adams in 9th. Landon Walters rounds out the top 10. And 11 through 18 now. Christian Nyman after 3. Kane Bolasina in 12th. Logan Kressel is 13th. Cade Weinzier is 14th. Tommy Noble in the number 15 spot. Ryder Skadras in 16th. Brady Rodiker in the number 17 spot. And your final transfer spot right now belonging to Justin Gamage heading in to lap number 4. Isaac Opalewski and Nicholas Oljan in the number 19 and 20 spots.
Tell you what, we'll make up for lost time here, Rodney. Colby Lassar putting on a heater. Fastest lap time for him was lap 2 at 1:59.134. Just turned to 1:59 and a half. It just popped up because he just finished lap 4 with a 2-minute flat. Has given him a cushion, an 8 seconds flat. But Jace Baker, a solid ride for him. Runners a 2-minute, sits in the 2 spot. Zane Martin 3rd, checks in right there with 4 laps completed, as does Brody Barth in the 4th spot. Well, and Jonathan Getz in 5th.
Right there is what we're watching, is that battle for 3rd place right now between Zane Martin and Brody Barth as they drop down the Gator Falls into the Gator pit now onto the head of the Gator. We've got a battle now for that number 3 position. It appears as though 1st and 2nd somewhat secured. Zane Martin or Jace Baker, that 278, not real far ahead of this battle for 3rd, but he's getting a little saving grace right now as this battle heats it up. Here comes Brody Barth on the outside now as we head into the backstretch. A drag race as they tried to race to the Gators' tail. Barth on the outside, lining up on the inside for the next turn. And as they drop onto the Gators' tail, we've got a new 3rd place ride. Brody Barth around Zane Martin now.
Barth, a real good drive right there. Hey, I was dogging that line earlier. Megan and I were both on the outside. Hey, doesn't look as fast as it was yesterday. Meanwhile, Barth goes, yeah, it is, boys. I'm going to show you how it is.
Well, you know, it's funny. There's like probably about 8 to 12 inches or maybe even 10 inches that those riders have to try to find a smooth line on that extreme outside. You get over an inch and you find yourself hitting some of the edges of some of those rougher parts of the track. So if you can nail that one right, you can make up some time. But if you don't get the right line just perfect, it can hold you up a little bit.
You catch a 9-inch dirt clod, Doug?
Yeah.
Fourth gear on the side of that little wheel, and man, bad things happen in a hurry, Rodney.
Absolutely. And
but the fringes, you know, those are where you find those hidden lines. Whether it's the inside fringe, the outside fringe, it can really pay off. But it's just like anything else, Rodney. You got to give to get, and it can be a gamble.
Yeah, absolutely. White flag out on this one this time around, as Lesser is through with 5 now. Jace Baker in 2nd. Brody Barth 3rd. Zane Martin 4th. Jonathan Getz. Brady Olson. Kane Bolasina in 7th. Talon Staggs in 8th. Dakota Baker now in the number 9 spot. Carson Adams drops to the number 10 spot. Landon Walters 11th. Christian Nyman dropping back as Cody Weinzier moves up into 12th. Nyman into 13th now. Logan Kressel checks in the 14 spot. Tommy Noble now 15th as those riders making their way in, and his battle for 2nd place is starting to heat up now. Jace Baker, who was sitting in somewhat of a comfort zone while Brody Barth and Zane Martin were doing battle and waging war for 3rd place. Now all of a sudden Brody Barth from Seymour, Wisconsin has latched on to the rear fender of the 278 of Jace Baker and actually trying to pull up side by side with him as they battle through this final lap. And here comes the 28 machine of Barth once again trying that outside line. Will it work for him this time around, Mikey?
Oh, man, getting a good drive. I don't think it's going to be quite enough to get around him on the outside, though, or I could be wrong. He got a good drive out of there, and he's right up on the rear wheel. See if he's got another spot picked out, doing a good job not following the leader, working the track, looking for opportunity.
Mikey, did you see the style? He was rowing the boat through the whoops. You see that? He was rowing the boat, man. That was perfect technique as he stayed on top of those rollers, able to pull up onto the rear fender. Is he going to be close enough? You know he's going to go to the outside. He's got the momentum. Look at this. We may have a pass, and we do.
Boy, has that been a hot spot this season. So many passes we've seen happen in that exact spot. If you can get it long way around, right? But if you can carry that momentum through there, it has paid off.
You talk about this season, this morning.
This morning, yeah,
It has paid off. Holy cow.
Kobe Lesser taking the checker flag, and what a push by Brody Barth through the last 2 laps. Able to make the passes up into the number 2 spot from 4th. Jonathan Gatz gets around Jace Baker as well. Gatz will get the number 3 spot on the 2-2. Jace Baker will drop to the number 4 spot and finish there. St. Martin in 5th. Kane Bolasina in 6th. Brady Olson in 7th. Talon Staggs is 8th. Dakota Baker in 9th. Carson Adams rounds out the top 10. And again, it's top 18 transferring in this one. So it'll be Landon Walters, Caden Weinzier, and we're looking for Logan Kressel now up to 13th. Christian Nyman dropping to 14th. Looking for Tommy Noble. There he is. Ryder Skadras, Brady Rodecker, and Isaac Opalewski to round out the top 18. On the race 45 next, guys. And race 45 going to be our 250C junior 12 to 17. This will be Division 1 of 3 in this one. And as we look at the number of riders, I believe we'll probably take somewhere in the neighborhood of probably the top 10 or 12 or so. How many is it, Mikey Waynes? Top 12. So top 12 will be transferring from this one. Michael Newsbaum, Luke Leskanik, Gabe Leskanik, London Star, Colt Tucker, Braden Barnett, Garrick Kendley, also Carl Throw, Kate Ferry, Kai Sorella, Sebastian Billingsley, Corey Altazin, Aiden McEntee, Jaden Seigers, Trevor Albrecht, Tucker Zimmerman, Michael Thompson, Louis Francisco Rubilar, Kawan Maliola, K1 Matiola, I should say, Seth Creedy, Cohen Nickerson, Juan Geraldo. We also have Ryan Swanson, Bodie Gross, Kalen Halsey, Jose Castillo, Eli Griffin, Isaac Henderson, Jacob Clemens, Nicholas Lemire, Chase Patton, Lucas Silman, Carson Cahill, Logan Hecker, Wyatt Reaver, Ricardo Acosta, Turner Bates, Joseph Pack, Bentley Good, and Roman Jordan. Mikey Waynes.
Hey, off and rolling right here, our first of what will be 3 divisions in this 250C junior class. The battle's on screen early in this one. Everybody's still jockeying for position, trying to fall in place, fighting for it.
Already getting it sorted out. Again, 250C junior 12 to 17-year-old riders. One of these riders in that 15, 16-year age, it looks like. It's like the 45, Cade Ferry from Nescopic, Pennsylvania, maybe on point. Nope, that's the 127. Look at that.
Seth Creedy.
Yeah, Seth Creedy. Where did I see that 45 coming? He must have been back there battling. That was the second place position, I guess, as they make their way down into the Gator pit. We've got 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Pretty much nose to tail as we wrap up lap number 1. Seth Creedy has pointed out front. Kate Ferry is in 2nd. Corey Altazin in the number 3 spot. Lucas Seelman in 4th. Tucker Zimmerman in 5th. Devin Rogers 6th. Isaac Henderson in 7th. K1 Matiola in 8th. Carl Withrow is 9th. Michael Thompson in 10th. And your final transfer spots right now are Garrett Henley and Kalen Halsey. FYI, outside transfer spots, Wyatt Reaver on the 609 after lap 1 and 13-14. Chase Patton on the 413. Trevor Albrecht, the 83 and 15th. Kai Sorella in 16th.
Well, Seth Creedy doing a good job out in front, keeping them at bay so far. Kate Ferry right there on the number 45 in that 2 position. He's got some heat from the 65 Husqvarna. Corey Altazan the second in 3rd.
And Mikey, as we look out across the valley here, fog actually moving in just a bit heavier. They're going to see some different conditions here in just a moment, but going to have some visibility issues for us as we look out across there. Look at that camera, Rodney.
It looks like a morning at Snowshoe, doesn't it?
It does, absolutely. just about 4,700 feet lower.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. But definitely taking on an appearance of a mountainous kind of fog this morning. Again, well beyond the marine haze, I would believe, this morning.
Here we go. Leaders back into those split lanes. Riders making both choices. again, seen that outside line work. You have to have that speed going in. You have to be able to carry it and maintain it. If not, it's a long way around, and we still have a three-man battle up front.
And you know, there was about 2 seconds between first and second at the end of that first. Oh, down goes third. Corey Altazan. Yeah, gets hung up in that inside run going down into the Gator pit. But that gap between first and second and third didn't look like it had really changed. Had about 2 seconds, and actually it's tightened up a little bit. Kate Ferry actually turned to 1:58.7, which was a half second faster than Seth Creedy there. Lucas Seelman getting the gimme on that one as Seelman moves in third. K1 Matiola now fourth. Devin Rogers in fifth. Tucker Zimmerman is sixth now. Isaac Henderson in seventh. Michael Thompson in eighth. Carl Withrow ninth. Garrett Henry in ninth or 10th. Kalen Halsey in 11th, and Chase Patton rounds out your 12th place position.
You know, we take a look at this racetrack early, Rodney. Now, that's Noah just a little bit ago. He got caught up on the last lap, and the last corner went down in there. These ruts are this deep already. That tells me about the moisture that is in this surface. So it's going to hang in there for a while. We're going to be able to preserve that traction through a longer period of time today. But we're going to see a little rougher track than we have the last couple days, which to me, I love. Really have to get technical, really have to adjust your style, and really have to start searching for better lines. But you've seen several riders do the same thing. Just a small tip over because those ruts are that deep this early in the day, and they're not expecting that.
Right.
Yeah, nails it. Corey Altazan actually ended up checking in the 13th spot. So I guess glass half full happened on lap 2.
Yes.
He's got some time to make up here. So I think, able to get back on the machine. I don't think anything's wrong with the machine. Didn't look like he bent the bars, nothing crazy. So as he pushes, it'll be interesting to see how many positions he can pick up for the Checkers Flies.
Well, Slaggers, unfortunately, having some issues out there. We've been watching that young man. If you saw someone go down on the step up over there, that's who that was. I believe he's going to be all right, but just goes to show you some of the names that we saw over there on the Supercross track and some of the front runners out there. Some are that here, but some are struggling a little more here on the outdoor portion of the Mini-O's. And a lot of that could be just gate pick. It could be the start, the nerves. Second motos certainly tell a little different story. In great events such as this at Mini-O's, of course, you always see folks settling down by the time the second motos roll around at Loretta Lynn. So we're starting to see that. Some of the nerves might be coming from some of those riders that may not have raced the Supercross.
I agree with that 100%. It's a different situation here. Like we say, it's pay to play, man. Sign up and come in. Run through your divisions, and then I guess, they're somewhat qualifying. You got to get into the big show, in a certain aspect of it. But just like we see things play out and come into place down at Loretta's, the same thing happens here every week with our divisions as we work our way in, and all of a sudden we have the best of the best left at the end of the week, and man, the cream rises to the top. So to watch it all come together, it's very methodical and it's very structured.
Yeah.
So we see the same thing.
Machine.
We see the same thing with different players every year, Mikey, and that's what I love. We know what to look for, but just who's going to do it?
Yeah, that's it right there. Who's going to do it? Who's going to prove it? Here to either, depending on how you look at it, close out the season or open for 2023.
And that depends on your season.
Yeah.
Okay, that depends on how 2022 went for you so far.
That's it.
Was it a crappy season? Well, this is the kickoff to 23. Was it a good season? Well, we're going to close it out. So either way, it is the Mini-O's, and it means the same thing, whether starting your new season or closing your old season out.
At Matiola on screen right there, the 121 KTM sitting in the 4th spot in a pretty good battle. Checked in last time, just a second back from that 3rd place position. It belonged to the 462 of Lucas Seelman. And here we go, Seth Creedy again leading the way on that 127 Husqvarna. Kate Ferry, the number 45, in the 2 spot. And Creedy checks in another 158 for him. 158.5. Kate Ferry, a 2-minute flat. Matiola able to make the pass on Seelman into the 3 position. So Seelman drops to 4th, and I believe it is Devin Rogers. No, Tucker Zimmerman gets around him. So Tucker Zimmerman finding some speed out there, turned to 159.8. And that puts him in the 5 spot.
Yeah, Zimmerman put a good lap in last time. Found some spots out there. Looked like he was riding the short track, Mikey, using those insides and defending well, getting a good drive out, which is tough to do. But Zimmerman works his way into the top 5.
Good effort. We'll take a look outside of that top 5 here. 6th place, Devin Rogers, Carl Withrow in the 7th spot with Garrick Henley in 8th. 9th, Corey Altazan. So already, what was he, 14th, I believe, able to move his way, 13th or 14th, already up into the 9th place position and only 3 seconds back from Garrett Henley in 8th. 10th place, rounded it out, is the 413 Husqvarna of Chase Patton. So 4 laps complete here in your 250C junior class. And Seth Creedy doing work, been consistent all race, staying in that sub 2-minute mark. Enjoying just shy of a 4-second lead out in front. Cade Ferry thinking, what have I got to do to catch up to you?
So 4 laps down on this one. Seth Creedy leading nearly 4 seconds now over Cade Ferry. Ferry having a rather solid ride today himself. K1 Matiola having to work up through the pack from a few spots back, but has solidified himself solidly into 3rd, now 2nd, as he's around Cade Ferry. I was going to say those 157s have been pretty amazing, and he does that back to back to back. We see that like 3 laps in a row that he's able to turn those sub 2-minute lap times like that, and that's definitely very impressive. So now what we're seeing is not only does he work his way up through the pack into the number 2 spot, but look, a near 3-second gap or so that was between 1st and 2nd between Creedy and Ferry has now turned into 1.4 seconds behind Seth Creedy as Matiola with a near 3-second faster lap time.
Wow, that's some interesting math right there, Rodney. But you know what? It's like anything else. It tells us a true story.
And it shows right here on the racetrack, as well as already K1 Matiola has reeled in Seth Creedy. Creedy starting to pick his pace up just a little bit. I'm sure he felt somewhat comfortable as he dropped to a 2-minute lap time. He had been running in the 158 range, so it's not like he doesn't have those sub 2s in him. It's just a matter of he didn't need to run them at that point, but now he feels a little pressure coming on.
Right, and you know what? He's responding to that well. He's not looking over his shoulder. He's trying to race forward, but I got to tell you, it's a battle right now because that gap, that cushion is absolutely gone, Rodney.
It is gone. It is inching up on behalf of Matiola. Here it is. He's got the right line. Can he make it work?
Oh!
Just a bit outside.
It was a good effort, but didn't have the momentum that he was going to need for that, so he's going to have maybe one more last-ditch effort here at the bottom of the Gator pit as he swings out wide, trying to position himself for an inside shot out of this, but not a little bit of a bobble there, and don't know if it would have been enough anyway, as Seth Creedy hangs on to this one to take the win. K1 Matiola, very strong performance to finish up in the number 2 spot. Definitely going to open some eyes. Definitely going to be a force to factor in as far as this motocross championship is concerned at the Mini O's. Cade Ferry, the 45, solid ride for him as we pointed out. And he finishes up in the number 3 spot with Lucas Seelman in 4th, Tucker Zimmerman in 5th. As we look back to 6th, it's Carl Withrow out of Alaska. Corey Altas in the 2nd, all the way back up to 7th. Garrick Henley in 8th, Chase Patton in 9th. Kalen Housey will get credit for the number 10 spot. Isaac Henderson and Kai Sorella will round out the final 2 transfer positions there at the end of lap number 5. So getting the stage set for division number 2 of 3. Again, top 12 transferring from these.
Hey guys, we got a special guest in the tower right now. Kyle from Ethica. Kyle, we've talked to throughout the course of the summer at Lucas Oil Pro Motocross. We talked to Loretta Lenz. Always a pleasure to see you. Well, you guys are going to call it a day, or going to call it a week here this afternoon. You guys have got other events you're taking care of. What a great week we've seen here at Mini O's, but you're closing it out with a bang. You've got the BOGO going on. Buy one, get one. You've got men's, you've got youth, you've got hats left, all kinds of stuff. How's the week been for you?
It's been great. There's tons of people here. It's one of my favorite races of the year. Stoked to be here with all the families on Thanksgiving week. We love it over here. But yeah, I'm trying to get rid of all my stuff so I don't have to bring anything back with me. So come and get it, please. Come and get it.
Have you had a chance to watch any racing? Every time I look over there, man, you are digging through the boxes. You're looking for colors, looking for sizes. Get to watching races?
Yeah, I poke my head in every once in a while and check out a couple of races here and there. But yeah, it's been a good week. It's been fun.
I love it. So you're going to be with us through the afternoon. We're going to do what we can do. Everything must go. Buy one, get one, make it happen. Hats, men's and youth, come see you. You're going to have a great Thanksgiving special for them.
Yes, sir. Liquidation. Everything must go. Today only.
Awesome. Hey, thank you so much, man. Always a pleasure to have you in the booth, and always a pleasure to have you trackside.
Hey, man, thanks for being a big part of, Ethica being a big part of the Mini-O's and celebrating their Thanksgiving morning here with us as well. 250C Junior Division 2 is on the track right now. Logan Reniger, Mason Gorfer, Ashton Aruda, Jarrett Norris, Christian Wood, Bailey Long, Bo Reed, Nick Anastasia, Jadine DeLima, Tristan Limley, Jenna Schultes, Lawrence Lashway, Zach Longino, Dominic Allen, Tyler Hawk, Noah Walker, also Elijah March, William Barrett, Briley Roth, Marco Larson, Camden Harding, Gavin Thurgood, Colton Austin, Amden Hain, Chase Williams, Connor Lorick, Zachary Chambers, Landon Ballou, Cohen Christensen, Nathan Albrecht, Aaron Finnemore, Jacob Martin, Thomas Sisk, Dash McMillan, Alex Perry, Alan Adkins, Eric Gerke, Spencer Townsend, and Austin Kravitz as we wrap up lap number 1 nearly. The 96 machine is what I'm seeing out front right now. Zach Longino from College Park, Georgia on the A1 Racing Suspended Patton Tractor Service and Roost MX back drive.
Already good racing on screen. Going for it right there on the face of the finish line jump. A battle already developed.
Wow, Longino looks over, and once he sees, man, he gets an eyeful of Ashton Aruda. Aruda on the gas, and look at this, makes the pass.
He said bye-bye. Scoring's going to show Longino in the 1 spot, but Aruda able to make the pass just past the finish line. And let's see what he can do with some clean air out in front. Already putting a little bit of a gap on him up the gator back.
Mikey Wayne's in that left-hander. He never lifted. He got on the outside peg, weighted that side panel, drifted that thing right around, and never let the gas off.
My goodness. Might be a long day here for the 96 KTM in that 2 spot. See if Aruda can put together a full moto riding like this.
All right, we see some flags on the very back side. Are they down? Looks like he just quit waving them as soon as I said that. So we did have a caution flag. Nope, looks like caution flag still flying. Yeah, there we go.
EMT buggy heading over there, so keep our eyes on it. Hey, by the way, the rest of the class here, we're so fixated on that battle out front. William Barrett in the 3 spot, Logan Reniger in the 4 position, Chase Williams rounding out the top 5. Give you the full top 10 here. The 257 Suzuki and Nathan Albrecht in 6th. Adam Hain in the 7th spot with Gavin Thurgood 8th place. 9th is going to be the 365 KTM of Alex Perry and Tristan Lemley on the Kawasaki, number 84. Will round out your top 10.
Mikey, we're not 2 complete laps in, and it feels like we've had a moto already with these guys. Man, there has been a bunch of action, and making sure we get our down rider attended to there in the back. But even with Albrecht, Williams, Reniger, these guys have been nose to tail. Longino and Aruda out front putting in a battle. Here we go back to the finish line to complete lap number 2.
Now we'll get an idea what we're running on these lap times. Let's see what Aruda's got for lap 2. How about a 156.7?
I didn't recognize it being that fast by no stretch of the imagination, but Aruda is on fire right now. Longino in the number 2 spot. He's at that 2-minute time frame, but Logan Reniger another sub 2 minutes. He's just under 2 minutes at 1:59.9, but he still broke that barrier.
Yeah, Reniger, he's one of those guys that he's got this real steady style. Sometimes he doesn't look like he's going as fast as he is. You know, he's one of those guys, his helmet doesn't move a lot. The upper body stays stationary pretty well. And he just puts in smooth, fast laps.
A tough break for Dash McMillan, who was running just inside the top 12 in transfer spots. He has dropped out of the top 20 now. As far as your top 12 in transferring position at the end of lap 2, Arruda, Longino, Reniger, Barrett, Williams, Hain, Thurgood, Albrecht, Limley, also Eric Gerke, Alex Perry, and Alan Atkins to round out the top 12.
Leaders now at the far reaches of the course, taking a look at Longino. Doing his best to close that gap. Arruda, though, really finding some good lines out there. Again, just putting in the smooth style that he's known for as he works some of those insides, wants to ride the short track.
Well, Mikey Waynes, you know, watching here. Or, I'm sorry, Matt Watson watching here. I'm thinking of Mikey Waynes because he just went down, and I think he might be bringing me some food back when he comes.
He better be bringing some of those Nutty Buddies out of the camper. He better be bringing those Little Debbies like Drew Adams likes.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that was a good story last night, by the way, if you missed the Minios after show. But just looking at, you know, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, I recognize these names. Why do these names seem so familiar being novice class riders? Well, many of these names you may have seen at Loretta Lynn's. And, of course, Corey Alderson that we saw in that first moto or first division race, he actually finished second at Loretta Lynn's overall. Another name out here in this one, Arruda took a 4th place position at Loretta Lynn's. So I'm just going to tell you right now, folks, these likely are the last moments and closing moments you will see these riders in the novice class in their careers.
Yeah, as well with some of our 85 riders, as well as some of, you know, these guys are going to be moving up. And I'm glad we got our statistician. Griff loves that stuff, and he is so good at it. He's a great researcher, great statistician. Now, I could have told you Arruda, I believe, was top 5. I couldn't have told you he was 4th. I can tell you really close to how these guys normally do if they had a championship or not. But, man, we appreciate having Griff in the truck because he is quick with it, man. And it allows us to recognize those positions and accomplishments, too.
Yeah, and I think Longino, maybe Reniger, might be a couple of other riders that would have been in that in pretty top positions as well. But watching right now, we are 3 now working on 4 laps deep in the 250C Junior second division of 3. As we pointed out there a few moments ago, I think there were some nearly 80 riders in this class alone. When we look at 250C Junior, it was 118. 118 riders in the 250C Junior class.
Yeah, 3 division, bro.
Yeah. I guess I need to. Yeah, when you start getting into the like 90s, that's whenever we start seeing those 3 divisions. As long as we're in the 80s, under the 90s, we're pretty solid.
Now think about this. This is another novice class, we'll say, 250C. What are the biggest divisions we've seen?
Novice.
51, 85, and novice. So what's that tell you? Again, we keep attracting new riders. We have got to compete with stick and ball sports, Rodney. We've got to compete with the iPad. We've got to compete with the PlayStation. Okay, we've got to keep the drive alive, and we got to keep this growth. We've got to ride the tide, bro, and keep it going. And that is so encouraging to me to see 3 divisions. 250C Junior. Now, we take a look right here. Some of these kids, 13 years old. Cameron Harding's only 13. We've got some 14-year-olds in there like Bailey Long. That means they're going to have a couple years, Rodney. And, again, they're going to attract new talent as well.
Wow. Adam Hain moving up a couple of spots on that last lap around. He and Chase Williams, William Barrett, Gavin Thurgood, and those boys, I don't know what exactly they had going on back there, but it got wacky for a minute. Hain moves up from 6th, as I said, into 4th. Chase Williams with a 2:05 moves into 5th. William Barrett's lap time drops to a 2:13 all of a sudden, but he's right there in the thick of that battle for the 4th place position still. That battle between 3rd and 4th, though, did drop back now to, 12 and a half seconds. So that's where the difference is. I think those 3 may have gone down and got stuttered up together for a moment.
And definitely what they've done, they've slowed each other down.
Yeah.
There's no question about that. They've slowed each other down. Instead of driving forward, instead of pushing each other, Rodney, the battle has absolutely almost caused a roadblock. And like you say, I believe they got tangled.
And I believe William Barrett probably might have lost the most. I think he went down, and that's where those other guys were able to capitalize on that. But anyway, 4 laps in, working on 5. We've got 3 riders now, sub 2 minutes, 158.5, 158.6, 159.2. It is Arruda, Longino, and Logan Reniger rounding out that top 3 position here in division number 2 of the 250C Junior. White flag is waving on this one. Next time around, the checkers will fly for Ashton Aruda. Again, Aruda, one of the top finishers from Loretta Lynn's, taking a 4th. Langino will finish up in 2nd here today. Reniger will take the number 3 spot. Wow, Aruda, he turned some fast laps. He had a 156.7 at one point on lap 2, and just to put an explanation point on this, he popped it off with a 157.2 on the final lap.
Rodney, when we get back outside of the 6th or 7th spot, the lap times are blowing my mind because we go anywhere from 205, but we got guys in 19th position running 203.
Yeah.
15th running 203. That tells you about track position.
Yeah.
That tells you about somebody may have fell over, but you ran into him. You didn't go down, but it cost you a 1.5 seconds. Then you get back on a good lap. It's incredible that, you know, you would think you would see 5, 7, 11, 9. You would see the lap times increase as they go further back.
All right, so William Barrett had dropped back to 6th place, if you remember, and lost a lot of time, had a 2:0.13. That last time around, he just turned a 157, got himself back in the number 4 spot. Eric Gerke now in 5th, Gavin Thurgood in 6th, Chase Williams in 7th, and Adam Hain, who had passed up into 4th, has dropped back to an 8th place position there on lap number 5 as we head into the final lap. Tristan Emily in 9th, Alex Perry in 10th, Lawrence Lashway 11th, Thomas Sisk rounding out the top 12, the final transfer spot on that. But man, that 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th place positions, they have been going at it and swapping back and forth, especially those last 2 laps. Megawatt.
And you and I only saw 1 caution flag.
Right.
So we're only aware of 1 tip over or 1 accident throughout that whole moto. But man,
wow,
there were some unforeseen circumstances out there somewhere.
Ashton Aruda, goggles off and on his wrist as he waves to the crowd with a 7+ second lead at the, look at that, rolling over the start. That was a 250C Junior Division race winner. Takes his goggles off coming into the Gator pit, puts him on his arm, and rolls over the finish line with one hand on his hip. Now,
little soon to go Ken Roxon on us.
I think so.
Little soon to go Ken Roxon, because let me tell you something.
We're talking 250C Junior here.
Yeah, and we're going to square off with the other 2 divisions here in a little bit.
Now, if he was doing that in the 458 class, yeah. But now, yeah, well, he's just kind of making a statement to his 250C Junior brethren.
We'll see.
Yeah, well, yeah. You know what? Moto 2 will tell.
See.
Maybe he's got the right to do that. All right, so going to the 250C Junior 12 to 17 division number 3 next, and we're not dogging him on it. We're just kind of having fun with it right now. Just let folks know. Ethan Webb, Devin Edwards in this one, Cale Thorpe, Owen White, Lucas LaFontaine, Kyle Paleologos, Hugh Luddington in this one, as well as Braden Jackson, Braxton Vick, Braden Sampy, Miguel, Angel Rojas, Kerry Owings, Ryder Holland, Jacob Van Brevoort, Nathan Thompson, Aiden Allers, also William DeHace, Ashton Gross, Brock Nowicki, Bobby Martinovic, also Todd Haberstock, Cole Covert, Pedro Kowak, Kevin Bond, Ginger Osgood, Walker McGreal, Tyler Doss, James Martin, Santiago Perez, Colton Selby, Jake Covert, also Drake Bates, Heo Martins, and also Cheyenne De Lima. We also have Spencer Weldon, Jose Arraco, Thomas Watasaho, Egan Bloomfield, and Carson Manquist. Another, several of these
Number
names.
4, Ethan Webb, I believe, out front, Rodney.
Yeah, well, several of these names I do recognize from Loretta Lynn's. And
certainly.
yeah, and again, many of these riders, this will be their final ride in the novice or C classes.
And I love that. Again, you notice we've got some youngsters in here just really getting their feet wet.
Absolutely.
Then we've got some 17-year-olds that have been in the game for a while, and they're about to make that move. They're on the brink of going B, so there's a lot of difference in the talent here, but we're going to put those 3 divisions together in a little bit. And this is really an exciting class to me because it shows me what we're going to be looking at over the next couple seasons.
Right, and you know, even though we haven't watched these riders maybe make the climb through the youth ranks into these big bikes, it doesn't mean that they don't have a place out here on the amateur national scene, and we've seen that happen on more than one occasion, and that's the beauty of these kinds of events like this particular mini O's, it's a great springboard for just exactly that. Like, you know, we talk about silly season, and most silly season is pretty much wound down at this point. Folks have made their moves, they made their changes, or they are in the process of it. But there are a few manufacturers and sponsors out there. There are a few riders that are still looking for one another, and this is a great springboard to be able to make that happen. And a strong performance out here in this whoa, what a pileup we've got here. This is right in front of the Yamaha Tower. I mean, nearly every rider in the 250C junior class, at least from about 10th place back, may have got held up there. So Ethan Webb, Carson Manquist, Kerry Owings, Walker McGreal. Then it's Aiden Allers, Bobby Martinovic, Braxton Vick. Then it's Braden Sampy, followed by Devin Edwards and Jake Colbert in 10th. Miguel Angel Rojas in 11th, and Thomas Wotaso in the number 12 spot. Then it's Brock Nowicki, LaFontaine Das, and Araco there in the 13, 14, 15, and 16 spots. But that just gives you an idea of what the front runners are looking like here on lap number 1 at the conclusion of. But man, what a
holy shnikes, Rodney.
Exactly.
I mean, what happened there? The man on the bottom of the pile was the number 70, Jacob Van Brevoort. And I'm not sure if he went down first, but he ended up on the bottom of that pile. Looks like everybody is definitely up. He's going back to go get his bike right now. He's going to cross the track and make that happen.
I would almost have to think that would probably be...
Yeah, give that guy a round of applause, Rodney, for sure, man, definitely.
Absolutely.
I'm with you, Dean. And that happened quick, Rodney. I want to say, man, wow. Hey, things escalated quickly there.
Yeah. Absolutely. I'm going to have to move over so I can run my sound pad. We got some sound effects today. Ethan Webb, Carson Manquist, that was what we were looking at the end of 1. And what we're looking at the end of 2 is pretty much that same scenario, but with a little more distance in between the 2, and maybe 3 now, as we look back to the 3rd place position, looking like a number 4 on that machine now, and that is Ethan Webb, who was your leader. So what happened there? Ethan Webb dropping back to 3rd. Carson Manquist, I wasn't looking, I was giving a round of applause. I mean,
right.
when that went down, that's my total attention was diverted right there.
For sure.
I didn't see what happened to Ethan Webb. We apologize. Maybe we'll get a rapid replay on that. But Carson Manquist, Ethan Webb, Walker McGreal, Kerry Owings now in 4th. In 5th, Bobby Martinovic. Aiden Allers in 6th. Braden Sampy in 7th. Braxton Vick in 8th. 9th place, Jake Colbert. And 10th place is Thomas Wodasa. Kyle Paley-Logos in 11th. And Devin Edwards rounds out the 12th and final transfer spot.
That Watosa, that's a tough one, isn't it, Rodney?
Yeah.
I'm here to tell you. But look at Manquist's body position, Rodney. Look how aggressive this guy is right now. Look at the distinct bend in his waist, and look at the distinct position of his elbows. I mean, he is extremely aggressive right now.
You know, you can tell that rider has been being schooled recently.
Yeah, he's not letting the bike move below him. A lot of guys are big with the big grip right there. Now, he's got a good grip with his legs, but he is forcing that bike into the line he wants it right now.
And obviously, with his advancement skill over the course of this season, he has learned a lot. And like I say, I'm sure he has taken a lot of suggestions and schooling from mentors that has put him in a great position. And whoever it is that he's listening to right now, he needs to keep listening, because they got him on
no
the
question.
right track.
That's right. I believe top 10, Griff's telling us top 10 last year at Loretta's as well. So a promising future for this young man without question. And look at the battle that's starting to shape up. Now, they show Webb in 2nd right now. Walker McGreal in that 3rd position. So I believe that's going to be McGreal, Owings, Martinkovic, and Allers in that battle we're watching.
Yeah, Manquist actually scoring a 9th overall in this class. And when you look at the inconsistencies of the novice class at Loretta Lynn's, that's pretty impressive, to be honest with you.
Oh, absolutely.
Kerry Owings under pressure right now, by the way. That's Bobby I believe you pointed that out. But look behind Bobby. It's Aiden Allers and Braden Sampy right there.
Allers is the guy making moves. He just picked up one position. He's about to pick up another, because he is simply going to work on Owings. Look at him. Inside, outside. Oh, outside right now. He's going to try to use that momentum. And again, getting very aggressive. There it is. Wow, Allers just made it look easy. Not only did he pass, look at the gap he opened by simply getting clear vision. Not eating that roost. Haulers put the jets on, made the move. Now he can focus on the next position. Great move.
Well, 5 KTM or 4 KTMs up front, and a Yamaha and a Kawasaki and a Gas is the way the running order is. This 250C junior class heavy on the KTMs for sure, but we'll see who's going to come out on top of this one as we are just past the halfway point, working on lap number 4, and gap right now 10.5 seconds between first and second. As we said, a top 10 overall finish, 9th overall for Carson Manquist. So a 157.8 that last time around, a 157.3 the time before that. So those are consistent lap times he's able to pull. Ethan Webb, I'm not sure what was going on there, but that's another rider. 202.8 is nearly a 203 is kind of surprising to me. I won't be surprised to see that lap time picking up just a little bit in the future. We got the battle now, as it looks like Aiden Allers is once again back on the hunt for another position, trying to work up through the pack right now. As Manquist now leading this one, dropping down into the Gator pit. We're watching battling on Racer TV right now as well. Megawatt, and you know, I'm trying to watch that, and I'm trying to watch what's going on the racetrack,
sure,
because there are several things going on in this 250C class.
Am I reading this correct? Kyle Paleologos is running a 158 in that number 10 spot.
I believe so, yes.
Let me tell you something. He's still got time.
That's 6 seconds faster than the guy ahead of him and the guy behind him.
He's still got time too. We're on lap number 4. If that is correct, if he is 6 seconds quicker than the guy ahead of him, he's still 5 seconds ahead of that next guy.
Up to 8th
2
place.
laps, he could pick a couple spots up. And as you just said, into that 8th position now, turns a 2-0, so that 158 was correct. He's still 2 to 3 seconds quicker than the riders ahead. He's on the move. Keep your eye on the number 19.
The Manquist 156 consistently, 150. Actually, that one at 156.330 beat his best time, but nearly a second. He just keeps getting faster. The gap now 17.7 seconds between first and second place. Looks like a little mishap there for the 22 rider, Braden Jackson out of Cookeville, Tennessee, off to the side of the track there, trying to get his machine fired back up and into this one. Unfortunately, not in a top 20 ride for himself right now, but watching right now, Bodie Martinovic, Braden Sampy, Aiden Allers, Walker McGreal. That's where I think that things are really heating up, as we anticipated seeing that just a lap or so ago, and it is doing just exactly what we expected it to. Working on lap number 5 right now. Your leader is, I think we'll see a white flag next time through.
Yeah, I believe they're winding down. We're going to see that white flag come out. But when you talk about that consistency, that 156, we can't say it enough. That's what amounts to a 17-second gap. Ethan Webb putting in great laps, running consistent, right around 2 minutes. Had a little bobble last time around, got caught up in some traffic at 2:03. But when we look at McGrill, Martinkovich, Stampy, those guys all still at that 2:02 range. So there it is. White flag is out as Manquist comes through on the number 999 machine. I can tell you it's going to be about 18 seconds before we see second place come through.
At least, yeah. Well, he turned a 2-minute flat lap time. He slowed way down through the anchor out. And when you're looking at almost 4 seconds, yeah, actually that lap was 4 seconds slower than the previous lap, and he still got a 21-second lead at the end of lap number 5. He was still 4 seconds faster than Ethan Webb. Now, Webb, I'm sure, well, he better not rest too easy. He can't rest too easy, because that's McGreal, Sampy, and Martinovich right there behind him.
Yeah, Sampy picked one up last time around. Sampy moved into the number 4 spot, so he was in the number 5 position, so him and Martinkovich swap positions. Manquist over here on this side of the track right now. Rodney making his way down through that rear section.
Yep.
Headed out by the highway.
Out by the Gators' tail now, 25 or so seconds back now. Is that them coming off? Yeah, I believe coming off the back of the Gators. Wow. I mean, you think it looks like a lot when you see it on the clock. You should see this on the racetrack right now. The distance between first and second of Ethan Webb and McGreal and Sampy and Martinovic back there battling for that spot. Unreal.
The time gap sounds like one thing. When you look at the physical gap, when you look at the real estate, it's big, man.
It is certainly exactly that. It's monumental when you look at it. I mean, we're looking at probably close to 25 seconds that the 999 is pulled ahead of the rest of the field. When you start putting that into, that's about a quarter of a lap.
Sure. When you do the time.
Yeah.
And it looks like it.
Absolutely it does.
So one last time down into the Gator Pit. Here he comes back to the finish line. Checker flag fly right now. Great ride by Carson Manquist. Fantastic. Put in a great set of laps right there. Put in 6 very, very consistent laps. About that 156, 158 range. And then, like you said, pulled the chute and threw a 2-minute at us.
Now, had he pulled his goggles off and rolled to the finish line, I might not have said too much on that. And not taking anything away from the other fella, but that was a pretty impressive ride with
absolutely
a gap anyway. And the other gap was only, I mean, it was impressive too at 7 seconds. But anyway, 23.2 seconds. Braden Sampe into the number 2 spot, turning a 159 that time around. Walker McCreel in 3rd. Ethan Webb drops back to the number 4 spot. Aiden Allers moves up to 5th. Bobby Martinovic in number 6 spot. Kyle Paleologos pushes up to get into that battle, guys, but he just ran out of time. He was a little faster than some of those guys just ahead of him, so that would have been interesting to see unfold. But top 12 transferring our final transfer spots. Jake Colbert, Kerry Owings in 9th. Braxton Vick in 10th. Thomas Wotoso in the number 11 spot. And Deegan Bloomfield rounding out the top 10. Senior 40-plus class coming up in next. This is a just Moto 1 for them. No division races, no qualifying. As they get it sorted out there in race 48, we got Floyd Stevens on the number 1, the number 3, Mike Brown, the number 7, Donald Letty, number 15, Jeremy Baroni, number 20, Gabe Catala, number 21, Charles Hawk, number 22, Andy Bowman, number 27, Francisco Rosero, 29, Corey Altazan. Another one, I imagine. 42, Brett White. 43, John Kinnaman. 45, Ashley Tolsky. 47, Kyle Boyd. Number 60, Joe Buskirk. The number 70, John Gruey. Number 76, Mike Gardner. 78, Jeremy Parsons. 98, Steve Sipes. 101, Josh Ball. Then we have the 102, Mark Powers. 117, Christopher Taylor. 119, Tony Lang. 121, Diego Matiola. 59, the Tiger, Tony Robinson. Michael Mercer on the 181. Ryan McKeel, the 192. Jeremy Tiffany on the 233. 444 of Paymart, Gregory Paymart Frenchie. The 483, George Finch. The number 510, James Max. 522, Jeffrey Larimer. Kyle Dangler from FMF on the 549. Selby Holler, John Sylvia, Jeffrey Papa, Travis McQueen, Shane Kellner, James Jetmer, and Donnie Adams. Sino Donnie out of Whitesburg, Kentucky.
Yep.
Good guy, man.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Worked with him
absolutely.
this past winter at Lexington. He did a lot of the track work and helped build and maintain some track there at the Arena Cross race in Lexington, Kentucky. And that was pretty exciting to work with him. Tri-State Arena Cross.
Yeah, Tri-State.
Not the national.
Yeah, Tri-State, yep.
Tri-State Arena Cross. Good stuff up there in West Virginia, Kentucky, and Ohio.
Look at the gap Mike Brown has put on Gruey and the rest of the field here in one lap. Now, we talk about looking like a gap. This is about an eighth of a lap already on lap 1. We said that Manquist had a quarter of a lap lead. Well, Mike Brown put an eighth of a lap on him here in lap number 1. And one of the oldest guys on the track, Mike Brown, 50 years old, of course. This is our senior 40-plus. Looks like our youngest rider, let's see here, 40, Mike Gardner, coming out of Millville, New Jersey. So he's new kid on the block.
All right, so here's the thing. If you wonder what it's like to physically run into Mike Brown, walk into the nearest concrete or block wall. That's what it's like walking into Mike Brown. If you bump into him, it's like bumping into a brick wall.
Yeah, just turn around, walk into your camper side.
Exactly.
Just walk into the hitch.
He is that solid. Mike Brown out front about 8 seconds, a little over 8 seconds at the end of that first lap. Gruey, Shane Kelleher, Michael Mercer in the 4th place position. Kyle Dangler, good start for that rider. Again, you know him from FMF. Jeremy Parsons in 6th, John Sylvia in 7th. Frenchie, Greg Paymart, your MKS
CEO.
CEO. Is he the CEO of that?
I don't know.
I tell you what, I like him. I need to get with him. I want some of those. I want some of those red shoes too. Gregory Paymart is 8th. Jeremy Tiffany in 9th. The Tiger, Tony Robinson. Watch this young man grow up. It's hard to believe he's in a plus 40 class now, man. Just nuts. Donald Laddie in the number 11 spot. Joe Buskirk 12. Mark Powers 13. Corey Althison in 14. James Jetner in 15. Diego Matiola in 16. Jeffrey Pape in 17. James Max 18. Brett White and Ryan McHale 19th and 20th. Wrapping up lap 2. Mike Brown, a 150.9 at 6'4". Now 15 seconds ahead of John Gruey, who turns a 158. Now, you know, I'm sure Gruey's thinking, yeah, 158. I'm doing great. Sub 2 minute. Mike Brown on 150. And Gruey is doing amazing. Kelleher checking in with 157, as does Michael Mercer. So Gruey's under pressure, as you're pointing out here. Heading over the Gators back now. Megawatt?
Yeah, Keller really closed up after the finish line right there before they dropped into Gator Falls. Then he stuck his foot down and bobbled. Mike Mercer's not out. Oh, Keller goes to the short way. He's not letting Gruey off the hook, man. He's applying the pressure.
I think that maybe Mercer might be just hanging back just a smidge. He's right there well within striking distance of both riders, but I think he wants to see what Kelleher is going to do with John Gruey right now as they head back to the racetrack now.
What would look like to me, he's going to put a move on him is what Keller is going to do.
Wow, he's going to try anyway. Gruey coming down, closing that line off, kind of slamming the door. But I tell you right here, it's going to be tough to shut any doors. It's going to be a matter of who gets the best drive coming in this one. Gruey maintains a good pace, but a good driving on the inside.
And Mercer's just waiting for him to get together.
He is.
Okay, Mercer's just waiting for. And look at the physical difference between John Gruey and Keller. Keller is using that traction, man. He is muscling that bike, manhandling that bike around, and John's using the foot pegs a lot. He's trying to be light on the bike, you know, take advantage of it. And Keller's just not letting the pressure up.
None whatsoever as we watch this beautiful coverage on RacerTV.com, courtesy of SLR Rifle Works. And be sure and check them out online, of course, as we drop down into the Gator pit one more time. And look at that nose to tail.
Wow.
Gruey is sweating it right now. Not only is he worried about Mike Brown stretching things out, but here comes the push now across the finish line as they go over that big anthill at the end of that stretch there, heading into the first turn, technically, I guess you could say, here on the racetrack. And man, Gruey is able to rise to the occasion. Going down into that Gator pit, he looked like he was right back in control of that spot.
That stuff is so deep, and I don't know if you noticed this, and this is not a cut by any means, but Gruey a little lighter. He was able to float that Kawasaki across some of that deep stuff, and Keller just applied the throttle and sunk in a little more, gave up a couple spots. But we get back here to this hard pack and watch Keller use that to his advantage.
Absolutely.
And Mercer just sitting back here saying, come on, boys, who's going to break?
The battle in this one is definitely for second place. I think after that right there, that might be signal to Mike Mercer to go ahead and pick the pace up and quit waiting for this one to unfold.
All the while, I think Mike Brown's in Volusia County right now. He has absolutely disappeared from us.
You know, that I was going to point that out. You know, it's impressive and it's exciting, but you know, you have to think that these guys, once this happens, I mean, and it's probably not a bit demoralizing.
No.
Maybe the first time. Then once you realize, oh, okay, well, it is what it is, especially whenever he does it, not only in the 50-plus class, but the 45, the 40, the 35, the 30, and the 25-plus class. I mean, every class he lines up in, he does just exactly what we're seeing him do here. So at this particular point, you become, in your mind, you start to think, okay, well, he's got the championship. So in my mind, second place is the win.
Oh, yeah.
and these guys right here, for these guys, second place is the win, kind of in this scenario, I think.
And just on a side note, I'll put a $500 bounty on him at an Enduro Cross for anybody in this class. Anybody that's on this line with him that wants to go try him in an Enduro Cross, I'll put a $500 bounty on him.
That's nuts.
Okay.
I mean, that guy is 50 years old and hasn't slowed down any.
Go try him at Ayresburg, see how you do.
I don't even know if I can unload my bike at Ayresburg, to be honest with you.
Rodney, by the time we tied our shoes at that elevation, by the time you and I tied our shoes, we'd be out of breath.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. I would make it. I mean, just to make it there, just to make the drive there would be a feat for me, I think. John Gruey still under pressure. It is still being applied by Shane Keller. He's trying to regain composure, and what I thought might be a push by Michael Mercer has not ever developed. Mercer now starting to wane back just a little bit as the intensity of this battle, turning 157s for second and third place in this battle. 157.026 for Gruy and .363 for Shane Keller. That gap is .671, so it was 0.3 of a second. Now it's 0.6. The gap has doubled, Megawatt.
It absolutely has, and I love this. Gruey's always the story at Loretta Lynn's or Daytona or here. You know, he's always the story. He's always in the hunt. He's just, and rightfully so, because he's so smooth and so fast, so well practiced. But I am so impressed with Keller being able to hang this long. A lot of guys will go up, they'll see the number 70, and that'll give them a drive for a lap or two. They want to go up. They really, I can run with Gruy. I can hang with Gruy. Oh, yeah, he just gets a start. Blah, blah, blah. No, there's more to John Gruy than that. But Keller, man, so impressive, being able to hang with him for 5 laps so far.
Keller a little, see, as we look at lap 5, maybe a little closer this time around. Let's see. Not much if it is. 157.901. So Mike Brown has kind of settled in from a 150, just under a 151, into, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if he really wicked it up if he didn't get down in the 146, 145 range, to be honest with you. But I'm not going to put that kind of pressure on him. John Gruy, 157.3, 157.7. So it opens up to just over a second. So it's widening now for second and third. Mercer, a 159, is now 4.2 seconds back. So what was a front row seat now is a hopeful cast with a pocket Popeil fisherman in hopes of being able to reel those guys in.
Oh, I
had
like
to throw
it,
that
Rodney.
one in. Wes Kane's not here, so we got to get fancy with
You went Ronco on us.
Yeah.
I love it.
Got to get fancy with the terminology since Wes Kane isn't available to do so today.
So take a look at Mike, man. Has total control, takes a small look back, knows that we're 5 laps into this thing, but 157, 157, 157 for Brown, Gruy, and Keller are right now all riding the same lap time, but just enough distance in between Keller and Gruy to keep that thing even. Going to be a gap of about 2-3 seconds for the remainder of this one, I believe.
So 157's all for our top 3. We are on lap number 6 now. White flag is out. Mike Brown is on his way home to taking a big win there on the KTM as the checkers fly. It says Husqvarna, but that's orange like a KTM. They're all the same anyway, I guess, in the end. A few modifications here and there, and I like that. You know, I like the progression of the gas, the Huskies, and the KTMs. It's kind of like the GM, the Chevy, and the Cadillac, or the Chevy, the GM, and the Cadillac, I guess you could say.
Yeah, and the components, although not all of them fit, but they still have a little different fork, a little different shock. Right. The frame is similar on one, but the airbox and stuff. So the settings, although, yes, are the components interchangeable, they are different bikes.
Yeah. Absolutely. Brown, Gruy, Shane Kelleher is finishing up in the number 3 spot. Michael Mercer will take honors with 4th place. John Sylvia in the number 5 spot. Jeremy Parsons in 6th. Gregory Paymart moves up a spot there. He gets around, though, Kyle Dangler there. MKS kicks and FMF battling it out on the track.
Yeah.
MKS kicked it that time around anyway. Dangler's going to unleash the power of the FMF pipes, I'm sure, coming up in Moto 2 against these guys. Jeremy Tiffany in 9th, Donald Letty in 10th, Joe Buskirk is 12th, Tony Robinson is 12th, Buskirk at 11th. Then it's Mattiola, Mark Powers, and Jeffrey Pape rounding out the top 15, and we are already into 85cc 9 to 11 Division 1. You wonder about these youngsters right now. These 85, 9 to 11, 101 entries. 3 divisions, top 12 qualifying from each one. As they sort it out, we'll let you know who's out there in this one. Oscar Joseph, Cooper Johnson, Gage Dunham. Certainly going to be an announcer someday, a broadcaster of some sort. Braden Comerford, Drew Dissett, also Jonathan Bergeron, Brody Miller, Mac McCauley, Maddox Perque, Dylan Richards, Kiki DePino, Cody Sipe, Thiago Gross, Wiley Rives, Ben Thompson, Travis Johnsmeyer, Braxton Mees, William Vanderford, Gage Brown, Anthony Pacella, Jacob Roman Valaquez, Evan Blair, Cruz Sanz. It looks like Chance Clark, Corbin Taylor, Mason Weller, Owen Stoddard, Aiden Foist, Kingston Haven, Corbin Durbin, Rocco Baroni, Andrew Johnson, Reagan Davis, and Maverick Gish.
Well, Rodney, trying to put it together here. It looks like Cooper Johnson in that number 2 spot. Now, I thought he was actually out front for just a second, but it looks like right now that is the number, I believe, 97 on his jersey. Let's see who it is. Cooper Johnson definitely in that number 2 ride, though. Here they come right below us, Rodney.
Not sure if you read this number right here, Megawatt. 3,054 entries.
Wow, that is
that's
fantastic.
That's just motocross alone. Yeah.
That is fantastic. Man, when I hear those kind of, first of all, it blows my mind.
Yeah.
But also, it really pleases me because we know what last year's numbers were. And, to see us hanging in there and see a small bit of growth. Now, you wonder at one point, when will the growth stop? How many, can we attract in this and that? But when we keep seeing 3 divisions. We're looking at 3 more divisions. 51, 3 divisions right there. 125, 12 to 7, 3 divisions, Rodney.
I'll tell you.
Those are all those necessary classes. Those are all those learning classes, youth classes. And, man, you had 3 divisions in the vet class is one thing. But when you got 3 divisions in those youth classes, that's a whole nother story.
Absolutely. And Maverick Gish leading this youth class by 0.7 of a second over the number 4 of Cooper Johnson. Gage Brown, the 129 gas ride in 3rd. Travis Johnsmeyer in 4th. Gage Dunham, the 5 dash in 5th. The 9 of Braden Comerford is 6th. 77 Wiley Rives is 7th. 8th place 22 Jonathan Bergeron. 9th place Kiki DePino. 10th place is Andrew Johnson. 11th is Braxton Mees. Your final transfer spot after 1 would have been Tiago Gross, but then in 13th Cruz Sam. Anthony Pacella in 14th. Maddox Perquay in 15th. William Vanderford in 16th. Jacob Roman Valaquez in 17th. It is Chance Clark in 18th, Mac McCauley in 19th, and Aiden Foyce rounding out your top 20. Once again, when the checkers fly, the top 12 is what will transfer.
And again, we're going to do this 3 times, folks. This is the first of 3 divisions, and we're going to put them all together as we work our way into the main event. Rodney, look at this gap right now. This is the lead 4 we're talking about. This is our lead pack.
Yeah, absolutely. And the front 4, we saw 0.7 of a second between 1st and 2nd. Only another second back to 3rd, and about right at a half second to 4th. And then take into consideration 5th and 6th, they're not far off the pack either. 1 second back at the end of the 1, and then a half second back to Braden Comerford. So there was a couple of battles going on there too, and that might be them really starting to get things. Well, there goes our leaders. We got some changes here. Cooper Johnson's dropped back a spot or 2, I believe, as we check in with 2 laps complete now.
I think Dunham might have picked one up.
Yeah, Gage Brown into the number 2 spot. Gage Dunham into 3rd. He's up 2 spots there. Travis Johnsmeyer in 4th. Cooper Johnson does drop back to 5th. Braden Comerford in 6th. Jonathan Bergeron in 7th. Then it's Wiley Rives in 8th. 9th place Braxton Mees. 10th place Kiki DePino. Andrew Johnson and Tiago Gross. Looking for those 2 in 11 and 12, but that's exactly who it is. So they remain the same. No, that's actually Tiago Gross, and now Maddox Perquay in the number 12 spot as he moves up into that.
Man, the Gages always get together. Gage Brown and Gage Dunham.
How
right
does that
now,
happen?
It always happens. Look at Dunham pushing Brown right now. They are all over Maverick Gish. We have got a 3-way battle for the lead, and this has been relentless. These guys have not let up for the opening 2 laps. And there it is. That looks like Dunham making the move to the inside. Will it be enough? Whoa, hits a big kicker right now. Now he's going to have the bump to the inside. Brown moves over on him, takes the line.
Well, a good drive up through these rollers will be very interesting for both riders. Will they be able to maintain? Will they be able to gain and out of there? And hard right-hand turn. Are we already into some lap riders? Is that the next position up we're looking at?
Johnsmeyer actually put himself into the picture as well.
Yeah.
So, no, that's your leader right out there. That's Gish, followed by Brown and Dunham.
Yeah, so he's not gotten very far away. And
no.
Brown and Dunham are certainly well within striking distance at first. This right here is the kind of racing that only you can hope to see as they are literally nose to nose to tail. First, second, and third dropping down in the Gator Pit. It was Gish, Brown, and Dunham at the end of lap number 2. At the end of lap number 3, it is going to be Gish out front, and then it will be Gage in the number 2 spot, which Gage Brown, then Gage Dunham. He gains a little bit of time, but no positions. Travis Johnsmeyer still in 4th.
Wow, they almost come together right there. Dunham stuck that thing down into the inside. Brown grabbed a handful, able to pull away just a bit. Now, the problem here for Dunham is he's using a little more energy. He has to use a little more energy to try to use alternate lines. Brown able to kind of tuck in behind Gish a little bit.
Up onto the back of the Gator now as they make that hard left-hand turn and head toward the heart of the racetrack now. Still 1, 2, and 3, and man, is that 4 coming in as well? Travis Johnsmeyer only a second and a half back, so he's right there in this one as well.
Yeah, they definitely went around. Maybe it was a down rider or a lap rider, but there's the 100. There's Johnsmeyer in the same picture frame right now, and look at this. Brown going to work. Dunham rails the outside. Holy cow, never lifted as he hit that berm, Rodney, and he's going to try that inside again. Brown goes, make the move on the inside. Can he get around Gish? Yes, makes the move. New leader right now, Gage Brown. Gish says not so quick, comes back at him.
Absolutely not so quick. So this one's, I think, could very likely, the way this is looking, go right down to the checkers like this.
Man, Gish answered right away. Brown had a 2-bike length lead within half a corner. Gish said, nah, not going to play like that. Dunham right now just 3 or 4 machines back, so he's given up a bit of space as the battle now is clearly between Gish and Brown.
Well, I'll tell you, we were in the 2-minute time zone there last time around, and I have to wonder if that's going to pick up. Will we see in the 159, 158 range? Dunham did turn a 159.9 last time, and I think he's pushing these guys to that as well.
Absolutely, and Dunham, man, he had another great move, but we talked about those deep ruts. We talked about that condition early in the race here. Did he go down? Did he catch a rut? No, back up. Back up front, we still see him. Gage Dunham went down. Gage Dunham caught the wheel down there. He made a great move. He went to the well too many times. We saw him go inside, caught a fork, flipped over just a bit, able to get back up and rolling, but the damage already done.
Wow. Surprisingly, those lap times still right at 2 minutes, not dipping. Oh. What a heartbreaker for Gage Dunham. And I got to tell you, little guy is going to be somebody to watch.
Yes.
On-track schools. Last night, Andrea Leib called me and said, hey, they're doing a little project. They want you to come down, and they wanted me to be involved. And I got to watching, and I'm like, these kids don't need me. They put together their own little interview session. They interviewed each other and kind of chit-chatted. It was a roundtable discussion between like 5 different riders. And it's going to be being popped up, and I'm sure the folks, as soon as we get where it's at, I definitely want to pass it along to people because it's going to be a must-see. Jaden Cooper, Megan from the girls' class was out there. Kind of trying to remember everybody that was there, but there were like 5 kids, and it was really, really cool.
Well, we make no bones about it. Gage Dunham, he's a little protege of ours. He assists me on Lucas Oil Pro Nationals at both Pala.
He's got all the equipment, dude.
Absolutely.
He's got
Pala,
wireless mics and everything he carries around in the backpack.
And we support that guy. We support any of the youth that are out here looking to take our jobs. So, there it is.
Microphones, headsets, and look at that.
There it is.
And we've got more passes taking place. Can he make it happen? Can he make it stick? That's a question. White flag coming out on this one. And I can't believe it. Maverick Gish has risen to the occasion of every challenge that he's had. I mean, every time that Gage Brown challenges, Gage will get out. Like you said, Mikey, he was about 2 bike lengths ahead, and then almost instantly, Gish turned that right back around.
Listen, these guys have made 2 to 3 different passes. They flip-flopped the script. They've rewritten it twice, and we are still looking at the same players in the same position, although Johnsmeyer now into the number 3 rod with Gage Dunham out. Here we go again. This is where he goes at him. As soon as we get to the top of the hill back there, we get into this rear section. Here we are headed toward the highway in just a moment. Now watch this. You're going to see the gap tighten up one more time. These guys will be on the rear fender, and here we go, Mikey.
Hey, as soon as they had a caution flag right there, as soon as it was gone, Gage Brown goes to work. All right, let's see how this outside line. Oh, no, checks back down into the inside.
And Dunham used the same technique. He bounced off of that outside and went back to the inside. Look at that. Lappers coming into play. Oh, who's it going to be in the favor of? Gish is going to have to go clear him. Brown's going to tuck in behind and see if he can sneak through as well. Look at this. Gish uses the lapper as a defender. Perfect.
Yeah.
Great racecraft right there.
Brown had no choice to check up a little bit, but again, right back on it because, hey, the white flag's out. This is it. If he's going to go for it, it's got to be right here.
How does that happen? It went from 4 bike lengths to no bike lengths, and there wasn't even an obstacle.
Gage Brown going for it. Make no mistake, he's not settling for that second place. He wants first.
Dean Dias looks like a 3-year-old glued to Sesame Street over here, dude. He is just like out of control right now.
Down into the Gator pit we go. One last opportunity for the 129 of Gage Brown around the outside of him. Can he get a good enough drive? Don't think it's going to happen for him. Wow. Kudos to Maverick Gish holding off the heat. The smoke from Gage Brown, man, that was incredible.
And Johnsmeyer hanging in there, hanging tough. He's just about to cross the line right now. I believe that's him dropping in. Unbelievable race. Bummer for our buddy Gage Dunham, man. He had a great ride going on. Called it a day early in that one. Unfortunately, we'll see him in the LCQ.
Look out.
Oh.
Be a man on a mission in that one.
Will be Gage's.
Yeah. And this one, man, 3 divisions. So we take a look here, 85cc 9 to 11, division number 2. We got Eli Richardson, the number 5 of Ronnie Stanley, the number 6 of Ryan Klipner, the number 15 of Colin Holbrook, the 23 of Cole Talent, number 25 of Jackson McCarty, number 26 of Carly Flath, the 27 of Alec Gardagno, the number 50 of Alexander Patterson, the 72 of Chase Moynihan, the 91 of Austin Meads, the number 94 of Blake Raisky, the 111 of Nicholas Guzman, the 124 of Michael Starling, the 126 of Levi Clark, the 133 of Max Losco, the 152 of Trip Glasgow, the 155 of Adam Graham, as well as the 229 of Bryson Snellgrove, the 241 of Briar Stesic, the 244 of Cole Maxey, the 271 of Jackson Driggers, as well as the 277 of Damian Engel, the 302 of Emmett Roy, the 311 of Nolan Murphy, the 312 of Sam O'Leary, the 321 of Lucas Stritsnetsky, the 338 of Hudson Deegan, the 502 of Matthias Thompson, the 518 of Cooper Coulier, the 520 of Riker Kay, the 551 of Justin Schuff, the 711 of Trenton Burton, and finally the 828 of Parker Noyel.
Right now, it's Alec Wadogno out front leading the way. He made a great move there as they came off of the the Gator's tail, and he worked his way down through the inside. He picked up a great line, puts himself into the number 1 position, Mikey.
He's going way back. Camel smoker cross,
you know, man, absolutely.
Way back. Turn the dial back.
Oh, right. Oh, and that was our leader right there. That was the 27, Wadogno, going down. So now he's back in just about that 3rd or 4th position. Gave up a couple spots, fell over, tucked the front end under. Now he's got work ahead of him.
Young riders jockeying for position. I know they're just hearing the last division. If they heard any of it down there, they're fired up for this one and ready to go to battle right here. Buzzing past the Gizmo Tower. Going to duck in down below us here on the announcing tower. And how about it? Alec Godano adding the heat, bringing the smoke. 1 lap in, see what our gaps look like. Lucas Stritsnetsky out in front, got a 1-second lead over Alec Gardagno. Trenton Burton in the number 3 spot with Jackson McCarty in 4th. Sam O'Leary, the 312, in the number 5 spot with Austin Meads in 6th. The 72 of Chase Moynihan in 7th. With Matthias Thompson in the number 8 spot aboard the Gas. The number 15 Suzuki of Colin Holbrook and Nolan Murphy rounding out your top 10 on the 311 Yamaha. Tight racing all over the place. Second gap basically still between everybody out there on the track right now as we're into lap number 2 here.
Yeah, things starting to develop right now into that single file just a little bit. Not close enough to make the move on the guy in front of you, and you're not really eating roost, so you might as well stay in the good line to see if you can close that gap.
Yeah,
so
that's it.
Not that they're playing follow the leader, but that's just the way it's played out on the course physically.
That's it. That's exactly it. Plenty of choices out there as far as those lines are concerned on the track. No shortage of options.
Mikey, we're talking about 3 divisions. 250C, 3 divisions. 51-48 limited, 3 divisions.
Love it.
65, 7 and 9, 3 divisions. 125, 12 to 17 BC, 3 divisions. Look at those classes and look what that represents right there.
It's amazing. It's good. It's growth. That's what that says, especially when you look at the 51cc, the 65cc 7 to 9. The kids at 12, 17. Same situation.
Those 4 classes add up to over 450 entries.
Yeah.
How does that do you?
That's a good point.
How does that do you? 4 classes, 450 entries.
That's impressive. We are the future of motorcycle racing is in good hands. Love to see it. Kudos to the granddads and the dads out there for ensuring that as well, instilling our sport to them at an early age. Love to see it.
No question.
When you got to run not 1, not 2, but 3 divisions in your 50s, we're in a good spot, baby.
That's right.
In a good spot.
That's right. Now, you don't expect to see that out of your B and your A classes. People have gone to college. People have gotten jobs. People have realized nobody's going to pay me to race a motorcycle and things like that. So when the base and the foundation is that strong, we can afford to give up a few in the A class.
That's right.
We can afford to give up a few in the B class that are becoming engineers to build the new motorcycles.
That's it.
That are learning to weld to build the new pipes for Mitch and the guys over like Little D, So as those riders move on and maybe not turn pro and go on, we have a solid base right here, and the Minios is the proof.
No doubt. Well, a little bobble right there by Godogno, Alec Godogno, the 27 machine, and that allowed Trenton Burton to creep up just a little bit more.
And you can see feet off the peg right there again, right after you said he's pushing it. Oh, whoa! Hung it out again. Maybe he might be losing a little air in that rear tire. That bike's starting to move around a good bit. You see him putting that foot down. But he has absolutely gone for it. Maybe going to cross that edge a little bit. Mikey letting it hang out a little too far. So Guadagno definitely turning up the heat.
Got the heat behind him. Burton and McCarty both on the throttle. Working the track, looking for opportunity around him, getting him squared up in the crosshairs here. 2 laps in.
I like exactly what Burton's doing, too. Burton's getting up there as close as he can and just slightly drifting right. Just getting out of that roost just a bit, but still able to take advantage of the same line. Now, look at this. Burton goes to the outside. He's carrying some speed. Not going to be enough.
Ooh, enough to make Stretznetsky check up, though.
Yes.
Looked over that shoulder. Here we go. All side by side. Think he made the pass. Going to duck down into the inside.
Oh, Guadagno used that outside speed.
Takes it right back from him.
Man, you see the dirt squirt off of that rear tire. He grabbed a handful of the critical corner, and, man, he made it happen, Mikey. That wasn't an easy move to make.
No,
by
not
any
at all.
means.
Responding like that, getting passed by Alec. Lucas says not so fast. I'm checking in, still in the lead after 3.
Wow.
But the 2-spot, excuse me, 2-spot Alec in the second place position. Stretznetsky out there. Man, turned to 202. And got some breathing room.
Yeah, like you said, got a little breathing room right now. Able to just settle in. Whoa. Drug that toe back behind the bike just a little bit. And it's a small mistake like that that could really be disaster as we move into lap number 3.
Like where Jackson McCarty's at right there. Doing the same thing as the man in front of him. Get up on him.
Yep.
Drift to the left, right a little bit. And man, just as soon as you think, oh, then we're going to have a gap, and here they are again, that accordion effect going on out and in.
And I tell you what's affecting this is corner entry a lot. A lot of the effect right now is coming straight from your corner entry. Where did you enter that corner?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, boom, we're back together.
Here comes McCarty. McCarty working on Burton right now. Getting him squared up. Hadn't taken the shot yet.
I really want to see the lap time this time around.
Oh, yeah. They're pushing each other.
This one, I believe they're all going quicker, and I believe the gap is going to be almost identical. Whoa! Was the move made?
27, Alex still out in front of him there.
Lap strider confused me.
Yeah.
There we go. Pay attention, Megawatt.
Oh, boy.
Oh, now we have a pass.
Yeah, Alec had the bobble right there. Took a little foot into the dirt. Didn't quite see what happened, but...
And he loses 2 spots.
2 spots.
Insane. I'm not sure what he did there. He went out into that deep stuff. He hasn't used that line before, so he went out into that deep stuff. Kind of got sucked under just a bit there. Back on the attack, though. Here he comes.
So Trenton Burton up into the 2 spot now. Jackson McCarty in 3rd place. And Alec Gardagno drops back to 4th, but not out of it by any means.
No, but just that quick. Surrenders a couple positions.
Man.
And that was bizarre. Drifted out to the left. Looked like he bobbled a little bit. The bike sucked into the berm, but wow. And I haven't seen him use that line the entire race.
No, and he's checked up a little bit more now. These guys got their own battle going on in front of them here. Jackson McCarty working on Trenton Burton.
Yeah, McCarty's on a mission. He was a little bit slower last time, but look at this. There he goes. He's going to go to the outside. He knows carry that speed, and it's a long climb. He's going to get a good drive. Here's our Racer TV replay. We're going to see exactly what happened to Guadagno here.
Oh.
See, he catches that foot.
Yep.
Then he drifts to the left right here. I haven't seen him go out wide like that. The bike tucks just a bit. Watch him start to fold in. Now he goes out to that berm, loses all his speed, and simply surrenders the position to Jackson McCarty. Great replay, guys. Fantastic stuff, man. That was awesome. So it began with the foot off the peg. That caused him to drift left, and then he had to go into that deep berm. McCarty had the door wide open.
Just enough. Just that small little mistake right there. Very costly. By the way, 3:21 of Lucas Tresnetsky still out in front. Steady with that 5-second lead. Trenton Burton and McCarty. That's a battle we've been watching between those two. And going to check in here. White flag out.
And I say only 5 seconds, but still only a 5-second lead.
Yeah.
One mistake, one good tip over, and you have to kick that thing a few times. 5 seconds can be erased. But Stresnecki, he's one of those kids we talk about riding. He's the fastest guy on the track the last few laps. Now, Burton and McCarty turned to 2:02. Lucas Stresnecki at 2:04 last time around. That's definitely let up just a bit.
Yeah, that gap now back to 3 seconds. Lucas got to ride smart this last lap. White flag out. This is going to be for the checkers. So needs to hit those marks and race the track in front of him. Gave up a couple of seconds last time around. Bump, bump, bump. My goodness.
Call that the chatter.
Oh, yeah.
Is what that is. That's the chatter. I have more of the old wash. Now we move from chatter to washboard right there.
That's it right there. That's it. Young man handling it, though. Handling
fantastic.
It, not phased.
Fantastic. And again, this is Division 2, I believe.
Correct, yeah, Division 2. 1 more to go. Man. So, as good as this has been, folks at home, buckle up, Buttercup. You got another one coming at you.
Man, we take the top and we turn this into one division, man.
Dude, it's going to be gnarly.
Cow, I can't wait.
I mean, you got guys out there flirting with a 2-minute flat lap time. It's going to be good.
Absolutely. And Mikey, I'm digging the conditions. This overcast, this little bit of breeze. Man, we have not had to call on the water truck. We don't have any dust of any kind out there. The temperatures aren't beating down on us. The sun's not blazing on the course. So listen, this is better for the bike, better for the bodies, the whole deal.
All right, checkered flag flies in that one. Lucas Tresnetsky going to take the win. Trenton Burton takes second. Jackson McCarty. Great battle by those guys, by the way. Ends up in the 3 spot. Alec Gardagno finishes 4th, and Chase Monahan rounds out your top 5. And we have chaos on screen. Everybody okay? It's just a matter of getting them untangled. I mean, my goodness. Wow. Hey, we got a fun contest coming up later today, Megawatt, while we wait on Division 3 to get itself sorted out here. Wynn just come up and he said, hey, we're going to have a little competition tonight. Now, we got to preface this. This is not happening until we are done racing at the end of the day for obvious safety reasons.
Let me say this slowly. At the completion of today's racing. Now, go ahead, Mikey.
We got a little competition going on. It's the Scott Tear-Off Pickup Challenge. It's a working title, but I think it works. Sounds exactly like what it is. You kids go out there once we are done racing, during the racing, again, at the conclusion of today's racing, grab your buddies, go out there, pick up as many Scott Tear-Offs as you can, and at 7 o'clock, you head over to the Scott tent, you turn them in. They got to weigh. They're going to count them out. I think probably weigh them would make the most sense.
Absolutely, that's what they're going to do.
And whoever brings the most weight and the most tear-offs, what, $100?
$100 cash
money.
Are you serious? I mean, this is awesome.
I'm a guy that appreciates the hustle.
You know it.
So if you're the kid out there at the end of the day and you want to make $100 for a little effort, get out there, pick up some tear-offs.
And you better get your hustle on, because I'm in.
Oh, I'm in. Hey, $100 is $100.
You better get your hustle on right now. You got a 55-year-old dude with a blown knee going to bring it. I can tell you, for that tear-off challenge.
I don't run for much, but I'll run for money. Darren Pine in the number 1 spot. Tace Morgan in 2nd. Wyatt Thurman 3rd. Brayton Craiglow 4th. And Carson Shelton rounds out your top 5. Again, don't forget, guys, Scott Tear-Off party tonight.
Hey, what you got? We talked to Skinner last night down at Moto Tees, and he told me all of this, but as you know, Dean, my memory's not the greatest. So final few clearance items. We got $15 T-shirts, $25 long sleeves, $25 hoodies on sale right behind us at Moto Tees. Go down.
Everything must go.
Absolutely. Go down and see Senator Skinner. He's got it happening down there. They got a full selection. Again, $15 tees, $25 long sleeves, $25 hoodies right behind us at Moto Tees. What a way to celebrate Thanksgiving.
Black Friday starts
I was going to
early.
say, you beat Black Friday, okay?
That's it.
Beautiful. Thank you, Skinner.
Heck yeah. Well, Darren Prine doing work out front. Good battles all across the board. Tace Morgan in that 2 spot, checked in 2 seconds. I call it 3 seconds behind him. Excuse me. Wyatt Thurman in the 3 spot.
Yeah, and like Dean said, bring a can, pick up a can. Plenty of VP left, correct? C12. Perfect. I love that stuff. The best in the business. Nah, can't beat that deal. Exactly. Free.
How much does it cost? Free 50. How about free?
Love it.
Free.
Do it.
Love it. Dean said, I'm going to fill the Grom up. Let's go.
I'll pull the F350 over there.
There you go. Oh. Oh, you make it a joy to work here, Megawatt. I'm telling you.
I hope.
Been a good week. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody out there watching, man.
Always is. You know, what a blessing. You know, we talk about things we're thankful for. You know, thankful that we've got another year in here. And you know what? I'm thankful that Kim and Wynn are driving the ship down here.
Amen.
I am so thankful for Miss Kim and Wynn that they are guiding the ship, man. We are in good hands. And you know what? Makes it a joy, makes it a pleasure to come down and work and participate.
And it doesn't, we've been doing, it's Groundhog Day for us out here.
Yes.
And it doesn't really feel like it. We get to call racing, wake up in the morning. It's a lot of fun. Oh, look at this! Swanky Fox hooked us up again.
And those guys down there, you know what? And we want to send a word out to Wild Bills too. These guys right here,
absolutely.
Poppies. All these guys have done a fantastic job. Swanky Fox, they're a little out of view down there. They're down at the other end by the ice cream cone. But every one of our vendors, whether it's Miss Jane's Donuts, Poppies, Wild Bills, they've done a fantastic job. But the commitment to Swanky Fox, they took a long trip down here from Michigan. They are part of the Moto family. They've been to many big events. And let me tell you, this is their first time down here, and we need to show them as much love as we can. Yep. First quality product from our friends at Swanky Fox. And, man, they got a cool-looking T-shirt, too.
Oh, heck yeah. Yeah. You see the business card there. I'm about it. That's enough to make me go buy a T-shirt. I can tell you that right now.
So Wynn gave us the info. We're going to do the Scott Tear-Off Challenge. We're going to do the Scott Pickup Tear-Off Challenge 3 days in a row. We're doing it at the conclusion of racing tonight, tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday. Is that what you're telling me? We're doing it 3 days in a row. Holy cow, 3 opportunities to get out there. Believe me.
Somebody could walk away with $300.
I'm putting my knee brace on tonight. When this final moto is over, I'm putting my knee brace on. I'm putting my boots on. I'm going to go out there and get dirty. We're going to get busy, dude.
I love it. I'm in.
$300 $300 on the line.
Hey, let's go.
Now, Rodney, you cannot have a 4-man team.
Yeah, we can't have
you cannot have a 4-man team with one bucket. So I know what angle he's going to look at this. So
he'll have broomsticks broken off.
Oh yeah, he's going to have a nail on the end of a broomstick. They're going to have grabbers out there.
Oh my goodness,
unbelievable.
Hey, look at this, Darren Prine. Pine. Sorry, buddy. I'm a big John Prine fan, and I see it, and I glance, and I'm sorry, buddy. Darren Pine. I've only done that a million times this week. He said, Mikey, it's 4 letters, bud. Come on. Doing work. A turn to 159.3. And that's got him some breathing room between him and Tace Morgan as he checked in after the 3rd lap. It was a 2-minute and 1-second lap time for Tace Morgan, puts him 5.5 seconds back. Wyatt Thurman in the 3 spot with Brayton Craiglow in 4th. And Wyatt Duff rounds out the top 5. Get in there, Mike King. Swanky Fox got the hookup. I'm telling you, it's going to change your life. It's going to change your life. Deep fried biscuits. I love some B's and G's, man. That's as good as it gets. Darren Pine. Boy, good battles. And really, every single one of these 85cc divisions. Wyatt Thurman in that 3 spot. Give you the full rundown here. Brayton Craiglow in 4th. Wyatt Duff in the 5 spot. Cole Martin picks up a position on the gas cast, number 47. And that drops Carson Shelton back to the 7th spot. Luke Daniels in 8th. 9th is Chase Dashiell. And Colt St. Clair rounding out your top 10 here. A lot at stake. 3 divisions. Going to be a lot at stake in what will be a heated Consi race for these guys as well. 4 laps into it. Long way around right there. The acceleration bumps, the chatter, doesn't matter. They don't care. They're still sending it. Working around lap traffic at the same time. No problem for these youngsters.
They still have good knees.
Hey, they're mostly cartilage at that age, you know.
Absolutely.
Bounce right back.
Man, this is just absolutely incredible.
Battle for second.
In front of us. Man, that's unbelievable.
Battle for second right there, I believe.
Wyatt Thurman on that Yamaha, just kind of pushing the issue lightly. Okay, doesn't want to cross the line, doesn't want to cross that boundary. And Morgan, man, he's just absolutely taking the pressure right now. Both riders going for the same line right there.
There he goes.
Morgan gives a quick, Morgan gives a quick look back right there, and Thurman says, hey, back at you. I'm right here.
Right here, buddy. You know you can hear me. Now you can see me. He's about to see that front wheel. Oh. How many times have we seen this scenario at the bottom of the Gator Pit?
Man, I've got to tell you, you guys got to be careful with those smaller wheels down there in that deep right-hander. White flag is out. The battle is on. Looked like Thurman grabbed a tear off in the air right there. He wants clean vision on this final lap.
Here we go. Thurman around the outside. The 8-10 of Tace Morgan, little mistake, and he gets him. Right there, Wyatt Thurman moves into the 2 spot.
Wow, and that was all motor.
Yeah.
That was all motor right there. He never shut off, just had a nice line, stayed centered over the bike, Hundine, and just really made it work.
So Tace Morgan drops to the 2 spot. Wyatt Thurman capitalizing, moves into the 2 position. And now they course their way around some lap traffic.
And that may have looked like a simple move, but had he been off balance, Hundine, had he waited one peg or the other and got in that deep stuff, that was a very technical move and held it on right there. It's a very impressive move by the 247 of Wyatt Thurman.
Making things happen. White flag comes out. Thurman goes to work. Love to see it. Wyatt Duff in the 4 spot. Braden Craiglow rounding out that top 5. And honestly, that's up for grabs. The 4th place spot between Craiglow and Wyatt Duff. A tight one.
Yeah, Wyatt Duff. Take a look at him, always in the mix. And that guy's more aggressive at the end of the race. We say that about a lot of our young riders. A lot of guys we can't say that about.
Right.
But Duff is one of those guys. I'm a big fan of his. There's no doubt about that. And what I'm a bigger fan of is the entire family, the unit. You guys heard him say that. He's part of our program last night.
Yeah,
Wyatt
really
Duff
cool.
was. And when we talk about mom, dad, grandpa, we talk about the family unit, man. They're high on my list, I will tell you that. Everybody out here, you know, we're members of a big moto family, but there's some prime examples of good parenting, and they're an example of it.
Absolutely. Checkered flag flies. The number 58, Darren Pine, getting it done. A solid race for him. Hey, that time, you know, we were talking last division about some of those sub-2-minute lap times. Will we see it? We saw several guys, well, 3 of them at least, make it happen here in Division 3. So Darren Pine finishes in the 1st place spot. Wyatt Thurman, as the pass you saw on RacerTV.com, in the number 2 spot. And Tace Morgan rounding out the top 3. Wyatt Duff will take 4th, and Braden Craiglow rounds out your top 5. And that'll do it for the 85 CC.
All right, Mikey, here we go. 250A, race number 52, just about to blast off. Remington Carl, Kyle Smith, Brevin Nelson, Cole Bradford, Nicholas Hunt, Bryce Shelley, Patrick Murphy, Ben Grieve, Benjamin Grieve, Reagan Cochran, Dax Bennick, Zach Humaneff, Christopher Blackmer, Lero Tucker, Jackson Pascal, Kimball Jett, Michael Clark, Aiden Dixon, Dylan Rempel, Wyatt Reimer, Eddie Nora Jr., Caden Smith, Austin Jones, Hayden Deegan, Hagan Hill, Jordan Jarvis in this one. Quentin Peruganese, Andrew Wallace, Ryan Cannigier, Crockett Myers, Keegan Rowley, Devin O'Leary, Corey Rogers, Aiden Scheib, Carl Bagby, and Danny Morass. And what's happening out there? What's happening, Mikey?
Dax Bennick with a fantastic, snags the whole shot, grabs the early lead, and already trying to put a gap on these guys.
You know, Dax told us the other night, Monday evening, he was on the after show on Racer TV. He said, you know, one thing I do really want to work on just a bit is my starts. I get pretty good starts, but I want to get great starts in. Exactly what he did today. Puts himself in the number 1 position here early in lap number 1.
Here it is, first sight of this 250A class here, and Dax Bennick doing what he set out to do so far. A lot of race left in this, and going to be a good one to watch and see how it develops here. But again, a good start for Dax Bennick out in front. Watching on the SLR Rifleworks live drone right here at Mini-O's on a Thanksgiving Day.
And this one, a virtual who-who. We got everybody from Kimball Jett to Aiden Dickens to Eddie Nora Jr. to Danger Boy. Jordan Jarvis out there working on him. JJ in the house.
That's our boy QP in the 2 spot. That's what I thought on the Kawasaki 319. Quintin
Peruganese.
I'm going with it. I love it. 16 years old and riding like a grown adult, man. I mean, my goodness.
Absolutely. He's got good size. He's got good experience. And you have to remember, one of the first trips over here and really not familiar with some of these riders and our tracks. And Quintin doing a fantastic job. Wow. What a battle in that 3rd place. That's got to be Blackmer and Garib going at it.
Yeah, real tight battle with the both of them. Benjamin Garib actually, I believe, gotten around him. Yes, has gotten around Blackmer. So Blackmer got to go back to work. Danger Boy Hayden Deegan, I believe, up into the 5 spot, gotten around the 25 of Trevin Nelson.
Yeah, he's doing what he does right now. He just let that first lap sort itself out. Didn't get the start he wanted. Listen, no mistakes. All right, don't make any bad decisions. We've got plenty of time. 2nd lap, here we go, already starting to put in some good passes, puts himself into the number 6 spot. I believe number 5 spot right now, not the number 6 spot.
Yeah, correct. And working on the 39 of Benjamin Garib right now. Garib got all the smoke. And how about a Danger Boy? Another step up. What a difference a year makes. The maturity level and the patience level. Not the best start. Doesn't smash the panic button. Cool, calm, composed, and go into battle right here on screen.
Yeah, not going to panic. You're not going to do that. You're not going to shake him. You're not going to come up.
He did last year, but
right,
he's another level up.
And you're not going to come up and make him nervous. You're not going to rub his foot. Shake him off his game. He's used to that stuff. And like you said, with each passing year, just getting stronger and more mature. But think about who the teammates are, who this guy's working with, and who he's riding with.
And here he goes, getting him squared up, ducks into the inside here, and will make the pass.
Yeah, Garib looked over, knew that Hayden had possession of the line, didn't even challenge right there. Now Garib gets on the gas. Can he tuck in and follow right now and learn something?
Up the gator back they go. So Danger Boy Hayden Deegan will see what he's got for QP up there in the 2 spot. And Dax Binnick still leading the way, the number 41 Yamaha. Take a look at the rest of the class here. Trevin Nelson in the 6th spot. Bryce Shelley in 7th. 8th place, Aiden Shive. Kimball Jett in the number 9 spot. And Cole Bradford rounding out your top 10. Man, you talk about some heavy hitters. I mean, let's look at 11th through 15th. Kyle Smith, Jackson Pascal, Dylan Rempel, Corey Rogers in the 15th spot. Eddie Norred in the number 15 position. Stacked, baby.
Watch Hayden Deegan accelerate. Watch him get to the rear of that bike. He sees Quintin. Look, the gap is cut in half in less than half a lap. He is already on the rear fender of Quintin right now. If you remember, they got to know each other in a corner over there in Supercross on the last lap. And they said, hey, what's up? How you doing? I'll see you at the finish line. But right now they're going to get a chance to get reacquainted as Hayden Deegan makes his way up onto the rear fender of Quintin Peruganese.
It's funny, we're talking about Quintin being, hey, he's only 16. He's only 16. So is the 238. I mean, we've been watching him since
but we've been watching him since he's 2.
That's it. So
we've been watching him since he was 16 months.
Yeah, it feels like, he's the wily veteran on the track at this point. Oh! Maggie, did you see that?
Under full power, Hayden Deegan brings it into the left-hander, said, hey, let's try flat track today. All right, we've done everything else. Let's try some flat track here.
If Ryan Sipes can do it, I can do it.
Holy cow.
Incredible.
What's that tell you about that Star Yamaha?
It's dialed, man.
That thing is dialed. That bike is money right now. Oh, did you see him jump ruts? He jumped out of the inside rut to the outside rut mid-turn.
Seeing great technique from Hayden Deegan right now. Staying out of the roost. Quintin, freight train's coming.
If you guys will open your moto textbooks to page 3, you're about to get a lesson here in just a moment.
On the inside, is he going to make it? No. But he's right there. He's got him squared up.
And those are just simple tests.
Yes.
That's all those are. He wasn't even looking to make the move. Neither was he there. That was simple position gain right there.
Good job by Quintin. Drop back down low, close the door on Hayden Deegan.
He knows already where he's going to make the move.
Absolutely. Hayden Deegan says, okay, test you a little bit there.
when they get to the split lane down here, keep your eyes open.
That's what I'm inside or outside.
All right,
inside or outside.
Outside.
That outside going to carry that momentum,
speed,
you think?
bro. Here we go.
No, right here before they even get to it.
No.
Oh, look at that.
Able to make the move to the inside, but listen, where did we say it was going to happen?
In that split lane, and it did. Not how we dialed it up, but
Right.
Hayden Deegan said, hey, I'm the one in the helmet.
Of Quintin. Had he not drugged that foot, he was headed to the outside and was going to make that pass. Either way, the result's the same.
Good heads-up move by Hayden Deegan right
Fantastic.
there. We've seen it so many times. The guys taking that outside line the long way around, carrying that momentum. Deegan saw the opportunity. Hey, I can duck down in front of him, close the door on him, and try to check out.
Yeah, no need to wait.
No need to wait.
Express checkout.
Well, his buddy, teammate, Dax Pennick, up in front. Look at this. Lap time for him, a 1:46.9 for Dax Pennick. Dax has said, hey, while you guys were going to battle out there, I am trying to run away and hide, and enjoying a 9-second lead on Hayden Deegan right now. QP drops to the 3 spot. Benjamin Garib is in 4th, and Garib only a second off of Quintin. Christopher Blackmer in the 5th spot on that gas.
And Garib, he's going to be relentless. You're not going to make Garib tired.
Nope.
Okay, that's not going to happen in the least bit. So right now, he's in a good position. Now, I'm a little surprised. I thought Quintin was going to be stronger over here than at Supercross, but I believe maybe the smoother surface, the shorter lap time played into Quintin's favor over there. A little rougher surface, a little longer laps over here is where I thought he would really shine in the program this week.
Watching Garib down there. Watching Garib and Quintin a moment ago. That battle developing as Megawatt alluded to, but Garib not giving up.
And he won't.
Nope.
Let me tell you something. You make this thing 16 laps. Okay, one thing I can guarantee you, Garib's going to be bringing the heat the whole time. Back down into the bottom of the pit. Now here we go. He looks to the outside right now. Quintin tucked that leg in, caught that toe. Ben Garib biding his time. He knows we're only 5 laps into this thing. He has plenty of time. He's going to let it come to him. No need to push the issue whatsoever. Now, last time around, Hayden Deegan 1 second quicker than Dax Bennick. Bennick turned that 1:46.6, 1:45.5 for Deegan. Went home clear back to the 1:49. Benny Garib a half a second quicker, although behind on the track.
Hayden Deegan with that gap. It was up and around the 9.5 second mark for Dax Bennick after 4. Hayden Deegan with that space in between. He can just, hey, hit his marks, ride his race, and chip away. It's exactly what he's doing. And, hey, we're not even quite to that halfway point in this one. I can't imagine it.
Exactly.
Hayden Deegan is chipping. If he can do that a few more times, he's going to be right there with Bennick. But I guarantee you, Bennick knows it too.
Oh, yeah.
He knows he's coming.
Absolutely. He's got the pit board. And those bikes have a very distinct sound, those Yamaha. You listen to those Star Yamahas, they do, and they recognize those bikes.
258.
Unfortunate situation for our friend Jordan Jarvis. You know, I'm looking for Jordan. She's sitting in the 20th position right now, going to be inside the top 20, but a little bit of a failure down on the starting line. Fork guard come literally off of the bike just before the start, so we weren't able to engage the hole shot device and stuff. So in the hole before this one ever started, but as we know, JJ don't care.
No.
JJ's going to grip it and rip it.
Absolutely. Garib and Quintin battling on screen. Go ahead, Mega.
Fox just told me we didn't get the crank in Jordan's bike till this morning.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, so
making me nervous
always
now.
up against it, man. And Jordan said, we'll break it in, not a problem. All right, we'll heat cycle it. That's not a problem.
Yeah, we're done. Still going to send it.
Love her game, man. You know, she's good with the kids. She's good for the sport, man. She is a great role model, and I got to tell you, love when she has good success, and I like to see her pick up a couple more spots here today for sure. But right now, Dax Bennick, last time around, 1:47.9. Hayden Deegan, 1:46, and all of a sudden, that 8-second gap becomes a 5-second gap.
Hayden Deegan, man, at 145 's just
And
nuts.
we're halfway.
And we are halfway.
Yeah. So
Let's do it.
I didn't necessarily see the cross flags. Are they there?
Yeah, he's got him
Okay.
up. Yeah,
I wanted to
we're
make sure that I know it's 12 laps, so
Yep.
wanted to make sure he did have the cross flags up. So plenty of time left. And I promise you, one thing you're not going to question about the 41 and the 238 is conditioning.
For
Okay,
sure.
listen, these guys are
They're not
prepared.
gonna
They're going to
fall
go
off.
30 plus 2. That's not a problem. These guys up against that stopwatch all week long. They know how to put the laps in. They know how to be consistent. And right now, it's a method for these guys. It's a system, and we worked about that. Follow the system because the system works.
Getting ready for our 7th lap completed here. Dax Bennick is checked in, but it has reached that point, Mega, where as Dax coming out of a turn, Hayden Deegan's got him in his sights, and now it is, hey, I can see you in front of me.
He absolutely does. As he crosses the tunnel there, look at this. A quick glance over, and now all of a sudden we're on the same straightaway, bro.
And here we go.
Dropping into Gator Falls is Dax Bennick. Now Hayden Deegan, last time around, 149.4, 147.2. That gap that was 5.8, now 3.6. Lots of laps to go, Mikey.
Both riders on screen right there. This one's going to be setting up to be, I think, a good one when we get down to those last couple of laps.
You know the general, he's got his eye on him. You know Bobby Regan, man. He is taking notes
good
right
job,
now.
boys.
He's going to say, Dax, this is what I need to see from you. Hayden, this is what I need to see from
That's
you.
it.
And they're going to say, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Regan. Absolutely. And it's been fun watching these guys grow up. You know, we talk about Loretta Lynn's. We talk about watching these guys on 65 days. But what's fun is watching them grow mentally and as young men, watching them mature that way, and what may have been a little more carefree as these guys really start to mature and fill into these boots that they're growing into.
Absolutely.
Just watching the attitude change, watching the personalities change, a lot of fun as well.
Oh, Mega, we're going to get a front row seat for this. They're right there. Different line choices right here. Deegan on the inside.
Yeah.
Bennick takes a long way around, buzzing past the Gizmo Tower. And here we go. How many times have we seen it in the Gator pit today?
A little further back on the bike, Hayden Deegan getting a little more drive off of that rear wheel, wanting to be a little more centered. Dax Bennick, now watch as he shoves it into this corner, tries to get ahead of the bar. Deegan already is. He already had his chin bar out over the handlebar.
Man, Dax knows he's there now.
All right, so we watched 7.5 seconds go away in about 3.5 laps.
Half a second now.
Yes.
Half a second. And here in about a half a second, we're going to be able to throw a blanket over them. Not just any blanket either, Mega. It's going to be a baby blanket. Okay,
Wow.
Look at this.
Great move. Hayden went a little further inside than I've seen most riders go. Bounces that thing back to the outside. Who's going to have control of that inside line? Right now, it's still Dax Bennick. Hayden's already got another spot lined up. He's going to take a run at him when we get back down of 40 miles of bad road back there. He's going to take a run at him.
Bennick doing some defensive riding right there, getting the door closed on him.
All right, here we go. We're going to make the climb. We're going to come out of this left-hander. Here we go. Going to take a run at him, like we said, down the rough road. Now he's going to go inside. He's going to have that big bump to deal with, but he's going to have the shorter track. Bennick carrying some momentum, but the shorter line goes to Hayden. Great move. Textbook pass 101. Now has control of the inside. Dax going to tuck in right behind him, follow him right now. But new leader, the 238, Hayden Deegan.
Great display of that maturity level.
Fantastic,
between
dude.
last year and this year by Hayden Deegan right there.
He understood the urgency, but no panic right there, okay? No mistakes right there. Showed maturity, let it come to him. Knew, and I told you where it was coming to, as a matter of fact. Knew where he had the better spot, knew where he had the better line.
Now we get into a little bit of lap traffic. Shouldn't be any issue for Hayden Deegan and Dax Bennick. The battle we just saw unfold right there as Deegan moves into the one spot, checks in. Another lap completed for him. It will be a 12-lap race here for the 250A class. Hayden Deegan, your new leader. Dax Bennick falls to the 2 spot. QP Quintine in that number 3 spot on the 319 Kawasaki. To this point has held off Benjamin Garib. Garib was giving him all of the stroke earlier. Dropped back a little bit. 2-second gap now between them. Blackmer still in that 5 position. But boy, as he got some heat behind him. Aiden Shive to 7:31 last time around was a second back. Trevin Nelson 7th. Bryce Shelley in the number 8 spot with Jackson Pascal in 9th. And Kimball Jett rounding out your top 10.
Truganier's hanging in there. We haven't mentioned him the last couple laps, and to be honest with you, thought Benny Garib was going to dispatch him somewhere around lap 7, and it just didn't happen. Kept answering the call, and making it happen. And Perugian, he's hanging in there right now. Very tough.
Yeah, doing very well in that 3 position.
But the 39 is not done.
No, absolutely not.
Believe me, he might be taking a breather, might have pumped up just a bit, but believe me, he's going to go back to work here in 1 second. There's a big difference between that 3rd position and that 4th position.
Absolutely.
Big difference between on the box and off the box.
That's it, man.
Sure.
Watching Hayden Deegan on your SLR Rifleworks live drone. Shout out to our drone operator, Daniel, best in the business.
Daniel, you are, man. Absolutely.
Man. Guy's an animal.
You know, there's lots of sports they use the drone in these days. You know, pro golf, NASCAR, this and that. And I've seen a lot of drone coverage, but I don't know that there's another sport that drones is effective in.
Oh, man.
As it is in motocross. And I don't think I know for a fact I haven't seen another pilot that's as sharp as our guy Daniel by any means.
You know, he does a lot at Pro Moto with you guys. He does a lot at the GCCs for us. And what a game changer coming from off-road, man. We're blind a lot.
Oh,
and the drone has changed the game.
Game
changer.
changer.
So much.
For sure.
So, hey, if you've ever wanted to dabble your toes into watching some off-road, can't encourage you enough. Check out a GNCC next year. Daniel's, he got the work for you. Oh, man.
And he went back to that line. That's the line he actually set Dax up with to get close enough. And, man, he is just hitting those markers every time. Finding that fringe we talk about.
Yeah.
Finding that fringe.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Hayden Deegan this entire week.
Stood up all the way through those 2 sections. Did not sit down, Mike. He stood up all the way through those 2 sections. Picked his way through the lappers very gently and used the lower body strength to do that. Look at this. The guy's on point right now, just precise as can be. Need the speed? We got it. Do we need to get technical? Not a problem. Can we let it hang out just a bit? Well, we can do that too. Wow.
I would say that young man is in good hands right now.
No question.
Smart decision. Matter of fact, I think he even said that Monday night to you guys during the Racer X interviews.
For sure.
How do you feel about the decision now with Yamaha? He said, I think it's the best decision I've ever made so far.
Right.
And I think as he's right.
And Dax reiterated the same thing.
Yes.
Dax reiterated the same thing. You go into Bobby Regan's camp, let me tell you something. We said it on stage. Listen, Mom and Dad, there's the door. You guys stand outside of it. We're going to leave the egos out there, as a matter of fact. We're going to put our big boy pants on. We're going to go to work. We're going to go racing.
Yeah. It's paid off. Just and again, can't reiterate enough. You know, we've been following the young man since he was in diapers. Still, 16-year-old kid. That's a kid out there doing this in the 250A class. Making it happen.
Yeah, still a kid.
Dax Bennick. And white flag. Is it white flag? I thought so. Maybe not.
Might
thought it was going to be 12.
Yeah, it should be. Thought it was.
I thought we were in
He's got the white flag in his hand.
Yeah, could be wrong, but maybe we're going 13.
I may be wrong.
A bonus lap, maybe.
Appreciate our guys in the trailer. I love our Happy Turkey graphic.
Oh, yeah, man. Look at him. We got the fork and knife ready.
Happy Turkey, man.
On.
That guy's chilling.
I think that's called cannibalism. Right? I mean,
when you eat your own, yeah.
Here we go.
I'm going to have to say that's exactly what that is.
Oh, mercy.
Casimir looking at Hayden Deegan on that 238. Entering the pit one more time down into that right-hander. Now white flag is out on this one.
So thought it was going to be 12. Looks like we got some bonus racing. We'll take it.
Absolutely.
That's fine.
You got to remember, white flag is an option.
That's right.
You know, when
right.
you are in the riders' meeting, they tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
So, and again, at this level, you're trained to race to the checkered anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Last thing you should be doing under your helmet is counting laps.
Yep. All right, I got one to go. Oh, no, I got 2 to go?
Yep, definitely.
Well, I didn't win because of that.
Yep.
No. You know better.
Well, we're about a minute 50 from this one being over, Mikey. Actually down to about a minute 30 right now from this one being over. And Hayden Deegan, very patient on the start. Took about 4 laps or so. Let himself really work himself into that position. Didn't make any hasty moves.
Right.
And didn't put himself in any jeopardy. Dax Bennick led this one from the start. Just about 4 to 5 laps, as we said. Into that second spot right now. Has a great pace going on. Looks like the Star Yamaha is going to go 1-2 here at the finish.
And I mean, you know how it is, calling outdoors, watching Supercross. There's another guy on a Yamaha that doesn't always get the best start, but that tool, to have it in the toolkit of, hey, I didn't get the best start, now I got to get through the pack. Hayden Deegan's got that.
Listen, and that's what you have to be prepared for, because only one guy gets a whole shot.
Exactly.
Okay, so you're either going to get the whole shot every week and use that strategy,
right? And
or you're going to be prepared and you're going to train and you're going to work to come through the pack. One or the other. Okay.
I don't care who you are. You're not always going to get the perfect start.
That's
Things
exactly
happen.
right.
So the man has got a well-equipped toolbox.
No question. Yeah, he's familiar with how all those tools work, knows which one's needed in what application, and absolutely has that toolbox organized.
Bang! The checkered flag flies, and Danger Boy Hayden Deegan will grab the first place finish. Great ride by him, working his way through the pack to get the job done. Dax Bennick, a solid ride for him as well.
Great ride by Dax. Great ride.
And our buddy QP Quintine finishes in third. Benjamin Garib hangs on for the number 4 spot, and Christopher Blackmer will round out your top 5. Got to hand it to Quintine. Fell back to the 3 spot. Had heat from Garib all moto. Didn't matter.
That was one of those workman rides. You know, workman class ride right there. Did what he needed to do. Kept that position. Answered the call. Ends up on the box. QP.
Love it. Here we go. Mini Senior 2. Race number 53, Mason Borges, Michael Kudra, the number 11 of Madison Casimir, the number 15 of Kalen Duane, the number 16 of McLean Fidelini, the 17 of Davis Daniels, the number 20 of Chase Eglowitz, the number 22 of Jonathan Getz, the 23 of Nathan Hummel, number 24 of Austin Gore, the number 26 of Carson Wood aboard the Kawasaki, the number 27 of Cole Martin, the number 28 of Jack Shea, with the number 30 of Tyler Tulos, the number 33 of Dayton Lowry, the 47 of Heath Fisher, the number 48 of Logan Rayleigh, the number 50 of Lincoln Bartholomew, the 83 of Gavin Fortner, as well as the 101 of Brock Mathis, the 141 of Danny Robertson, 165 of Dakota Baker, the 181 of Nathaniel Orr, as well as the 191 of Austin Camden, the 218 of Logan Creasel, the 234 of Gregory Jordan, Leon Gomez on the number 250, the 251 of Maximiliano Tronosco, the 254 of Jack Devison, the 278 of Jace Baker, the 314 of Kane Bolasina, the 319 of Benjamin Moya, with the 412 of Branson Richard, the 455 of Gavin Pettit, the 505 of Tommy Petts, the 511 of Inaki Abaruzia, the 555 of Ethan Abels, the 559 of Joseph Shipley, the 625 of Jadon Williams, the 627 of Anthony Burke, the 923 of Grayson Kelly, and the 926 of Carson Camley. And I thought it was a 514 on the jersey.
That's what I'm going with, to be quite honest with you, but I don't see that.
Now we're going to know for sure as they check in with the lap completed. That is the 314.
There it is.
Of Kane Bolasina.
I saw Carson Wood. I saw the 26 for sure, and then the 234 had me confused as well, and that's Gregory Jordan. So Kane Bolasita out front, Gregory Jordan in the number 2 spot. Carson Wood sits in the 3 position. Jonathan gets it in the number 4 spot, and Heath Fisher rides in the 5 spot.
Seen some good things out of Kane Bolasina this week, and give a shout out to Stallman's Power Sports Mom and Dad. I love that Mom and Dad pack ride. My buddy Aaron Bannister, Sickwicks.
Oh, cool, yeah.
Oh, yeah, cool candle company, man.
Love it.
All moto themed, very cool.
Tell him we got to get the man room and the man cave in Mega's place restocked. I had a few of those and stuff. Got to get stocked back up on those. I love it.
I get you hooked up. That's my guy right there. He shot me a text. He said, "Man, I think I got 11 text messages. Everybody saying, hey, they were mentioning Sickwicks on this."
That's it, man, for sure.
Yeah, I love it. Love it.
Cool item. Great idea. I love it. I'm a supporter of it.
It's brilliant. I mean, let's be honest. I know there's some RVs out there that smell like 5-day-old riding gear.
Yes.
Okay. And do yourself a favor. Just Google Sickwicks. Sicwick. Get you a candle.
Bolasina feeling the pressure right now. Carson Wood going to work. Carson's moved himself into that number 2 position right now on the 26 Kawasaki. Leaders coming down into the split lanes. How's it going to play out? Wood goes to the inside. Whoa, has a big bobble there. But man, he grabs a handful, straightens that Cowie right back out.
My goodness.
Oh, I mean, tried to set it in on top of him. Okay.
Man, got to hand it. Carson Wood probably sick of hearing us say, well, he's been in the 2 and 3 spot, hasn't been able to get out front. He said, I'm sick of hearing it. I'm going for it here in the Mini Senior 2. Kane Bolasina, I'm coming after you.
And I got to tell you, he's been out front many, many times. He's heard us announce that before.
Oh, absolutely.
But right now, Bolasina, man, he is doing a fantastic job. I like his line choice in and out of the gator pit. He just drifts that thing just a touch wide. Doesn't go clear wide, but he's just missing a couple of those bumps on the last couple laps.
Bolasina, another rider, seems like he was, always mentioning his name, but, middle of the top 5, a 4, 5, maybe a 3 here and there. But, something he's done in the last year, he's doing right. So whatever the program is for Kane Bolasina, keep it up, man, because you are on the map, on the radar this year.
So Carson Wood went into the next county and came back over right down. I'm not sure where that outside line came from, but man, he was outside. Now starting to show a wheel to Bolasina. Letting things come to him just a bit. Again, not going to push the issue very early in this one. Not even 3 laps complete. Wood down around the outside. Here we go. He grabs a big handful. Now Bolasina's going to have to take that big bump to the inside as they work their way back into the front section of the track. Wood gets a great drive into the rollers. Here we go. Bolasina up over the front of the bike. Wood more stationary, more planted to the middle, and there we go. Believe the move has been made. No. Small contact. They just rub elbows. Whoa, Bolasina goes inside. Wood carries just a little more speed. Right now, he has control of the position, and we have a new leader. That's the number 26 of Carson Wood. He said, there you go, Mikey Waynes.
Now say my name. I'm out front.
Say my name, Mega.
Not in second, not in third.
Carson Wood in the lead.
Carson Wood. You know who Wood? Carson Wood. That's one from...
I know who Wood. Carson Wood.
By the way, if anybody's wondering out there, where's West Cade? We haven't heard West Cade yet. Our buddy is headed to Arena Cross. So we won't have our good buddy with us. So, Wes, if you're watching, he shot us a text first thing this morning, said, Happy Thanksgiving, boys.
That's right. Our Uncle Wes.
Uncle Wes. So Carson Wood out front. Kane Bolasina drops to the 2 spot. Still in the fight, though. Gregory Jordan in 3rd on the gas. Jonathan Getz in the number 4 spot. Inaki Abaruzia in the 5 position. Heath Fisher back in 6th. Nathan Hummel in 7th place. 8th place is Austin Camlin with Joseph Shipley in the number 9 spot and Jace Baker rounding out your top 10.
I think Getz's tire is going to be twice as worn out as everybody else's because he has crisscrossed the track like a dozen times per lap.
The good line?
Yeah.
Where is the good line?
Searching. Doing what he needs to do, man. I mean, he has been from one side of that track to the other, from one end to the other. He is searching. He is going to find it.
Bolasina coming under some fire now. In that 2 spot, Gregory Jordan and Jonathan Getz right there with him. Might be the pass here on the outside, or can Bolasina close the door? No.
Whoa, nice power move right there. Just had faith in his brakes right there.
That was Gregory Jordan on the pass.
Yeah.
Good and clean, too.
Now look, coming along for the ride.
I believe that's going to be Getz right there.
It is.
Yep.
He gets it. Works his way through, coming along for the ride. Good strategy right there.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. He's going to take the long way around, see if he can get a good drive out of this one. Right.
Wow, that was risky, man. He already had the move made, so
yeah.
I think he was going to thought he was going to open the gap. Now he's going to give the position back. He might surrender it. Oh, he's going to take position on the inside. Oh, are you kidding? Gave it back.
Meanwhile, the 5'11", 51 on the jersey, Inaki back there in the 5 spot says, hey, I want to play. Deal me in.
May I have this dance?
May I have this dance?
Looking for a new partner. Here we go, man. Carson Wood turned a 158.6. Now, it was a 159.8 that time for Gregory Jordan, but look at Bolasina and Getz. 201.6, 201.1. And Naki Brazil said, hey, I'm a second quicker. You guys have to make room. Open up.
Yeah, that's it. Scoot over. I'm coming to Thanksgiving dinner.
Oh, small hiccup right there. Was that Bolasina? Got caught up in that rut just a touch there. Looked like a foot peg.
Yeah.
Might have hooked just a bit. What happens, Mikey? Now you start seeing you can visually see some depth out there on these smaller bikes. All of a sudden you catch a brake pedal down there. You catch the shifter, knock it into a false neutral, that kind of thing. So have to be very careful. And these guys are aware of that. They know exactly how deep that is. But man, in the heat of the battle, one of those berms can give way. You can slide off the edge of it, and any of those things can happen.
Boy, this three-way battle. Inaki going for it. He's on the outside there. And tucks right back in behind Bolasina. Bolasina now back out front. Gets in. It flip-flop back and forth. I've lost track of how many times these guys have traded positions.
Getz had both feet off the peg behind him, but his wrist was locked. Man, never let off.
Love it. 2 riders a long way around. Can they get a good drive out of there? Can Getz make it stick? No. Not for the moment, side by side.
Inaki had a big swap, and he too refused to shut off and put himself into great position, picks up a spot.
Bolasina gets a little breathing room, at least for a moment. By the way, Carson Wood checking in, and white flag is out.
Man, oh man.
Carson Wood doing a good job keeping those 158s as 159s on the lap times, keeping it consistent. Gregory Jordan in the 2 spot. Kane Bolasina under fire, but sits in 3rd. Inaki in 4th. And Jonathan Getz rounding out the top 5.
And I mean, it has just been basically a square dance. Okay? Swing your partner in the corner. You know, these guys back and forth, stepping out, 2 steps here, 2 steps there.
Yeah.
I mean, what, we line dancing?
It's it, man.
Unbelievable. That'd be right up your alley.
Right up my alley. Hey, went to dinner last night. I turned Megawatt onto a little Sturgill Simpson bluegrass last night.
Hey,
a little picking.
That dude's awesome.
Hey, he's a killer dude, man.
And let me tell you something, whether it's bluegrass, whether it's old school country, not pop country.
Oh, no, not even a little bit, man. That's real country.
Or trashy, fuzzy rock and roll, man. Sturgill Simpson has it, dude. Yeah, I like that fuzzy stuff.
Yeah, we're on the way. And who is this guy? I got you. Let me tell you the history here. Carson Wood trying to make some history. Trying to get a first place. Ooh, got into a lapper right there. Had to check up a bit. Thankfully,
he's not the enemy, Carson.
He's not the enemy.
Not the enemy.
Friendly. Did a good job. I'm sure he let that young man know, hey, buddy, I'm behind you trying to get around.
Did you see the amount of chatter?
Oh, man.
On that rear wheel when Carson came out that quick. That tells you this thing's going to get rougher than a night in jail, Mikey.
I'm telling you what, it looked like a PBR bull riding right there.
It has been relatively smooth the last couple days. We're seeing totally different conditions in these corners today.
Yeah, it is a different track. It is so cool to see how this thing changes throughout the week with the weather and the riding and everything, just every aspect.
It's a totally different beast today and has a new personality, Mikey. It's Thanksgiving Day. It said, hey, let's get happy.
Let's get happy. Carson Wood, there it is. Bang! Checkered flag flies and he will take a first-place finish here. Great ride by him. Was behind Kane Bolasina early in it. Ends up taking the win here. Gregory Jordan going to finish in the 2 spot. Kane Bolasina going to take 3rd. 4th place, Inaki Abaruzia. 5th place, Jonathan Getz. What a battle by those 3. Swap positions, Lord only knows how many times. Nathan Hummel finishes 6th. Heath Fisher in the 7th spot. 8th was Austin Camden. Joseph Shipley finished in the 9th spot. And I believe it's Jace Baker. Yes, Jace Baker will take 10th place. We turn our attention now to, I believe, race 54 here. And that is going to be the first of 2 divisions here for the 250B class. Noah Smurden, Kaysen Pinkston, Taylor Beckwith, the 25 of Aaron Buck, the 27 of Christian Yannick, the 38 of Arua Shimlin, the 41 of Eric Ismail Vasquez, the 45 of Mitchell Zarimba, the 59 of Jack Jameson, the 70 of Joseph Spadaro, the 72 of Gavin Betts, the 79 of Jaden Wolf, 87 of Devin Salo, the 91 of Rodrigo Borges, the 98 of Santiago Rosenweg, the 107 of Jordan Renfro, the 111 of Caleb Weller. As we roll up the gator back here, the 118 of Alex Ballestero, the 120 of Jay Covert, the 121 of Lucas Geisler, the 135 of Brett Mitchell, as well as a 142 excuse me, of Sage Lewis, the 147 of Hayden Jamison, the 159 of Chase Adams, the 174 of Trevor Collop, the 186 of Grayson Fair, the 209 of Nicholas Israel, the 211 of Wyatt Bass, the 237 of Nathan Germain, the 242 of Ariel Riveros, the 247 of Brock Walker, the 281 of Vincent 14, and the 300 of Drew Adams, the 374 of Cody Miller, the 409 of Brennan Schofield, as well as a 518 of Matthew Mowry, and the 722 of Josh Carson, as well as the 919 of Jonathan Yelton. And that is your starting gate for race number 54, your 250B division number 1. Battles all over the place.
Rodney, I got to tell you, you missed one, didn't he, Mikey? Holy cow.
Yeah, gnarly.
Unbelievable. I know you were listening, but that he said, no, not really. I try to, he said, I try to block you guys out as much as possible.
He said, what part of break didn't you understand?
Well, I went over, grabbed a little snack, something to drink, and I left my IFE is now into the new board here, so I couldn't really monitor what was going on. It got really quiet on that other side. I actually dozed off for like 3 minutes, I think, so after I ate. But back and ready for more great racing, and looks like that's what we've got going on right now. 250B Division 1 on the track with Grayson Fair out front, Brock Walker in second. Nicholas Israel running in the number 3 spot. Rodrigo Borges in the number 4 spot. Zaremba is 5th. That's the 45 of Mitchell Zaremba. Jordan Renfro, the 107 starting out in 6th, and it's Noah Smurt and Drew Adams. Hayden Jamison, Jack Jameson, Wyatt Bass, also Devin Salo, Brennan Schofield, Jaden Wolf, Santiago Rosenweg, Vincent Fortin, also Christian Yannick, and Joseph Spadaro. That's your top 18. That's the transfer spots. That's 1 lap complete. That again, big names buried back through the field in this one, and it's going to be tough. Starts are critical even in these first motos and division races, especially if you want to make the top 18. And right now we're watching, I believe, Drew Adams, if I'm not mistaken, there on the 300 Kawasaki back in the 8th place position, trying to work his way up through the pack right now. As our leaders now make their way into the home stretch, here comes leader Grayson Eller.
Grayson getting a good jump.
Actually,
off
that's
of the
Brock Walker.
Oh, it is.
It is
that's
Brock
the 24
Walker.
machine.
Yeah,
Yes.
just actually caught a visual on those guys, and it looks like,
well, 247, but he wears 24. So
yeah. So Grayson Fair dropping to 2nd. Brock Walker in the number 3 spot. Now we got a visual. We're going to get to see some great racing out here, Megawatt. There comes your 3rd place ride through. That is, I believe, still Nicholas Israel It is Mitch Zaremba. Look at that, all the way up to fourth now. He gets from sixth to a fourth place position by Rodrigo Borges, and also coming with him, Jordan Renfro, Noah Smurden, Drew Adams, and Hayden Justice. Looks like Jack Jamison might have had some problems back there. He drops back to the number 12 spot. Schofield now up to an 10th place position. He was barely just inside a qualifying spot. Now he's a top 10 rider as we roll into lap number 3. You also see it Wyatt Bass, Devin Salo, Joseph Spadero. Taylor Beckwith is now in a top 18 ride at 16th. Rosenwagen 17th and 18th. Cole Case and Pinkston. See names like Gavin Betts. Also Jonathan Yelton, Lucas Geisler just outside the bubble right now as we're trying to make things happen. Brock Walker again taking point on this second lap round, Megawatt, and of course he is putting that to good use.
And Rodney, this is Division 1.
Yeah.
I mean, Division 1, take a look at those names. When we take a look at Division 2, holy cow, it is a virtual who's who. Rodney, we're taking a look at our track right now. We always, watch the progression of the track. This track is going to get a good bit rougher, in my opinion, than it's been the last couple days. The lower temperatures, we don't have that direct sunlight drying the track out. We're bringing the moisture up from the bottom, and there seems to be a lot more chatter in some of those ruts, and we're picking up more washboard as well.
Watching Jordan Renfro on the 107, looked like he might be in line to make a pass around Zaremba quite possibly, or at least Borges there for the number 5 spot. As we check in now with 3 laps complete. Walker, Fair, Israel, Zaremba checks in 4th, and that is Smurden now in the number 5 spot. Borges is 6th, and that's what happened. Renfro dropped back to 7th place position in that battle and swap, and there's Drew Adams still back at the number 8 spot. Christian Yannick now up to 9th. Hayden Jamison in 10th. Schofield drops to 11th. Salo, Jamison, Bass, Badero, Beckwith, Betts, and Pinkston all still within qualifying positions.
Rodney, Zaremba has to clock back in and go to work. He turned a 151 last time around. Israel, who got around him, was a 153. Grayson Fair was a 153. But that small mistake, even though he had the quicker lap time, gave up that position. So, again, has to clock back in, go to work, take the second shift, and see what he can make happen. A 150.3 for Brock Walker out front, so definitely he is the quickest guy on the front on the track, as he should be, your leader. 153 for Fair, 153 for Israel, but again that 151 for Zaremba and a 152 for Smearden.
That's exactly what I was taking into account right there. That's where really the race is about to tighten up. Zaremba actually should be into the number 3 spot now, and then we should be seeing him, if that pace continues, he should be reeling in Grayson Fair as we near the completion of this lap. There is first place, Brock Walker checking in front of the Yamaha Tower.
And if we do it by the math, he should be bringing Smearden with him.
And there is the 186, and there is Zaremba right behind the 186 as expected as they get into sight now. So Walker checking in with 151.2 that time. And now as we check in with 2nd place, 3rd place, and 4th, 5th on down, Grayson Fair is right there, still in the number 2 spot, but right with him is Mitchell Zaremba.
Look at Zaremba from behind right there, headed down over Gator Falls. That looks like a young Damon Bradshaw with that 45 in that blue and white jersey on his back, man. That's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. Taking you back, Megawatt, and right now taking it to the track is Mitch Zaremba as he's now atop of the Gators back, chasing down Grayson Fair for the number 2 spot. Top of the point, and they make that hard left-hander and now drop down into...
Looked like Zaremba was going up and run the camera for a minute.
Absolutely.
Looked like he was going to take a break and become a cameraman over the rear fender. Zaremba feet up through those ruts. Rodney, look at the drive he's getting.
Well, as they head on the backside, dropping into the Gators' tail now. Zaremba going to go to that outside, going to go back to the inside. He's switching it up, man.
Wow.
There's not a smooth line out there.
We didn't see that rider down. Did you see he made that checkup? We wondered what was going on.
Yeah.
I thought it was a bobble. He had to change lines because of that downed rider.
That's what it was. Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was a bobble at first.
Well, look, it hasn't really slowed his momentum down. It may have inspired him just a little bit because he got out of his flow and his groove and maybe got recharged back up with a dose of adrenaline, and here we go down in front of the spectator viewing area. And he's in a good spot. Let's see if he can make this line work today. We've seen it work a few times, and he's side by side, and yes, threads that needle coming into front of the Yamaha announcer's tower and takes over the number 2 spot as they drop down into the Gator pit now. Zaremba, your new second place ride. Grayson Fair in third, and what a push by Mitchell Zaremba. He was somewhere around 10th place at the end of lap number 1.
Yeah, Zaremba really lined him up right there, did a good job. Knew he had just a little more momentum, and it doesn't take a lot, Rodney, as you saw, but that little bit of momentum was able to put him in position, and now all of a sudden, Zaremba in that number 2.
Wow.
Number 2 position.
I'm looking at the sponsors for Mitchell Zaremba, and has got some really great sponsors.
He does.
When you look at that, those are not the kind of sponsors you would expect. You would expect to see one of these factory-supported teams actually in this kid's corner, and he's supported by a local motorcycle shop up near Morgantown, West Virginia, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't that Morgantown Power Sports he's sponsored by?
It is, absolutely. He's an MPS rider. He comes out of Ohio.
Right.
And the guy and his dad, I told you I've talked to his dad several times. Wonderful people.
Wow.
And let me tell you something, they're as humble as they come. And there's people out there that have a ton more support than they do.
I can't believe.
And they get the results, bro.
And, you know, and that's the beauty of these events like this right here, is to see the talent showcase like this. And Zaremba coming out, we see him at Loretta's doing amazing things as well. And it makes you wonder, what does it take to get a factory ride? If this won't do it, I don't know what will.
And of course, we're still looking, we're still looking at the B class right here.
Right.
So that next level for Zaremba is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
He's
finding it.
He is next level.
Absolutely.
Okay, and it's a matter of who's going to go along for the ride with him, who's going to help him get to that next level.
Yeah.
And to be quite honest with you, you and I had a talk. I'll go ahead and put it out there. You and I had a talk earlier in the week. I would be interested in pursuing some help for that young man as well.
Well, I'll tell you what.
He's in my neck of the woods, like the program, and few people I'm going to talk to.
Well, I hope he gets some attention here today, because it is well deserved. Even though Noah Smurden got around him there, Smurden really pushing the envelope there. He moves up into that number 2 spot. An MX Locker, Troy Lee Designs, FMF Pro Taper back ride himself. Smurden, another one of these fast kids, and he spends a lot of time training for these events as well. But Fort Worth, Texas, home of Brock Walker, 6 laps down on this one. We got a couple more left to go. We probably should be seeing the white flag next time around. The Noah Smurden now, the number 2 spot. Zaremba just impressive as can be to push himself up through the pack to get to where he did. And Noah Smurden equally as impressive there on that number 4 machine out of Cairo, Georgia. Looks like he may be, well, the gap is some 8.4 seconds. You see, it looks as though he may think he might have an opportunity to really win. I love to see that, man. That's heart right there. That's the heart of a Tiger and a competitor.
And you've heard me say that about the number 4 over and over again, Smurden. He is willing to do that. He is going to race you past the finish line. And if there is 3 inches of good traction out there in that banner, he's going to find it, man.
Yeah.
He's that dude.
Yeah, it's surprising to me that every one of these kids honestly don't have a factory ride. It's too bad that they can't be supplied all their machines, because it's just it's so great to see these kids come out, these young men and these young ladies, and to put their talents out here on the line the way that they do, and the hard work that they dedicate to this purpose is just amazing. As the 247 machine of Brock Walker wraps up yet another lap out here. So that was 7 down. I was thinking we were going to be going 8.
I thought so. Oh, no, 10.
So, yeah, with that, so we still got another few laps. Now, this right here, Megawatt, is going to be where the true tell of the tape is for these riders. We talk about that next level. That explosive speed, that's impressive. But whenever you can be explosive and hold on for the longevity, that's where things really start to pan out for you. And we noted it, we talked about it, and we've seen a lot of what we were calling maturity and patience with a lot of these riders, and it may be something that might be being taught by a lot of these trainers nowadays, not to over push the envelope, not to get too excited too quick. Settle into the pace, find your zone, and then go after it. And you know, it's kind of developing a whole new breed of racer out there. You've still got those racers that are explosive the way that you expect, but then you're getting a lot of that calculated maneuvering going on.
Rodney, you're 100% right. That's part of that mental game. That's the part of the training that you're talking about. That mental training, not making silly mistakes, monitoring the heart rate, okay, keeping yourself calm, breathing through the nose, all of those things, Rodney, and it has developed a new breed of rider. You know why? Because the old hard chargers keep getting hurt.
Absolutely. And here's a perfect point of that kind of rider right now. Looking back, he was well into the teens in the early part of this race.
I know who you're going to say. Go ahead.
He's worked his way up into a fourth-place position now aboard the number 27, Kristen Yannick out of Oaklawn, Illinois. And that's whenever I switch gears and talk about that, that's what I'm talking about as far as being able to put it together. And even though we didn't see him go crazy and go blasting up through the pack, what we did see him is go to that very calculated maneuvering through the pack at a high rate of speed that has put him right where he is now.
Controlled progression is exactly what it was. No silly mistakes. Didn't get frustrated by any means. Didn't override, didn't make silly mistakes. And Christian Yannick simply put in great laps. And like you said, well outside the top 10, now sits in the number 4 spot.
Well, with 8 laps down, and looks like maybe 9 or so, actually 8 laps down is what timing and scoring says. White flag is out regardless, and it is Brock Walker out front, Noah Smurd and Mitch Zaremba in the number 3 spot. Yannick is closing up about a second faster lap. He's 3 seconds behind at last check. Nick Israel in the number 5 spot aboard the 209. Drew Adams staying very steady back there in that 6, 7, 8 spot. He holds on to 6 right now on the 300. The 186 of Grayson Fair now in 7th. Jordan Renfro been very steady. He was up near top 5 in the early part of this. He is now steady in the number 8 spot. Hayden Jamison, the 147, is 9th. Rodrigo Borge is now in the number 10 spot. Brennan Schofield is 11th. Devin Salo 12th. Gavin Betts in 13th. Joseph Spadero 14th. 15th. Wyatt Bass 16th. Taylor Beckwith 17th. Jonathan Yelchin and Luke Geisler rounds out the top 18. That's the final transfer spot. Riders outside that transfer spot, Jack Jamison and Kaysen Pinkston in 19th and 20th.
Well, Rodney, white flag continues to fly. This one just about in the books. Taking a look for our leader. There we go. Walker making his way back around, going down into the Gator pit for the last time.
And Smurden did get around the 4.
How about it?
So Smurden,
wow,
actually got around the last lap, it looks like. I missed him going through, so Smurden is by. Zaremba in 2nd, Christian Yannick in 4th. At least that's the way we should expect to see it. But, man, good push by Smurden. Zaremba, Janik pulling, slowing down a little bit on that last lap. I mean, he did all his work, man. He proved his point right there in 4th place, as I think several of these riders. Walker proving a point, Smurden proving a point, Zaremba proving a big point there, I believe. Yannick, Nick Israel in that number 5 spot. Drew Adams, Grayson Fair in 7th, Jordan Renfro in 8th, Hayden Jamison in 9th, and Rodrigo Borges in 10th. Again, the top 18 transferring. They'll be posted over at timing and scoring. And for those of you that want to keep up to date with timing and scoring online, you can go to escoremx.com as well.
Smurden made that pass between 40 miles of bad road, 20 miles of bad road, and the finish line, Rodney, but he was 3 seconds behind starting that last lap.
No, that was Drew Adams. Smurden had already gotten around. I got confused with that too. So.
Are you sure? Because I was watching back here along the line. Because Zaremba was 2nd, right?
Well, he had just dropped to the lap before to the
gotcha.
third place position.
Yep.
It was Yannick I was watching, and he was the 3 seconds behind. But man,
and Adams ends up in the 6th spot.
Right.
So wow.
I mean, that again, I'm just blown away. I mean, it's hard to translate to people what the kind of thoughts that I'm having in my mind right now.
It is, and again, Drew Adams, 14.
Yeah, these kids are young.
Okay. Drew Adams,
fast,
14 years young.
So here we go, division number 2 taking off and rolling right now as we get a bead on that front runner out there. Maybe 254 of Chase Landers. Is that a Husqvarna or is that a Yamaha we're looking at out there? But anyway, Max and Bernacci in this one. We got Sean Keller, Jack Byrne, Dawson Cobb, Julian Arenas, Logan Riggins, Mason Jackier, Julian Bomer, Carson Eade, Cynthia McCone. We've got Evan Snowden, Jack Carrick, Peyton Crisp, Christian McCauley, Will Campbell, Josh Bowman, Hunter Samini, Maximo Sequeiros, Noah Stevens, Ian Keller, Revan Gordon, Jesse Wessel, Guilherme Brasilin, Brian Prouty, Hayes Edwards, Cade Miller, Logan Best, Chase Sanders, Adam Dubrovic, Darius Schmidt, Juan Abeda, Nate Freehill, Cody Gilsdorf, Cole Forbes, Corey Gagno, Everett Clark, and Samir Darrell. And again, just blown away at the names in this national level. I probably shouldn't be, but again, it's just exciting each and every year here to come to the Mini O's. And as we wrap up lap number 1 in division number 2, now it is Logan Best. I believe that was the rider on the 206. Misread that one, sorry, out of Northport, Florida. Guilherme Brasilin in the number 2 spot on the 109 out of Winter Garden, Texas. Nate Freehill, the 416 from Rescue, California, is 3rd. Noah Stevens from Denbury, North Carolina. He's your 4th place ride. Maximo Sequeiros is 5th and 6th. Carson Eads. Cole Forbes in 7th. Mason Jackier in 8th. Jesse Wessel in 9th. Christian McCauley in 10th. Then it's Max and Baranaki. Dawson Cobb, Cade Miller, Peyton Crisp, Jack Carrick, Evan Snowden 16th. Corey Gagno in 17th. And Juan Felipe Garcia Martin finished up that first lap in the 18th place position. Everett Clark, Sean Keller in that 19th and 20th place positions. As we are getting settled in now on the tail of the Gator, Mikey Waynes. And out there, my friend, looks like our front 3 riders are trying to stretch things out. Of course, Best, Breslin, and Freehill are the front 3 when they check through. 3 seconds separated 1st and 2nd. But that right there, likely what we're watching is the second place riders and 3rd place riders and 4th place riders for Breslin, Freehill, and Stevens.
Well, Rodney just jumped back in the booth there, and I think I just jumped in on seeing the 206 of Logan Best go down.
Oh, really?
If I wasn't mistaken, joined in just as he was picking the bike up, but...
Well, good.
No, it was not. It was not Logan Best. Forgive me.
Okay, well, there goes
It was a different rider. I just saw blue bike down. Thought, hey, I thought we had Cameron 206. We did not. Logan Best actually about to check in here for a 2nd lap completed. And we'll see...
Rapid replay. Let's see. We can see what we got going on. That's the Yamaha you saw going down there. Yeah, I saw that guy go down, and I'm not sure. Adam, maybe
that might be the 109.
Yeah,
it was Breslin.
Yeah,
the 109. So he goes from I believe a 2 spot or a 3 spot.
Yeah.
And has he checked in? He did check in. It drops him back to 8th. So able to get back on that machine and get it going, but
way to watch the monitor, Mikey Waynes.
Long way to go here. Hey, I caught it. All I saw was blue bike because it's very tail end.
I'm looking at track, and I keep forgetting about the monitor here to watch what's going on here sometimes. I just get so wrapped up in it. But right now, watching this one unfold, I'm trying to see where our races are on the track. Noah Stevens, that 3rd place ride, is certainly one that probably going to want to keep an eye on. But right here we got that 97. That is Stevens. We are.
Yeah, Noah Stevens battled there with.
That's why we're watching this one. I saw 41. I didn't realize that's actually the 416 of Freehill. I seen the jersey is what I was reading there. So my confusion yet again.
Now he does have the right number on the bike, Rodney.
Yeah, he does.
I'll
on the bike.
defend him on that.
Yeah. Got it. Yeah, and they are the right sizes and legible numbers as well. So thank you very much for that.
And for that, we're thankful.
We are. It is Thanksgiving Day,
is Thanksgiving, right? All right, different line choices there, Rodney.
Oh.
And gonna get him? No, but he's got the front
He's got
wheel.
the line. Nope, he gets it closed off, man. Nate Freehill knows that trick right there. He's got the line going into the Gator pit, though, and look at this. He goes out wide trying to close the door, but also defensive riding at the same time for Freehill at the bottom of the Gator pit as they rocket up out of this one, Mikey Waynes. It looks like, though, that Noah Stevens will get the go-ahead moving into the number 2 spot on that 97 Freehill. Fighting as hard as he could for that 2nd place position, now drops to the number 3 spot. Cole Forbes in 4th. it is Maximo Sequeira's now moving into the number 5 spot as Eads having some issues. He goes back to 7th, and Breslin back up and charging from 8th into 6th place that lap.
Yeah, Breslin on the move right now and all over the rear wheel of Maximo Carez, the number 95 Husqvarna. But that battle on screen between Noah Stevens and Freehill, as Noah Stevens was able to make that pass. Little mistake there by Freehill. Going to cost him some more time.
All right, there. Now, that's one of the ruts that I was talking about right there by that camera shot coming that 180, if you will, at the top of the hill. Really getting to be some deep lines up there right now. And you can see that if you don't hit them right, they can cause a little bit of an issue up there for you. And even for experienced riders, what we're looking like even in Nate Freehill. So he's getting his composure recomposed, and he is laying his head down to chase. But he's also got to worry about a charging Cole Forbes. Little mistakes could begin to add up, and they could begin to cause some problems.
Well, we know Cole Forbes not going to fade either.
No.
He's got the endurance, running the 3-hour GNCCs, and does very well at those. Former youth bike champion. Yeah, former youth bike champion. As a matter of fact, just a year ago in 2021, now here knocked the Barkbusters off, or maybe he kept them on. I hope he kept them on. You know, it's a power move.
Forbes looking good. Look at.
Riding very well.
Yeah, he's closed in on Freehill now. This is for the number 3 spot. And you know, it's pretty amazing some of the great crossover speeds we have in Moto and GNCC these days. Cole Forbes being a shining example. I've seen some others throughout this week too, and not only that, but Thor Powell, another, even though we haven't had a chance to see him.
Nick DeFeo actually just ran into his parents on the way back up. Yeah,
Nick DeFeo. So I mean, there's several riders. Their wood speeds translate onto the moto track, and rightfully so. As much training as they do a lot of moto training.
Hey, go ask Ryan Sipes. Go ask Zach Osborne. And these guys, they can appreciate how both disciplines can help the career in both.
Yep, and absolutely. Forbes right now still working on Freehill for this number 3 spot. Meanwhile, Breslin has moved up into the number 5 spot, though 3 seconds behind at this particular point. He is a full second faster than Forbes and Freehill just ahead of him. Actually, Freehill, the lap before, dropping to a 1:57. I know he's picked that pace back up, just trying to defend off Forbes right now. But looking over the shoulder, right there it is. You see him come into sight over the molehill there. But look, Forbes has closed up a little more time on Freehill, and as has Breslin now, as he is now charging up onto the 4th place position for the battle for 3rd.
Cole Forbes doing his thing right now. Man, weird to see him. No Camelback, no oversized tank, just out there doing the moto thing and doing very well right now, fighting for a top 3. Let's see, takes a long way around. Is he going to get a good enough drive to make the pass side by side? And he does.
Look at that little tail whip.
Hey, that's a Woods kid. Come on now.
Down in front of the Yamaha Tower. He makes that hard left-hand turn. Cole Forbes now your 3rd place position with Freehill and Breslin hot on the tailback there. Breslin not as close as what I thought he was going to be right there, but don't count him out this lap, because when these guys start to battle again, this is open door opportunity for the number 109.
Got to hand it to Logan Best out in front. Has just been consistent this entire moto here. 5 laps into it, turning another 151, and enjoying a 14-second lead, just shy of that on Noah Stevens. And the 550 KTM of Cole Forbes up in the 3 spot. Freehill, as we saw that pass on screen, drops to 4th. And Breslin, Rodney, man, he got the axe out. He's chipped away at this after the nasty get off, and is up into the 5 spot. Wow. And only a second back from Freehill. That's going to be a battle.
Yeah, and there's Forbes.
There he is.
There's the battle. Yeah, a little wide. Little wide gets him in a little bit of trouble out there, it looks like, but he's still in the hunt on the tail of the Gator out by the roadway now. Folks sitting in their cars out there getting some great racing action with us here today. Oh, a little side-by-side action there, and excuse me, if you will, right where he went down a few laps ago, the 109 of Wilhelmi Breslin, and I am butchering the first name and probably the last name, but man, he got a little redemption there, if you will, up to the now number 4 spot around Nate Freehill.
And you look at his lap times, he's turning and burning 152s, 153s, and that is faster than everyone in front of him, with the exception of the man who just checked in there for his 6th lap completed, Logan Best. So on the move.
Watching Forbes on RacerTV.com right now. Logan Best just checking in with 6 laps complete. Noah Stevens in now. Cole Forbes. This has had its own set of excitement. Breslin now in 4th, Freehill in 5th. A lot of calculated riding. We were talking about it in Division 1 there, about not overreacting and not pushing the envelope too much and exerting all that energy too early in the race, and being able to chip away at it. Breslin kind of combining the two, I think, as this moto wore on after having a little issue there. Ooh, that's got money in it, Mikey.
It is chock full. Hey, Mark Milder, please report to the announcing tower. We have something I think you are going to want.
Oh my God, yeah.
Maybe check your pockets.
And
I tell you what, I'm gonna look at the ID and I'm gonna check your date of birth. I'm gonna have you confirm that too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mark Milder, check your pockets. You're missing something of great value. Come see us at the announcing tower. If you know his whereabouts, let him know. If not, that's fine too.
Absolutely.
Sounds like after the 250Bs get wrapped up here for Division 2, Rodney, we will be doing some track prep. So that's to let the folks know here at the track, as well as maybe Adam Gordon and Racer TV as well, I would think, maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know. We'll see how long the track prep is, but might be a good opportunity to pay some bills, thank some sponsors.
Absolutely. And right now, paying bills and paying sponsors is what these riders are taking care of right now, especially Logan Best. Turned in another lap. Now kind of chilling back at about a 154, but look at the gap. 12.5 seconds. Freehill down. Or who is that? Oh, no, that's Forbes.
That is Forbes.
Forbes goes down. Was that because of incident?
No.
Or did he do that himself?
It was all himself on that inside line. Front wheel got the best of him.
Freehill back up into the 4th. Forbes is now in the number 5 spot.
Here's a replay, Rodney. There's well, maybe. Nope, just kidding. That was actually Logan Best out front. All good. It happens.
I got kind of excited there for a second.
Cole Forbes goes, no, you're fine. You don't have to show the replay of that. I'm not mad at all.
Yeah, no doubt.
But how about it? Logan Best on screen right there. Again, an amazing ride by him here in the 250B class. Has just been consistent. You know, he's slowing down a little bit, turned to 153.9, was in that 151, 152 mark. But Rodney's hitting his marks, riding his own race. And an 11-second lead, just has to keep it on 2 wheels, ride smart, and bring it home.
You know, and that's just the kind of riding that Logan Best has done since he was basically on the 50s.
Since he's a little Logie Bear.
Yeah, definitely back on the 60s. And you know that all that development started when he was riding a 50cc machine, there's no doubt. And he has just continued with all the right habits, if you will, in making things work in his favor as he takes the win here in the 2nd division of 250B class. Not technically, but now it is, as the checkers fly. And
I think it was white flag.
That was a white flag? I guess it was. I thought he had checkers in his hand.
Well, he had the blue flag in one, white in the other one.
The E.
Oh, you're looking at the E-score flag. All right, Rodney, my wife works for a LASIK surgeon out of Indianapolis.
I told you about that. We need to go see that. I want to take advantage of that. Do they take insurance? I have insurance now, by the way.
You know, it does depend. I don't know. There's some stipulations there. Some is an elective surgery. Some is covered by insurance. So I'll send you wifey's way. She'll get you hooked up.
I'll need it. Logan Best not needing much, but just maybe a high five and a pat on the back when he rolls to the finish line here in just a few moments. If all things continue to move in the positive and forward motion. Noah Stevens again in second. Breslin in third. Nate Freehill in fourth. Cole Forbes, after riding so solidly, in third and attacking and getting that spot in even second for a while, was back at fifth. But I'm noticing that he is picking away at the lead right now that the 416 has in fourth place position, so it's just under a second. So we'll keep an eye on that as we watch our leader Logan Best on board the Blue Crew Yamaha from this Blue Crew Yamaha Racing Tower.
Be interesting to see where Cole Forbes ends up, Rodney. When he went down there at the bottom of the hill for the finish line jump, fell back to fifth. He was up into the 3 spot, flirting with the 2 spot. Does not have 3 hours to get back on the bike and make up that time. He had the 2 laps to get it done. And, Ryder went down there as the 100, though. But so there is the checkered flag. Logan Best takes first place. Saw Noah Stevens duck down in there. He'll be taking the number 2 spot here in a second. Breslin, what a ride by him.
Yes.
He was up in this fight early, fell back to, I think, 8th, 9th place, got the axe out, chipped away at it, and I believe will come away here with that was him checking in, in the number 3 spot. So is it going to be Freehill? Is it going to be Forbes? I'm thinking Freehill's going to hang on for the 4 spot, and does, and I think that was Forbes just behind him on screen. Yep, sure enough. So, man, what Cole Forbes could have done without that drop right there. You know he's going to be thinking about, hey, Dylan, hi, buddy. It's good to see you out there. Welcome back.
Had a rough day yesterday.
Kind of got a somber swagger to him this morning.
Talking about one of our
TV guys there.
Racer TV tech guys, which love to have the opportunity to introduce you to each and every one of them, because they are really putting in the work, making sure you're getting the best shots available. Carson Eads in the number 8 spot. Mason Yakir in the number 9 spot. Dawson Cobb just checked in 10th. Then Macaulay, Carrig, Peyton Crisp, Cade Miller in 14th. Maxim Baranaki in the number 15 spot. Evan Snowden, Juan Felipe Garcia Martin, and Jack Byrne. Looks like should be your top 18. However, that could change. Everett Clark was running about 3.5 seconds back, so make sure you check the posting board and see for sure. But that one in the history books. Looks like we're in store for a little track maintenance here at Gatorback Cycle Park as they refresh and groom this track up a little bit. We're going to take a little bit of a break for you folks back home. Don't go anywhere. We got more great, exciting action of Moto number 1 of the 51st running of the Thor Mini O's live right here on RacerTV.com. Thor Mini O's presented by Pro Circuit, and our live coverage brought to you in part by Dunlop Tires. Ride Dunlop.
Something from nothing. That's what Nihilo Concepts is about. It starts with a spark, an idea, a concept, which leads to a design, and finishes with engineered excellence with the highest quality products created with durability in mind. All our products are made in the USA at our state-of-the-art facility in Stuart, Florida. Whether you are a weekend warrior, ride for fun, or at the highest level of competition, Nihilo Concepts offers innovative titanium, aluminum, and carbon fiber parts for your dirt bike. We offer a wide variety of products that you can customize to your liking. Browse our site for foot pegs, brake tips, engine components, specialty tools, frame grip tape, lever grips, carbon fiber components, motor stands, our secondary on-switch, plus much more. Head to NihiloConcepts.com and see for yourself why factory teams like Red Bull KTM, Rockstar Husqvarna, Troy Lee Designs Gas, Orange Brigade, Club MX, KLM Gas, and some of the fastest riders in the world choose Nihilo Concepts.
I introduced my son Nick to the sport of motocross at the age of 3, and oh boy, We all know how expensive that is.
MX Locker allows us to connect with fellow riders and get anything that we need.
And I've even sold my extra parts on here for cash.
How would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
ontrackschool.com. Check it out.
New CRF 250R. Lighter, faster, stronger.
Ready to help you find your edge.
VP Racing Fuels. No matter what motorcycle you race or ride, amateur or pro, we have a fuel to make more power. Keep your bike running cool with VP Stay Frosty Coolin', available in 2 formulas: Race Ready, designed to be glycol-free and track approved, and High Performance with freeze protection for street applications. Visit vpracingfuels.com to learn more.
All-new Yamaha YZ450F. Narrower, more compact, and lighter. built to do one thing: go faster.
Something from nothing. That's what Nihilo Concepts is about. It starts with a spark, an idea, a concept, which leads to a design, and finishes with engineered excellence with the highest quality products created with durability in mind. All our products are made in the USA at our state-of-the-art facility in Stuart, Florida. Whether you are a weekend warrior, ride for fun, or at the highest level of competition, Nihilo Concepts offers innovative titanium, aluminum, and carbon fiber parts for your dirt bike. We offer a wide variety of products that you can customize to your liking. Browse our site for foot pegs, brake tips, engine components, specialty tools, frame grip tape, lever grips, carbon fiber components, motor stands, our secondary on-switch, plus much more. Head to NihiloConcepts.com and see for yourself why factory teams like Red Bull KTM, Rockstar Husqvarna, Troy Lee Designs Gas, Orange Brigade, Club MX, KLM Gas, and some of the fastest riders in the world choose Nihilo Concepts.
I introduced my son Nick to the sport of motocross at the age of 3, and oh boy, we all know how expensive that is.
MX Locker allows us to connect with fellow riders and get anything that we need.
And I've even sold my extra parts on here for cash.
How would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
OnTrackSchool.com. Check it out.
New CRF 250R. Lighter, faster, stronger.
Ready to help you find your edge.
VP Racing Fuels. No matter what motorcycle you race or ride, amateur or pro, we have a fuel to make more power. Keep your bike running cool with VP Stay Frosty Coolant, available in 2 formulas. Race ready, designed to be glycol-free and track approved, and high performance with freeze protection for street applications. Visit vpracingfuels.com to learn more.
Are having a great time all the time. Hey, welcome back to live and continuing coverage of the 51st running of the Thor Mini-O's presented by Pro Circuit here at Gatorback Cycle Park in Newberry, Florida. Our live coverage being brought to you in part by our friends at Dunlop Motorcycle Tires, as well as many other great folks, of course. And right now, as we look down onto the starting line, we can see that we are ready to go with another race. This is going to be, I believe, the first of our novice class 250C division number 1. And as we look at the roster of riders in this one, 117 entries in this one. We had a 118 entries in the 12 to 17 junior class. This 250C class has 117. And there are 3 divisions. Again, top 12 will be transferring into the second motos. On the track now, Isaiah Washington, Seth Eubanks, Haley Ball. We also have Logan Reniger, Ethan Webb, Seth Garrett, Mason Gopher, Alex Payne, Stephen Tozo, Eli Griffin, Dexter Lefevre, Landon Bilyeu, Ryder Whalen, Cole Burgess, Carl Withrow, Kai Sorella, Braden Sampy, Jaden Seegers, Turner Bates, Tristan Limley, also Brianna Sheltema, Cole Tucker, Braden Jackson, Tony Davis, Juan Geraldo, Ryan Swanson, Caleb O'Neill, Diego Kaiser, Bobby Martinovic, also Pedro Koch. We also see Chase Williams, Colton Gilliland, Tyler Tiffany, Walker McGreal, Grayson Jonathan, Carson Cahill, Ignacio Riveros, Jaden Litonen, and Roman Jordan. That is a field of 39 riders on this first gate drop. Again, 117 total riders in the 250C division today. Sorting things out up front. See the number 17, at least on his panel there. That could be Cole Tucker. But here we go with different riders up front, I believe. I can't quite keep up with where our leader is, to be honest with you. There he is. Number 1.
Down.
Is it Haley Ball maybe? That's a Yamaha. Well, that rider went down, so that'll make that a little easier.
It's a 2-4-1.
Yeah, 241
out in front.
Walker McCreel all the way from Curtis, Washington on a PR2 suspension, FXR 6D helmets, Garnet boots, and Diamond Cycles backed ride. Checking in the number 2 spot now is Logan Reniger on the number 2. Carson Cahill, the 567 in 3rd. Braden Sampe is 4th. The number 0, Seth Eubanks. Then it's the number 80, Turner Bates. Caleb O'Neill in 7th aboard the 170. The 47 of Kai Sorella is 8th. 9th, Juan Garaldo on the 132. The 36, Carl Withrow is 10th. Landon Bilyeu, the number 25 and 11th. And Tristan Limley rounds out the 12th and final transfer spot. Just outside that right now is Steven Tozo, Diego Kaiser, and Ethan Webb, 13, 14, and 15.
Reniger going to work right now with Walker McGreal at 241. Battle on screen on Racer TV. See what Reniger's got for him here. Ooh, little bobble right there. Cost him a little bit.
Yeah, Reniger had him lined up, and then all of a sudden the end of that rut just kicked out on him and didn't have any traction, couldn't get any drive.
So McGreal with a little breathing room, at least for the moment. See if Cahill can get up into it. Only a second back on that Yamaha. Sampley in 4th on the gas and Eubanks, number 0, back there in 5th.
Cahill seemed to be making up just a little bit of real estate, trying to get up on the rear fender of Reniger. As you said, Mikey, can't let these guys get away right here early in this when you have to stay in contact, you have to stay in touch. First of all, you have to get the gap closed before you can ever make the move. So it's important right now. Cahill on that 567 machine, he keeps contact with McGreal and Reniger.
Well, down here in front of the Yamaha announcers tower, that number 1 spot is really keeping in touch with each other. McGreal and Reniger diving into the Gator pit, and the number 2 machine of Reniger, who was a half-second behind at the end of lap number 1, is about the same exact distance behind again this time. And Carson Cahill has joined the battle as well, as we are looking at now 0.6 to Reniger and another 0.8 back to Cahill. And there's about a 3-second gap then back to the 4th place position. So we're starting to see a three-bike breakaway maybe taking place up now in the face of the Gator now.
I tell you what, Sampe not too far off from him either, Rodney. I mean, it could be a couple of turns here, and if he can find some speed, might be up there with him. But right now, Reniger working the track, looking for opportunity. But McGreal doing a good job closing the door on him, just not giving him any options.
Number 0, Seth Eubanks, and the 170 of Caleb O'Neill have a pretty good battle going on back there as well for that number 5 position. Meanwhile, we're watching still up front this battle for the number 1 position as Reniger is still trying to chip away at McGreal. McGreal, though, answering in every way that needs to be answered, but can he answer back to this?
McGreal's been keeping it pretty simple. He's been riding the insides, Rodney, but I think his luck's about to run out with that. He's going to have to get a little more defensive than that, than simply guarding the inside line. But as soon as I say that, he gets a handful on that inside line. Sooner or later, my point, Rodney, is the momentum, the outside line is going to work.
Right.
Sooner or later.
Right. And I tell you, whatever it is and whatever needs to be done, McGreal so far has been able to make things happen. But this line right here may be the downfall, and it is, as Logan Reniger seals the deal and threads that needle and takes the lead away here on lap number 3 as they drop down into the Gator pit. Reniger followed by Walker McGreal now in the number 2 spot. Carson Cahill still back in the number 3 spot, I believe, but we were watching as well Braden Sampe, and a little further back, Seth Eubanks and Caleb O'Neill battling for that number 5 spot. Reniger has checked in with 3 now, as has McGreal. Sampe is up to 3rd. I didn't see the mistake or what happened there with O'Neill. He must have, while we were watching one place, that must have happened. Seth Eubanks, though, still in 5th. Carson Cahill losing a little time that time around, a lot of time as a matter of fact. as Carson Cahill in 6th now. Carl Withrow is the number 36 in 7th place position. So Caleb O'Neill moving up a couple of spots. He gets not only around Seth Eubanks, but also Carson Cahill, but Cahill dropping now out of the top 5 into 6th.
Well, Reniger, now that he's made that pass, enjoying that clean air out front, putting a little bit of a gap on McGreal. So good riding by the number 2 KTM of Logan Reniger.
Yeah, Mikey, that was immediately obvious when he made the pass down here at the bottom. By the time they got to Gator Falls, he was just starting to open up a little bit, and he really has his line choice. Now, that tells me he was riding really smart. He had the speed the whole time. We said the outside's going to work. The outside's going to work within a couple lines.
Yeah.
It absolutely did. He had the speed. He made his way around. Now he has his option. Now he has his choice. And as you said, he's putting that to good use.
Our early leader, I believe, with the number 1 on his machine, has got his hands full. He had actually moved up into a qualifying position there, I think, on lap number 2, but has dropped a little further back unless his transponder's not working. But we're watching him right now on screen. That would have been Haley Ball, who had the early lead off the gate, I believe, on board the number 1. But meanwhile,
Caleb O'Neill, 17 on screen right there. That's I think you're right. I think you're right. Number 1 or it's slash something.
Yeah. Okay. Actually he has worked his way back up.
That's the 8 of Alex Payne right there. We're looking at. That's a sideways 8. We're looking at these guys.
Well, I don't know. I can't tell, man.
No, it's 170. Caleb O'Neill.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you there, but on the screen, he kept saying the number 1 bike. Well, that was a sideways 8 on that machine.
I can't. Yeah, I can't.
Flip a coin.
Yeah.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Again, back to the discussion we were having with Mikey about his wife and LASIK surgery earlier.
Maybe we all 3 need to make an appointment. We're up here arguing more than my family arguing politics at Thanksgiving dinner. It's just that one brother-in-law, though. It's just that one brother-in-law that I brought up earlier this week.
I know which one, yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, Lord.
You always got that guy. Yeah, we talked about that LASIK thing. We were going to try to get a group discount one other time. We talked about that at Crawfordsville MX, so we were out there together. We were like, man, oh, man.
The missus runs the LASIK Center. I'll give him a quick shout-out. Price Vision Group, Indianapolis. Talk to Wifey Waynes. She'll get you hooked up. Runs the office down there.
Oh, shoot.
Look at that. Shameless plug.
Shameless. Oh, man. All right, what are we watching on?
No shame in this game, though, right?
No.
Logan Reniger out front. Again, look at that 2:01 last time around. Walker McGrill with that 2:04. Braden Sampley, he continues to run quick, and Caleb O'Neill on that 2:01 as well. That's the guy to keep the eye on right now, I believe, is the number 170 at Caleb O'Neill.
Got clear vision. That's for sure. These guys got clear vision out front. How about it? Yeah, Caleb O'Neill, like you'd said, that 2:01. We'll keep our eyes on that one. 4 laps into this one. I think white flag coming out this next lap around, if I'm not mistaken. And we'll see what these guys can do. And yes, white flag is coming out for the number 2 of Logan Reniger.
Now we were just watching a battle there. That was Cahill and Withrow is who we were watching, and those guys haven't been separated by more than a bike length since this thing began.
Back there fighting for what, a 6th position.
Our leader just went by Reniger, so white flag is out. 1 to go in this one, and again, 3 divisions here. 3 divisions, Mikey.
There come to play.
Or as they say at Peppers, trace.
Trace. We put some money in Peppers this weekend.
Absolutely. I was glad to invest.
Week.
Yeah, I was glad to invest for him.
Yeah, we got you.
Pretty good return on our investment.
Nice little chimichanga before Thanksgiving turkey.
I did some fajitas the night before last, some tacos last night.
And about 10 bags of chips.
2 thumbs up. Yeah, and a bottle of salsa, I can tell you that.
Logan Reniger doing work out here in this 250C class. Walker McGrill in the 2 spot. Sampy, Braden, the 62 gas. Great ride by him. Had that little hiccup early, dropped him back, but since then has gone to work and turning that 2:01. He is going to track these guys down. Is it going to be enough, though? As the white flag's out, checkers will be coming out next time for our leader. Reniger leading this one. Oh, battle right there. Towards the back of the pack, I guess it was. But there is Reniger dropping down into the Gator pit. And there is the 241. Walker McGreal reeled him back in. But too little, too late for him. But they will come through one right after another. Checkered flag flies. And Logan Reniger hangs on for the first place finish. 241 of Walker McGreal going to finish in the 2 spot. Sampy finishes 3rd. And Caleb O'Neill going to take 4th, and they were 1, 2, 3, 4 right through the finish. Great finish. We'd love to have seen what those guys could have done with one more lap. We'll just have to wait and see. Division 2 coming up next.
Division 2, Devin Edwards, Lance Geis, Kyle Paleogos, Cooper Ford, Jordan Pittiger, Holton Stort, Benjamin Corona, Cade Treader, Trevor Albrecht, Pedro Oliveira, Jordan Rasmussen, Gordon Lashway, Samuel DeGrange, Caden Lockard, Louis Francisco Rubilar, Noah Walker Kirkconnell, Seth Reedy, Cohen Nickerson, Vitor Noodles, William Jordan, Marco Larson, Adrian Hogue, Gavin Thurgood, Tyler Doss, Aaron Fenimore, Joey DeSanti, Jaden Doyen, Nicholas Lemire, Mason Pacina, Cameron Goss, Zachary Flanders, Spencer Weldon, Valentino Santigatti, Jose Arocho, Tyler Osborne, Ricardo Acosta, Chance White, Lucas Perry, and Austin Kravitz. Division 2, 3 divisions of our 250C, and there we go, off and running.
Jockeying for position here for the VP Racing Fuels whole shot. Shout out to VP Racing Fuels. Had some pretty awesome specials going on this week. Free fuel. Can't beat that.
Yeah, best price ever.
Best price ever. I believe that's Seth Creedy leading the way, the 127 right there in the white gear. And a good drive up the Gator, back we go. And a little bit of separation with 1, 2, and 3, but behind that, what a 6-way battle for the 4 spot.
Coming right back at us, Mikey. Here they go. Like you said, starting to make a bit of a breakaway up there, but everybody bunched up into that tight left-hander, and man, it is anybody's game. Second, well, about 3rd through 10th.
Flanders. That's your second place rider out there, Zachary Flanders. Out of Florida on the Yamaha. Oh, going side by side right there. Flanders working the track right now, looking to make a pass.
On Uncle Ned proud right now.
Strongest cartoon mustache in the game.
Absolutely, Ned Flanders.
I love it.
Right now, it is all about the 511 machine putting the pressure on as they work their way back down for the first time. Going to be interesting to see if these two push each other forward, or if they're going to get any conflict here, slow each other down, because they've got a whole pack behind them.
Yeah, they got definitely the smoke coming from behind, trickling toward them. And it was at one time about a 5-way battle, so it is a freight train. Matter of fact, there we go, side by side, 2, 3 wide out down into the Gator pit.
Yeah, Creedy was able to find some time in just the last couple corners. Look at that. They were side by side as they worked through the split chute almost. And sure enough, Creedy opens up a gap at the end of 1. Flanders in that number 2 spot, as we said. William Jordan trying to close the gap on him with Chance White all over his rear fender. Lance Geis in 5th. Kyle Paleogos in the number 6 spot. Gavin Thurgood rides in 7th. The 8th position belongs to Vitor Nudels. And the 9th position is Lawrence Lashaway with Jordan Pittiger rounding out our top 10.
Boy, gotta hand it to Seth Creedy. He grabbed once he got a lap completed, it was almost like, hey, I want to feel the track out lap 1, lap 2, and going to work, and has really put some separation between him and Flanders right now.
Yeah, like I said, it's a split lane. They were almost side by side. By the time he got to the tabletop in front of the tower, he had this gap, and then he comes out of the finish line. What's it say? 2 seconds.
2 seconds, but boy, it's more than that now. Out in front, Flanders got his hands full. William Jordan behind him, chomping at the bit. Chance White is there. Lance Geis. Matter of fact, I think Lance Geis actually made a pass on White, I believe. Paleologos, Kyle Paleologos, the number 19 back in the 6th spot, is right there as well.
Yeah, we're about to see another pass. It looks like the 14. That's Geis. He's going to work right now on the Yamaha. I believe that's Jordan, the 176.
Sure enough. Here goes Geis and Jordan. Geis going around the outside. Boy, tight here in the 250C class.
Yeah, Jordan's in a tough spot. He needs to go after Flanders, and Geis is all over him. He has to ride defensive while he's trying to be aggressive and race forward. Here comes Creedy right here.
Creedy looking real good as he ducks down into the Gator pit. Will come up and face that finish line jump.
Look at that battle. Second, third, and fourth.
Oh boy.
All separated by about 1.5 seconds.
Couple little dabs right there, and the one guy who did not have the little dab was Lance Geis, and TV froze, and he got them both.
Yeah, Geis comes out in that 3rd position. Now, credit to Flanders. Creedy last time around just about a 2.5 second gap, and able to manage that during that battle he had going on, so still keeps it down to about 4 seconds or so.
So Geis doing a good job going 2 for 1 right there. He's up into the 2 spot. Seth Creedy says, have at it, boys. Keep going to battle. I just want to race myself against this track and bring it home. I got a feeling they're going to chip away at it and get up there with Seth Creedy. He was 5.5 seconds up. But, man, Lance Geis is moving right now in that 2 spot. And Flanders and Jordan not too far from him as well. Or at least they weren't. Now they are.
Yeah, for sure. What Creedy's got going for him, though, doesn't look like any riders anywhere near down the road. They had a couple guys crashed. They will be lappers, but he's got a ways to go. So he's going to have maybe another lap or so. Clean track without question before he encounters anybody.
So he will enjoy some clean air for at least a moment. Lance Geis tries to catch back up, and Flanders says, what the heck is going on up there? You're drifting away from me.
Flanders took a big nosy right there. Did you see that?
Yeah,
He got down into that rut, found a hole in there, compressed that fork a whole bunch, almost brought him to a stop.
I'll tell you what, we had almost in the same shot. Geis, you could just see Creedy, and he is reeling him in. What was a 5.5 second lead, I think is bye-bye.
Yeah,
for sure, right here.
What was a 5.5 second lead is not.
He's not.
Right.
It's 3 seconds, 3.5.
There you go.
So darn near cuts it in half. Pert near. Sits in the 2 spot. What, 3 laps into it? So he's got plenty of time. And as you mentioned, hey, Creedy, no lap traffic he's not getting into. He may be in a little by the end of this lap. Is that going to play a factor to where he's got to check up a little bit to get around some lap riders? And they know the leaders are coming. That advantage Geis, he can roll through there.
Yeah, it always comes into play. Even if they know the leaders are coming, they don't know the leaders are coming. There still has to be a decision made. Somebody says, I'm going to get out of the way. Well, first of all, you're supposed to maintain your race line.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. You don't need to be cutting over in front of everybody. You're not trying to jump off the track and all that kind of.
Down goes Geis.
On his own accord, to no help from any lappers, no help from Creedy. Just goes down on his own. Geis had a charge going on.
So Seth Creedy gets a little more breathing room now. William Jordan inherits the number 2 spot. Kyle Paleologos, the number 19 Yamaha in that 4 spot, moves up into 3rd. And that was the 176 right there in the black and gray gear in the 2 spot. Watching him on screen.
Yeah, Jordan right now, he's got a heavy weight to bear. Yeah, he's in that number 2 position. He's sitting in a great spot. He needs to try to make up some time. Can he get a handle on Creedy? But the whole time, he's going to start feeling pressure from behind.
Absolutely not going to have a whole lot of time. Oh, no, I was getting ready to say, I thought white flag was coming out. We got one more after that. So plenty of time.
Wow.
Kick back and relax.
Jordan stuck that thing down in that rut up there. I thought it was going to bounce back on him, maybe take the bars out of his hands.
Ooh. All right, William Jordan, what you got for Seth Creedy? 6.854, the difference between William Jordan and Seth Creedy. Can he chip away at that? Number 19, Yamaha Kyle Paleologos. And Gavin Thurgood also got around Lance Geis. So Lance Geis actually checked in the 5 spot. 2 seconds back from Thurgood. So we'll see if Geis, with a couple of laps left, is able to maybe crack at least into the top 4, maybe flirt with the top 3.
Geis had to fall over. It's a 2:17 lap time, and he was 2:02, 2:07. So that'd take 10 seconds or so to get that bike back up and get it going. That's a long crash. Now, you talk about William Jordan. What you got for Seth Creedy? So far, nothing, because Seth Creedy still turning a 2:01. Okay, he's still a second quicker, well, half a second quicker per lap, and he's got clean track as well.
Yeah, running that 2:02, not going to get it done. But what a good ride here by Seth Creedy, the 127. And is this one or two of 3, or is this
3 divisions?
3 divisions, that's right. That's right, so one more coming up. That'll be race 58. Man, we are clicking them off here.
Real calculated rider is Creedy. Very calculated. You can see his moves are very precise and that type of thing. Not quite as flowy as some people, but very effective in his precision. You know?
Yeah.
Some people let the bike move a little more into this. Man, he puts that bike exactly where he wants it. Has a real solid style.
Yes, he does. For a C rider.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, pretty established there. Oh, takes a quick look over. And that, listen, that's natural there because that's marking. That you didn't look over your shoulder.
Yeah.
You looked across the track. And that's simply marking. Well, he was at the tree last time. Yep. Oh, yeah, he hasn't made it to the tree yet. You know, I'm making time. And
that's it. That wasn't a nervous, hey, who the heck's behind me?
No,
oh, my God, you're
not
in my head.
Not at all.
Down Gator Falls.
I like the solid white on the bike, the blue and stuff.
Jersey's a little, a little bigger, a little
baggy. Man, yeah.
Let's go.
I get real tired of the graffiti look, you know, the paintball spatter, the neon this, that, yada, yada, chain link such. But
listen, give me all of the loud, obnoxious 80s, 90s moto.
Yes.
That's what I love, man.
That's why we are the odd couple.
We made the comment yesterday, going back, kids are bleaching their hair again.
Yeah.
My wife was dying. At Loretta's interviewed Hayden Deegan up on the podium, and he had like the puka shell necklace.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I sent my wife the picture. I said, what do you see in this? She goes, oh, my God. You wore that necklace when we were kids. And I was like, everything comes back.
Absolutely.
But somehow we're the old people that have no style.
Absolutely.
Get out of here. Actually, Brian Deegan made a post about it. He said, contrary to what my kids think, my wife, we used to be cool.
Yeah.
We used to be cool, you know, a bunch of throwback pictures. Love it.
You know, I've just kind of never let it wane. You know, I'll show you pictures of 1976. I've got a flat brim trucker cat diesel power hat on. I'm 11 years old wearing black socks in the middle of West Virginia, bro.
Oh, my God.
Look, I just kind of never, I just let it come in and out of style. And if I'm on the wrong cycle right now, I don't even care.
Doesn't matter. Who cares?
It's called a uniform to me.
It's a uniform. Megawatts uniform.
Yeah.
I love that. Oh, mercy sakes. Seth Creedy. Pretty well from start to finish for Seth Creedy. Some great riding out of him. Put himself in position to be out front leading this one, and will bring it home for the checkered flag as it flies right there. Bang! Another one in the books. That'll do it for the 250C Division number 2. William Jordan going to hang on for the 2 spot. Kyle Paleologos in the number 3 position. Lance Geis, after a gnarly little get-off, able to get back on the machine, but will have to settle for the 4th place position. And Gavin Thurgood will round out your top 5. We turn our attention now to the 250C division, number 2, race number 58.
Mikey, we've had so much fun. We're going to do it again.
Let's do it. Not
250C
once, not twice,
Division
but
3. A little slow on the draw on that one. Already letting these guys loose. Who's it going to be as they work their way down in? Is that the 43 machine? It is Chase Patton coming out of Sarasota, Florida on the Husqvarna as they drop down Gator Falls and work their way up the face of the Gator.
And here we go.
Chase Patton, man, he has got a bunch of guys working him right now. Down to the inside, not exactly sure who that is. Can you get a fix on that? That's the 21 machine. Hugh Luddington.
Matt Tiola, I hope I'm saying that right.
Oh, I thought it was 21.
Oh, I thought it was a 121.
Aha. We're going to find out here in just a moment. I think you may be right. It may be 3 digits.
121. Yeah, so I'm thinking that is Kawan Matiola.
There you have it.
In that 2 spot.
So Chase Patton out front, Mattiola in the number 2 rod. Look at this, Mattiola finding some speed. Got a good drive out of that left-hander, Mikey. When he get right up on the rear fender, here we go. He's going to take the outside. Got a challenge for the lead. Mattiola, can he make it stick? So far, yes.
Man.
He gains position. That was very, very smooth, man. Patton I'm not sure if Patton was surprised by that or not. Didn't really fight back right there. Was concentrating on his line, but Mattiola just smoothly stuck it in there.
And now at 12:15 in the afternoon, I have lost track of how many passes have been made in the switch section.
Ridiculous.
Split line section. I mean, just
ridiculous.
Been a great spot. Go ahead. We're going to say the same thing.
You know, but it has cost a bunch of people a ton of speed. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, man, oh man, clock in, go back to work. Second shift, got to do it again.
Like you said earlier, keep trying. Eventually it's going to stick, but you're right. If you don't hit it, it seems, from watching it anyways, if you don't hit that with the right speed, at the right angle, right time, it's not going to work out for you. But if you do, huge payoff.
Yeah, you know, you get a well enough time to eventually get a drink if you're in position.
Yeah. There you go. All right. So Kawan Matiola moves into the 1 spot. Chase Patton falls to 2nd. Jake Colbert in the 3 position. Giordano Costanzi in the 4 spot. Dash McMillan in 5th place. The 999 of Carson Mainquist in the number 6 spot with the 211 of Adam Hain in 7th place. Easton Guinness is in 8th place. Aiden Ehlers in 9th, and Noah Burnett rounds out your top 10.
Mainquist seemed to have a pretty good pace going on right there. Looks like he might be making some time.
999. Well, he's in the thick of things, that's for sure.
He is.
The 412 right there, Jake Colbert. And what is that, the 253, I believe?
That might be Costanzi.
A good 3-way battle on screen. Good little jockeying for position. Love it.
Who's going to carry some speed this time, Mikey?
All right.
Who's going to try to make it work? A couple riders go that outside. Right. Was there a position gained? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think everything stayed as it was when they headed into it. But I don't think that's going to be the same as we head down to the Gator Pit. The 341 of Dash McMillan. Is he going to get it on the inside? Yes.
Wow.
Makes the pass on Chase Patton.
Has to dog paddle. Loses traction. Has to dog paddle. Patton says, no thanks. I think I'll take it back.
Love it. So Chase Patton, after getting past Forget About It, takes it right back. And there's Mainquist.
And look at Mainquist. We said he was on the move. All of a sudden, he's back in the hunt. He's on the attack for second. Here he goes. Look at this. He's going to try to hug that inside. Gets it back on the ground. Can he make it happen? He's on the outside right now, Mikey. Look at that. Gets a good drive. Gets the KTM back on the ground. Mainquist in second for the moment. Can he get over and defend that line? Oh, he does.
Oh, good job there by Mainquist. Now he's got to set his sights on Chase Patton, and I just got Chase Patton.
Oh, Patton was a victim of a mugging right there. Oh, he got his pocket picked. Wow.
I haven't
Big
seen,
time, man. That was incredible, man. That was a great move right there.
I haven't seen something that disrespectful since Wes Kane took a 65 to the chest.
Oh, my goodness. You sure it wasn't a Prius?
It was a Peterbilt.
Oh, my
A
goodness.
Peterbilt. By the time Wes was leaving, that was a Peterbilt that hit him, okay?
Kenworth to the chest.
747.
Kenworth to the chest.
Kenworth. Hauling logs. Hauling logs.
Wow, we got excited over that. Dude. It was
fantastic.
amazing, man. Patton was right there in position, and wow.
Yeah, Dash McMillan, Carson Mainquist, and Mega, to your credit, man, you called it early. You said, look at the riding style he has right now. He's really got a rhythm, and it paid off. Not quite a 2-for-1, but it was a 1 and then another right after that. Not at the same time, but composed. And way to keep your head on that figurative swivel we talk about, where you get one pass done and then it's okay. Now I got to work on the next guy. No, he's did one right after another. That is having your head in the game. Matiola out in front. Carson Mainquist, as we saw on Racer TV, taking the 2 spot. And he sits 2.5 seconds back from your leader, Chase Patton, in the number 3 position. Matiola leading this one out in front. Carson Mainquist in the 2 spot. Chase Patton, the 43 man. And those guys still going at it there. Between Chase Patton, Dash McMillan, Jake Colbert in the 5 position. Costanzi in 6th place, 7th place. Noah Burnett 8th is Easton Gennist. Aiden Ehlers in the 9 spot, and Adam Hain rounds out. Oh, and look at this. Look at this. That is Mainquist, if I'm not mistaken. I think that is the 999 of Carson Mainquist right there. He was our 2nd place rider. And that machine upside down on the track. A gnarly crash, an unfortunate crash. Hopefully he is okay.
Well, he's up moving around, I'm sure shaken up. Going down like that, that's a fairly high-speed section of racetrack, so it's going to take him a minute probably to get recombobulated there. But meanwhile, the race wears on up front. Matiola minus Mainquist now in 2nd. That should move Pat, McMillan, Colbert, also Costanzi, Burnett, Janest, Aiden Ehlers, and also Adam Hain all up, and more likely. 121, Matiola checking in with lap 4 complete now.
Woo! Little bobble right there. Well, big bobble, but hey, kept it on 2 wheels, recovered quickly. Saw him though, looked over to the left, said, ooh, did I lose any time? Doing all right. You're doing okay. No mistakes made, just happy accidents. Bob Ross, R.I.P. Kids out there going, Dad, who's Bob Ross? Did he used to race? No, but man, he made some amazing paintings. Got us through those sick days in the 80s and 90s. We were home from school. Well, for you guys, 70s and 80s, you know, I get it.
Well, you're right. It is what it is.
Yeah, it was what it is. My goodness. Pretty bad when I'm like, I'm the young guy. I'm 37. Oh, boy.
To be 37.
Young whippersnappers.
You are.
Kawan Matoga.
I mean, think about this. This class itself has some pretty cool names in it. K1, Dash, Chase, Jake, Noah. I like Easton. I think that's pretty cool, man.
Giordano.
Yeah. I don't know. Something about the names Jake and Dash. I like that.
Jake.
Sound like Cowboy.
John Wayne.
Well,
man.
Jake sounds like a cowboy.
Well,
I tell you what, cowboying up out here, Dash McMillan and Chase Patton, Jake Colbert moving up in 2, 3, and 4. looking there, their positions are pretty safe except for Colbert, the 928 in the 5th place position. Looks like he clicked it up just a little bit, and it looks like Colbert might have slowed it down just a little bit. Got a little too comfortable there, but I don't think he's too comfortable at the moment. White flag comes out for our leader, and that's what we're watching on racertv.com. But as we said, that battle running some 10-15 seconds behind him right now. Dash McMillan checking in second now. Chase Patton through in 3rd, and here comes Colbert and Burnett out of the Gator pit here as well, and see what kind of changes we may have mustered up on that one.
Adiola just it's ride that dreams are made of, Rodney. I mean, out front, in control.
Burnett did get the pass, by the way. Colbert dropping back, or Colbert back to the number 5 spot. Tyler Hawk in 6th, Aiden Allers in 7th now. So some changes through there. Tyler Watson 8th, Easton Janesta is 9th, and Adam Haynes still rounding out the top 10. You're right, Mikey. The ride that dreams are made of. I mean, when you're looking at a 7-second lead heading into the final lap of racing, that's, you know, though it may not be a mile ahead, it's a comfort zone that definitely gives you a lot of confidence to roll through on that final lap with.
Yeah, just a solid ride by Mattiola, putting himself in a good position early and just not looked back. Dash McMillan, though, on that 341 Honda in the 2 spot. Good ride by him. Chase Patton works his way into the 3 spots. Pretty good separation there. Jake Colbert, or Colbert, that you were talking about in that 5 spot.
And it may be Colbert. I don't know. I got fancy
I'm good with Colbert. I think you're right. I think you're right.
Hey, by the way, shout out to the McHale family. I think I was down there talking to them a few moments ago. Said you guys are doing a great job, by the way.
Oh, thank you. We appreciate that.
Didn't say anything about me. She said, tell your guys. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, tell those guys up there. What about me? Who are you?
No, she said you guys, but I just want to say that.
We appreciate it.
But here, Mattiola doing a great job. K1 taking the checkers and the big win here in this 3rd division of the 250C. Again, top 12 qualifying, going straight to Moto 2. The remainder will go to an LCQ, where we will be taking actually 2 LCQs, where only the top 3 will be coming from. You got to get your work done, preferably here in the first moto, without having to go back out. Dash McMillan and Chase Patton in the number 3 spot. Then Noah Burnett should be checking through in 4th. Jake Colbert in the number 5 spot. Where's he from? Illinois, so I don't know. Tyler Hawk in the number 6 spot. Tyler Watson, Easton Janess 8th, Aiden Allers in 9th. 10th is Giordano Costanzi, and then we've got Adam Hain in 11th, and your final transfer spot would then be Timothy Fulp. Again, check the posting boards, as those could change. Coming up on race number 59 now here in Moto number 1. It is our 51cc 4-8 limited class. And checking the specifics on this one, 4-8 limited, 118 riders, 3 divisions. Once again, top 12 riders, 40 riders on the starting gate for this one. Nearly 3 full gates is what we're looking at. 3 gates of 40 anyway, possibly, but I think we're going to see like 39 and 39. But after this, but 51 4-8 limited. We got Brandon Large, Gunnar Lusk, Jagger Craig, Levi Meyer, Trip Lloyd, Bentley Mara, Levi Guys, Liam Levering, Jarrett Tenchner, Bryce Williams, Cruz Sexnadre, Weston Otto, Owen Seeley, Ryder Hill, Easton Ruffing, Jojo Caliendo, Jackson McGuire, Cruz Peterson, Samuel Morris, Tanner Bruckman, Gavin Welzine, Knox Johnston, Umina Burning, Matthew Simoneau, Dominic Steele, Ashburr Hall, Carson Ballinger, Tucker Tix, Weston Murphy, Jason Weiss, also Salvatore Antigliato. We've got Gunnar Barnett, Dakota Lee, Jackson Smith, Shannon Tarno, Jet Robb, Madden Palmer, Maverick Gresham Lewis, Nathan Tucker, and Ryder Likens, all slated to go on the next gate drop with the 51 4 to 8-year-old class riders.
Rodney, looks like we might be getting a little water on the track.
That, and I believe they're taking a little extra time as well to make a couple of changes on the
correct.
track. Yep. Got to make open up the berms out there so those little 50s can get through on the cut. Now, you look at that, because if you're watching lap times and you're not recognizing the fact that the kids are racing at shorter track, you're running 50s, 150s, and you're thinking,
like Max Bennick looks like Hayden Deegan.
So
impressive.
Absolutely. So anyway, they do manipulate the course a little bit for those guys, so it isn't so long. Gives them about the same amount of time as what all of our big bikes have out there as well. So works out pretty well for everyone, I think, in the long run. And of course, folks, don't forget Thor Christmas celebrations with the Thor Christmas Santa Claus coming in. That's coming up this afternoon here. Let's see. Thanksgiving dinner at 6 p.m. I guess the Christmas photos not going to be happening, so I see that scratched out. So Thor Thanksgiving dinner at 6 o'clock tonight. Camp Gatorback has been going on, just wrapped up there a few moments ago. Certainly hope you folks took advantage of that. You will have one more opportunity coming up tomorrow between 10 a.m. and 12 noon. But as far as festivities are concerned today, it's all about the racing and all about the family spirit and atmosphere out in the pits, because we'll be knocking off here this evening and getting ready right to dinner tonight, getting prepared for our Thanksgiving dinners here with our motocross family, as again Thor will be presenting that here with us this evening. And they're saying that pictures with Santa are tomorrow. I thought that's the way that normally worked. Generally it was on Friday, but I thought, well, they maybe switch things up a little bit. So pictures with Santa still happening, just tomorrow. It was a misprint in the schedule, I guess I'm understanding. Hey, folks, again, I want to say thanks to Thor. Since 1968, Thor has been driven by a passion for racing. And, of course, from motocross to supercross and off-road, Thor has you covered with the best gear in the business. Thor, we are built for this. And special thanks as well to Pro Circuit, our presenting sponsor, and, of course, Dunlop Motorcycle Tires and the entire Dunlop Geomax line of tires. And most recently, the MX-14, also the Geomax MX-33 and 53s are now available in many sizes. Get the tires that the top riders rely on, the Dunlop Geomax brands. Again, even in the mini sizes now. Also, special thanks to our friends down at Scott Goggles, wishing you happy Thanksgiving today. And right now, still making those last necessary changes to make sure that these young guys have an opportunity to get through A-OK. Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com, a company built by riders and for riders, are 100% employee-owned and operated with 2 state-of-the-art facilities to get your order shipped out quickly and accurately. Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com. Get ready. And get ready for this, our VP Racing Fuels hole shot underway out here as we get our little guys sorted out, heading through the first turn and head toward the Gator Falls. We've already had a couple of swaps in position changes up front, and a new leader has prevailed. Wow, these are 4 to 8-year-old riders. These are 4 to 8-year-old riders that we're watching out here right now. Well, right now, my friends, we are watching our 51. Wow. Again, these are 4 to 8-year-old riders. Again, some of them, and probably the fast ones we're looking at, maybe 7, 8, and 9. But I'll tell you, the face of motocross over the past decade has changed so much, and especially in the last 5 years with the advancement of the Striders and the Stasic stability cycles that we see out there. This is the breed of racers that it is building for us out here as they come out. Look at that, nearly kissing that fender across that finish line. Maverick Gresham Lewis airing it out. Absher Hall back in the number 2 spot, only a second back. Weston Otto is third aboard the number 72. Jojo Caliendo in the number 4 spot. Levi Geis is 5th. Bryce Williams in 6th. Gavin Welzine in 7th. Jet Ra is 8th. Matthew Simoneau is your 9th place ride. Jackson Smith checks in 10th. And Ryder Likens and Umina Burning are 11 and 12 after that first lap of racing is complete. And, of course, with that, we'll watch these riders get it all sorted out. And Tanya Hall here with us from the Nathan Hall Memorial Foundation. And, of course, with that, Tanya, we welcome you out here once again with the Nathan Hall Memorial Foundation. I know you guys do so much for up-and-coming riders, riders that may not even be known or ever recognized or ever heard of, but that's the beauty of it, and that's the whole idea, because that's what Nathan was kind of like. He liked to help those kids that were fresh, they were new, they were learning and things like that, and that's kind of the idea behind the memory of the foundation, and that's how you keep Nathan's memory alive, and we're doing it again here this week, and I know you guys have got some pretty cool things going on. Tell me what you guys are doing. I know a scavenger hunt I read there earlier in the week.
Yeah, we have done a scavenger hunt, and anybody that went around and found the stickers and then brought me back the paper, they got a ticket, so they were able to be entered into the scavenger hunt. I want to thank the sponsors that helped us out this year for this event, which is Dunlop, Sonomium, TCD, EVS, Tamer, 6D, Alpine Star, OG Goggles, and 139 Design, and FMF. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. What the foundation does is a scholarship, one for Loretta's and one for Mini O's. If you get a ticket for Loretta's, you can put in for the scholarship. And we do all the safety equipment for the kids. We done buy the helmet and the boots, and we graphic bikes, and they get 3 uniforms apiece. They got tires, different things from other vendors like FMF done, umbrella and a pit board, and there's just a bunch of stuff that we do get together for the kids that win the scholarship. And we do this every single year, even with the scavenger hunt. It's every single year. This year we're going to give away a Segway. And I've also got a smaller bike that, a balance bike that'll also be given away. And we also have up here Gage, and he is my little rider that actually won the scholarship. And
well, let me talk to Gage real quick. Gage, what has winning this scholarship meant for you?
Good. It feels good. I like how they give us all the gear and stuff. So it feels good.
Awesome. And again, in order to get to be considered for that, what do we got to do, Tanya?
You have to get a ticket to Loretta's. And once you get your ticket to Loretta's, then you're able to put in for the scholarship for Loretta's. And then once you have that ticket, even if you're not picked for Loretta's, you can put the scholarship back in for Mini O's. And then I have a committee of 3 that go through everything and come up with whoever's going to be the winner for the scholarship. That way it takes me out of it. And it's been really fun and interesting meeting all of the kids, because they're kids that I don't know.
Absolutely. And real quick, how can folks find out more? You got a booth here at the track?
We do have a booth down by the Gizmos Mods. You can also go online to NathanHall422.com. Facebook, he's got the Nathan Hall 422 Memorial Foundation that you can go to and get information from there. And we make it a fun week for
And that absolutely has. I know little guys like that. I've had a chance to talk with them, Gage. Glad you were able to get that, and looking forward to the announcements and meeting the future scholarship award winners. And I believe we have something to announce here real fast, and we'll get back to the racing real quick. I know right now Lewis is still out front in this one. Hall, Welzine, Otto, Guys, Caliendo, Raw, Williams, Umina Burning in 9th and 10th place position is Jackson Smith, still in qualifying spots. Matthew Simino and Trip Floyd, that was after 3 laps. We'll get with that in just a moment. But all right, so we got a winner here. Tell us a little bit about this.
Yeah, we're going to do 2 pulls for the scavenger hunt since I've got 2 items. First pull, they'll get picked up whatever they want, and then the other that's not been picked will go to the second one. And Gage is actually going to pull the tickets and read the numbers for you.
404004.
Oh, so 4s and 0s. If you got those, you're in pretty good shape. 404004 is the ticket number there. That is for the first draw from the scavenger hunt. Our second ticket number will be
404010.
All right, so 404010, and they bring these tickets over to you.
Yes, they bring them over to where we're sitting at, where they turned in their paperwork for the scavenger hunt, and we'll give it to them as soon as they bring me their side of the ticket.
All righty, sounds good. Thank you very much, and we really appreciate what you're doing for these folks. It really means a lot, and glad to be able to help to keep Nathan's memory alive in the world of motocross as well.
Thank you, Tanya.
Megawatt, we have great things going on out here. I know we're about ready to wrap things up with Checkers. Maverick Gresham Lewis taking the win. Welzine holding on for second. Absher Hall in third. Weston Otto in fourth. Levi Guys in fifth. Jet Raw in sixth. Jojo Caliendo in seventh. Bryce Williams in eighth. Umina Burning in ninth. Jackson Smith in 10th. And Matthew Simino in 11th. The Trip Lloyd looks like he rounds out the top 12 when it was all said and done, and that's the Checkers, and that is the top 12 that will be transferring as we go to Division 2 next, my friend.
They are off and running as we speak, making their way around turn 1, Rodney.
At Cooper Langdon, Armando Gonzalez, Adams, also Cannon Zaboyniak, Aiden Held, Joe Sullivan, Mason Giles, Robert Scott, Deegan Kime, Lucas Bush, Hayden Patton, Benson Levan, Kanan Stone, Colton Tubbs, Isaac Coffing, Patrick Pastor, Parker Lambeau, also Owen Ransom, Colin Klipner, Dante Santiagati, Max Forrest, Steele Leonard, Cheyenne Hines, Logan Kruger, Jackson Salza, Nolan Bickham, Emiliano Munoz, Forrest McPherson, Lincoln Lambreth, Christian Oxa, also Caden Wheaton, Bo Engel, Levi Letty, E.J. Dutton, Sebastian Witherell, Grayson Kruger, Cameron Buckman, also Ezra Brewer, Joey Carcopa, and Donald DeMuro. And that is your field of 39 riders off row number 2.
Rodney's starting to see the sun poke out just a little bit in certain spots. Got scattered clouds right now.
Cannon Zaboyniak in the number 1 spot, it looks like, out of Rolette, Texas. I believe he is a Cobra Elite Minton Cycles ride. And yes, you are right. We are starting to see hints of blue sky and sunshine starting to almost got my shades out a little bit.
Starting to poke through just a bit. And you did get the ID. That is number 5. Good call with those specs, man. Even with mine on, it was a little tough. It looks like that might be the 469.
Well, shout out to our tech gurus down there. They upped up the resolution on our monitor.
Sure, absolutely. That's the 469 Levi Letty in the second place. Now, man, look at this drag race, Rodney, as they come up out of the pit.
Absolutely. And that number 5 machine, Cannon Zaboyniak, is putting the power to the ground, but he has got riders right behind him doing the exact same thing as they're trying to sneak in and steal the glory right now. That is Levi Letty. On the 459, it is Levan back in the number 3 spot, that 37 machine. Vincent Levan out of Bellefontaine, Ohio. And he's on an NGK Sins Graphics backed ride.
I mean, I have to tell you, it's impressive when we're over on the Supercross track to watch the 51cc riders. You see them hit some of the triples. You see them hit some of these jumps that you think is absolutely incredible. But when they send it up over that step up, it gets real.
It does.
I mean, it gets real, Rodney, when you see this happening. And these guys follow each other over it. I mean, one after another. Absolutely incredible.
Well, although this is a 4 to 8-year-old class, and I did point out that a lot of them may be a little older, all the riders in this particular division are 7, 8, and 9. And you say 9? Right. Well, they're AMA 8 still, so
that's right.
That's why probably a pretty good reason as to why we're seeing the level of competition that we're witnessing here instead of seeing a 4 or 5-year-old kid out there, or 4 or 6-year-old kid out there.
Yeah, almost like the basketball team. Okay, we've got a group of seniors this year.
Absolutely.
You know,
yeah,
it is exactly what it is. And the difference, as soon as I said that about sending it over that step up, some of the riders didn't quite do it. Well, that might be some of the younger riders. But you watch Letty and Zabanek when they work their way up over there. Letty right now goes to the inside and puts the move on Zabanek. Zabanek, he's going to carry some speed. Look at this. He wants to answer, Rodney. Just didn't have the real estate to make it happen. Levi Letty, though, to the inside. Going to lead him through on lap number 2. And there comes Zabanek right back at him.
Wow, what a great pass there by Levi Letty. Rode a strong first 2 laps and just put it right where he needed to. Zabanek now in the number 2 spot. Levan still in third. Aiden held fourth. Joe Sullivan checking in now, I believe, in the 4th place position still.
All right, now, Rodney, watch these 2 guys right here. Watch them when they hit this step up. One goes wide, one goes inside. Watch this.
Mercy.
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Absolutely.
Now, that was up the face of the gator there. That was the first one.
That's the first step up, the face of the gator, yeah. Back to the top of the track. Here we go. Zabanek falls back in line. Letty's starting to open up just a bit of a gap right now. He's got control of the race course.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving to you. Hey, big special shout out again to our Christian Motorcyclists Association volunteers that are out in full force here this week. Man, there's got to be about 40 or 50 of those guys, maybe more, that are spread out and helping out in various places on the grounds. And one of the guys came up and said, hey, I just want you to know, I know Santa Claus personally. He's wanted me to let you guys know it's not going to be till tomorrow at 5. Again, yes, if you got not confused, but we read it in the program. It was just
we misinformed you.
Yeah,
I mean,
it was misprint. So, but it's getting taken care of. Look at this. There's no misprint on what's going on right now. Zabanek is not relinquishing easily that number 1 spot away from Levi Letty. He is still within a second or so right there. You look at lap times, 148.7, 148.8. He basically shadowed that entire lap.
And you can see it on the track. He has just a couple bike. Look, he's going outside right now, doing everything he can do. Now watch. Now it's full send mode up over that step up.
Yeah.
And he actually closes the gap just a bit.
He does. Look at that. Now, I tell you.
Letty's fast from here on out. Watch the second half of the track.
I want to point out something where we saw that gap. Zabanek, actually, that time around, he didn't launch.
Oh! Zabanek hits a back marker in the rear wheel right there. The number 5 machine goes down.
Mercy.
Just clipped him right on the back wheel.
Man, he kept that bike low over those 2 jumps.
Yes.
That's those step-ups that time, and that's where he was gaining that ground. He made up about half that gap just over those 2 jumps, keeping that bike low to the ground.
And Letty had 2 real good lines leading back down to the front of the track, so it was kind of back and forth, and forth. But to your credit and his, he kept that bike super low the previous 2 laps, and that allowed him to stay in the game.
Absolutely. And now Levi Letty all by himself up front as he works his way around for this final lap of racing. Moving Vincent Levan up and maybe Aiden Held and Parker LeBeau. Not sure where Zabanek was able to get back up in the running at. We'll know here in just a few moments as our leader is charging home towards Checkers right now as we speak, and they fly, and Levi Letty, the 469, takes the Moto 1 win in Division 2. Looking for the change here in the final lap with the misfortunes of Zabanik there. Vincent Levan does check in the number 2 spot as anticipated. Aiden Held in 3rd. Looking for Parker LeBeau, E.J. Dutton. Sure that's in that order as we go now.
Rodney, did you holler for Dash McMillan to the office?
I did not.
Dash McMillan to the office, please. Dash McMillan to the office, please.
All righty. Dash, if you know Dash, tell him he needs to head to the office. Parker LeBeau up into the number 5 spot. E.J. Dutton in 5th. Wondering if Cannon was able to get remounted on that machine and going to be able to qualify. Hayden Patton in 6th. Joe Sullivan and Mason Giles also getting around Zabanik, as well does Cannon Stone and Donald DeMuro. 11th place is Cooper Langdon. And a heartbreaker to think, yep, Cannon Zabanik actually out of the qualifying order now as he drops outside the top 12 max force. Yeah, I thought it was just a little tip over.
Man,
I didn't realize it was as obviously as drastic as what it was, but that was your top 12. Again, check the posting board to make sure. Official results are what's posted, not trust us announcers. The 61 limited Division 3 for these 4 to 8-year-old riders. We have Deegan Mullen, Chandler Powell, Mickey Fluhart, Tate Brush, also John Everett Pastereau, Jacob Riley, Eli Herrick, Bill Cassidy, Carter Holmes, Jacob Bush, Dylan Rope, Pratt Parker, Jackson Pennington, Calvin Smallrich, Clifford Fisher, Brody Kuhn, Huxley Nolan, Owen Taylor, Cameron Barry, also Archer Dome, Racing Kyler, Carter Chambers, Mason Jenkins, Brooks Neeringer, Jace Porter, Christian Fehrenbruck, Audie McCauley, Gunnar Wilson, Justin Carcopa, Keelan Weller, Grayson Shelton, Luciano DeMuro, also Hudson Workman, Jonathan Williams, Eli Gore, Hank Tix, Brody DeJong, Trenton Foote, and Addison Likens. And last night at a Supercross Awards ceremony, little Luciano DeMuro walks up to Wes Kane and says, "It's Luciano DeMuro."
Nice.
Yeah, he was.
I like it.
Yeah, he was very authoritative
nice.
with Wes Kane, and you're not. He didn't know that in, but he should have.
Should have, yeah.
That kid that threw it in on the podium that day, that was class. All right, we're wrapping up lap number 1. We got a new race at hand, my friends, and it is Eli Herrick, the 66, who has posted point and done it quite convincingly with near 6-second gap at the end of lap number 1. John Everett Pastereau in the number 2 spot. Carter Chambers is 3rd on the 256 KTM, and a sea of yellow Cobras out there. The 299 of Mason Jenkins is 4th. Rayson Kyler in 5th. Cameron Barry is 6th. Trenton Foote in 7th. Carter Holmes in 8th. Keelan Weller in 9th. Tate Brush in 10th. Jacob Riley in 11th. Grayson Shelton is your 12th place rider at the end of lap number 1, then Brody DeJong, Gunnar Wilson, and Judson Kelly. Now looking at this, I don't think Carter Chambers got the memo. Everyone else in the class appears to, at least in the top 20, seems to be riding Cobra mini cycles out there. He's the lonely KTM taking it to all these yellow machines out there.
Absolutely. The Orange Brigade bringing it right there in the former Carter Chambers up in that number 3 spot.
A one-man brigade.
Absolutely.
We'll be definitely keeping an eye on this young man to see how it's all going to work out for him. Carter Chambers back in the number 3 spot. There's 1st and 2nd, making their way in the drive back home towards the finish line area and spectator area. There we got the switching back and lanes over the tabletop, and right in front of our spectator tabletops headed toward the Yamaha Announcers Tower, where our leader drops into the Gator pit now for the 2nd time around.
Rodney, this is, of course, our 3rd division up 3, 51cc 4 to 8. Coming up next will be our Masters 50 plus, then Vet 30 plus. Then going to move into a couple schoolboy classes. Going to have 2 divisions there as well. So going to get out of the mini bikes into the old bikes, the big bikes here in just a moment with our Masters 55 plus. What do you see, Rodney?
Oh,
what are you grinning
John
about,
Everett
man?
Pastero just launched up out of the Gator pit, man. I mean, he just launched it. Carter Chambers still in the number 3 spot. He's about 5 seconds back. We've got about Pastero actually keeping pretty good pace with Eli Herrick. Ran less than 1/10 of a second off his pace, so they were almost identical lap times out there, within a 100th of a second, actually, exactly. And Carter Chambers running about 5 seconds back now. We've got Mason Jenkins. He ran a 1:57, which is about 2 seconds off the pace of Carter Chambers. So if lap times that time around, Megawatt, are pecking order, so to speak,
right,
we may see these riders somewhat in their positions. We may see some move ups, though. Got names like Carter Holmes, Tate Brush, whom I recall having some pretty good Supercross races out there. He's back in an 8th place position. Trenton Foote is 9th. Keelan Weller in the number 10 spot. Jace Porter is 11th. Grayson Shelton now rounding out the top 12 after 2 laps of racing complete.
Yeah, still only a couple laps in. So a couple of these guys, like you said about Brush, Brush had some great rides over across the way, but he's been in a little bit of traffic now. As he opens things up, can he increase the pace and pick off a few more positions? I believe he probably can. Taking a look at the conditions right now for these little bikes, absolutely pristine. Got some of the big ruts. Going to give them a little bit of a trouble, but these guys able to ride between those ruts is the beauty of it, Rodney. These guys able to pick lines that a big bike can't pick.
Right. I'm going to be interested to see what the deficit in lap times are between first and second again. Herrick checking in with a 152.108. Good Lord. 152.246. So there was a 1/10 of a second difference on that lap time around between those guys. The difference on the track changes by about a 1/10 and a half to now 6.1.
So the gap stays the same.
Pretty much.
That's how that is.
Pretty much. I mean, those guys are riding nearly identical lap times, and that's pretty impressive.
And when you do that, you can see how that plays out. It's just hard to close the gap. The gap's going to be so steady, so consistent that you can't pass a guy that you're riding the same speed as.
It was those initial moments in the early part of the race that may have won Eli Herrick this race.
For sure.
Oftentimes you hear people say, the starts are critical. Obviously they are. And they, if you get a good start, you can probably win.
Got to be in it to win it.
Absolutely. And that's exactly what Herrick has.
Here's the perfect example of it right in front of us.
Yeah, because then you got another rider equally matched in talent and skill and speed. And if you get that better edge, that slight edge on that one lap, you can carry it through the rest of the race.
Most definitely. Most definitely. White flag's out right now, Rodney. Less than a lap to go in this one, our third and final division of 51cc 4-8. Our leader makes his way back around one more time. There he comes, the number 66. Herrick drops down into the pit. Down Drider at the bottom of the hill. Cleanly makes his way around them. Herrick sends it up out of the pit. Takes the checker flag. Takes the win here in our 51cc 4-8 limited division number 3.
Big shout out to Scott and Angie Plessinger and Aaron Plessinger, all watching. They say watching the Mini O's, and happy Thanksgiving, and love to see those guys. Of course,
Scott the OG, bro, bad dude, man, love that guy.
Absolutely. Chilitown MX got a big Supercross track up there now, putting $250,000 just in dirt work alone up there, man. Just this past summer had a big majors. Looking forward to a big one next year as well.
Remember that guy coming through the woods like a brush hog, man. He was a beast through the trees, man. Of course, Aaron getting his start in off-road racing, raced some GNCC before made the transition over to professional motocross.
It was here, I think, that it dawned on me at Mini O's several years ago when Aaron was making that transition into the big bikes, into the B classes and A class. I was like, he made the right choice, and it was pretty doggone obvious at that point. Hey, we need Devin Rogers to the office, please. Devin Rogers, we need you to report to the office. And also Dash McMillan, if you have not done so yet, please report to the Mini O's office, please. Thank you very much. All right, 4 laps down. Herrick, Pastero, Chambers, Jenkins, Kyler, your top 5. And Cameron Berry in 6th. Tate Brush in 7th. In 7th. Chase Porter in 8th. Trenton Foote in 9th. Chandler Powell in 10th. Judson Kelly in 11th. And Jonathan Williams rounds out your top 10. All right. Well, you found your papo, huh? What's your name? What's your name? Tater? And what's your grandpa's name? Steve Richburg. We got Tater up here in the tower. He saw you down there on the starting line, by the way, so he knows where you're at. Somebody tell Grandpa where Tater is, and we'll get you guys reunited. Hang out up here and watch some races with us, Tater. All right. How old are you, Tater? You're 8. Welcome to the Minios, buddy. Never been up here, huh? Good seat. All right, Megawatt. Race 62, Masters 55 plus class. We got David Smith. And that's not race day picks, David Smith.
Right. Man, I haven't seen him in ages.
I did see a message on him from Facebook. Jack Camilio is out here with us. Also, Daniel LaPlaca. We got Larry Bank, John Macher, Kenneth Gogue, Mike Hodges, Brian Simber, Barry Karsten, Robert Herbert, John Gruey, Tim Cruz, Wayne Welzine, Earl May, Michael Genero, Paul Diswoznowski Sr., Craig Johnson, Rick Barrett, Eliver Hashini, Billy Sexton, Jose Clemente, Timothy Metcalf, Francis Corso, Rob Thornton, Michael Lavanway, also James Stein, Carl Moline, Chris Bruno, Corey Foster, David Inman, Raymond Bergeron, Grandpa Rick Custard, and little baby Galen Dixon. Tater, do you race, buddy? You just out here watching? You got a brother at races? That's your brother out there on the track right now? All right. Masters 55 plus class rider. I don't know, that might be him. We'll see in a minute.
So, as you said, Gruey out front. Here we go, Barry Carson in formation. Barry had to pass a couple guys, had to make his way through, but he's back on that rear fender right now of John Gruey. And look at this, Galen Dixon in that number 3 ride. Earl May in 4th. Mike Hodges in the number 5 spot.
Well, Tater, I just want to let you know, my name's Porterhouse. It's nice to meet you. Porterhouse, that's my nickname on the radio back home. Yeah, so you're Tater. You could be a sidekick back home at my radio station, man. Why do they call you Tater, by the way? You like taters?
I like tater tots. That's why.
You like tater tots.
Well, so does Rodney, as a matter of fact. Rodney loves them.
Do you like hash browns?
Yeah.
You do like hash browns? Now, I don't like McDonald's hash browns. I'm not a big hash brown fan, and people get confused by the fact that I like tater tots, but I don't like hash browns. And now Tater's a little bit upset with me. John Gruey, Barry Karsten, Galen Dixon, 1, 2, and 3. Earl May in the number 4 spot. We've got Hodges in the number 5 position. It looks like Lavarnway in that number 6 spot.
That's a new one on me.
Grandpa Rick. Now, I have seen Lavarnway around a few times. Rick Custard in the number 7 spot. Larry Bank in the number 8 spot. Johnson in 9th. And looks like Mike Genero, the number 95, rounds out your top 10. Now, just to let you know, this Masters 55 plus class, all riders will be transferring into the second moto. These are just like a normal race. They'll take these moto scores and combine them, and everyone gets to go to moto number 2. So what we see is what we get. And Gruey right now had a 2-second lead nearly over Barry Karsten at the end of lap number 1. And as we wrap up lap number 2, I tell you, man, the fire has been lit under John Gruey. I think the challenges that Barry Karsten had put forth on him on Supercross and some of those races there, and it's kind of lit us light under his tail as much as it has Barry's to have the extra competition that he's seen as well. Galen Dixon running in the number 3 spot as we check in with 2. Earl the Pearl May in 4th. Mike Hodges in 5th. Michael Lavarnway Sr. is 6. Rick Custer still back. Well, not sure if he's been able to make a pass or been passed yet or not. It is Lavarnway in the number 6 spot.
You know, it's just going to be a couple years till Mike Brown's in this one, too. All right, going to be just a couple years till we see that number 3 bike out here in this one. And we're going to have the full gamut. The same 5 guys are going to run 5 classes in a row, man. Two laps complete. John Gruey last time around 158.6. Barry Carson, he turned a 206.3. Galen Dixon, look at this. Galen Dixon turned a 203.8. So closing the gap just a little bit on Barry Carson is Galen Dixon. Doing a great job there. Earl May, now the Pearl, number 82. He's moved himself into the number 4 spot. Mike Hodges makes his way around after 2 in the number 5 position.
Nick Merritt now joining us here in the tower, and Nick is here with us from one of our vendors down on Vendor Row and sponsors of this great event. It is our friends from Tamer. You know, you've always heard about the Tamer hole shot devices, but I like what you said to me. You got a lot of new products, so I said, better let Nick Merritt discuss this a little bit. So what we got going on down here, man?
We got a lot of new products for 2023, actually. We just released them here, all at Mini O's. We have a new single, and now has the X-Wing on it, so a lot more stability. It's not going to rip out. You're going to be good. We also offer 100% guarantee that if it rips out, we'll replace it for free, so that's always good. And we got a new ring, actually, that has a wear indicator on it now that will actually tell you when it's time to replace the ring, when it's time to wear out, because a lot of people don't know that on the Tamer ring, you can rotate it as many times as you want, and you can get 150 hours out of it before it'll break or anything.
That's pretty impressive. And, of course, you guys are located right down from across from KTM on Vendor Row and inviting everybody to stop by, right?
Yep. Tell everybody to stop by. You know, tell them the curly-haired kid sent you, and you might get a little bit of a deal. We'll see.
All right. There you go. The curly-haired kid sent you. I think that people can make that. They won't remember Nick, but they will remember the curly-haired kid. I almost confused him with Chance to be.
I swear, Chance's hair looks, his kid's hair looks just like that. You guys got the same look, so for sure. Look for the curly locks, man. I can tell you, he'll be easy to see down there, believe it. Right on. Thanks, man.
This curly-haired kid's got the Tamer shirt on, but you go down to see him, and like you said, he'll make you a deal. Talk to him. Say, I talked to the. I was told to talk to the curly-haired kid. And speaking of curly-haired folks. That John Gruey. Oh, wait a minute.
He don't have curly hair. He don't have any hair.
Yeah, right. That's what I was remembering. He goes so fast. He outran his hair one day.
Mike Brown will never have a perm.
No, he will
I can guarantee you. Even if he had the hair, he'd never have a perm.
Probably not. No, no, I could see him having a perm. Man.
No, I can't.
Yeah,
no.
Curly, kinky.
Tight Jerry curl.
Yeah.
Nice try.
I can see it. Yeah, no, maybe not. 12.5 seconds now. John Gruey has amassed over Barry Karsten now in that number 2 spot. 159 for Gruey, a 201 for Barry Karsten. Galen Dixon checking in 13 seconds back, basically. In the 3 spot, Earl May was running about 8, now 11 seconds back. Looks like these guys have all pretty much settled into a pace megawatt. Mike Hodges 5th, Laverne in 6th, Custard still in 7th. Unless they have a little tip over at this particular point, I don't see anybody really charging right now. David Inman might be making up a little ground out there. And, ooh, wait a minute.
I don't know about Charlie, but we got a battle coming at us. Look at this, Rodney, out the window.
I was just getting ready to say I spoke too soon, because there it is. That's John Macher and Jack Camilio battling for 8th and 9th place position, along with Mike Genero, the number 95. So it was 8, 9, and 10 as they wrapped up lap number 3, and looks like maybe.
Yeah, look at this pack.
Macher might be a little bit more. Man, that tightened up a lot on that lap.
It did.
I mean, when you looked at the gaps a lap ago, they were not this tight. But they are starting to tighten up now.
What's crazy, Rodney, is at this age, 55, you understand your pace. You know your speed better than anything, what you're really comfortable with. But all of a sudden, you find a good line, or you jump something you didn't jump, or you follow one of your buddies over something. The next thing you know, there's a pack of these guys, and you're all riding about a half a second apart, and you're like, I'm just out here to have fun. How'd this happen?
Well, it's called being competitive, being on a motorcycle.
Hey, we need Kenneth Scott to go to his pit. Kenneth Scott, you're needed at your pit, please. Kenneth Scott.
Hey, by the way, you know, Plessingers have us tuned up on a big screen TV, man. They are kickback watching.
I promise you, man. Hannah Grace is sending messages. She's got us on the big screen. If I was at home, I'd have us on the big screen.
Hey, they've got their Christmas tree up, too. Got the angel on top.
Nice.
No decorations.
Nice. That's all right. Well, you know what? I like the fact they set it up right there at Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
And, you know, we start decorating on Black Friday, bro.
Actually, yeah.
Start making it happen.
Maybe they'll start decorating after dinner. Maybe it's something. Look at this. John Gruey is just slicing his way through traffic like a hot knife through butter right now. I mean, just inside, outside, around this one, inside that one, outside that one. There he just switched up lines in the middle of the Gator's tail. He's in a zone right now, man. I mean, John Gruey has found the zone on this Thanksgiving Day. I'm sure he woke up plenty thankful, and he is feeling even more thankful as this moto wears on here in this Masters 55+ class. Almost, well, over 14-second lead whenever he checked through last time.
Right on. And this is his specialty class, too, as a matter of fact. This is all these old buddies. They go way back together. Carson, Dixon, May, Hodges, Custer, all those guys, man.
Yeah.
Rick Barrett back there. He's in 16s right now, but he's part of that OG crew as well. Mike Genero. Welson's in there as well.
Uh-oh, Custer could be in trouble. Major and Camilio are right there. It is a three-way rock 'em, sock 'em, knock 'em now with Rick Custer, Grandpa Rick at the checkers, and I believe they got still a lap to go. Yeah, they've still got a lap to go on that battle, or half a lap anyway. They should be checking in here in the next minute or so. Gruey's in through with checkers, by the way, with 6 laps complete. And I think Barry Karsten may have just checked in as well. Yeah, Karsten is in now. And then Dixon running some 25 or so seconds back of that now with May, Hodges, LaBarnway. Oh, shoot. It had to be a substitute. John Gruey taking the win. Karsten, Galen Dixon, Earl May, Mike Hodges, LaBarnway, Custard, Major, Camilio, and Pastucci. Believe it or not, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, and 9th haven't even checked in yet. But 10th all the way back, and 1st through 5th have. That's weird how that works.
That's crazy.
I guess that's how that lapping works. All right, we go to the race 63 megawatt. This is a bet 30+ class. Why? Well, one reason Mike Brown isn't in that 55+ class, aside from not being 55, is he's in this 30+ class this time around. Now, we jokingly said a few moments ago, it doesn't matter if he's 25, 30, 40, 45, 50, he's going to be the guy to beat out there.
I wasn't joking.
I wasn't joking either. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, no jokingly saying nothing.
Now, here's something. This will be interesting, though. Steve Roman had a really good run out on the Supercross track, and he comes into this one hungry. He's been training. I know this is one of those big events that he and his father-in-law look really forward to, and they really want to showcase what they've got going on up there in PAMX in that Steel City area for sure.
Yeah, over there in Export, the Jones Roman MX School.
That's it.
Stevie Roman, as you said, had great runs over there. in the Supercross. Didn't get a great start here the other day in his vet run, but right now all eyes on the number 3, Mike Brown, as he steadily starts to pick his way through the pack against these youngsters.
I think that was Brad Smith on the 85 Kawasaki out of Thomasville, Georgia. At this point, he wraps up lap number 1, and you know through his mind right now, he's thinking, I'm beating Mike Brown.
If it's only for 2 corners, you can say that. Okay, if it's legit, hey, I led Mike Brown. Yeah. Of course, for me, that was to the starting gate.
Beat him to the start line.
All right, I led Mike Brown down to the starting line.
But Brad Smith out front, Mike Brown moving into the number 2 spot as he just gets around Dustin Jensen. There on lap number 1, there was about 2 seconds that separated Michael Ash, Chad Wages, Alec Forte, Shane Keller, Josh Emme in 8th, Michael Mercer in 9th, and Matthew Hogenthaler in the number 10 spot. But now we get to see Mike Brown go to work in this vet 30-plus class. The 50-year-old rider out front is Brad Smith, the number 85, who is 38 years old. And he has been known as a fast vet rider for many years across the national scene, and is proving today that he is still just exactly that. Only getting an early lead out here, but even here on lap number 2 at the speed that he's maintaining, keeping a good pace. And Mike Brown is chipping away at that lead, but you know, maybe not as quickly as what some might have anticipated it to be.
I got to say, Rodney, they got Brown down here at 50 years old. I believe he was 52.
Yeah.
Now, anybody else would put 57, so they could go race that plus 55. This guy's up 24. You know, what is wrong with this guy? Unbelievable.
Well, he's got to keep up to date with his, with his profiles, you know what I mean?
Oh, man.
No, you know, I don't know. I guess I see it. You know, 51, 52 seems so much older than 50, so I can understand wanting to stay 50 forever. I was 29 for a number of years, by the way. And we got found a phone. This looks like it could very well be to someone that speaks Spanish, by the way, considering everything is Spanish on it.
Be a pretty good indicator, Rodney, what I'm looking at right there. Vet 30 plus, 2 laps in the book now. Smith leads him through one more time. Brown closing the gap. 151.2 for Smith last time around. 150.06 for Mike Brown. Dustin Jensen in that 3 ride. He turned to 153. Mike Ash comes through in the 4th. Chad Wages rounds out the top 5. He turns a 157.7. Brown starting to close the gap now as they work their way down into the bottom section of the track. They're going to go back there, head up toward the hill as they go back toward 40 miles of bad road.
Man, look at this. Brad Smith is still out front. 2 laps now, working on 3.
Okay, you gave me the announcer's curse there, Rodney. Look at this. Brad Smith still leading. Still out front.
Well, I mean,
there comes Brownie. Thanks, Rodney.
Well, no, I don't think that's so much the case. I just think what that particular, I mean, I just got to say it. I kind of thought it'd be happening quicker, and not taking anything away from Brad Smith. I'm
with you, yeah.
I'm just talking about the amazing Mike Brown.
yeah, I'm with you. I thought Brownie would close that gap just a little quicker, but it was only a matter of time. And you can see immediately, he doesn't want to take any chances. We're going to force the issue, but he didn't even have to make his way around him more than a second. He starts opening the gap.
Absolutely. 151 lap times is what we saw Brad Smith turning last time around, a 150, almost a full second faster. So Brown was consistently a second or so faster on each one of those laps in 2 and 3. Well, obviously in 3 as we wrap up with lap number 3 here now, and the new leader. Steve Roman back there in the pack was back in the number 10 spot at the end of lap number 2. He and Mike Mercer both getting buried back there. And those are 2 riders, too, that you would expect to see a little further up in the top 10. But like any good race that you go to and attend, the competition is stiff and it is thick, and it is...
Roman just picked up 4 spots.
Wow.
Roman's now in the 7th position. He just dropped from a 154 to a 152, so he was able to clear some traffic. And again, these guys aren't going to force the issue. Nobody wants to bust a wrist at 55 years old or 35 years old. Nobody wants to twist that knee at 35 years old. But Roman, sure enough, look at this. He is now 3 seconds faster than the next 4 guys ahead of him.
That's crazy. He's got some speed, and again, that's why I was a little Surprised to see him so far back, but now things are starting to work in his favor. And look who's going with him. They're going to try, I'm sure, now that he's seen him go by. Chad Wages probably just was amazed and shocked to see get past like that. But now that he sees who it is, I would imagine he's going to latch on there. That 954, Matthew Hogan Cogler. He's the next victim of Steve Roman.
Absolutely.
There.
He's the next rung in the ladder.
And what's next? About 4 seconds ahead now, Michael Clark. Or is he that far ahead?
I don't think
so.
No,
he's not.
He's right here.
He's right there. Oh, right there already. And
there's Roman.
Roman is making up major real estate out here. We'll start calling him the broker, man.
No doubt. Remax.
Remax, absolutely.
And look at this. He goes to the inside. He knows that it's the shorter line, but he was also able to carry more speed as well.
And the little tail whip as a dot or an explanation point on that one. We got one rider down there at the top of the Gator pit going in for that final couple turns there. That might be changing things up even more up there. So it's Mike Brown, Brad Smith, Dustin Jensen in third after 4. Michael Ash is fourth. Steve Roman now up to the number 5 spot in some very finesseful and impressive riding out here. Michael Clark in the number 6 spot. Matthew Hogan-Togler is 7th. Shane Kelleher is now 8th. Chad Wages in 9th. And Brandon Albright rounds out your top 10. Michael Mercer just couldn't latch on. He's still back in the number 11 spot, so he's having trouble bridging into that top 10.
We got a few laps to go. Roman not even close to done. Roman running a 153 in the number 5 spot. Ash and Jensen right ahead of him, 155. Brad Smith at 154. The only guy on the track faster than Roman is your leader, Mike Brown.
And you know, with the way that Roman's coming through this pack, and I'm not saying that Mike Brown doesn't have any more speed on him, but I got to wonder if maybe Steve Roman has a little more speed himself. And
I thought it was another guest.
Another guest?
Oh, it was Mikey Waynes.
Mikey Waynes. He is not our guest. He is a brother, man.
You know it.
You're
more like a nephew to me. So.
Stevie Roman.
Missing a good one, Mikey.
AKA, now that he's grown up, maybe known more as Steve Roman. But forever in our hearts and the PA area. If you had anything to do with that racing, he was Stevie for sure.
You better believe it.
As I come into the booth, I see Mike Brown's out front.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Imagine.
My goodness.
But look, he's only 3 seconds ahead right now.
And
now 5.3. He got a little more ahead that time.
And it wasn't always that way. It took him a lap and a half to get there.
I heard.
Two laps.
Almost 3, yeah. 2.5.
You know what, we've been bragging this week on the youngsters and what they've been able to do as far as the maturity of the level of their riding. I think our 30 plus and up guys, kind of the same thing. They've turned back the clock. Barry Cartson, for example, going up and challenging John Carui, those things. These guys challenging Mike Brown. I like it. It's good to see.
All right, just got the word. Hopefully we're going to make our way through our motors. No LCQs today, so hopefully we're going to get our way to Moto 82. That is the goal, folks. So with your cooperation, a little bit of luck, we might have a bit of an early dinner, have time to let these bodies recoup a little bit, have a little extra time to spend with our families this evening and with our friends as well. Look at Rodney already rubbing his stomach.
I'm rubbing my belly. Waffle House is calling, bud.
Crush it, son. We're going to crush it. But, yeah, just letting you know the goal right now is to make it through our race order, make it to race number 82, which will be our Super Mini 2, 13 to 16. Mikey, if you don't take a nap on us, you ought to be able to hang right in there with us now that you've got your lunch and you're ready. So
you got lunch?
Good stuff.
Oh, we do have lunch, don't we?
I actually left to go get it, so I'm rolling up here. He opened up the door with 3 boxes. I said, Rodney Tomlin's good. Megawatt already ate. So
I'll go lounge on the luxurious couch.
Do it. You know where I've been.
Man.
You know where I've been.
I love it.
Got to squeeze a break in when you can. Here we go. Checkered flag out for the Mike Brown right there, getting it done. Brad Smith going to take second. Dustin Jensen, 3 spot. Michael Ash, 4th. And Stevie Roman rounds out your top 5.
All right. Mike Wayne's back to the action. Schoolboy 1, 12-17. BC 2 divisions there, it looks like. That's going to be race 64 in your program.
Here we go, off and rolling here for your Schoolboy 1, 12-17 BC Division number 1. It's another one of those. Let's see here. Just the 2 divisions, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so just 2 divisions in this one, not one where we've got 3. But nonetheless, 2 stacked divisions. That is the 451, I think it was. Ryder Thompson out in front in this one, leading the way, getting some pressure from behind. You say, you boys don't want this smoke. You don't want the smoke. Rodney does. He said, put me on the bike. Put me on the track. So Schoolboy 1, 12-17 BC Division 1. Again, 2 divisions in this one. And Ryder Thompson doing a good job out in front. So hold him off at least for the moment. The 92, Landon Hart's in that 2 spot. Kindred spirits, boys and girls. I love it. Ryder Thompson leading the way. The 451 gas ride. Landon Hart's in the 2 spot. Alessandro Carminati in the number 3 position. Tyler Millette in 4th place. And Luke Fowler back in the number 5 spot right now. Again, Ryder Thompson leading the way on the gas out front. Getting Landon Hart's checked in a half a second back, so good race out front. You can see it on screen as they ride up the gator back. Be fun to watch this one play out here between Thompson and Hart's. See what the number 92 KTM has got up his sleeve right here as Thompson creates a little space in between them. 20 miles bad road right here. Seen a lot of good passing here this week. Some races made, some races lost in that section of the track. And Landon Hart's good riding right there. Inches a little bit closer now. Getting him squared up. Get him in the crosshairs. Take the shot. 451 gas out front. Doing a good job. Racing the track in front of him. Landon Hart's working the track, not playing follow the leader. Good example of that right here. Seen a lot of passing here this week. Can he do it? Yes. Landon Hart's will make the pass right there in the split line section. And Ryder Thompson will fall to the 2 spot. Now to see what Hart's can do out front with the clean air. Down into the gator pit. Going to come up on the face of that finish line jump. And we'll get an idea what we're looking at as far as lap times are concerned. Alessandro, the 71 gas in the 3 spot last we saw. Let's see if he is still there. Now Tyler Millette, the number 20, was right there with him, and that might be Millette. No, forget it. Ryder Thompson. It's Luke Fowler in the 2 spot. Tyler Millette in 3rd. Landon Hart's checks in the 4 position. So a little trouble there at the end of that lap for Hart's. We'll see how he rebounds right here. Alessandro in the number 5 position. Caleb Coffin In the number 6 spot, Clark Robbins in 7th. 8th place is Kai Burge. 9th place, Jessen Turner, and Nolan Riley rounds out your top 10. Schoolboy 1, 12-17 BC. Boy, Luke Fowler, good race going for him right now. Was back at about that 4-5 spot early in this one. Chipped away at it, finds himself in the 2 position. And that is Fowler on screen there, the 462. Got our eyes on him in that 2nd place position here. When he checked in, he had it was a 5.5 second difference, 5.7 between him and Ryder Thompson. Beneficiary inherited that position with some good riding and hard work. And the 451 dropping down into the Gator Pit. There goes, buzzing past the tower, Luke Fowler. So Fowler inching his way closer and closer to Thompson here. Ryder Thompson, the freight train's coming, man. Fowler checks in at 151. He's about 2 seconds faster than Ryder Thompson and sits 3.5 seconds back in the 2 spot. So Fowler with another good lap right here. By the end of it, we should see him right up on Ryder Thompson if things stay the same. Tyler Millette in 3rd. Landon Hartz checks in the 4 spot. 5th place, Clark Robbins. Jessen Turner up into the 6th place position. Alessandro falls back to 7th, as does Caleb Coffin back into the 8th spot. Kai Berg 9th, and now Nolan Ryan, baseball, wrong sport. Nolan Riley checks in the number 10 spot. 462, Luke Fowler. Woo, little dab right there. No big deal. Back to work.
Not only wrong sport, Mikey Wayne's.
Wrong decade.
Wrong decade.
And the man could pitch, though. The man could pitch. No doubt. 462, Luke Fowler on screen. Watching Fowler work on RacerTV.com. And you can see what was a 5-6 second gap. Now, when he checked in last time, about a 4-second gap. Going to be less than that. Expected with some good riding, he'd be right there with Thompson as we got to the end of this one. Thompson riding with a sense of urgency. I think he can catch a glimpse now and again of Fowler on the move behind him. But here we go, got him in the same camera shot at times. Another little dab there by Fowler, but overall, riding very well. Fowler goes to work, lap 4 completed, lap 5 on the track. Ryder Thompson's enjoyed the lead to this point. Fowler in the 2 spot. Millette is checked in the number 3 position. Landon Hartz waiting on him to check in the 92. Where you at? Clark Robbins 5th. Jessen Turner 6th. Alessandro. No, it's going to be Clark Robbins checking in the 4 spot. Alessandro in 5th. Tough break for Landon Hartz. A mistake in lap number 4 cost him, and he falls back to the 7th spot. Kai Burge picks up a position into 7th. Jessen Turner falls back a spot into 9th, and Franklin Bauscher, rider inheriting that 10th place position. As we move back to Fowler on screen, I believe that 462 KTM still going to work. Got his hard hat on. Trying to gain on that man right there, the 451 gas ride of Ryder Thompson out of Georgia on the TMA Thompson MX Academy backed gas ride. Putting those skills on display here in the Schoolboy 1. And I tell you what, Fowler went from about a 6-7 second gap between him and Thompson out in front of him. Took it down to just shy of 4 seconds. Now chipping away not as much. Turned to 152.281, not much faster than Ryder Thompson, kind of keeping pace, and still sits in that 3-second mark. 462 on screen again. Luke Bowser been following him basically this whole race here as he has been trying to chip away at the lead by Ryder Thompson. Millette still in third. Clark Robbins fourth. Alessandro Carminati in that 5 position. Kai Burge up into the 6th spot now. Good ride by Kai, that number 8 Yamaha. Landon Hart's back in the 7th position. We'll see if Hart's able to make up some ground. Only a second back in a good heated battle back there for the 6th spot. Caleb Cawthon in 8th place. 9th place, Jessen Turner. And Franklin Boucher has checked in now in the number 10 position. Ryder Thompson, here we go. Five laps into it. Bowser actually lost a little bit of time in lap number 5. Now about 3.251 seconds back when they checked in last time around. He's kind of settled into that 2 spot. Don't know if he's going to make a push here late and try to make something happen, or is he going to say, let's take it to the next moto?
A lot of riders seeming to settle in the pace right now, Mikey Waynes. And with that, while we watch these, I want to take this opportunity to talk with one of our proud supporters of the Mini-O's and motocross racing in general, Andrea Lee from On Track Schools. And I know, Andrea, you're going to be heading out to, you told me, to Arizona. The Arizona Open's happening, and you guys are a big part of that coming up. So you wanted an opportunity to come up and say a few words to the folks here at the Mini-O's.
Yeah, I just want to say we've had a really great week here. We're going to Arizona Open. That's our scholarship race. So if you're looking for information on how to earn dollars towards your education, make sure you come to On Track School booth on Bender Road today, because we'll be pulling out tomorrow and heading west.
Alrighty, sounds like a busy time and a good time for you folks, but we certainly appreciate the dedication that you've given us here over the last week here at the Mini-O's. But again, you guys are located where?
Right down Bender Road next to Roost MX. You can also go to scholarshiprace.com. There's a link to find out how to earn those dollars. We'll be coming to more races near a town near you soon, so check it out.
All righty, that sounds good. Thank you very much, Andrea Lee from On Track Schools. Gage Dunham. Buddy, what's going on, man? I saw you pushing your bike off the track a little bit ago.
Yes, sir. I think it was Moto 49. It was like on lap 3, and I came down to the gator pit, and next thing you know, I just hear my bike bog, and my crank, my bike locked up, which is unfortunate, but we got LCQs we gotta go and do, so my pops just helped me out putting my bike together. We went to KTM, they just rebuilt my whole motor, so without my dad, I probably wouldn't be here right now, and my mom, so they've been sacrificing a lot for me, so it's been awesome.
So you're thankful for that, huh?
Yes, sir. Like, if it wasn't for my family, my friends, On Track, I mean, flexible, good school, I probably wouldn't be here right now.
I tell you, man, it's cool that you know where to count your blessings and where they come from, that's for sure. Something folks need to be on the lookout for. I saw you guys do a little video last night on the Supercross track, you and Jaden Cooper and a few other folks, huh?
Yeah, me, Jaden Cooper, I think Aiden Steinrecker, and a couple more kids. We had a cool little podcast, and we were just talking about how thankful we were, and just how Mini-O's is going for us, so, and how we like On Track School and how it's going, and I guess how our daily life is going. That's kind of how we had a little conversation there.
It was pretty cool. We'll be watching for that coming out online soon, okay?
Thank you, sir.
All righty, Gage Dunham here with us, and right now, live coverage at this Mini-O's on RacerTV.com is brought to you in part by your friends at Dunlop Tires, and of course, here we are getting set to go with more great racing. And with that was Division 1. We just watched wrap up. It was Division 1 of, I believe, 2, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, so top 18 transferring there. Ryder Thompson, Luke Fowler at the checkers now. Tyler Malay, Clark Robbins, Landon Hartz, Kai Burge in the 6th. Alessandro Carminati in 7th. Jessen Turner in 8th. Caleb Condon in 9th. Franklin Boucher in 10th. Tristan Dalton in 11th. And Gavin Batson moving up into the number 12 spot with Logan Mortberg in 13th. Nolan Riley dropping to 14th. Juan Felipe Garcia Martin in 15th. And Trinity Bachelor in the number 16 spot. Garrett Henley dropping, but staying in the number 17 spot, still transfer position. And Austin Schaefer rounding out the top 18. Those guys all should be in Moto 2 without an LCQ. But again, check the posting board to make sure all those results are unofficial. Division 2 off and rolling now. The Schoolboy 12-17 BC. It's the Schoolboy 1 with Bernardo Tiburcio, Tristan Rubio, Michael Nussbaum, Bobby Graffel, Mason Gober, Landon Gordon, Christian Merman, Owen Koval, Caleb Phineas, Matthew Caddick, Peter Parenti, Tiger Wood, Nathan Jeffrey, Augustin Bernici, Ethan Pope, Clayton Stockstill, Adler Cottle, Nicholas Stefancic, Deegan Bloomfield, Revan Gordon, Dylan Sullivan, Deegan Vanderreed, Elijah Marsh, Donald Adams, Keelan Housey, Petro Piroli, Matthew Martinovic, Wyatt Bass, Giuliano Salinas, Zachary Chambers, Tyler Tilson, Cole Hamilton, Riley Bussey. It is also Cannon Peen, Cole Pranger, Will Kanniger, Landon Gibson, Kate Johnson, and Noah Voss all out on this track in Division number 2. 39 riders. Again, the top 18 will transfer. And up front right now, it is the 53 machine of August. Yeah, Berenici out of Cairo, Georgia, it says here. I'm sure he lives there, MTF or someplace like that. Definitely enjoying life there. Yeah, MTF and EBR sponsored rider.
Yeah.
He's a factory MTF rider, I guess you could say.
Hey, good program, no doubt about that.
Obviously, it
produces.
It does.
Some monsters.
Absolutely. Christian Merman in second, Revan Gordon in third, Will Kanniger in fourth, Landon Gordon is fifth, Riley Bussey in sixth, Peter Parenti is seventh, Dylan Sullivan in eighth, Kate Johnson in ninth, Bernardo Tiburcio in 10th. Now 11 through 20, top 18 against what's transferring. This is the only one lap in. We'll have to see how it finishes, but this is what it's looking like right now. Landon Gibson, Deegan Van Vried, Tiger Wood all the way back in 13th, Giuliano Salinas, Bobby Gravel, White Bass 16th, Cole Pranger 17th, Clayton Stockstill, your final transfer spot with Cannon Pine, and Kalen Housey in the number 19 and 20 spots. Got to say, talked with Tiger Wood last night after Supercross, after he got off the stage at Supercross last night, came up, shook my hand and said, Rodney, in his South African accent, which was pretty cool, so nice to meet you and want to wish you well and good luck in your future endeavors, and thank you for all that you've done. And, you know, that blew me away, man. I'm not going to lie. That kid recognized, I don't even, thanks for noticing.
Thanks for noticing.
But, you know, what's pretty cool is, though, at this juncture in my career, being able to be, you know, sociable with guys like Ricky Carmichael, Jeff Emig, Travis Pastrana, you know, all those greats and stuff, Ryan Sipes. It's really, really neat. Those superstars of our sport are just people like me.
I love it. Yeah, man. It's I was always bad at that. Anytime anybody would pay me a compliment, I was, my wife said, stop.
Yeah.
Just thank you. I appreciate it because, you know, don't downplay it. Don't downplay what you do. You do a good job, Rodney.
Well, thank you.
Darn good.
Well, thank you. I do appreciate that. It is hard to take a compliment, though. I'm not going to.
Hey, if you want to take notes. Listen to Rodney Tomlin. Listen to Matt Watson. Listen to Wes Kane. And Michael
I don't know, man.
Out the window.
I don't know, man. Some of these races that we've been announcing here, I don't know. August Berenici in the number 1 spot, or me anyway. Kirsten Merman in the number 2 spot, still after 2. Gordon Kanniger. Landon Gordon in 5th. I like the way you rolled that, too, by the way. Landon Gordon, Riley Bussey, Kate Johnson, Bernardo Tiburcio, Tiger Wood up to 9th now. So he has made some big gains there. And Landon Gibson in 10th. Wyatt Bass is also coming with him. And we're seeing a few changes back there. Adler Cottle back in 16th. And Cole Pranger still in 17th. Clayton Stockstill still back in 18th after 2. Another stacked field of riders here in schoolboy class. This is division number 2.
Tell you what, Merman and Berenici and Revan Gordon throw Kanniger in the mix. Good battles out front in this one. And for those wondering, man, what happened to drone footage. Maybe some of you saw it on Racer TV, but if not, they should be able to get that thing back up. We're doing a little testing right now on that drone footage. I know the folks at home love that, as do we. So we have all of our fingers and toes.
A little gust of wind kind of took them off guard, I think.
Yeah, a little bit. It happened. You'll have that on the bigger jobs.
Absolutely.
But it should be back up in the air soon. The 19 of Christian Merman, and I think it's the 15 on the jersey, going to be the 105 Revan Gordon. If I am not mistaken there. No, Ryder was stalled out, some struggles, something.
Is that your second lunch, Mikey Wayne, or third?
No, first lunch.
Okay.
First lunch. When I left here, Mega said, "Hey, you and Rodney hadn't had a plate yet. Run down there and get Rodney a plate." I saw our guy coming up here, and he said, "I'm heading up there to drop these off." I said, "Okay, they're good. I'll wait." So I went and I got me a little rest, worked on the vocal cords, so I could come back in here and contribute. Oh, I don't know if you're hitting me or that wasp. Megawatt coming in hot.
Somebody just asked me if we were friends with the wasp there a few moments ago, and I said, yes, we must be in order to operate in this tower.
You know what? We have such a calm demeanor about us, they don't bother us.
Yeah,
that could not be farther from the truth.
I haven't gotten stung yet, have you?
No, not yet. Knock on wood.
Augustin, this is after 3. Berenici now 2.7 seconds. That is not by any stretch of the imagination a monstrous lead. And even more so, tightly contested second and third. Kanigher only 1.3 out of third and fourth. Landon Gordon is less than a second behind Kanigher. And Riley Bussey is, well, he's a little ways back. So those top 2, 3, 4, and 5, actually first through fifth.
Big mistake there by Landon Gordon. Able to stay on the machine, but barely, but definitely cost him some time in that battle with the 708 of Will Kanigher.
Yeah, Kanigher, you're getting a little bit of breathing room on that one and give him an opportunity to maybe fire up on Revan Gordon, as Merman and Gordon were going at it just ahead of him when they wrapped up that third lap of racing. As we're working on lap number 4 to wrap up now. There's Christian Merman dropping down. Now, was he right behind Revan Gordon that time? Our leaders checking in. Berenici on the number 53, only about 3 seconds ahead. And I believe that is still Christian Merman in the number 2 spot as they go across the finish line. Gordon and Kanigher.
I love it.
In the number 4 spot. Yeah, you got to growl. Well, and that.
Yeah.
Roll your R's, too.
Roll your R's. It's from Speaking of Spaniel.
Kanigher. And Landon Gordon. So Gordon getting a little bit of breathing room there. He dropped back about 3 seconds off that pace. So 4 laps down. To be interesting to see whether or not he's able to tighten that back up. And is this, wow.
Oh, heading up Gatorback.
Yeah, that's Kate Johnson, Bernardo Tiburcio, Tiger Wood, Landon Gibson, Riley Bussey, Adler Cotta, Wyatt Bass. That's all the way back to 12th place position from 6th to 12th. That we're watching now, dipping off the back of the Gator now and heading back towards the back section of this racetrack. But those riders are really pushing right now. And you know, Tiger Woods is probably pushing all these riders pretty hard, trying to slice and work his way through the track right now on the 43.
Revan Gordon gets some heat from behind. Done a good job so far of not worrying about what's going on behind him. Again, this is Division 2 of this Schoolboy 1 class. So looking forward to seeing what this is like in the second moto for these guys. The amount of riders that are in that sub 2-minute mark. I mean, it goes all the way back to 9th. Forget it, 10th, 11th.
If I didn't have heart problems, I will have heart problems by the end of these second motos this year, because I don't know if I can handle it, man. This is some high-intensity stuff we got going on this year. Top 4 riders in the 155 mark right there, as you see. Berenici, a little bit of breathing room there with nearly 3 seconds, but still only a half second behind Merman, and still knocking on the door is Revan Gordon on the 105 machine, and he's around now. So, yeah, so I missed that, but man, Merman probably thought, oh, he has no rest for the wicked there. Kanigher is right there.
Revan Gordon sprinting right now, 5 laps into it. And finally able to make that pass on Merman. So Merman in that 3 spot, Will Kanigher back in 4th. There's the 53, Berenici out in front on screen.
Now we talk, you may mention 20 miles of bad road. I think that was probably before this section around the tail of the gator, but I think this whole track is really starting to develop. You know, we talked about just a few turns and so forth, and yesterday developing quite a pretty consistent race pace. Man, I tell you, we're getting some big berms, some big deep lines, and some ruts out there today, and braking and acceleration bumps. You can tell that there's been some intensity placed upon this soil today.
Yeah, no doubt. And we have no sun today. It's overcast. So about this time yesterday was when the sun had popped out, and you could really, on Racer TV, get a good idea of the line choices these guys have out here that develop throughout the day. I don't think we're going to get quite the view of that with it being overcast today, but if you're here in person, you can see it for yourself. Plenty of choices, plenty of options to work this track and make something happen for yourself. Create opportunity. Create opportunity. White flag out. Here we go. Berenici checks in. A 156.221 for him. Revan Gordon still in the 2 spot. Air Yamaha's leading the way. Christian Merman in the 3 position, and Landon Gordon after the mishap early in this one, that number 18 Kawasaki up into the 4 position around Will Kanigher, who is now in 5th. Berenici up the gator back. Got a pretty decent lead, not a huge lead, but good enough if he can ride smart here on the last lap.
Yep. Again, minimize the mistakes. Sound like a broken record, but, you know, just don't let it creep up on you. Just don't let it happen by surprise. And all of a sudden, you're not paying attention. What should have been a 2-second tip over, now you're frustrated, you're flustered. Now all of a sudden 15 seconds to get back rolling.
Oh boy, Berenici looking good right there. Looking good on Racer TV. Not phased in the least bit.
And I tell you, he's had a couple of solid seasons, as a matter of fact. I mean, we've watched this rise to the top over the last couple of years, and he's becoming the solid state, one of the solid state Schoolboy 1 riders out here this season, for sure, and heading into next season. Look at here. SLR Rifle Works live drone back in the air, Mikey Wayne.
Yeah. A sight to see, baby. That SLR Rifle Works live drone bringing us the action. Wow. Now, okay, the drone does do a good job of showing you those lines. Just nuts. Especially down into the gator pit, too. I mean, there's, you know, just from up in the tower, we can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different lines right there that have been cut out.
Yeah, but look how many lines come out of that one inside rut there. Coming out of that last turn.
And Rodney, you and I talked about that inside rut, that tight right-hander down in there. We thought Gage Dunham got his fork stuck in there and he fell over. We were like, man, why is he out of the race? The bike blew up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, crank come out of it right there, and we were thinking, well, pick it up, Gage. Start the thing. You know, what is wrong with you?
Yep, he pushed it up. I saw him pushing it all the way back to the pits, man.
He's our buddy, man. He's a good kid. And that was Carson Manquist that come up to say hi to me. That was sitting there behind us.
Yeah.
Yeah. I said I kept hearing my name. Wanted to come up and say, hey, bro.
Hey, bro.
Wanted to come up and see what was going on. So having a great week, and they're going to race again here in just a little bit, 73, 74, something like that. But made the trip out from Fort Worth. Having a good week, and it was good to meet him. Nice people. And he, too, is a on-track school student.
Awesome.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, a lot of quality students in that school, no doubt about that. And Carson definitely great rider, and glad to have you up here. And feel free to come up anytime, Carson. All right, here we go. That is it, isn't it? Yep, checkers are out. Our top 18. It leads or ends with Cole Prenger in 18th, Gravel 17th, Stockstill 16th, Wyatt Bass, Peter Parenti, Deegan Van Vreed in 13th. 12th is Giuliano Salinas, Ryan Bussey in 11th. 10th is Bernardo Tiburcio, Landon Gibson, Tiger Wood up to 8th. Seventh place, Kate Johnson, Adler Cottle in sixth. Will Kanneger was fifth after it was all said and done. The 19 of Christian Merman in fourth. In third, Landon Gordon, and Revan Gordon in the second place position with Augustin Berenici, your winner of the Schoolboy 1 12-17 BC Division number 2. 65, 10 and 11 coming up next.
Rodney, that's going to be Ronnie Stanley, Taylor Stanzik, Camden Scoggin, Beckett Ferry on the 15 machine, of course. I believe Patoshnik, Sam O'Leary, Keith Nodler, Kelsey Harris, Wiley Rives, Nicholas Guzman, Marcus Trujillo, Carly Flath, Brayton Craiglow, Ethan Graves, Ethan Stiss, Levi James, Dylan Richards, Colin Holbrook, Jackson Vick, Carson Sanders, Easton Kirby, Bryson Young, Alston Fraley, Ryder Bloomquist, Nick Haven, Braxton Mees, Owen Malone, Jacob Roman Velasquez, Cruz Sant, Chase Dashel, Nolan Simmons, Jeremiah Villano, Braden Wetgen, Lethan Porterfield, Matthias Thompson, Tucker Coué, Jensen Bridge, Jackson Bailey, Brayton Wills, Jeremiah Rivera, Andrew Johnson, and Caleb Likens make up our 65cc 10 to 11.
Interestingly, 42 riders only in this 65, 10 and 11 class. We talked a little bit about this yesterday when we're talking about our other 65cc 10 and 11 divisions. A lot of these kids that in this age frame moving up to 85 cc's, and you know, I have to also wonder, you know, looking at the numbers that we have in those 51 7 and 8 class and 4 to 8 class and 65 cc 7 to 11 and 7 to 9 classes, the numbers that we have in that, I just have to wonder if that might be a direct translation of the revival of motorsports with the legacies coming back and people bringing their kids and new people being introduced to the sport, because that's where a lot of the numbers really seem to be. You know, you see it in the 50s, it's migrating its way up to the 60s. I imagine if this trend continues, we're going to watch it move into the 85s pretty soon, and then obviously into our upper ranks. So if this is an indication, a big wave is coming as far as competition in the future.
And to think one back from that, to kind of joke, but also sort of serious, in 2020, hey, we were all quarantined at home. Mom and Dad.
Yep.
They said, well, you want to eat or what? I said, what?
What?
And so we got a lot of kids coming, okay? That's what I'm saying.
What?
In 2020, a little baby boom there. So,
right.
You know, those little 2-year-olds are going to be 3-year-olds soon on the Strider, and then 4-year-olds on the Stasic, and then they're going to be here at Minios with us. So it's going to just continue growing.
I couldn't agree more with that.
I try to church that up as much as possible, but you know what I'm saying.
What? So
yeah, I like
you better believe it.
What?
You want to eat dinner or what?
Or
so
what?
The 65 10 to 11 is a little more established. That's 7 to 9, a little more beginners class. You know, a lot of riders do ride 51s, some don't ride 51s. A lot of kids have their first race on a 65. So these bigger divisions in the younger classes, right on par with the sales divisions.
So a Race Tech sponsored moto coming up here, and we want to say thanks, Mikey Wangs, to our friends at Race Tech.
Hey, Race Tech is the world's largest aftermarket motorcycle suspension modification company and inventors of the proprietary award-winning Gold Valves. Race Tech Gold Valves provide a plush feel with drastically improved bottoming resistance and increased traction. All Race Tech products are 100% guaranteed, and our personal favorite part, made in the USA.
Got it. Born in the USA. Love it, man. Race Tech. Here we go. 65s underway. 10 to 11 dropping down Gator Falls. And, man, look at that pack, Mikey. Holy cow. Like everybody tried to get down the falls at the same time right there.
A buzzing herd of them. I love it. Not one, not two, but 3 divisions in this one.
No. This is 10 to 11
this is
right
10 to 11.
Here.
This is, it's just the one.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
I'm looking at the wrong one. Yeah, you're right. Wow.
So 7 to 9, the younger guys, 3 divisions of that. Man, back to work.
Back to
for
work.
Sure. Going to whittle them down. Going to get 1 division out of those 3 and going to go into those final motos. Going to hand out some hardware over the next couple days. Looking forward to that, Mikey.
Saw Jackson Vick there in the 2 spot. Did just miss who was in front, but boy, whoever they are, we'll get our eyes on them here in a moment. a good lead as it starts out. Jackson Vick trying to keep pace. And he's got everybody behind him wanting a piece as well. So Jackson Vick goes to work, and will he inherit the lead? No, he was in that same line. What's Megawatt say? Don't play, follow the leader.
Especially in these early laps, man, tough to do. You have a little hiccup like that, and you see exactly what happened. Now, it definitely played into the advantage of the leader. He was able to get going, but the riders behind him already came to a stop.
Yep. So an opportunity missed right there, but both riders now riding with a little bit of a sense of urgency, saying, oh, made my mistake. Okay, got that mistake out of the way. Time to go to work.
Oh, definitely. And these guys understand at this age, 10 to 11, they've been racing over half their life.
Right.
Okay, they've been racing since 4 years old.
Yeah.
Right now they're 10 years old. These guys, they know what's happening. They know the urgency of the situation. And also the maturity level is so far beyond what this class was, say, 5 years ago.
For sure. No doubt. We sound like a broken record, but again, thanks to the Striders, thanks to the Stasics, just propelling our sport forward even more, like you said. Old Wiley veterans, these, 10-year-olds. Are you kidding me?
Anybody that's looking to go after that $100 this evening in the Scott Tear-Off Pickup Challenge, I just noticed a whole stack of tear-offs laying on the track from our drone shot right there, and somebody could probably pick up a couple pounds of tear-offs right after that tunnel over there on the start straight. So tear-off pickup challenge, the Scott.
It's a sponsored
yes, the Scott tear-off pickup challenge starts immediately following the races this evening. You're welcome to go out, pick up as many tear-offs as you can. Meet at the Scott tent at 7 o'clock. We're going to weigh your tear-offs. And winner who brought the most, and winner gets $100. Win Kearns put that money up 3 days in a row. Rodney.
All about the Benjamins. $300 on the line. Woo. Rodney Tomlin exits the announcing booth to go rally the troops.
Oh, he's putting together a team effort right now. Rodney's like, look, he's already got him on the phone.
He's already on the phone.
He's like, I'm on a 4-man team at dusk.
Chance, Adam, we're on it.
Where's Buford?
Where's Buford? Where's the big Buford at? We're going to make us some money. Oh, man, look at
that out front. Number 70 machine.
Shocker.
Holy
Jackson
cow.
Vick in that mix.
Vick just come in and shook them all up right there. He just came right through the middle of that drama.
I was getting around Easton Graves as well. So the 196 of Chase Dashel, is that him on the left-hand side? The 196. No, that is Easton Graves there behind him. So Vick might be our new leader. He is. So Vick is the new leader.
Right.
It's Graves in second. Chase Dashel falls back to the 3 spot after being in second place.
Dude, he saw that drama. They're touching. They're making contact. He just plowed right through the middle of it. Dude.
I got this.
Like split the Red Sea right there. I'm coming through. All right, Mikey, take a good look at this view right here as they come up over the tunnel. Right there. I spy some tear-offs.
Oh, you're right. There you go, kids.
I spy
Kids,
a bunch
tune
of them.
in to Racer TV. Like team managers out there that have been inspecting the riders and how they
course map out.
Get your course map out. Start mapping you out a path for these tear-offs.
Easy $100 coming to somebody tonight.
I love it. Jackson Vick taking control in this one. Let's see what he can do with clean air in front of him. Man, Megawatt turns a 209. And that is faster than obviously everyone else out there. Easton Graves a 211, Chase Dashel a 211, Braxton Mess, another big name, a 210. So let's keep our eyes on that 115 Husqvarna. He is on the move. Matthias Thompson back in 5th, Marcus Trujillo 6th place, 7th place going to be Colin Holbrook, Sam O'Leary in the number 8 spot. Wiley Rives in 9th, and Ryder Bloomquist rounding out the top 10. I'm choked up about it here.
I can tell. Braxton Mess, he's the rider to keep an eye on. Like you said, seems like he's making some moves right now. He's only, looks like half a second back right now. Not much of a gap at all, and he's got a great pace going. Back through the rollers now. Here we go. Is that Vick out front? Yes, it is. Still Vick in control of this one. Coming back down to that fence line. Look at this. Graves now. He's starting to get some heat from Dashel. Nashville starting to pick it up just a bit. Looked like he had pulled out a bit of a lead there. And is that Thompson? No, that's Mess. That's Mess pulling up on him.
Here we go. Oh, Braxton Mess. That was the guy we said keep an eye on.
Yep.
He turned that 210. Man, excuse me.
It's amazing. These guys just continue to send it up over those tabletops.
Oh, yeah.
Not much run at all whatsoever. You don't. How are they going to have enough momentum to get over? They just pencil it. Just send it, dude.
Just send it. Full send.
Ridiculous.
It's Thanksgiving.
Oh, there's that inside right-hander we've talked about.
Swallows that 65 machine up. And I believe that was Easton Graves.
Was it Graves?
Yeah.
Yes.
Vic checks in. Braxton Mess checks in the 2 spot. Easton Graves only loses the 1 position, but now the 196 Chase Asheville all over the rear wheel. Matter of fact, you look at timing and scoring, they came through the same time, .022.
Yeah, and again, it's he didn't even fall over. Just went in there, got hung up on that inside of that berm, had to stop, stand the bike up, and take off again.
Don't panic. Nobody panic.
Exactly. Yeah, nobody panic.
Nobody panic.
3 laps complete here, getting ready to have a trio of 65, 7, and 9 divisions here. 3 divisions coming up next, 67, 68, and 69 on your race schedule.
Jackson Vick turned a 209. And, we were bragging on Braxton Mess for that 210 he turned in lap 2. You look at lap 3, he turns a 208.936. That's, a matter of fact, fastest lap of this race. So Mess is on the move. Now, when he checked in at the end of 3, it was a 2-second gap. We'll see if Braxton Mess isn't able to get up there and challenge Jackson Vick after Jackson Vick himself has made a couple of good passes to move into that lead. And here we go.
I'm going to answer that question for you right now, Mikey. Take a look on your monitor at home, you guys watching. There it is, number 70 at Jackson Vick. Brandon Mess pulling up onto the rear fender right now. What's he going to do with this opportunity?
Braxton Mess, he's had the fast lap times. Been able to get around everybody else. Inherited that position by a little mistake by Easton Graves at the bottom of the Gator pit. And now, boy, I tell you what, got to hand it to Jackson Vick. And he heard him coming and finds another gear right there and puts a little separation in between them.
Yeah, he definitely grabbed a handful, clicked it up one more notch.
And 4th lap completed.
So 4 in the books now. What's the gap? Did we cut that 2 in half, whatever?
It is a 1.8. Braxton Mess gets faster again with a 207. Now, Vic picked it up as well. He turned a 208, almost 208 flat, 208.006. But, hey, Braxton Mess is still chipping away, and he's got plenty of time. We don't even have the white flag yet.
Yeah, you can see the gaps getting shorter physically on the track. You take a look as they hit that first step up. Mess in tow right now. Jackson Vick sends it all the way to the top floor. Mess in tow. Love those 65s when they just send it.
Just incredible to see. 3rd place makes it happen. 4th, 5th. How deep is the talent in the 65?
It's deep, man. Look at this. They just continue to send it, bro.
Up the Gator back.
I jumped it, didn't you? Seriously, yeah.
So cool. Watching the NFL today. Forget about it. Tune into Race TV. Watch some race.
National Felon League.
Oh, right.
NFL. National Felon League. Seriously?
My goodness. Oh, boy.
Holy cow. If you're a big fan of, felonies, armed robbery, whatever, watch the NFL then, whatever.
Watching it. I wish there was some way of knowing how you felt, Mega.
Yeah, well, I'll let you know one day.
I wish you would. My goodness.
Yeah.
Braxton Mess. Man, they got into the thick of these the lap traffic. Griff, check your phone there. They got into the mix here with the lap traffic, and that has kind of slowed up our battle a little bit between Jackson Vick and Braxton Mess. But nonetheless, still some great racing by these 2 young riders. And reel them back in. There goes Vick down into the Gator pit. And I believe white flag should be coming out here, if I am not mistaken. Got a couple riders. There it is. White flag flies. 1 to go. All right, Braxton Mess, what do you got for him? Jackson
He's about
Vick.
to show you.
He is, man. Well, he slowed up a little bit too much. And I think that was all just due to that
Yep.
lap traffic. Just not being able to pick the lines he wants. Had to jump into a different line to get around that lap traffic. And we got a gap now.
Yeah, I had him misidentified. I thought it was the rider he's lapping there right now. I thought they were still had a bit of a shot at it, but right now just losing touch with Jackson Vick as they head out on that final lap. And got to get real close to be able to make that move, and Vick's not going to let that happen.
Yeah. Now, Vick has been doing very well getting around the lappers, and he did a good job putting Braxton Mess in some tough spots.
Sure. And that's that racecraft. He knew it. You know, he goes, I'm going to set a pick right here with number so-and-so, and then I'm going to bring it through right here, going to hold him up in this corner, and that's exactly what he did.
Great ride. By the way, Easton Graves sitting in that 3 spot. Chase Dashel in 4th. Marcus Trujillo rounding out the top 5 with Sam O'Leary in 6th place. Cullen Holbrook in 7th. Matthias Thompson 8th place. 9th place, Wiley Rives and Ryder Bloomquist rounding out the top 10. And again, just the one class here. No divisions for the 65cc 10 to 11.
Yeah, I thought there might be at least 2, but one division here as they work their way through the rollers. There comes Vick one more time. As we mentioned, though, 3 divisions for the 65 7-9 group. 3 full divisions there racing their way into the main event.
Gonna be a good one. Gonna be 3 good ones. How about that?
Yeah, for sure.
3 good ones.
Vick using the wide lines right now. Now he's going back inside, up over that big hump. He has no pressure whatsoever. Right now he can go any line he wants. Nobody in front, no roost to be eating. And down into the Gator Pit for the final time.
Keep it smooth. Smooth as fast. There he comes.
He avoided that inside line, didn't he?
Yes. No, thank you. Saw a couple 65s get buried down in there, and there it is. Checkered flag flies. Jackson Vick, what a ride by him. Was sitting in the 3 spot early, made a great pass, and then another one to get out front. Braxton Mess, another solid ride for him. Not the best start, but able to finish in the 2 spot. I believe Easton Graves will. No, Chase Dashel gets around Graves. So missed that battle there, but hats off to Chase Dashel finishing just in front of Easton Graves, and Marcus Trujillo will round out the top 5. All right, coming up next, not 1, not 2, but 3 separate divisions here for the 65cc 7 to 9. So if you are watching at home, Nana and Papal, and you say, well, I didn't hear my kid's name, don't worry. 3 divisions. We'll get to them, I promise. I promise.
I would.
Property of full crowd.
I'll let you know.
And here we go. Again, 65cc Division 1. Give you a quick rundown here. Carter Pilgrim. I tell you what, they're about to finish a lap. Be that late, or are they on the backside still? They got a little time. Okay, let's go. Carter Pilgrim, Gavin McCoy, Zion Birchtold, Landon Hollinger, Eden Steinbrecher, as well as Owen Solomon, Noxton Fisher, Waylon Lake, Weston Otto, Carter Holmes, Bryson Howell, Kaysen Taylor, Tim Lopes, Waylon Ballinger, Luke Clark, Leopoldo Gonzalez, Tanner Butte, Nixon Guthrie. What on earth are you doing here? A green cord. How much you want to give for it now? What is this? My goodness. Jeremy Holbert coming in here just causing a ruckus. Running fishing line through here or something. I'm just... throwing smoke your way, Jeremy. It's okay. All right. 65cc 7-9 Division 1. That was 17. I think, is that Zion or Landon Hollinger?
Well, we're about to find out as we take a look at timing and scoring. It shows us actually that Tim Lopes checked in first on the 85, and then Zion Berchtold. Zion on the number 17.
So we were watching. That was second. Okay.
Yeah, Lopes already made his way through on the 85, and then Declan Wisniewski, he's on that number 612 in the number 3 spot. Waylon Ballinger in 4th. Ryder Lane in 5th. Carter Pilgrim comes through in 6th. Maverick Gresham Lewis in that number 7 spot. Eden Steinbrecher in 8th. Bryson Howell holds down the number 9 spot, and Waylon Legg rounds out the top 10 in 65 7-9 Division 1. Again, Mikey, 2 more divisions. Total of 3 divisions here in 65cc 7-9.
Hey, the reason I missed Tim Lopes is because he's a county over right now. He has gotten out front, and he's trying to check out, run away from these guys and hide from them. Doing a good job after one already. 7.8 seconds up on Zion Berchtold.
Yeah, he was able to sneak right past us in the middle of those introductions.
Man.
We didn't even see him. We had a good bead on Zion Berchtold, but Lopes already long gone by that time. So Lopes this time around, let's see what that 7-second gap turns into.
It's going to be interesting to see what he can do. And boy, might even, if he runs away with it, might have to keep an eye on what he runs as far as lap times. Compare that to the next 2.
Yeah, we'll write that down. Yeah, we'll write that down next time around.
Compare some of our heavy hitters. Oh, good battle right there on screen. Side by side, jockeying for position. Wisniewski and Ballinger maybe. Oh, getting real sideways on the track right there. Tough break. Loses some time, and he's out of that battle, at least for the moment. So Tim Lopes leading this one. Zion Berchtold in the 2 spot. Wisniewski in the number 3 position. Waylon Ballinger in 4th, and Ryder Lane rounding out your top 5. And there goes Tim Lopes checking in with a 2:10.380. And last time around, 7.8 second difference. Now a 13.7 second difference between him and the 17 KTM of Zion Berchtold. Wisniewski checking in into the number 3 spot, and Waylon Ballinger in 4th. Carter Pilgrim jumps up into the 5th position with Eden Steinbrecher in 6th. Ryder Lane falls back to 7th. And waiting on the rest of the pack to check in here is about a 6-second gap last time. Maverick Gresham Lewis checks in. Waylon Legg in the 9th spot. Bryson Howell in 10th.
Lopes able to maintain pretty solid control here. He turned that 7-second lead into a 13-second lead on the second lap. Now, Wisniewski, he's holding in there pretty good. I thought they were starting to open up a gap on him a little bit, but he was getting some pressure from Ballinger. They actually started pulling away from him just a bit, so it's still in touch basically with Berchtold in that 2nd position.
Yeah. So Wisniewski out in front, and now watching the battle between those gas rides. So Wisniewski right there in the 3 spot. Ballinger is the rider behind him. That is the battle we're watching, and I tell you what, Carter Pilgrim in the mix as well. Oh, Rodney.
We had that discussion last week.
Yeah, that is.
We're sitting here talking about gas motorcycles, and my phone all of a sudden pops up Thanksgiving schedule and gas Christmas savings.
Siri is listening. Big Brother's monitoring Siri,
Yeah.
bro. I can hear. I can tell you that. I'm here to let you know.
Okay. Well, one good news is Gas has got some Christmas deals going on for you folks looking for your bikes.
Another lap complete. I could bore
The
you
bad
all
news
day.
is they know all your personal info now.
Right.
With,
well, Gas does.
That's the bad news.
Google does.
You guys are now. Don't talk too much stuff. That's my day job now. Is targeted advertising and geofencing and search engine optimization, and I'm already making myself fall asleep just saying that sentence.
I feel targeted.
That exciting.
I feel targeted. Tim Lopes leading a 15.5-second gap back to Zion Berchtold. Waylon Ballinger is in that third-place position. Eden Steinbrecher in fourth. Declan Wisniewski. Carter Pilgrim, Ryder Lane. Actually, it is more Ballinger, Steinbrecher, and Wisniewski now, as Ballinger did get around Wisniewski, and so did Steinbrecher. Carter Pilgrim is trying to close that gap up, but there's still nearly 5 seconds that separate to that point.
Man, Tim Lopes, he settled into the pace. He's actually checked up a little bit. I got to think that's due to getting around some of the lap traffic, but still, after 3, up 15.5 seconds on the rest of the pack here.
Yeah, thought we were going to have a little redo there from the 11-year-old class. Run into that lapper right there and go down in the middle of the course there. Not a good thing. Just kind of run up on him and tag Will, so got to be very careful of that.
Steinbrecher looks like he may have gotten past right there. Passed back, I should say. Waylon Ballinger, the 89, moving in front of him, or back in front of him as they checked in. Ballinger was in third after the third lap. Steinbrecher fourth. Flip-flop back and forth a couple of times here.
Yes, so Steinbrecher gave up the position, then got it back.
Got it back.
Nice,
yeah.
Sure is what it looks like, yeah. Interesting.
Lopes checks in with 4 laps complete now, by the way, on the 85cc machine. As pointed out, a 15.5-second lead after 3 laps of racing complete for that rider. But I tell you, all eyes, I think, have been right here for the most part of this race, because this is where the battle has been, back there in that second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth place positions. And right now it's down to these riders for that third place position.
Ballinger's gear, man, it looks like your sweatsuit from the Tiger Run.
It does.
Looks very similar, doesn't it? Looks like you guys down there at the Tiger Run.
I almost brought that with me.
I'm so glad you did.
Dude, it really, you are dead on.
I know I'm dead on. Why, I didn't say it as a joke.
Well, for those of you folks wondering what they're talking about, the Grand National Cross Country Series has an event called the Tiger Run. It is the second event that we have at the Big Buck facility there in Union, South Carolina. Well, anyway, we went with the Joe Dirt theme this year.
Rightfully so. I rocked that thing.
I was thinking Lion King at first, and then I looked at you guys and I thought, what were you thinking?
Or not Joe Dirt, but whatever his
Lion King. Tiger King.
Tiger King. That's it.
Tiger King.
Golly,
and that nice lady, Carol Baskins. See, I had to church that up, too.
That sweetheart, yeah.
What a great person. What a salt of the earth people.
Absolutely.
What a train wreck.
Oh.
What a train wreck. Look at this on screen. Hey, you said, you guys are talking about Tiger King. You stumbled me. Recovered quickly, though. Got to hand it to him. Right back on the throttle. Not phased.
How do you think people felt that saw your sweatsuit?
It was rough, dude. You know what? Ben Kelly took the win that day. As soon as he comes off the track, he says, Mike, yeah, get that jacket right. I said, absolutely.
There it is.
So it's in a trophy room with former GNCC champ Ben Kelly right
That's what you think, yeah.
Someone bought that at Goodwill and wore it for Halloween, no doubt.
Yeah, okay.
Next year, Carrie Joe, we're going to wear those outfits again. I'm like, well, I'll wear the pants, I guess.
But they were female versions of whatever it was, because the zippers were on the wrong side.
Or the opposite side.
Nice.
My goodness.
Opposite side, wrong side. It's all the same.
All the same. It ain't what I'm used to.
Lopes, I believe, taking the white flag. So one more to go. 21.5 seconds. He just keeps amassing more and more of a lead as the race wears on.
Getting dizzy.
And 30 seconds back is that battle for third place. And look, it is still it's still heated out there. So they drop down into the Gator Pit as they are looking at the white flag. There's Steinbrecher, 1.3 seconds now ahead of Waylon Ballinger. Declan Wisniewski about 4 seconds back. He and Carter Pilgrim might be seeing things tighten up there as well, as they're only a couple seconds apart now.
Tim Lopes, can't say enough about the young man. Now up 26 seconds. We'll write that down. I don't have a pen. You got a pen, Megan. We'll write that 2:10.380 down. I think that lap time's going to be tough to beat in the 65 class, but I could be wrong. There's somebody in Division 2 or 3 that says, give me a shot. Put me in, coach.
What was the time?
A 2:10.380 was his fastest lap time, Tim Lopes. Well, so far. Now, white flag's out. He could put a heater on this last one.
No doubt.
Be a little difficult, a little more difficult with the lap traffic. There he is, the number 85 KTM. That young man got to throw the fist in the air after this one if he can hang on for it.
Sound like an air horn.
Well, looks like a couple of riders just fell outside the top 12. Owen Sullivan and Bryson Howell. Reassessment with the white flag out. Lopes, Berchtold, Steinbrecher, Ballinger, Wisniewski, Carter Pilgrim in 6th. Ryder Lane in 7th. Gavin McCoy in 8th. Waylon Legg in 9th. Gavin Weltine in 10th. Weston Otto in 11th. And now Mason Murdy in the number 12 spot.
There he goes, Tim Lopes. Face of the finish line jump. Bang! There it is. Checkered flag flies.
That was a pretty cool shot over there.
That was good. 2:14. Slowed up a little bit, but man, more than did what he needed to do to ensure he got the first place finish out there. Zion Berchtold, a solid ride by him, as well as Steinbrecher, Ballinger, Wisniewski, and Carter Pilgrim 6th. 7th place Ryder Lane, Gavin McCoy 8th. 9th place Waylon Legg, and Gavin Welsian rounds out your top 10. We got more 65cc 7 and 9 coming up here with Division 2.
Oh.
There it is. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, your Tiger King outfits. Adam, you got to pull up the one because a Thanksgiving dinner, I don't want to give anything away, but Waffle House is in order. Go to my Instagram and find that one of me in front of the Waffle House. Isn't that a thing of beauty, Rodney?
That is.
That is. I mean, if that ain't, it's on the mantle at home on my fireplace.
That picture?
Oh, yeah. Are you kidding? My wife, she'd divorce me in a heartbeat.
I was going to say, I didn't think she would put up with that.
The picture of just you's up there, but not me.
I would imagine that matches the decor in Rodney's house. I would imagine that matches the decor, a little bit of everything in Rodney's house. Not so much yours.
Oh, wow, thank you. Yeah, wonderful. My goodness. Yeah, my house is decorated like a Lisa Frank Trapper Keeper from 1985.
Well, my house isn't necessarily even decorated. I got a couch.
Rodney,
and a love seat.
I have a couch.
And a love seat and a coffee table and a TV. Isn't that all we need?
That's all you need,
There's a China hutch over in the corner.
Oh, yes.
It's a catch-all. That's my catch-all.
Yeah, that's decorating. There he is.
Hey.
Frenchie, what's up, my man?
You got my red shoes up here yet, man? I'm looking for my... Oh, wow. Those are sharp, dude.
That's the one I picked out last night right over there. Yep.
Wow. MKS Black Friday sale today and tomorrow only. 30% off all MKS products. Come get your kicks while they last. They've got a variety of different styles and colors. Yeah, those are nice looking shoes, man. They got skid plates so you can wear them around the racetrack. They've got here, grab that microphone over there, and I know we've talked a little bit about him. There's Mikey.
Oh, there I am. Check us out. Look at this. In front of the Waffle House, baby. Do it for the gram. Snapchat it or it didn't happen. And now suddenly my buddy Aaron Bannister, I got my Sickwicks hat on, and he's going, I don't know Mikey Waynes. Never mind. There goes your sponsorship. We're done with you.
And now I'm suddenly not hungry anymore.
Oh, my God.
For sure. Unbelievable.
Waffle House is... So, yeah, well, talk to me, Frenchie. What's this other thing you're giving here?
Well, you know, the MKS Moto Kicks, I've been working on that footwear for a number of years now. So the idea is to have a casual shoes that's made to be around motorcycle, on the track in particular, you know. So I invented a skid plate that goes under the insoles that dissipate impact, that gives you extra protection. You don't really feel it. but makes a world of difference when you kickstart a bike or if you want to pack up a gate.
Yeah.
So I came up with 3 different models.
Wow.
And like I said, we're running a 30% off for Black Friday. So might as well do it at Minios, right?
Absolutely.
So we're running 20 off all week. I'm going to scrub off another 10% off the top for you guys, you know. So
Sweet.
I want to try to get a bit of fuel mileage with the French liner for my way home.
Nice.
But yeah, I want to put them out there. They're awesome. We're getting very good feedback from everybody that tried them. So
and 2 very distinct models.
yes, the MX, it's a flat shoes. It's awesome for pit biking, BMX, mountain
More
bike.
of a skate shoe, more.
More of a skate shoes, exactly. A lot of we have a brace around the ankle that's inspired by motocross boots, and the free ride, which is a
terrain shoe.
Athletic shoes, flat bottom, very grippy, lighter. I use them to run in the trails. They both have a shift pad as well, so you don't wear out your shoes where you're shifting on your bikes. And again, it's a casual shoes with some twist. They're super durable, very comfortable, much stiffer platform than would you have with a Nike or a regular athletic shoes or casual shoes. So yeah, come and try them out. We're in Vanders Row. We also have a rider support. We have sponsorship available. Go to mksmoto.com. Right on the website, you can sign up, and we love to support all the riders, you know.
And super clean, Frenchie. Not overthought, not overdone. You know, all the pastels, this and that. Just nice, simple designs and colors. Match everything. Coordinate with a moto outfit, a more moto wardrobe.
Yeah, exactly. And I wanted something that you can ride with and then go out to dinner with your buddies, you know.
Absolutely.
And don't look like you're coming out of a spaceship or something, you know. So yeah,
Fantastic.
we put a lot of R&D into them here with James here, my buddy that helped me out, and come and try a pair.
I love it. Size 10.
Carter Gray leading Austin Keller, Brody Bircher in the number 3 spot, Anderson Waddell in 4th, Eli Herrick in 5th, Jaden Smart now in the number 6 spot, Maximus Thompson in 7th, Asber Hall is 8th, Miles Duke in 9th, Braden Vandergriff in the number 10 spot, John Everett Pastoro in the number 11 spot, and Gavin Reynolds after that first lap would be your final transfer spot. But again, still early on in this one, and still plenty of things to happen. All righty, here we go. Still 65cc division number 2. And we've got more position jockeying taking place, trying to get sorted out who's this battling out here. We've got our front runners making their way by. Whoa, mercy sakes alive. Big get off there. And I'm not sure that was Keller or Waddell or someone, but we'll know more here in just a few moments. There's the 698 Carter Gray. That's your leader heading towards the finish line right now. And Brody Keller, Bircher, and Waddell were running back there in the 2, 3, and 4 spots behind them. And that is the 213 Austin Keller. So Keller, your second place rider, down. Brody Bircher in the number 2 spot. Austin Waddell up to 3rd. Eli Herrick checking in 4th. Jaden Smart gets a gimme on that one as well. Into the number 5 spot. Max Thompson in the number 6 spot. Keller will continue to drop for a few more positions, but he's back up and rolling. It looked like Absher Hall in 7th. Braden Vandergriff in the number 8 spot. John Everett Pastor Rowe is 9th. Miles Duke in 10th. Gavin Reynolds in 11th. And checking in 12th place is Austin Keller, from 2nd to 12th place on the 213 after that little get off.
Yeah, a little bit of a get off for sure.
Well, kind of a big get off.
Yeah, man.
That was a shocker right there. But he's okay. That's the good news.
Got a standing ovation, too, from the crowd right there. Got himself back in action. Got himself back on the course right there. and back in the hunt. Right now, though, as you said, Carter Gray with a 213.8, Brody Bircher 215.0, and Anderson Waldell with that 216.1. 13, 15, 16. That's where it starts to level off a little bit, that 16. Eli Herrick, and then we jump all the way up into those 220s, Rodney. So going to be a gap after that 4th spot.
Absolutely, and of course they're going to be jockeying and battling back there as well. We see Austin Keller, who had dropped back to the 12th place position. You know, you have to think that he is going to put on some sort of a charge here in this 3rd lap, so it'll be interesting to see how far he's able to claw his way back up through the pack after such a phenomenal start, and just a little miscue coming in front of that spectator section down there at the Gizmo Mods Tower, and finds himself out of shape and off the track, and thankfully able to get back and remounted and only losing those 10 positions in the process. Nearing the completion of lap number 3 now. Our leader at the bottom of the Gator Pit, the Hart right-hander, and up to the top of the wall. And Carter Gray continues to lead. I saw him go by with someone else, but I think that was a left rider got concerned. But Brody Bircher is in the number 2 spot. Anderson Waddell in 3rd. He's gaining on Brody Bircher. Bircher losing a little time out there. Jaden Smart has moved up into 4th. Eli Herrick down to 5th now. What's going on with Max Thompson and Absher Hall in 7th. But he goes back a spot. Max Thompson stays steady in the 6th, loses a little time there with Braden Vandergrift moving up to 7th. Absher Hall is now dropped to 8th. John Everett passed a row in 9th. Then Miles Duke in 10th. Austin Keller gains 1 spot up to 11th. And that will now mean Gavin Reynolds drop back to the number 12 spot. Still within qualifying position there. And looking at what looks like a near 5-second deficit before 13th place back there, which he's running about 2 seconds a lap faster at this point. So that might bode well for him as we head back up front. Jaden Smart on the advancements, I believe, still.
Well, Rodney, I got to tell you, Division II has their work cut out for them. We were at 210.380 with Lopes. And we're on lap 3 right now.
208, Jaden Smart.
And right now, with Jaden Smart answering, that changes things a good bit because I saw he was on the move, but I didn't realize that last one because he was 211 last time around.
Man. 208.7. He is in 4th place. He did that moving into positions and passing riders out on the racetrack. So I have to say that Jaden Smart might be able to rise to the occasion with those 2:10 lap times.
He already has through traffic. His last time around, like I said, was 2:11. They just posted that.
I don't know how many spots he just gained there. I think he may have just went around Anderson Waddell and maybe tracked down Brody Bircher.
Well,
let's see where Bircher is. There is the 30 of Bircher. No, Bircher is still in the number 2 spot, and there is Smart coming in next, I believe.
When you're 6 and 8 seconds a lap quicker than the 2 guys ahead of you, you're going to close ground pretty quick. So. Yeah, there comes Jaden Smart. Yeah, he's in that number 2 position right now.
I thought I saw Jaden over here. Wow.
And he went back to a 2:11, Rodney, so he put in 1 burner of a lap and picked up a couple spots. He went 2:11, 2:08, 2:11. Yeah, how about that? Now, he did send notice. Lope's fast lap was 2:10.380, so this fast lap 2:08. Very, very interesting.
All right, now I got to wonder, is Jaden Smart going to lay it down now that he's into that number 2 spot and he sees that there's an 8.4 second gap?
We're going to find out.
Was that Smart at the top of the hill there having some issues off the track there?
I hope not. For sure.
Tell you at the momentum, at the speed that he's running right now. Yeah, it was, and I don't think it's really going to slow him down much. Or is that your leader, Carter Gray? 698 just ahead of Jaden Smart now. And that might be what we're looking at.
That's exactly what we're looking at.
Yeah, a little miscue there by your leaders who that was. That wasn't Smart. And what that did is that helped Smart eclipse that 8.4 second gap that was stood between him and the number 1 spot as they make their way off the Gator's Tail over the anthill there and into the roller section.
Oh, big swap right there by Carter Gray. Did you see that thing?
Yeah. And that affords the number 42 now, Jaden Smart, a little more real estate as he continues to close that gap on the 698 of Carter Gray.
Rodney, he's relentless.
Talk about Mr. Remax here, our real estate agent. He has bought a lot of ground over the last 2 laps of racing.
He has just liquidated some property.
Absolutely, he has. Now, the question is, will he be able to get the property he's looking for, that number 1 spot? He's closed that gap. As we said, Carter Gray having a bit of an issue. Top of the key there, getting ready to head back down off the Gators' back. The white flag flies on this one as
Rodney.
The 5th lap now is in the history books, and we roll into our 6th and final lap, and this is going to be a nail-biter, to say the least. The battle for the win. And then, of course, Jaden Smart already has some amazing bragging rights with popping off a 2:08 lap time. But right now, he wants the bragging rights of closing up from way back and reeling everyone in and passing the entire field in the process of doing so. He is nearly there, but still keeping him at bay. Carter Gray by just a few bike lengths, but not now. Look at that. He just eclipsed that. He pulls up side by side now. And he's got the line, and he takes it away.
There it is.
Jaden Smart rode very wisely through that section.
You didn't even want to say it, did you? I don't blame you, because you know what? He was deserving of more right there.
Oh, and here
that was an incredible move.
Gray is firing back now, so it's not over yet, Megawatt.
By no means. And look at this. Smart tries to ride that inside line. He's willing to get on that rear fender. Carter Gray said, I'm just going to take control of the line. He rode the inside. He rode defensive the whole time Smart was on that outside line. Now look at this. They're going to flip-flop. Smart says, I can run it up the inside too.
Well, here we go. So Carter Gray firing right back after being passed by Jaden Smart. Smart going way outside.
Oh, Nelly.
Looking for that momentum right there from that outside. He may have it heading into the inside. Nope, he doesn't take that line.
Less than half a lap to go now, Rodney. It's go time as they work their way down into the split lanes.
Oh, I thought we were already. Okay, here's the split lane I thought we were approaching. And they follow through. So over the tabletop now and headed toward the...
Right below us.
Yamaha announcer's tower there now. And, man, Carter Gray really rising to the occasion here.
I got to tell you, he stunned Smart when he answered back. Smart thought when he made the move, he was probably just going to motor away.
Yeah.
Not the case. Look at that checkered flag as Carter Gray doing a fantastic job. And Jaden Smart, the man on the move. And look at this. Carter Gray answers with a 2:11.044, a 2:10.07 for Jaden Smart. So unbelievable turn of events right there on the last lap of this 65. 7-9 Division II, Rodney.
Well, if you wonder if Carter Gray can rise to the occasion, I think that answers that question right there. Is Division III getting set to roll next? We got Steele Leonard, Cade Nightingale. Oh, my. Chevy Stanley, Aiden Held, Lucas Johnson, Mason Giles, Jet Overstreet, Stephen Green Jr., Carter Chambers, Braylon Evans, Colt Whitaker, Chase Rieski, Grayson Dempsey, Jake Wheeler, Lana McNeil, Addison Boy, Cole Bell, Jackson Mackey, Martin Ospina, Christian Tursky, Colt Schaefer, Caden Schneider, Cash Merton. Also Logan Lustig, Daxton Gibbs, Cameron Berry, Nolan Cobb, Tucker Tix, Grayson Splendor, Frankie Fazio, Colin Faith, Rayson Kyler, Cade Rock, Raylan Seagraves, Trip Lloyd, Easton Luttrell, Isabella Likens, and Donald Demuro. And just a real quick, your top 12 so you know who finishes in Division II. Gray, Smart, Anderson Waddell in third, Brody Bircher in fourth, Eli Herrick in fifth, Braden Vandergriff in sixth, Absher Hall in seventh, Austin Keller in eighth, Gavin Reynolds in ninth, Miles Duke in 10th, Levi Letty in 11th, and I believe your final transfer spot should go to Gage Miller, and it does, the 151 Yamaha machine. So that's your top 12 in Division II. Division III is poised and ready to strike turn number 2, or turn number 1, and eventually turn number 2. Just got a little ahead of myself there. So waiting for the little work there, it looks like, by our track crew. The start there, give these riders less definition, more opportunities to spread out coming out of that first turn without all the ruts. So good move on the part of the track crew to keep that part of the racetrack as passable under all the conditions as possible. Ain't been working out, but thanks for the compliment nonetheless. What do you want, Mike Duclos? You're coming up here, you're complimenting way too much, man. Yeah, you're way too nice. What's going on, buddy?
You know, just hanging out. What a great week. I can't believe how far we are through this stuff already. Track's been great. Weather's been great. Wynn did an awesome job.
He has. I mean, the entire staff and crew, I mean, assembling the best of the best from all across the nation as far as I'm concerned. Jaron Williams is here. You got EB from up north taking care of the grounds and helping everybody before they even get here. And yeah, it's an amazing team that has been assembled here to make this all work.
Isn't it crazy how this all goes off without a hitch? We're just running around eating pretzels and whatever, you know. It Wynn's up here stressed, I can see, but things just seem to be going smooth. It just goes off. I think we take that for granted how well run this is, how much time and effort is put in by so many people to do it.
You're absolutely right, Mike. Again, tip of the hat to these folks that pull it all off. You know, I mean, Wynn Kern. You know, I know working more directly with the folks at MX Sports and Racer Productions with Loretta Lynn's and the GNCC, and I know backside of a lot of the turmoil that goes on just to put on an event of the magnitude that we put on. But in this one, it may be even a little tougher because you don't know really what to expect. At least at Loretta's, you have a given format of what you got. Here, you're at the mercy of how many people decide they want to show up, and that's a lot.
And Mother Nature as well.
And Mother Nature.
And knock on wood, it's been an amazing week. It looks like it's going to continue to be to the end of the week. We're blessed with this overcast.
I know they called for showers on Tuesday, then that moved out, and then they were saying Friday, and then they were saying Saturday. I did get up this morning. It said 30% chance this morning for the day, and I looked at my thing, and then all I saw was a 10% chance at like 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon. So I'm hoping that we escape this day without any inclement weather. But
be great to get through the racing, be done. Everyone's at Thanksgiving dinner. Just give us a 15-minute dose now, 15 minutes around midnight, maybe 15 minutes at 6 a.m. Keep us nice.
Let it soak in.
Yeah,
and let it be good, deep moisture for in the morning. And
who do we need to ask for that? Bobby Reagan, probably. We need to ask Bobby Reagan to make that happen.
Has he got the line? He's got the pool. Is he still around?
Yeah. Let's walk by the pit over there and see if he's still sitting there.
Yeah, we'll have to do that.
Okay, very good.
Yep. So, hey, speaking of which, Bobby Reagan was on the Mini-O's after show on Monday night. Last night we had another great show. Tomorrow night we're going to have another great show. Mike Duclos and Daniel Blair, you're going to be on there tomorrow night, huh?
We'll be on there tomorrow.
Awesome. Oh, you're going to bring the Orange Brigade and the Blue Crew together, huh? That's, those combinations, that it's kind of like makes you feel like you're in Florida when you have that color on the stage like that. Absolutely.
Are we going to wrestle? Are we going to have a wrestling match? Daniel, I'm telling you, it's going down tomorrow. Yeah. Or what was that other thing?
He seems pretty stoked about stuff
like that. Maybe the
sack
race.
The sack race. I mean, literally, I think that is such a great idea. I want the manufacturers I want all the manufacturers to go against it, and then maybe get their top tier riders to go against each other, and then we'll have like our own little sack race Olympics down there or something.
That would be great until one of them twists an ankle.
Oh, hush.
I'm just saying.
I know you people. You people and your worry, I mean, all you're doing is paying these kids way and salaries in some cases and instances. I mean, what are you worried about?
I'm very cautious about ankles. Now, if you put a rule in where they got to wear boots, that might solve the problem.
We can make that rule.
Maybe do it in gear.
That helmet, chest protectors, everything. Knee braces.
Goggles, all of it.
Yeah.
Think of the exposure we can get from them doing that.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Uh-huh. You're onto something. We need to turn off the mics and finish this talk.
Well, we got racing action going on, and we're going to try to catch up with that here. Mike Duclos again, looking forward to you being with us tomorrow night. Again, inviting everyone down. Blue Crew Riders, you got a Yamaha. You guys are there to help, right?
Yep, come on down. Triangle Cycles and Rock River there to help. So we want to keep you guys on the track. You don't have to ride for us. Don't have to be part of any of the elite teams, pro teams, anything like that. Come on down, whether you're on a PW or a 450, and we want to make sure that you're on the track and going. We got all parts, mechanics down there ready to do it. So anything you need, stop by.
That's awesome, man. To have that kind of support at these events, and a lot of people, you don't get that support at your local track. So whenever it comes here, it's really special. It really, really is. All righty then. All right,
we'll look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow night. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you can come up before tomorrow night. You can come up and give us a prelude and start talking trash if you want.
I like it. Let's do that. We'll get Daniel revved up. Hopefully he's listening now. He's right behind me, so he's probably throwing stuff at my rig as we speak. I'm sure of that.
Yeah, he's sporting KTM all the way home, it looks like.
You guys have a good Thanksgiving.
You do the same. 38 riders, and again, a total in this 65cc 7 to 9-year-old class of 113 riders. Yeah, so 3 divisions, top 12 from each division again as we wrap this first one up. We've got number 4. That is not Aiden Smart. That is actually Chevy Stanley on this number 4 out of Bristol, Tennessee. He's a KTM pilot opening up very quickly. We also have a 04 out there with us. We'll be watching for Cade Nightingale. And actually our leader, I must have missed the 101. I did. That was Ospina leading Jet Overstreet and Christian Tursky. Where would that number 4 position? What was he in? Maybe he, I just don't, well, anyway. Must have saw it wrong again, Rod. But anyway, Logan Lustig is in the number 4 spot. Colt Whitaker in 5th. We got Aiden Held in 6th and Jake Wheeler in 7th. Nolan Cobb in 8th. Carter Chambers in 9th. Grayson Dempsey in 10th. Caden Schneider is 11th. Raylan Seagraves rounds out the top 12. I was speaking of Cade Nightingale on the 04 just a moment ago. He is back in the number 13 position at the end of the first lap.
Wow, not used to that, I'm sure. Nightingale, normally a great starter, always used to running up front, but no worries for him. Going to put his head down, definitely going to put in some good laps right now. Has time early in the moto on lap number 1, out on lap number 2 right now.
Yeah, and Ospina under all kinds of pressure from, is that Overstreet in a second? Yeah, Jet Overstreet Jr. And he is having the true pressure applied. Now it looks like Ospina maybe getting a little bit of a break heading through that rough and rugged. Look at,
did you see that, Rodney?
Yeah.
Your eyes got that big. If you could have seen yourself.
I can only imagine. I was putting myself in position of one of these 65cc riders as they attack that portion of the track. When you're watching it from out here and you watch these big bikes go by, they make it look like it's so much smoother than what it is. And then when you see one of those guys and the nose end disappears and then finally comes back up out, you see that there's some acceleration and braking bumps that are really getting monumental out there.
And these guys start identifying those in rhythms.
Yes.
Rodney, I'm going to jump the first 2 of those braking bumps. I'm going to jump out of them, that type of thing. So that all of a sudden, what becomes just a feature on the track becomes an obstacle to these youngsters.
And it's neat because you're right, and if you look at the big picture, these kids are oftentimes in that perspective riding a different racetrack when they go out there, depending on how it breaks down throughout the course of a race.
That's very true, Rodney. And they come in and tell Dad, he goes, did you see me jump those 3 going into the corner? Well, they were braking bumps, but hey, they were 2.5 foot deep. He tripled into the corner, dude, Most definitely. And I love that. These guys use that, and they look at the track differently, and whatever it takes to get them fired up and pumped up, man, I'm all for it.
Wow, Logan Lustig is on the move right now. He's up into the number 3 spot. He is about 8 seconds behind Overstreet still, but moving up into spot. Aiden Held drops to 3rd. Colt Whitaker in 5th. Remember what I told you at the end of lap number 1? Cade Nightingale in the 13th place position on the 04 machine. He gains 7 spots on this lap alone, up to the number 6 position on the 04 machine. Grayson Dempsey now in 7th, Christian Tursky in 8th, Carter Chambers in 9th, Raylan Seagraves in 10th, Racing Kyler, I should say, in 11th, and Jake Wheeler rounding out the 12th and final transfer spot there. Wondering the lap time right now. What kind of lap time could Caden Nightingale have turned? Believe it or not, he turned a 2:18 and was able to make that much time.
How about that, dude? Was still able to make up some of that distance. You were talking just a moment ago. Take a look at Steve Green. He's a good bit quicker than most of the riders ahead of him, but he's clear back in that 14th position. But he's 8 seconds ahead, or quicker than Fazio.
Yeah.
He's 17 seconds quicker than Wheeler. He's 14 or 4 more seconds quicker than Kyler and Seagraves.
And you start doing the math right there. He is only about 4 seconds out of the 12th place position. So
when you look at that guy, that quick he can be there, Rodney.
Absolutely, and
keep your eye on him.
I would expect to see him there at the end of this lap. There comes, is that Colt Whitaker there on the 30th? No, that's the number 4. That's Nightingale, I believe, that we're looking at possibly there now. And right behind him, maybe the number 9 of Aiden Held.
There we go. Yep, that's who it is.
So Nightingale's got, it looks like maybe 2 more spots up to a 4th place position around Whitaker. And kids just slicing through this pack like a hot knife through butter right now.
So what is that? 2 laps complete now, Rodney. And we keep looking. What was it? It was the fast lap was 2:10, and then it was 2:08.
Yeah.
Was the fast lap, and then he went 2:11, 2:08, 2:11. So when he dropped the hammer, he truly dropped the hammer. And I'm going to guess we're going to call it 2:08, 2:09 is really where you're shooting for.
You know, you were talking about Division II needing to be, would have it tough with Division I's. Look, 2:14.991. That was the fastest lap on lap 3 for Martino Spina and Jed Overstreet in the 2:17 range. Logan Lustig, 2:22. Whitaker, though, 2:14. Nightingale was 2:14s. And those riders are looking to make some passes very quickly, as they are some 8 seconds faster than Lustig, your 3rd place ride, and only running about 3 seconds back. So Whitaker and Nightingale are pushing hard.
Man, sometimes basic math can be so difficult, Rodney, sometimes. When you try to put reason to it, you know what I mean?
Well, right now, here's the reason that I've got. Caden Nightingale and Aiden Held, a combination of 3.4 and 0.7. So we'll call that basically about 4 seconds behind Lustig. And they were running an 8-second faster lap time. Man. So there's Nightingale now. He's by himself, so he's taking care of business, it looks like.
So 3 laps complete. Division number 3, and going to be moving into our 450C. Going to have a couple divisions there, and then 450B, a couple divisions as well, Rodney.
So I'm thinking, again, Nightingale is at least 3rd and possibly up to 2nd at this point with the lap times that he was turning in the gaps. But again, you know, different things happen on each lap, and here he comes again. That looks like might be the rider he's laying chase to right now as we are wrapping up lap number 4.
Nightingale, I'm making his way around a lapper there. I thought for a minute that he was coming up on Whitaker.
I did too. That's what I was thinking. Well, he might already be by.
He might be, to be quite honest.
I think he is by Whitaker. I think it's Lustig is the one, and I think he's by him too. So
I keep looking at the edges of the picture frame for another rider, like, you know, I'm going to be able to see him.
So Overstreet checking in, 8.8 seconds. Yeah, Nightingale is up. He ends up into the 3rd spot. That was a 2:12. He just turned that time around. That was his fastest lap on lap number 4. And, you know, I don't know if we are really going to know the full and true speeds of what Caden Nightingale is able to pull out here, Megawatt, because, I mean, when you take into consideration these riders are considerably about 10 seconds off the pace per lap as what some of these other classes were. And it's allowing Nightingale to move up through the pack, but I don't think he's had to really dig deep just yet to show us, though, 2:10 or 2:08. But he has shown us that, as we said, what was it, 2:12 that time around.
Yeah, but wait till you've got Lopes, Whitaker, Nightingale all on
of a sudden,
and then we're going to see how fast we can go.
We're going to see kids maybe in the 207 range at that point.
Absolutely, Rodney. I believe that's probably very true.
450C Division I coming up after this 65-7 to 9 Division III. 4 laps down. We're working on 5. We'll see a white flag this time around. Looking at lap times right now, 5 seconds. Theoretically, Nightingale might have enough time to reel in Overstreet for the number 2 position unless Overstreet would pick up the pace a little bit. But if Nightingale does pick up the pace with a little free and clear racetrack out there, he has no one around him, no one pushing him, and no one to try to work around or manipulate around. So with the clean air, as they call it, we'll see whether or not the number 04 of Caden Nightingale is able to capitalize on this scenario.
Yeah, and a lot of things are going to play into that, Rodney. You know as well as I do when we talk about scenarios.
Spina in for 5 when the white flag flies. Overstreet checking in 10 seconds back. This is the question that I want answered. How far back is Cade Nightingale now? 11.6 was the gap. He's only gained 1.3 seconds, so it's 10.3. So I think Cade Nightingale made that big push, and he's probably pretty satisfied with the 3 score, knowing Spina, Overstreet, Nightingale, Whitaker, Lustig, Aiden Hale, Christian Tursky, Grayson Dempsey held into the number 6 spot. Tursky and Dempsey in 7 and 8. Chambers, I believe, shall finish in the 9th place position with Racing Kyler in 10th. Braylon Seagraves and Jackson Mackey rounding out the top 12 and final transfer spots. 450C class coming up next, fellas, and in this class, 78 riders, 2 divisions, I should say, 1 consi, 18 riders from each division, and that means from the consolation race, 6 riders will be transferring, but we'll worry about that when we get there. Once again, if you're wondering about where we're going in the race order, our plan, our hope, our dream, our scheme is to get all the way through the Moto 1 program today, which would be all the way through 82. We're on race number 70 right now. Our time 3 o'clock. Still got a couple hours to get that taken care of. All right, we're all up here picking out our MKS kicks, what colors we want. Absolutely. Martin Ospina. So yeah, that's the way they're finishing. Whitaker is in now for 6. Lustig and Held should be checking in. So this field got stretched out quite a bit in the end. We're looking at probably close to a minute between or more between our first to 12th place position.
Now, boys, just got a text from Wes Kane there. He said, happy Thanksgiving. Take a look at the Thanksgiving meal. He's enjoying a Whopper with all the trimmings, the onion rings, the onion ring sauce, and a cold Burger King soda pop. And
all right, so 450C Division 1.
And sounds like we were about ready to go. And
yeah, then better.
And then we weren't ready to go very quickly here, so I don't know if we had a rider to go down toward the back or not, but yeah. Okay, yeah, rider down on the backside, so make sure we got a safe track for him before we take back off.
I wonder if that's an impossible one.
Somehow I doubt it, Rodney.
I do too.
Oh, boy. Megawatt on his way down to talk with Frenchie about some MKS moto kicks. He's getting the scoop for us. So, hey, that's it, man. Sponsorships available. Yeah. Oh, heck yeah.
You are the man. Got to get plenty of TV time, too, Megan. And it'll get plenty of TV time, too. Absolutely. Absolutely. I love the design of those shoes.
Hey, check your phone text from Griff. Sounds like Dan Reinhardt in the studio would like a pair. He's going to check it out.
Yeah.
So, okay. All right. You got the 411 on that. Hey, we're moving shoes up here, boys. Yeah.
It's coming up on Black Friday. Christmas coming
That's
around.
That's right. In the shopping spirit.
Leandro Segovia, Seth Eubanks, Steven Tozo, Lance Guys, Jimmy Kruger, Tristan McDonald, Dexter LaFever, Braden Barnett, Carl Withrow, Jarek Norris, Chase Patton, Cade Shredder, Sebastian Billingsley, Ryder Holland, Lawrence Lashway, Landon Shank, Brianna Sheltema, Easton Chinest, Elijah March, Seth Creedy, Tony Davis, Michael Thomas, Spencer Wallace, Colton Austin, Christian Burgess, Colin Goldsboro, Juan Costa, Lucas Lee, Jaden Brown, Caitlin Helzer, Bryce Ronner, Cameron Goss. Also, we're looking at Austin Garrison, Valentino Santagati, Dylan Gaswint, Alan Adkins, Jose Araco, Christopher Cook, and Noah Burnett. That is your field of 39 riders. And off the side of the track, the 14 of Lance Giles from Jordan, Minnesota. An FXR rider in seeing a little part of the track he wasn't expecting to look at, but he jumps back in about mid-pack there now.
Well, Lance Geis, same rider, had a similar mistake earlier today and was able to recover. And we got the rapid replay right here, Rodney. And, ooh,
man,
made my chest hurt just to watch it. I think he's all right.
Yeah.
I mean, he's back on the machine anyways. If nothing else, the adrenaline's going to take hold. So we'll see after it's been a rough day for Lance Geis.
Yeah, man, I tell you, it makes things really fun up front. We got the long flowing locks of Brianna Sheltema out front of this one as we see that Kawasaki from Caledonia, Michigan on the Fox Team Babbitt's FMF Mobius backed ride with the lead.
Impressive right there. Might, well, boy, I tell you what, Rodney, she checked in the 2 spot according to timing and scoring. But as we see on Racer TV, she is out in front of Seth Creedy. No, you are correct.
Okay.
You're correct.
Wait a minute. There's another bike out there. Maybe Seth is just that far ahead.
You're right. You're right.
Seth is just that far ahead, and that explains a little bit maybe. So 5.8 seconds. So Creedy is way out there. Sheltema is second place.
Parallel universe, because I swear to you, in a race earlier today, Lance Geis went down, and Seth Creedy had such a big start on the first lap that the same thing happened. We thought the guy in second was in first on Racer TV until we look at scoring and see, no, Seth Creedy's just that daggone fast on lap 1.
Sheltema giving fits right now for that 43 ride of Chase Patton.
And Lance Geis already up into the 4th
spot. So I think he was, what, first or second. He was right up there, and he went down off the side of the face of that jump. I think he might have been our leader, actually, and he quickly remounts, man. Talk about a sense of urgency. Look at that. That has got – he's all the way up to 3rd now.
The man's like Rocky Balboa. Cut me, Mick. Put me in. Cut me. I'm ready.
4th technically, but still working on 3rd. That's it. Blood squirts and flies, and he goes rolling, man.
Man. Lance Geis, my hat's off to you, buddy. Good ride.
Very
ride around Chase Patton. right around Chase Patton, the 43. So the 43 now has to go to work behind Geiser just to hook up with him and follow him to the front with Brianna and Seth Creedy.
Well, Creedy shipped out. Creedy is in for 2 now. A 2:02.343 was the lap time we see there. Lance Guys a 2:01.318, about a second faster, and 6.2 seconds behind Creedy now. Chase Patton in 3rd, Jarek Norris in 4th. Brianna Sheltema dropping to the number 5 spot. Tristan McDonald in 6th. Dylan Gaswin in 7th. Seth Eubanks on the 0 is 8th. Noah Burnett, the number 9, is in 9th on the 928. And Carl Withrow rounding out 10th place. Elijah Marsh, Bryce Ronner, Tony Davis in 11, 12, and 13. Easton Genestis 14th. Alan Atkins, Jose Arauco in 16th. Spencer Wallace in your final transfer spot. Sebastian Billingsley in that 18th place position. Again, it's only after 2. We still got some time or that starts to make a difference right now. Lawrence Lashway and Cade Schroeder in 19th and 20th, just outside the bubble.
Tell you what, Lance Geis, after going down right there, up into the 2 spot as we see, and they ran a 2:01.318, Rodney. Just a little bit faster than Seth Creedy out in front with the 2:02.343. So after 2, down 6 seconds, and we'll see as he is chipping away at that lead right now. And this early doesn't have to worry about the lap traffic. Got a clear track in front of him. And I got to think Chase Patton is thinking, I want to stay with Geis right now and take me to the front.
A couple of scenarios to think about right here. I know Creedy is very fast and an amazing opponent. For guys to track him down and pass him would be a huge statement. But at the same time, you know, with 2 motos racing, and we start to throw this scenario in there with the weight of the second moto carries the best finish, so you know he could be satisfied to get a good gate pick off of this one, a 2nd place position heading into those second motos, and he would be still in a really good spot to win the overall as far as this 450C class is concerned here on the motocross portion. Right now, though, as we look, time staying, well, he lost a little bit of time that time. I think he's realizing what we are, but Chase Patton may be hoping it's blood in the water he's seeing. Jarek Norris in 4th, Seth Eubanks in 5th, Noah Burnett now up to 6th. Brianna Sheltema drops to 7th with Dylan Gaswin in 8th, Carl Withrow 9th, and Elijah Marsh in 10th place position. Taking a look at the lap times, 2:01.7 and a 2:01.7 for Geis and Patton, 2nd and 3rd. 1.3 seconds separate the two. There hasn't been any separation one way or the other basically between these 2 riders, so I'm still kind of interested to wonder if we will see any kind of change, and that might have been a change right there. Now I see 2.1 seconds between 3rd and 4th place positions, so it is starting to change a little bit. Seth Eubanks in 5th, Noah Burnett in 6th, Sheltema, as we said, in 7th. So Sheltema she had a good start running that 2nd, 3rd place position. She was 2nd at the end of that first lap. This guy right here is the one, though, that I think all eyes are on, and for a great reason. There's those lines. Look at how many lines coming in out of turn. We weren't even looking from the live drone, SLR Rifle Works live drone, and we could see somewhere in the neighborhood of 9 to 10 of those lines, very definitive lines in that one turn alone.
Creedy, white flag out now, Rodney. White flag out. And to Rodney, to your credit, man, he ran a 2:01, now falls back to about a 2:02.134. Lance Geis picking it up and needs to.
Yeah.
It's 5.5 seconds back. He was really on a torrid pace early in this one after going down, and seems to have kind of settled into that 2 spot. And Chase Patton as well, 2 seconds back. How about it? Seth Eubanks moving up to the 4 spot. Where is Jarek Norris?
Yeah.
Jarek Norris falls back to at least 7th. No, checks in. Does check in, Rodney, back in the 9th place position. So had to have a get off somewhere.
Still within qualifying position, but heartbreaker there for Norris, as he was looking very solid and strong, and now with just a lap left to go, not a lot of time to make up that lost ground, but more importantly, he is solid into the second motos without having to go to an LCQ, so that is a plus and a positive at least. But on our final lap, Creedy and Guys 5.6 seconds, and though Lance Guys has been about, well, at least that lap, about 2 seconds faster than Creedy. Creedy has amassed such a lead that, barring no big mistakes out there, he should be able to carry this one on home. Again, there was that turn we're talking about with all those lines. And it didn't look like really any of them went together. You know, some of those inside lines and some of these turns we've seen where there's one line going in, about 3 lines going out. That's not the case coming through that turn. Everything very definitive as far as your lines coming out of that turn. So 450C Division 2 is on the gate right now. Race 70, race 71 in staging. The Division 2 is on the gate. That's race 71. Race 72, 450B. And race 73, 450B Division 2. You should be in staging. Got some girls to go in a little bit as well. In the 11 to 16, checker flag is out for Seth Creedy and Lance Guys, 6.8 seconds. Guys also settled into a pace it looks like on that one. Chase Patton will finish up in the number 3 spot. Seth Eubanks in 4th. Noah Burnett is your 5th place ride. Easton Janeston in 6th. Dylan Gaswin, Elijah Marsh, Carl Withrow, Jarek Norris in 10th. He did hang in there. He qualified. Brianna Sheltman 11th. Bryce Ronner in 12th. Alan Adkins in 13th. And it's Lawrence Lashway, Tristan McDonald, Jose Arraco, Sebastian Billingsley, and Kate Treader rounding out your top 18 positions there. Division 2, I guess, would be next in this 450C class. Logan Renninger, Ethan Webb, Mason Gafforer, Joel Solomon, Johnny Ball, Hugh Luddington, Jordan Pittenger, Michael Anthony, Ryder Whalen, Bo Reed, Benjamin Nerona, Braden Sampy, Samantha Davis, Tanner Frady, Pedro Oliveira, Jordan Rasmussen, Samuel DeGrange, Kewan Matiola, Koa Nickerson, David Elst, Caleb O'Neill, William Jordan, Eli Griffin, Sid Putnam, Adam Hain, Tyler Tiffany, and as well Walker McCreel, Jordano Costanzi, Justin Barfield, Joey DeSanti, Dash McMillan, Santiago Perez, Grayson Johannesson, Pablo Scavion, Zachary Flanders, Ethan Brown, Tyler Osborne, Brant McFadden, and Carson Manquist. Saw some good rides out of Carson Manquist earlier. We also saw strong runs from several of these riders. Jordan Pittenger had a nice top 5 ride going there. Logan Pittenger. Braden Sampy also, we saw him out there earlier in one of these C classes. So yeah, several of those riders ready. Walker McGreal. So just some of the riders we're kind of accustomed and acquainted with already. Mikey Wayne says they worked their way out around on lap number 1.
Logan Renninger, your leader out in front. One of the riders you mentioned there, Rodney, and Carson Manquist in the 2 spot, that 999. Who we saw earlier today had a pretty nasty get-off. Bike ended up upside down on the track with him beside it, but obviously not too seriously hurt in that crash as he is up here in the fight for first.
Mikey Waynes, did I catch a 9er in there?
A 9er? Were you calling the race from a walkie-talkie?
999. There he comes, Carson Manquist around the outside. Can he pull up alongside your leader?
Yes, he can.
Yeah, here they go. Now he gets on the brakes. He goes underneath. Look at this textbook block pass. Manquist checks up, gets on the brakes just a bit, cuts back to the inside, sneaks right past Renninger. Holy cow, great move. Textbook block pass. right there by the 999 coming out of Fort Worth, Texas, is Carson Manquist. Carson, also a student of Andrea Lee.
That's true. On-track school student. The 999 going to work. Man, look at the lines. Hey, the sun finally popped out. We've been talking about it all day. It gives you a good idea of the amount of choices, and I say that, and it's kind of washed out right there, but you get the point. A lot of line choices for these guys out here. Manquist working this track, and he put some of those lines to work.
Yeah, this is the best part of the day for that to happen. We haven't dried out the track with the direct sunshine. Right. We've had a little bit of overcast. We've had a little bit of fog this morning that kept that moisture alive. And right now, ending the day with a little bit of sunshine breaking through these spotty clouds. Perfect conditions for a late day afternoon moto.
All about it. Again, we are going to, our goal here is to get through all 82 here today on the 71st race of the day. And I think we're going to be in good shape.
Going to be right there, Mikey.
Going to be right there. We'll have LCQs tomorrow. A lot at stake. Going to see some excited riders tomorrow, and we're going to break some hearts.
Yeah,
there's going to be some broken hearts tomorrow.
Listen, man, we're going to experience it all. We're going to experience the thrill of victory, the agony of defeat. There's going to be cheers. There's going to be tears. There's going to be jeers.
Upsets.
I can promise you, man, all the way through. We're going to cover the full range of emotion here at the Mini O's.
All right. Here we go. 999 of Carson Manquist.
And, you know, I talked to Carson a little bit ago, and I told him, I said, man, I'm really impressed with your racecraft, your maturity. You make some real good moves, real smart decisions. And that's exactly what he did before our very eyes there on the last lap. Slowed up just a touch, was hanging in there, put himself in position, Mikey, but didn't take a chance. And then all of a sudden he saw an opportunity as he saw Renninger go just a bit wide. Man, oh man, in a split second, grabbed those brakes, cut back underneath, and made a clean, solid, safe pass and started to open up a bit of a gap this time around.
Yeah, he turned to 1:59.306 right there. It puts him 2.5 seconds up on Renninger in that 2 spot on the number 2 KTM. Pinniger back there. Pinniger actually, if we look at it, Pinniger, a 201. Caleb O'Neill, a 201. Matolia, 201. Renninger up in the 2 spot, a 202. So these guys all kind of chipping away at it.
Is that one of our leaders down at the top of the Gators back? See that one rider washed out, it looks like, on the base of the step up there. Having some trouble remounting the machine, but off to the side of the track, and he is up.
I don't think, Rodney, I think it's a little, I think it might be like
that's 999. That's Manquist.
Is it Manquist?
That is Manquist, yeah.
Oh, bummer, man. Well, I don't want anybody to go down, but he had such a great ride going on. He was out front leading the way. And, Rodney, we talk about looking at those fringes.
Yeah.
We talk about riding those fringes to find the smooth spot. Looks like he went out there and possibly caught a hay bale or one of the rocks or something on the edge of that course over there. Real bummer. Somebody down right here in front of us as well. One rider down.
That's Renninger. That's the number 2 Renninger.
Oh, man.
So Manquist, at least on the side of the track last I saw, I think he actually got up and going now.
He's moving now.
And now Logan Renninger.
Renninger had a leg up in that wheel. I hope it was just laying over the wheel and not in that swing arm.
Yeah, tough break there for our front runners. That definitely opens it up for Jordan Pittenger, Caleb O'Neill, and K1 Maniola as they wage war for what was 3rd place is now the lead in the 250 or 450C Division 2.
So things going to be changing up here at the end of 3 with Manquist going down and Renninger going down. It is Caleb O'Neill, as Rodney said, in the 1 spot on the 171, and Kawan Matiola in the number 2 position. Pinniger stays in 3rd. Dash McMillan picks up a spot into 4th. Adam Hain in 5th. 6th place is Braden Sampy, with Walker McGreal coming in 7th. Sid Putnam in the number 8 spot. Bad Bo Reed in the number 9 position, and William Jordan in 10th.
And Matiola all over the rear fender of Caleb O'Neill as they go up the face of the Gator, now over the back of the Gator. Look at that, inside he goes, the 171 on, the 121 gets pushed out. So Matiola was in line to make that pass right there, but just couldn't make it happen. There's Renninger. He's making his way off the track, a little shaken up, but
favoring that arm.
Yeah.
Shoulder, collarbone.
Probably planted it in the dirt there. Matiola looking like he was about ready to take that lead away from O'Neill there. Finds himself with a little bit of a gap now but not much. Pittenger still back there in the number 3 spot. Dash McMillan into 4th. Adam Hain rounds out your top 5. Braden Sampy, Walker McGreal, Sid Putnam, Bo Reed, William Jordan, your top 10. Then Joel Solomon, Ethan Webb, Costanzi, and then Santiago Perez with Michael Anthony, Tyler Tiffany, Brant McFadden, and Zachary Flanders, rounding out the top 18. Ethan Brown and Pedro Oliveira in the 19 and 20 positions just outside the bubble. Down into the Gator pit. That was the pass right there, man. He just made that pass. I looked up and
he did for a moment. Can he hang on to it? Yeah,
that happened, but white flag out.
Yeah, stage is set, Rodney, for a good last lap between these two.
K1 Mattiola now out front. Caleb O'Neill in second. The deficit was .377, and he's almost been in this position a couple of times, but O'Neill was able to answer back, but I don't believe he's answering back on this time around as we head up the nose face of the Gator now. Now onto the back and up and over. That step up there is the hard lefty. 180.
Mattiola, the 121 out front. Trying to run away from him here on the last lap, riding with a sense of urgency right now. Caleb O'Neill in that 2 spot on the 171 into the inside right here. But boy, look at the gap now, Rodney. Mattiola really stretching this thing out right here. Let's see if O'Neill can link back up with him.
Another race that I'm trying to keep an eye on, as well as the front runners, is back there about 4 seconds in the battle for third with Jordan Pittenger and Dash McMillan. McMillan had reeled in Pittenger, the 24 on the 341 machine, so maybe we'll catch up with that in just a moment. But there is Mattiola, who riding the ride that dreams are made of.
Oh, yeah.
Do I sound enthusiastic when I say that?
I think so, yeah. You got my vote.
All right.
All right.
And Mattiola really, I think, proven some things, if not to himself, to a lot of people around here. We knew he was fast, but that was quite impressive, I have to say.
Yeah, he's done well. Today, he's done very well. This race earlier today had some good rides, and there you go. Seals the deal. First place in the 450C Division 2.
K1 Mattiola from Massachusetts.
Caleb O'Neill hangs on for the 2 spot. How about a Dash McMillan able to work up into the 3rd place position and finish there? Jordan Pittenger in 4th place. Adam Hain rounds out your top 5. And we turn our attention now to race number 72, the 450B Division number 1. We got Cody Beckwith as well as Christopher Tudor, Maxon Berenici, as well as Chase Bright, Dawson Cobb, the number 24, Mason Jackier, the 25 of Aaron Buck with Carson Eads on the number 33, the 38 of Aurora Schumlin, Evan Snowden, as well as Jack Carrick, Morgan Johnson, Christian McCauley, Rodrigo Borges, as well as Skylar Shute, Noah Stevens on the number 97, big rider to keep your eyes on out there. Santiago Rosenwick, as well as the 100 of Ian Keller, the 107 of Jordan Renfro, the 111 of Caleb Weller, the 174 of Brock Baker, the 222 of Franco Avecchia, the 254 of Chase Landers, Peyton Morningstar on the 292, the 428 of Braden Gibson, the 511 of Ryan Boyd, as well as the 515 of Jacob Henry, the 550 of Cole Forbes. Saw some good things out of him earlier today. Jaden Cooper on the number 700, the 747 of Sebastian Veliez. Call him Seabass, Rodney. I don't know if they do or not, but I am.
Well, we are now.
We are now. The 910 of Adam Mekka, the 926 of Everett Clark, and the 951 of Zamar Darrell. And that is your starting gate here for the 450B Division number 1, race number 72.
Well, Danbury, North Carolina is on their feet right now as KTM mounted pilot number 97, Noah Stevens, grabbing the early lead in this 450B Division number 1. He's brought to you by Canvas as well as MTF Factory Connection, 100% those Dunlop tires out there, my friends, and making it happen right now. By the way, for you folks in 250C or 450C Division 2, again, just reminding you, make sure you check the posting board. We got some battling going on for second. That 33 machine of Carson Eads, who was holding what looked to be pretty solid ground in the number 2 spot, is all of a sudden finding himself on not so solid and shaky ground as he now relinquishes that number 2 position away to that KTM pilot as these riders make their way down in front of the Yamaha announcers tower. First, second, and third right here before us, the 700 machine of J. Don Cooper out of Baytown, Texas. Mom and Dad, Fox and Ship, EBS, and 152 crew as well. And under the guidance of Sean Hackley, a former Horizon Award winner at Loretta Lynn's, and a former co-host of mine here on Racer TV.
Love it. Yeah. Hey, heck yeah. That's killer. Noah Stevens leading this from the 97 machine. And boy, good lead for him early in this one. Jadon Cooper, number 700, Gas in second, 4 seconds back. Carson Eads in the 3 spot. Franco Ivecchia in 4th place. Rodrigo Borgs in the number 5 position with Peyton Morningstar in 6th. 7th place is the 107 of Jordan Renfro. Cole Forbes back in 8th place. Mason Yakir 9th, and Dawson Cobb rounds out the top 10. Choppy.
Oh, it's real choppy. The way those braking bumps are developing and rolling the way that they are on the tops like that, they almost look like waves going through there.
Hey, we are in Florida, you know. I mean, come on.
A little rough surf up there at the top of the hill then, I guess, huh?
That's it, man. That's it.
Stevens, Cooper, Eads, and Franco Ivecchia are in the top 4. Rodrigo Borges again in 5th. Peyton Morningstar, Jordan Renfro from On Track Schools, Cole Forbes. We see Forbes back in the number 8 spot. I'm sure what we saw out of him earlier, that was pretty cool. We saw him work his way up into what was a top 3, I believe, and then
fighting for a 2.
Yeah. Didn't had a little tip over there and drop back a spot or 2, but very impressive for the Woods rider and former youth Woods champion. Overall champion. That.
What a battle on screen right there. Kason Eads working the track, jumps back to the outside, Rodney. Gonna dip down in here to the inside. Oh, look at him. Inside, outside, back to the inside. And it's gonna pay off, I think. It's gonna be darn close, if not. Segan grab some throttle first.
Ivecchia making that pass stick, it looks like, on Eads now. So it's Stevens, Cooper, Ivecchia, Eads, Jordan Renfro now up to 5th. Rodrigo Borges, Cole Forbes now 7th. Peyton Morningstar's up to 8th. Dawson Cobb in 9th. Mason Jakir in 10th. Santiago Rosenweig in 11th. Cody Beck with his 12th. Jacob Henry 13th. Evan Snowden is 14th. 15th, Christian McCauley. Jack Carrick is 16th. Maxim Baranacci in 17th. And Chase Bright in 18th.
Watching Jordan Renfro go to work right here against the 33 of Eads right now. Shut him that front tire. Oh, and down goes Renfro. Oh, an unfortunate mistake there by Renfro. Had a good ride going just behind Eads, fighting for that 4 spot. And the 222 of Ivecchia out in the 3 position just ahead of him.
And real heartbreakers. You know, these kids work so hard to put themselves in those positions, and when you finally get it going for you and a little thing like that happens like it did for Jordan Renfro, it's definitely it's set to take some wind out of his sails, but it might put some wind in his sails and inspire him to pick this thing up and accomplish things he never knew possible. Wow, side by side down this front stretch. He got a little tight going through there too.
And I believe that is the 550 there of Cole Forbes making the pass.
Boy.
Passing back, if I'm not mistaken, the sun's starting to play tricks on us here, but I think that is the 292 of Peyton Morningstar, and those two have gone back and forth a few times.
Yeah, so, I mean, and Forbes was able to make that option line, the outside option line, work for him, where it hasn't worked a whole lot for riders today, but I think what he did leading into that was he broke momentum for your rider back there behind him, I believe, Carson Eads. So that right there might explain that. But here we go. Back into it for another one. Forbes, Eads, Borges, Morningstar is now back at the number 7 spot. Dawson Cobb in 8th, Mason Jacquier 9th, and Jordan Renfro rounding out the top 10.
Tell you what, Cole Forbes like a diesel right now. It's just taking him a couple of laps to get warmed up here. But the glow plugs are hot, Rodney. He's ready to go, bud.
Ivecia is about to become victim. Forbes has stalked him. He is right there. He's got the scent, man. He's got more than scent. He's in sight.
Oh, yeah. Inching up on him. You're absolutely right. So the 222, Franco Ivecia. He on the lookout. Forbes, he got away from Forbes earlier today. Yeah. I'm sure, knowing the kind of competitor that he is, that was in the back of his mind, and he wanted to make a push.
Okay. All right, folks, just to give you a heads up, race number 78, the 450 Pro Sport, will be our final race of the day. We will start tomorrow morning with completion of Moto 1, starting with race number 79, the 65-7 to 11 Division 1, followed by 2, and then, of course, 79, 80, 81, and 82, and then we'll get into the LCQs. But tonight, race 78, 450 Pro Sport will be our final race that we will be racing. Now, that's about 6 more on the track after this one, I believe.
So somebody go wake up Dad on the couch at home, taking his mid-afternoon nap from Thanksgiving dinner, because we're going to end the day with Pro Sport. Dad's not going to want to miss it. Wake him up.
Wake up, Dad.
Wake up, Dad. They're ending the day with Pro Sport.
Yeah, so in that little announcement, Cole Forbes, as I looked away, got around Ivecia now and put 1.3 seconds on him. So Carson Eads back in the number 5 spot. Borges is 6th. Dawson Cobb in 7th. Jordan Renfro 8th. Peyton Morningstar 9th. Mason Jacquier in 10th. But looking at Forbes' lap time of 154.23, actually a little bit faster than Jadon Cooper, at least at the moment, but he's a couple of seconds back. The impressive thing is what Noah Stevens is doing right now. 13.5 seconds nearly at the end of lap number 4 is what he had as the lead.
Or better put, no mercy. Noah Stevens, no mercy.
No, Noah mercy.
Noah mercy. Hey, Rodney, what's our last race of the day? I'm sure some folks out there didn't hear us.
I'm sure it is the 450 Pro Sport.
And that is race number 78.
Yes.
So that must mean, I love what you and Wes did. It's a thing of beauty. So that means tomorrow morning, what's the first race out there, folks? That's right. You said it. The race number 79.
What was that? So if today is 78.
That's right.
What comes after 78?
79, I believe.
And that's tomorrow, right?
If my Chinese arithmetic is correct.
All right. I think that's working. Man, Cole Forbes has gotten around Ivecia, by the way, as we pointed out there, and now it's laying chase to Jadon Cooper, and he is right on the rear wheel as we near the completion of this lap. I mean, that transpired over the course of that lap. I was watching that, and I was like, you know, he might have a chance to reel him in, and you know what? He reeled him in.
Now, he did too.
Yes, he has, and he's still got a little bit of time to go to work on this. So Sean Hackley's protege, if you will, the 700 of Jadon Cooper, now feeling pressure from Mikey Waynes' Woods protege, Cole Forbes. Taught him everything he knows.
That's
right?
My buddy right there.
Actually, you guys are pretty good buddies. Getting to spend a lot of time on the podium through his youth career.
Man, you know, reflecting, since we got him on screen, he's doing so well. Give him a shout out on it. A youth overall champ last year in GNCC, and as a matter of fact, if I am not mistaken, I know for a fact every youth race he lined up for, he won. And if I am not mistaken, he ended the year moving up to the 3-hour pro race and won every one in that. Now, not overalls. He's not beating XC1 guys, but won his class as well. And then Nick DeFeo, another rider that's out here with us this weekend, did the same thing this year. He stuck around and got one more youth overall win than Cole Forbes did. So two stellar riders.
It's about
it 100%. That's exactly what it is. But two very talented young men, and Cole Forbes is putting that on display right here battling for a second place position.
And J. Don Cooper's going, that's a Woods rider back behind me right now?
And that's why he's saying, absolutely not. I don't think so.
Or he's a Texan, so he might say it a little different.
Yeah.
The Woods rider behind me right now?
God.
I'll take him off his horse right here.
Oh, can he get it? Oh, inches up on him. Now, Rodney, we don't even have the white flag out yet, and
still got
Forbes going to work.
Yeah, he has been. I mean, this is where he was a lap ago. I mean, you got to hand it to J. Don Cooper. He has risen to the occasion and been able to fend off Forbes. It looked almost identical like this a lap ago. And identical line choices, deja vu. But look,
Here it's coming.
A good drive out of that gator pit for Cole Forbes. Maybe put him in a little bit of better position, coming out wide here on the first turn region. Look at the momentum he's got. Will it pay off? No. Cooper slams the door on him.
I tell you what, Forbes, small bobble right there, got a little bit far on the outside, recovered quickly, really didn't lose a lot of momentum, and he is right there with J. Don Cooper.
Right here we go. Forbes going to try to go to the outside now, and he sets himself up for the he went to the inside and trying to set himself up for a pass there, but still couldn't make it happen. Here we go. Heading towards 20 miles per hour. This is all bad road over here, man. Look at those lines, how defined they are, and those acceleration and braking bumps. Mercy.
Cole Forbes not playing games anymore. He's going to show him that front tire, let him know he's there. And how about the sense of urgency out of Cooper right there? Found another gear. Doing a good job of some defensive riding there by Cooper to keep Forbes at bay, at least for the moment. By the way, Noah Stevens still out in front.
Oh, look, got a mistake there by Jaden Cooper. He couldn't quite get the traction he was needing out of that turn, but very good drive for Cole Forbes. Had himself right there in the position as he takes over the now number 2 spot. Noah Stevens, by the way, 15.5 seconds as these guys were going at it, was able to stretch his lead out. Stevens fast lap, a 151.904. 153.371 was the fastest we saw for Cole Forbes. Little free air ahead. You got to wonder, will Forbes stretch those legs here in this, well, still got a couple of laps to go.
Oh yeah, plenty of time here for this 450B class, Rodney, to make something happen. Although I gotta say, the pace Noah Stevens is running, and I think we're gonna get the white flag out this next time around, I believe, maybe. We'll know here in a second, because Noah Stevens on screen, the number 97. He's been pretty well flawless. His fastest lap time out there in this one, a 151.904. Been in that 153, 154 range these last couple of laps. But that's got to do few factors getting into some of that lap traffic. But nonetheless, he's a good example right there in the lap traffic for Noah Stevens. But anyways, a 16-second lead for him last time he checked in. Got a little room for error, but I don't see him making a mistake.
You know, looking at this, doing the math on this, we're going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of about 18 minutes or so of racing for these riders. A little under 18 minutes, maybe 17.5. Strict racing for Noah Stevens out front out there, and man, he has not slowed down any. I mean, he's still got a lot of that speed and that fitness from Loretta Lynn's, it looks like.
Yeah, man, what an impressive ride by him. And look at the lines, look at the choices.
And some look at it and say, look at those obstacles.
They're not obstacles, they're opportunities, Rod. They're opportunities. White flag coming out. Sure enough, Noah Stevens takes the white flag. 1 to go now for the number 97 Canvas MTF back ride of Noah Stevens. Just a great ride. Just an impressive ride. Cole Forbes checks in the 2 spot. Now look at that. Cole Forbes turned to 155.701. His fastest lap time, a 153.371. So you got to think, man, Cole Forbes, the Woods kid, if he'd have gotten a better start, been up there with him. Of course, you got to think Noah Stevens going to pick it up as well if
Them
he's
boys
being
ain't gonna let
challenged.
that Woods boy do good over here. What you talking about?
Go back and play in the trees, young man.
You know, it is interesting, though. You know, it's funny how moto riders, I mean, and some woods riders don't want anything to do with the motocross track, but it's funny how you've got woods riders that transition to the moto track a lot easier than what you see moto riders transition. Now, there are the exceptions, obviously, that
well, Sykes had some success, yeah.
Thor Powell won.
Thor Powell is good at both disciplines.
Yeah, and actually he started out as a top moto star, came to GNCC and found some huge success.
Some guy named Aaron Plessinger, pretty good at both.
Yeah, he did okay, I guess.
He did all right.
Noah Stevens on this final lap, making his way around. Certainly a major player as far as the Minios is concerned in the B divisions here in 2022. Cole Forbes staking some claims on the national level, and I believe opening up a few eyes on the national motocross level. We already had the eyes opened up on the national woods level, but the off-road side, I mean, he was very recognizable. But folks are going to know the name on both sides of the operation, looks like now, as Forbes will finish up in the number 2 spot. Jadon Cooper looking for 3rd. See if there's any changes back there. Looks like Ivecchia, Eads, Cobb, and the boys, yeah, they stayed pretty far apart. So this unofficial, but Ivecchia, Eads, Dawson Cobb in 6th, Rodrigo Borges in 7th, Jordan Renfro in 8th, Mason Jacquier in 9th, Peyton Morningstar in 10th, Jacob Henry in 11th, Cody Beckwith in 12th, Jack Carrick in 13th, Santiago Rosenweg in 14th, Evan Snowden in 15th, Everett Clark in 16th, Christian McCauley in 17th, Maxon Baranici rounding out 18th place position. And we go to Division 2 now. Race 73. Again, what race are we going to today, Mikey?
Well, I'm glad you asked, Rodney Tomlin. We're actually going to finish the day with race number 78. That is the 450 Pro Sport. Will be the last race of the day. And what that means, folks, is tomorrow morning, race 79. Again, race 79 will be the first race of a Friday morning. That's your 65, 7 to 11.
Oh, so the pros are the last race.
The pros are the last.
And then we pick up with the kids in the morning.
And we pick up with the kids, 65s in the morning.
Well, I tell you what, man, I got to say, I like that choice. I mean, I like to watch pros on a good, smooth racetrack in the morning, first thing like that. But here at the end of the day when the track...
Oh, make them grind it out.
Absolutely.
Make them grind it out.
All right, so Stevens, Forbes, Cooper, we went through that. Now we go to Division 2. Let's introduce you to those riders. Now, Mikey Waynes, as we are joined by Jordan Jarvis now in the tower with us. She's got a lot of insight on this as well. I'll run them down here for you guys real quick. Jack Byrne, Tommy Ferris, also Christian Yannick, Julian Bomer. We got Riley Allen, Jack Nerona, Brody Slane, Mitchell Zaremba, Robert Klipner, Josh Bowman, Devin Saylor, Wyatt McGrath, Luke Geisler, Sage Lewis, Hayes Edward, Hayden Jamison, Kate Miller, Chase Adams, Michael Lambert, Grayson Fair, Ryan Sweat, Christopher Crouchborn, Logan Best, Nicholas Israel, Tristan Dares, Avery Long, Bryce Halprick, Drew Adams, Brody O'Neill, Brennan Schofield, Matthew Mowry. We've got Kalian Logos and Tristan Dalton. I think they put every player in this Division 2 out here right now. Wow, this is going to be a good one.
We are ready for it. Don't blink, you'll miss it. Avery Long leading the way. Drew Adams, or what did we find out last night at the Racer X
Little
show?
Debbie.
Little Debbie.
Yeah, he looks like Little Debbie.
Well, one of my buddies told me I looked like Little Debbie when we were in the store, and it's kind of stuck, and only my close friends know it. And Wes Kane said, well, sorry bud to tell you, but now everybody knows.
The entire motocross.
He embraced it, though, man.
Yeah.
So Little Debbie in the number 2 spot. Christian Yannick in the 3 position, Grayson Fair in 4th, and Mitchell Zaremba running out the top 5. Logan Best in 6th place. Lucas Geisler in the number 7 spot with Devin Salo in 8th. 9th is Brendan Schofield, and Bryce Hyprick rounds out your top 10. Again, joined in the booth with Jordan Jarvis. Jordan, you had some troubles earlier. Pop's come up here with part of the motorcycle. He said Megawatt Matt Watson, chaos for Jordan Jarvis. What happened?
Well, that motor that we wanted to put in it, we saw that they were doing 12 laps yesterday. So my dad wanted to put a good motor in it to make sure it lasted. We realized that the crank from my motor was missing. Yeah, it was missing. It was here, but you know, just
I get it. I understand.
One of those things. But I actually drove home. About 2 hours.
Smokes.
I drove home yesterday and drove back just to make sure it wasn't there by a long shot. It was not.
Oh.
So my dad bought a crank over at Triangle last night, and you know it gets dark here by like 5-ish.
Right,
so it was too late to do anything. He gets up this morning, starts putting it together at 7. He's got me, a friend of ours who's staying with Nikki Voorhees. She's in the women's class. All trying to help put this thing together before my 250A moto this morning. We get it done, didn't even have time to go down and do starts anywhere, make sure it felt good, went straight down. I had just enough time to pick a chip, pulled 6.
What?
Yeah, pulled 6.
What?
And then I'm sitting on the line, and all of a sudden my fork guard broke and popped my whole shot device off, so I had no whole shot. Then I get out there, and I don't know why, but I pumped up really bad on my throttle.
Oh, no.
Made a mistake, tried to push through it, almost went down on the straightaway after the finish line, got a little bit of head shake because it blew my right hand off because I couldn't hold on. So then I was like, all right, I need to calm down. But in the process of trying to ride through the arm pump, making dumb mistakes, I ended up riding my back brake so bad, I boiled it, so I had no back brakes for half the moto.
Oh, my God. Glad you're here.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're here.
Can't get rid of me that easy.
Yeah, that's it. Tough, all heart, love it. Avery Long in this one, out in front. Getting a little bit of pressure there from Drew Adams, the number 300 machine. How about a lot of pressure? Christian Yannick in that 3 position, and Zaremba back in 4th. Logan Best running out that top 5. And Avery Long goes down. A costly mistake right there as Drew Adams inherits the 1st place position. Yannick around him as well will move up into the 2 spot.
The only good thing about that is it is lap 2 of 9-lap race, I
believe so, yeah.
So he should get up and probably have a little fire lit underneath him.
Oh, yeah.
He'll probably be dropping some good lap times as long as he didn't bend his bars up or nothing like that. He shouldn't have. It would look like he just tipped over in the corner. But, yeah, we'll see how far he can catch up. Not like Supercross. This moto counts.
Rapid replay right there.
He tried going in between the ruts. He didn't want to get into that choppy stuff and tried making his own rut, and that ended up costing him. His front wheel started pushing before he went into it, and there was nothing he could do once it started pushing.
A tough break for him right there. Jordan, let me ask you from the rider's perspective. We get to this point in the day, as the sun begins to drop and peeking through, the overcast pretty well gone. How does that affect the vision at this point in the day out there? With you in the sunlight, you're not in the sunlight. Is it a big factor?
Yes and no. It depends on the part of the track that you're on right now. It's not too bad right now, if I'm going to guess, since we do actually have some sunlight today.
Yeah.
They finally decided to say, hey, through the clouds. I'm going to guess probably about 30 more minutes. It's going to get difficult.
A little gnarly. Just in time for 450 Pro Sport.
Oh, yeah. Make it more difficult for them, right?
I love it.
The track layout is different than it used to be, but it used to be gnarly being at the end of the day. There used to be a step up going up where they're jumping down right now. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
The worst jump on the end of the day because it was completely blind because the sun came right over the top of it and just blinded you completely. You were just hoping you were going to pick the right rut. But no, it shouldn't be too bad. I'm going to guess the highway corners is a little tough. The dirt seems to be a little darker over there. So it's made it a little more difficult like today and yesterday and stuff like that when the overcast was around. But now that the sun's out, it's probably actually made the vision a little bit better in my opinion.
All right, I love it. Drew Adams on screen right there, the number 300 Kawasaki on the move. Turned to 149.912. I don't know what that static was about, but there it is again.
Did it again.
Turned to 149.912. Janik turns a 151. All Drew Adams slows up a bit with a 150. Adam Gordon, you getting that static down there in the booth or in the studio? Let me know. And I think we've reached the halfway point in this one. Okay, as long as it's not coming through on you, we can deal. Yannick in the number 2 spot. Copy. Don't have that on, though. Mitchell Zaremba in the 3 spot. Avery Long in 4th. Logan Best in the number 5 spot. Getting the full top 10 here. Grayson Fair in 6th. 7th place is Lucas Geisler with Devin Salo in the number 8 spot. Brennan Schofield checks in 9th. And Christopher Crouchhorn sits in the 10 spot. So Drew Adams out in front, enjoying a 2.5-second lead over the 27 of Christian Yannick. 2:06 on screen right there, trying to catch up. How about Avery Long up into the 4th spot, as Jordan Jarvis was pointing out?
A 4th is still salvageable, but you know, realistically, he does need to catch up to it. Probably about 3rd place to still have somewhat of a decent shot. It is a 2-heat race format for these guys. There is only 2 heat races for them. So it is very possible that a 3-1 can get Avery Long that win. I mean, it is possible for a 4-1. We've seen crazier stuff before. Look at Loretta's. I don't remember what year it was. It was one of the C classes, and someone went like 9.75 or something like that and got a title. Like, it was something ridiculous like that. It's all about consistency, being in the right place at the right time. But this is, I don't know if Avery Long is losing time or had just gotten around Logan Best, but Logan Best is on the back of Avery Long right now, so this is not looking good for him. He needs to be going forward, not back.
Yeah, right. That's exactly it. Avery Long had gotten around Logan Best last time they checked in, so these two flip-flopping back and forth.
I wonder if maybe something's a little off for him. Maybe that's
yeah, you could be right. Could be right. Avery Long and both of them.
Logan Best
both
goes
of
down.
them.
Yep. Logan Best saw Avery Long making a slight mistake, and he dumped it, tried to get on it even harder, and tried to capitalize on that mistake that Avery Long had. But Logan didn't lose any positions. He just lost a ton of time.
Did look like that might have been Grayson Fair who checked in behind him. It was. It sits half a second back. Hopefully Logan Best able to regroup.
Hopefully he doesn't do what I did and panic too much and get too tight. I got a replay here.
Rapid replay. So you see, yeah, Avery Long, little bobble right there, and I think you're exactly right. Logan Best had his eyes fixated on that, went down himself.
It almost looked like he was trying to hop out of the rut, like he was predicting Avery Long to fall, and ended up not getting out of it and not at a good angle in the rut either.
Chaos ensues. Meanwhile, Drew Adams and Christian Yannick out in front in the 1 and 2 spot. Pair of Kawasaki riders. That Monster Energy Team Green ride of Yannick.
Andrew Adams.
Andrew Adams, yeah.
1 and 2, and then 3 and 5 are all Yamahas.
Ryan Holiday said, heck yeah, let's go. Mitchell Zaremba in the 3 spot. 4th is Avery Long, and Logan Best, as we saw on screen. You got to throw Grayson Fair in that mix. Last time we saw when they came through the finish. Here we go. Another lap completed here.
I'm curious. I was just looking at Christian Yannick's time. He had a 1:49.6 last lap. Okay, they about evened out that time. He's a little bit slower. Christian Yannick was about a second quicker than Drew Adams, and that let him catch up a little bit, but, you know, they're about even now.
Yeah, right. Just as far as lap time is concerned, even 2 seconds is the gap when they checked in. We'll see what Yannick's got for him here on lap number 7. And, man, do they have some distance between them and 3rd place. 11 seconds between them and Zaremba. And then Avery Long after that bottle. Man, 19 seconds back to Long. And going to be, what, probably 10 seconds or less. 7 seconds back to Logan Best as he checks in the 5 spot.
Still running a fairly, not a very good lap for Avery Long either, 2 minute. Wow. Not totally sure what's going on with Avery. We're probably predicting that maybe something's a little twisted because that seems a little off pace for him.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the difference though. 1, 2, and 3 are all in about 150 range. Avery Long and Logan Best probably about doing the same, but then it drops down to a 159, 158, 158, 2 minute. They are pulling away very, very quickly.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on Avery Long. You're right, that 2-minute lap time there with Logan Best, a 1:58, Fair, a 1:59, and even Lucas Geisler, that 1:58. We'll see if something is up with Avery Long. He may have the freight train behind him before the end of this lap even. All right, Drew Adams still leading out front, the number 300. Seven laps in. Let's see what the difference is. Both turning a 1:51. Looks like both Kawasaki riders, have kind of settled into that pace. Both turning about almost exact same lap times. 1:51's 4:01 and a 6:57 for Yannick. And that gap's still about the same.
Yeah, I think that was about the same.
About the exact same.
Last time they were about 2/10 of a second off was Christian Yannick. 2 laps in a row.
That's pretty impressive. Consistency.
Yeah, we're watching Avery Long on Racer TV right here, and it looks like Logan Best is creeping back up into the picture, if I'm not mistaken.
See where the 2:06 is when he checks in. Again, Avery Long, another 2-minute lap time.
Another 2-minute, and Logan Best put down on 1:57. Brought that gap down to just over 4 seconds. So he is definitely creeping up into the picture again.
Got time.
Not too much longer. Got probably about 2 laps.
Yeah. Got to think white flag in the hands of our flagger at the finish line. Behind his back, not out. It's not white flag lap. There is Drew Adams out front. Yannick in the 2 spot. Riders both seem as if they have settled into those positions in 1 and 2. Some breathing room between 2nd and 3rd place as well. As a matter of fact, 14 seconds between them and Zaremba in 3rd place. Avery Long turning those 2-minute lap times. Can he hang on and put this thing with a top 5 finish? Logan Best charging. White flag out. Drew Adams in what is a herd of lap traffic right there.
Oh, yeah. This is going to keep it interesting. We're going to see if this slows up Drew Adams at all and allows Christian Yannick just to get a little bit closer. If I had to guess, it's probably not going to. Christian Yannick's going to come into these lappers at not a very good area on the track to come into lappers, in my opinion.
Not a great time going up the gator back right now. And matter of fact, when Yannick checked in, he was about a second slower than Adams out front. So now going from a 2-second gap to a 3.5-second gap. Zaremba, man, 15 seconds back. So I got to think our Cowie riders out front probably pretty comfortable with where they're at right now.
Oh, I definitely say so, yeah.
Avery Long, where you at? Checking in. He was 24.5 seconds back last time around. Now 29. He found a little speed out there. Turns a 1:59. And Logan Best, man, still just 1:58, but 3 seconds back.
Absolutely. We were... I mean, look at his best lap time. It's a 1:50.9.
Yeah.
And he's consistently turning about a 2-minute lap time right now. So I have to assume that something is not right or just not comfortable. Something on his bike. Maybe he fell on his hand. Something with him is not comfortable. Maybe he pumped up after he fell. That is not a normal lap time for Avery Long.
So in that salvage mode right now, at least it seems, for Avery Long. Meanwhile, on screen, number 300 of Drew Adams. That left-hander down into the gator pit. One last time here, and we'll get the checkers. There he comes, and there he goes. Bang, checkered flag flies for Drew Adams. Taking first place here in the 450B Division 2. Christian Yannick going to take that 2nd place position. Both riders really settling in on that last lap, getting comfortable. 1:57 for Yannick. Mitchell Zaremba will take 3rd. Keep our eyes on that. All right, and that will do it here for the 450B Division number 2. We turn our attention now to the girls, 11-6. And I want to let the folks at home know this is a Race Tech sponsored race. Here, the girls 11 to 16 class. Race Tech, the world's largest aftermarket motorcycle suspension modification company and inventors of their proprietary award-winning gold valves. Race Tech gold valves provide a plush feel with drastic improved bottoming resistance and increased traction. All Race Tech products are 100% guaranteed and made in the USA. Again, girls 11 to 16. Jordan Jarvis, what are you seeing?
I'm seeing almost identical to what we were seeing on Supercross. It is the same
Kylie Stallings.
Front 3 runners, I believe. I could be off. I'm not sure about second. But I know the first is Kylie Stallings, and I know the number 11 back in third is Madison Casimir. And I'm looking for Mayla Herrick. She looks good in practice. That's who I'm kind of unsure about back here in, I think it's second or third. But yeah, still, picture perfect. Every single race, it's these same riders up front.
Cream rises to the crop. Oh, man, big battle right there behind them for the 3 and 4 position.
Kylie Stallings already has a comfortable lead out on the rest of the pack. We are still looking for the second place rider that, second place in Supercross anyway. That is Madison Casimir though, in second. And and Kylie Stallings goes down in the switchback before the Gizmo Tower tabletop. She does not look like she's in much of a rush. I do think that's Mayla Herrick, if I'm not mistaken. The numbers are small. They're going fast.
They are. Exactly. Well, no, for sure. They're going to buzz. Oh, man, that's good Mayla battle
Herrick.
Up front.
So Mayla Herrick is trying to make a pass on the number 11 of Madison Casimir, and she does do it going down in the corner before the finish line. Now, it did take Kylie Stallings a little bit to get up. I'm not totally sure why that was. It didn't really seem like she had too much of a sense of urgency behind it.
See where she checks in when she does. Mayla Herrick in the 1 spot, as you'd mentioned. Madison Casimir in the 2 spot. Piper Bell, the 67 KTM, in 3rd. Hannah Jamison in 4th place. Kylie Stallings back in 5th as she checked in, and a half a second back from Hannah Jamison. Macy Philman in 6th place. Hannah Cole in the number 7 spot with Reagan Vaughn in 8th place. 9th place is Katie Nelder, and rounding out the top 10 is Riley Turney.
If I'm not mistaken, it looks like Kylie Stallings has already made a pass to get back into 4th. Possibly 3rd, if I'm not mistaken, coming into this corner right up over here. Yep, she does. So Kylie Stallings has salvaged a potentially very big mistake and made her way back into 3rd. And I don't think she's very far off our leader.
There goes Herrick and Casimir.
Wow, did you see that coming out of that corner? See the lines kind of going off to the right next to the Cherby markers a little bit? It is survival right now.
I did see the 21 just at the bottom of the screen as they had 40 miles of bad road.
It is absolutely survival right now. This track looks extremely choppy. I am ready for that Pro Sport mode coming up here shortly.
It's going to be gnarly.
Wild.
It's going to be gnarly. Going to be gnarly. There is the 21 Kylie Stallings on Racer TV right there. And, yeah, she's within the same camera shot now as Madison Casimir in the 2 spot. So, like you said, little concern there with how slow she was to get up, but there she is, trying that outside, see if she can carry some speed into it.
Got a little cheering crowd going over here for Mayla Herrick, I believe. And I want to say Kylie Stallings is almost right on the back of the number 11 of Madison Casimir, who is running in 2nd.
Going to come through with the 2nd lap completed. Now we'll know what we're looking at as far as lap times. Gaps last time of a half second between 1st and 2nd. 3 seconds between 2nd and 3rd. We know that is definitely going to change up, as is the riders, compared to what they were last time around. Herrick in 1st, a 2:10.571. Madison Casimir, a 2:12.445. And how about it, Kylie Stallings, a heater with a 2:07.746.
And just passing the 2nd as well while you were talking there.
Man, into the 2 spot.
She is making it very easy to see her right now with those bright yellow Fox boots she's got on.
Yeah.
And the bright pink helmet, too, on the back.
That's it. Thank you, Kylie.
Yes, we appreciate it.
For that, we thank you.
Very, very much appreciate it.
Things to be thankful for here on Thanksgiving.
Bright gear on a big track.
Love it.
And it looks like Mayla Herrick is trying a little bit of a different line choice in that corner. Very, very tight to the corner, which is, normally slow. but on these little bikes, it's not that fast to go through that super big chop. So curious to see if that still holds up under the pressure once Kylie gets back onto the end of Mela Herrick.
Coming around now, give you the full rundown of that top 10 here. We know Mela Herrick in the 1 spot, Madison Kashmir in second, Kylie Stallings in second, Madison in the 3 spot, Piper Bell still in 4th with Hannah Jamison 5th, Hannah Cole in 6th place with Macy Philman in 7th, Reagan Vaughn 8th, 9th place Katie Nadler, and Riley Turney rounding out the top 10.
Still watching the battle going between first place, trying to see how much Kylie Stallings can catch up to Mela Herrick. This is probably, I'm going to assume, somewhat of a short moto. I'm going to guess probably 5 laps. He doesn't look like he's holding the white flag. So yeah, it's kind of a short race. Oh, and the leader goes off the track, right back on, doesn't gain a position or time from my point of view anyway.
All right, fair enough.
I am not the ref. She went off the side of the tabletop and hopped right back on after the single. But she lost a big chunk of time right there, so that's going to cost her big time. Now,
little dab.
Yep, that's the rut that we just saw Logan Best and Avery Long screw up in, so that's a gnarly rut to see Kylie Stallings going through. Getting through it fairly decent, a couple dabs along the way, but it's just keeping her upright, that's all. Just helping with the balance a little bit.
Keep it interesting.
A little extra suspension.
Mela Herrick, here comes Kylie Stallings. 3 laps completed now. Battle for first, about to go down. When she checked in, it was the second gap, and we see on Racer TV, inching a little bit closer than that.
We are about to, lappers.
Oh yeah.
We are about to see how that line of Mela Herrick holds up against Kylie Stallings' line. Looks about even. It looked like she didn't have the best, line coming into that next single, but still very good line choice between the two of them, going in and out of lappers, of course.
Both go down.
Both of our leaders go down. Oh, no. This is not what you want to see, not at all. And it looks like, that was interesting. It looks like Mela Herrick had her bike picked up, and Kylie, hey, get off my bike. That's what she was saying right there. Get off my bike.
Oh, boy. Thought that was going to be a close one.
So it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, they are still down. I don't want to say anything, but it looks like it's going to be a very good race for Madison Kashmir.
Holy smokes.
Oh, they're still running into each other. This is going to be interesting. They both get up with each other, not too far behind. I'm curious to see this fire. This is now the second time Kylie Stallings has gone down, and they are a bit behind.
Yeah, that seconds feel like minutes. You know that.
Oh, yeah.
A little replay for you right here.
Just a slight tuck of the front wheel, and it looks like Kylie was following in that same line that Mela Herrick was in. And what can't you do in racing? You can't follow.
That's it. That is it right there, especially when, the ruts are 6 feet deep.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, my goodness.
Yeah. And the number 11 of Madison Kashmir, who is now in the lead, knows what just happened. She saw it. She was not far behind.
And now run away and hide.
Yeah.
Run away and hide.
She has to control herself, not, let the jitters get too much.
Oh, yeah.
She's realizing, hey, like, I'm going to.
Oh, my goodness.
I might get this. I might get this. Like, I just got to get through 2 more laps.
Apparently 2 more.
2 more laps. It's a 6-lap race. She's probably like, I wish that was a checkered flag right there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She's at the very least hoping for the white flag. Doesn't get it there, but now just has to ride smart and be methodical about getting around the lap traffic and put as many of those riders in between you as possible.
Actually, I take that back. I guess the flagger at the finish line didn't realize who the leaders were. Still thought that Kylie Stallings and Mela Herrick were the leaders. So this is white flag lap.
It is a white flag.
And it looks like, that's very unfortunate. It looks like number 21 of Kylie Stallings is in 4th, and our leader that crashed at the time, Mela Herrick, is back into 6th.
So tough break for her. Now she did sit a second back from Reagan Vaughn. Yeah, certainly still in it. Kylie Stallings in that hunt as well.
We have the TV right on Kylie Stallings making her way through the pack.
Kylie has gotten around Hannah Cole, if I'm not mistaken, or no?
so I think that was a lapper.
Oh, well, maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, Hannah Cole right there, the number 18.
So that moves the number 21 of Kylie Stallings up into third, and we got to keep an eye. This is Mela Herrick right over here.
Okay, bottom of the screen.
She's not far behind
right.
either. Yeah. This is going to be an interesting main event because it is going to come down to who wins, and it's going to come down to where Madison Casimir finished. She can be the deal breaker right there.
Well, I gotta think that if Madison Casimir can hang on to this one, and she comes through that finish line to checkers, she's not going to be mad in the least bit. She never saw a white flag.
No, absolutely not.
Not
She's
mad
going
in
to come
the least
around.
bit.
She's going to have the biggest breath that she's going to take after. She's going to be like, oh my God. Well, like, I can't. This is the best race ever. You know, like,
me the
get it done.
biggest. I get a turkey leg tonight. Matter of fact, I'm taking both of them.
I eat first. Y'all wait for me.
Y'all wait.
Yeah,
okay.
y'all wait. They didn't throw it.
Oh no,
for her.
who's okay?
They didn't. Okay, so the finish line flagger is still mistaken. Madison Casimir is going to get another lap, and they're going to flag. I don't know who they're going to start flagging for.
I don't know.
They're going to flag for Kylie Stallings. So first and second both get another lap. Check
Madison
out the track.
Casimir is taking a victory lap.
And so is Piper Bell.
So it's Piper Bell. So Madison, as she goes by, wave at her, congratulate her.
Yep.
On the win there.
Yeah, I'm sure Madison Casimir's parents are probably, you know, very happy for her, but probably like, what is going on? Why didn't she throw the checker for her? But it looks like the number 21 of Kylie Stallings gets up into third, and fourth place is the number 19 of Mela Herrick. So they both made their way back up into the top 5. Still a chance at winning if things go their way in the heat race. I mean, we just saw, you know, what can happen in this heat race, so you never know what's going to happen for the main. Look at the women's class last year. It was, I think it was Hannah Hodges and Katie Benson ended up taking them both out.
Yep.
Taking themselves out.
I remember.
That gave the win to Kylie Stallings. So we will have to see how that turns out.
Loving it. Loving it. Wild finish there. The victory lap is in order. And we turn our attention now to race number 75, the 125. Now, this one, we've got 3 divisions. Our second to last class of the day. However, we've still got 4 races left on the day. Again, we will finish the day with race number 78, that 450 Pro Sport. But first, 125. Like I said, no, I'm good. You're good. You're good, Jordan Jarvis.
I'm going to make this break a little bit longer.
You are totally fine. He's like, no, I'm fine.
No, you're doing great.
You're doing great. You're doing great. 125s locked and loaded on the gate, out down there killing mosquitoes, spraying for bugs. Love it.
Absolutely. Don't mean to interrupt you real quick, but our winner, Madison Casimir, is coming back for the finish line after that victory lap. How about that? What a way to win.
What a way to win.
To get an extra lap on top of it, too.
Remember that for the rest of her life, though.
Oh, absolutely.
Guaranteed.
Absolutely.
Never forget my first P1. Here we go. 125s. Cody Beck with Bernardo Tiburcio, Tristan Rubio, Connor Lorick, Garrick Henley, Ethan Kaufman, Lucas Seelman, Talon Stanley, Ethan Pope, Clark Robbins, Miguel Angel Rojas, Leighton Stockstill, Landon Hartz, Tucker Zimmerman, Tristan Dalton, Noah Voss, Connor Mowry, as well as Lauren Dion, Dylan Sullivan, Deegan Van Vreed, Colton Wetgett, Adrian Hogue, Nico Surdin, Corilla Casaroli, Wyatt Bass, Cole Hamilton, Landon Bilyeu, Adam Dobrovich, as well as Cody Samples, Jadon Doyen, Austin Schaefer, as well as the 404, Riley Boos, Logan Hecker, Cody Harrington, Devin Rogers, Brandon Sampy, and Drew Embleton. And that is your starting gate here for the 125 12-17 BC Division number 1. And that looks like Clark Robbins up there in front, the number 62. And that is Clark Robbins with Bernardo Tiburcio in the 2 spot, if I am not mistaken. So good battle out in front. Hey, and don't forget, folks, we got Little challenge coming up at the Scott Tear-Off Challenge. Once we wrap up with racing today, you kids can head out on the track. Now, when we're finished with all the races on the day, got to be very clear on that. Get out there, pick up as many tear-offs as you can, and you got $100 to the winner at Scott's. You got to take them at 7 o'clock on the dot. We'll gather those up. We got a good race on screen.
You know, that sounds like a great idea. That's one way to get your tear-offs picked up.
I'm telling you.
I might go
Win Kern's idea. That's what Rodney Tomlin's not here because he's rounding up the whole family to go get tear-offs. He's rallying the troops right now.
Nah, you little kids, I'm going to give you a tip right here.
Yeah, not a team sport.
All you little kids, I'm going to give you a tip right here. When you want to go grab these tear-offs, go to the jumps, because that's where most tear-offs are pulled. That is where most tear-offs are pulled.
From the mouth of Jordan Jarvis, she said, go to the jumps.
I can tell you, I pulled quite a few of them yesterday in that college course. I went through 10 of them in a 5-lap race.
Love it. Clark Robbins out in front. Good race here. Bernardo Tiburcio in the 2 spot. Landon Hart's in 3rd. Cody Harrington 4th. And Tristan Dalton rounding out the top 5. And here we go. Rounding outside right there. Clark Robbins, I believe, following the leaders. And is that the 92? I believe so. Landon Hart's. It is. So Landon picking up a position into the 2 spot and working on Clark Robbins right now. Bringing out the old 125s. Love it. There's nothing like it.
Sounds like a bunch of bees riding around the track.
Heaven on earth. Buzzing, literally and figuratively, past the Gizmo Tower.
Absolutely. Gotta love the panic revs you get from them, too.
Oh, it's just, like I said, it's the sound of our people.
Absolutely.
The sound of our people. Clark Robbins going to check in. 2 laps completed. And Landon in the 2 spot. Let's see what we're looking at on lap times. A 154 for Clark Robbins. Landon Hart's a 154.456, so a little bit faster. Checked in according to timing and scoring, a second back. So he's right there in the fight. Bernardo Tiburcio in the number 3 spot. Cody Harrington in 4th. Wyatt Bass gets around Tristan Dalton into the 5th place position. Tristan Dalton is 6th. Dylan Sullivan 7th. 8th place is Connor Mowry. Tristan Rubio on the move. Moves up to 9th. And rounding out the top 10 is Nico Surdin. Hart's applying the pressure right now.
Absolutely, and with this track, the way how rough it is, all the sharp edges and all these bumps, a little bit of pressure makes lots of mistakes depending on how you handle it. It is extremely important to handle pressure very well right now, because as you see from the last race, from the girls' race we just watched, the slightest mistake can lead to the biggest problem.
Oh, man.
Still have a battle going on between Clark Robinson and Landon Hart's. It looks like Landon Hart's, number 92, is right on the back end of Clark Robinson.
All right, quick update for you on the tear-off competition. If your kids are wanting to get out there, we didn't really think it through, but we will have equipment grooming the track, doing track prep for tomorrow as soon as the racing ends today. So we are going to postpone that to Saturday after racing before the awards ceremony. And battle on screen. There we go for the pass.
Oh, and he's stuck now. Oh, no.
Oh, high-sided.
Well, great recovery. And, you know, for the little kids wanting to do that tear-off challenge, Saturday's better anyway. There's going to be more.
There's going to be a lot more out there.
Oh, yeah, there's going to be a lot more out there.
Increase your chances.
Absolutely.
So we'll do that Saturday after the racing concludes, and then we'll release all the chillin' out there on the track to pick up tear-offs to try and earn themselves $100.
I bet you you're going to see some little kids that are going to walk up with some brand new ones or something.
Oh, no doubt, yes. And Dad's going to go, what happened to the piles of tear-offs we had?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Turning in clean ones. They're
going to take the packs of 7, like the laminates, and start pulling them apart.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, don't do that, kids.
Yeah,
those are a lot of money.
Those are expensive. Nothing's cheap anymore.
No, absolutely not.
Landon Hart's our new leader after a, an aggressive pass.
Absolutely.
But making it stick.
I was watching that and I was waiting for it. Neither of them looked like they were about to let off, and I thought they were going to hit and they were both going to go down, but thankfully neither went down. Just a little bit of trouble for Clark Robbins.
I'm sure Clark Robbins probably went through alphabetical order all of the bad words as it happened.
Absolutely.
But
I'm sure when it happened,
racing?
Probably not, but as he was stuck on that mound of dirt, I definitely think so, yeah. Yeah, there's
Son of
no
a
doubt.
gun, gosh darn it. I'm sure those are his exact words.
Oh, absolutely. Those exact words.
Gee golly willikers.
I'm sure he might have came up with
some new ones.
Yeah.
He made some new ones. I love it. Landon Hart's leading this one. Clark Robbins in the 2 spot. Bernardo in 3rd place. 4th place is the 647 of Cody Harrington. Wyatt Bass in 5th. Tristan Dalton in the 6th spot with Dylan Sullivan 7th. Connor Mowry in 8th. 9th place Tristan Rubio and Noah Voss rounding out the top 10.
And I do believe we're watching the battle for 4th place between Cody Harrington and Wyatt Bass.
Wyatt Bass trying to get on the move here. Catch up with Cody Harrington. Right there with him.
Not too far off, probably about a second and a half, maybe 2. Probably about a second, actually.
Up the face of the finish line jump right here.
Both taking about the same line, not taking any risk with those gnarly deep inside ruts right there.
647 in front.
Oh.
And is that, I'm guessing,
mistake.
lap traffic.
Slight mistake from the 647 of Cody Harrington that allowed Wyatt Bass to get close right up on the end of him.
Getting him squared up around the outside, the inside. Up the gator back. Got a spot picked out. Where's it going to be? Harrington ducks right up the middle, up the gut.
Oh.
Real choppy through there.
Woo. Getting a little close. Starting to rub some graphics, some plastic here and there, trying to make this pass happen, make it stick.
Let's do it. Robbins racing.
Absolutely.
I'm in. Easy for us to say up here right now, but you can vouch for that. I mean, come on.
You know, there's a line that, gets crossed from time to time. Yeah, I've had to deal with that every now and then. I'm sure most people have. But most of the time, a little elbow touching, little mark on the graphics, okay.
Oh, man, they're getting close to it as well.
Especially
Wyatt Bass.
when it comes to heat races.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. You probably won't see too much of it right now between this battle between Cody Harrington and Wyatt Bass. They're sitting pretty decent right now. I think they're going to keep it pretty clean. They don't want to take both of them out and take them out of the running of this.
Wyatt Bass trying a different alternate line there. Had a little dab, slowed up just a little bit. Wasn't really able to gain much.
Now we definitely see some rubbing and maybe some more aggressive passes back in the 17th spot.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
I do not want to go to the Consi. No. Don't put me in the LCQ.
Absolutely not. We probably won't see too much of it in this. They are a little bit younger. Typically when you get into the college boy, B races, pro races, you're going to see a lot more of it. A little bit more calculated, a little bit safer than when some of the younger guys do it. But white flag is out for Landon Hurts, and he is still sending some good lap times. Clark Robinson is still in second with a little bit of a quicker lap time. Actually, top 3 are all doing 157s.
Yeah.
It's a little bit. Clark Robinson actually has the fastest out of the top 3. He is back in second, and it doesn't look like that's a very close gap. It's about 5.5 seconds. I don't want to curse nobody, but it looks like that's probably about where it's going to stay.
Don't give him the announcer curse, Jordan Jarvis.
I've had that happen.
We're bad enough
times.
to it. We're bad enough with it. Sometimes that riders, you know what? Just keep my name out of your mouth. Just don't say anything. Let me get the checkers, then you can talk about it. But Landon Hart's, boy, doing a great. Look at all those tear-offs. You see that? You're right. Right by the
all
jump.
The jumps. When you get over this Gizmo Tower, I guarantee it's going to be all on the top, on the sides, on the landing. You see all of them already. Right there. Look at all of them right there.
Look, that's right there for some kid. That's $100 beside the track.
Absolutely.
That is a $100 bill.
Right in front of us. I'm noticing there's quite a few. That's probably one of the smoothest corners that is on this track. Probably one of the safest places. I scared myself a couple times yesterday at College Boy I had to get creative with my tear-off pulls.
Oh,
and I think
boy.
I pulled 1 or 2 going down that highway corner.
No.
You got to crank it up on that back wheel a little bit, let her eat some, and just, you know, grab one and hope for the best. You better squeeze very hard with your knees, and, you know. That's why you grab it at the beginning of the corner, not the end of it, because normally the beginning, the middle is a little smoother than the exit.
Not as choppy.
Yeah.
Well, Landon Hartz hangs on for a first-place finish. Clark Robbins will finish in the 2 spot. And Bernardo going to finish 3rd with Cody Harrington 4th, and Wyatt Bass rounds out the top 5. We reset race number 76.
Well, thank you guys for having me. I'm going to go finish cooking Thanksgiving dinner.
That's totally fine. Jordan Jarvis, always good to have you in the booth hanging out with us. Megawatt, she said, I'm going to finish cooking Thanksgiving. Matt Watson, get back to work. Get back to work. 125, 12-17 BC Division II, race 76. Buzz, buzz, here they go. Bobby Gravel, Kai Burge, Luke Field, Hugh Luddington, Owen Coble, as well as the 25 of Braden Barnett, Caleb Finesse, the 32 of Landon Powers with Matthew Caddick on the number 36, Colton Stewart, 44, Caleb Coffin, as well as Tyler Shatfield, Gavin Batson, Hogan Mims, as well as Alessandro Cremonti, Adler Caudle, Tyler Hawk, William Denhasi, Bodie Gross, Kalen Housey, Jose Castrillo, Bobby Martin Kovich. My goodness, you guys are making me work for these names here. Zachary Chambers, Justin Turner, there we go. Sawyer Treadwell, Lucas Lay, as well as Dalton Castlesinger, Nicholas Frazier, Nolan Ryler, Jack Mabe, Cole Pringer, Justin Adkins, Joseph Spadaro, Will Canniger, as well as Gavin Shatney, Joseph Peck, and Deegan Bloomfield. And that is your lineup here for race 76, the 125, 12-17 BC Division 2 of 3.
This late in the day, Mikey, still 3 divisions here in the 125, 12-17 BC. Holy cow, the names just get bigger and bigger and bigger with each division. Again, what I see here for racing through 78. I'm going to pick up in the morning with 79, 80, 81, and 82.
How about end of the day on the 450 Pro Sport?
Are you kidding?
With this track worn in, it's choppy, the braking, the acceleration buffs, the 8,000 different line choices you have out there. We're going to separate the men from the boys quickly.
Well, not quickly, about 12 laps.
There you go. Not quickly, I guess.
But here we go at the end of 1. Adler Caudle out front leading the way on the gas number 86. Caleb Coughlin in that number 2 position. He's on the 56 KTM. Well, Cannigier, he's got that Husqvarna up into the 3rd position. Spadaro makes his way into the 4th spot. Gavin Batson rides in 1st. Guy Burge takes over the 6th spot. Justin Turner comes home in 7th spot. Alessandro Carmati, he's in the number 8 spot. Nicholas Frazier makes it through in 9th. And rounding out the top 10 on lap 1, that's Hogan Mims.
Good racing so far here for the 125 Division 2. Adler, the number 86 Gas. And boy, these guys getting, well, their second taste, I should say, lap 2. Some of those different line choices and just how deep these ruts have gotten, even for the 125s.
Oh, absolutely incredible. And like you said, to end that day with a 450 Pro Sport.
I'm salivating.
When you take a look at that section, we've watched it just develop all day, and it's just brutal right now.
It is.
Outside of that chatter and that washboard, you've got a rut that goes from one corner to the next. So pick one and stay in it.
Stay in it.
Get in and stay in it.
Yeah, we've seen a few guys try to jump out of a rut to avoid the rider that went down in front of them, and they couldn't get out of it either. And you got to pile up. We've seen it several times this afternoon. Right now, the 86 Gas of Adler Caudle out in front, Caleb Coffin, then the 2 spot, Will Canniger in 3rd. Last time we saw good racing by these guys.
Caudle starting to get a bit of a lead build up now, just slowly starting to inch away right now. Coffin, he's on that KTM in the number 2 ride, wants to keep him honest, but Caudle, he's very, very solid on that bike. Take a look at it. Very, very precise in his movements.
Looks real good. Going to drop down into the Gator pit there. And we will see what we're looking at. Oh, boy, little dab right there.
And slid clear up to the gas cap, man. Really got up in position, weighted that front end, man. Did a great job and knows that's exactly what he has to do, man. So when that bike did take that little hiccup, he was in position to control it and straighten it back out. Good defensive riding position.
Absolutely. Kanigher up into the 2 spot. Will Kanigher on the move. He's got company. Joseph Spadaro in that 3rd place position, the 701. Side by side.
Spadaro, man, he is trying to make it happen. I'm standing. I want to comment real quick, but I want to see who's going to come out on top of this one.
Similar, I think. They both got 7. There's a 7-0. 7-0 is Spadaro, which is the 701 on scoring. We've griped about this all week.
I quit looking at helmets, jerseys.
You just gotta stop.
Some guys got numbers on the front number plate, but not the side number plate. You may even have a different number on the front number plate, the side number. I've seen it all. I've seen black numbers on black plates, white numbers on white plates, pinstripe numbers, flames on the backgrounds. You know, unbelievable.
Again, I will make you an appointment with my wife and the LASIK surgeon. We'll get you hooked up.
Thank you.
I got you. Because God forbid somebody put legible and correct numbers on their bike.
I hate it.
I'm just trying to poke the bear up here.
And you are. I hate it.
Oh, man.
You know, I want somebody to say my name, but I'm going to make it impossible for them.
But I'm going to make it impossible.
I'm going to wear somebody else's jersey. I'm going to have a different number on my bike. And by the way, I'm going to black that number out and put a piece of electrical tape through it.
I love it.
So, hey, there you go, Megawatt. Have fun.
Will Kanigher down right there, the 708 machine.
Mm-hmm.
So Spadaro going to pick up a position. How many other riders picked up a position right there as well?
And you see how we said the 708 of Kanigher? That's because he had white plates with black numbers and it said 708 on it.
You are correct.
It's a pretty simple concept.
Because he wasn't on there but for more than a flash.
Speaking of flash.
Flash Gordon. Run.
A flash in the pan right now. Kanigher, though, back in action. Adler Cottle working his way through one more time. Justin Turner still in that number 2 place. Will Kanigher in that number 3. Rod Spadaro in 4th. And Batson rounding out the top 5. Back out, 3 laps complete. Out on lap number 4 right now. They work their way up over the Gators' back. Mikey getting some distractions here right now. Have to keep it together late in the day here.
Late in the day.
Please don't start yawning.
Get your mind right. It's
you already
contagious.
ate the turkey. You already got the tryptophan in. Bad.
I've heard that's not true.
No, it is.
You think it's true?
It absolutely is. I don't eat turkey
scientifically tested?
But everybody in my house will go to sleep after a plate of turkey.
Now, have we trusted the fact checkers from Facebook with that information?
Oh, yeah. I need to call Snopes.
Right. Yeah.
I need to call Snopes and see if it's true. Holy cow.
Oh, my goodness.
Exactly.
What are you talking about?
Checking in here on lap 4 in just a moment. Leaders coming around again.
So this is the second of 3 125 divisions here.
Did you see that section? Oh, did you see the washboard and the rollers that start at the split lanes and go to the gator pits?
It's
Holy
nuts.
Cow. Man, that 450 race is going to be something to watch.
And I'm going to sit back and watch.
Nice.
I'm going to let you guys. I'm going to spectate the guts out of it.
I can't wait. He said I'm going to spectate the guts out of it.
That way I can watch all the battles everywhere. I don't have to be fixated on one.
Hey, look, it's Will Kanigher, 708.
How'd you know that was a 708?
Because it said 708 on it.
Yeah, no, it's good. Will Kanigher, we love your graphics, dude.
Absolutely.
We love it. We're here for it. Joseph Spadaro in that 4 spot. You got to hand it to Kanigher, too. It had off. I don't know if he's off the machine, but he's certainly stopped on the machine at a standstill. We saw him for that split second there and waste no time, no excuses. Didn't throw the hands up in the air, complaining, crying, moaning. No, he said, I got to get back to work. He does, and he's up into the 4 spot or 3 spot.
Yeah, he knows it's in his hands.
Yes.
Okay, it's not up to the bike. It's not up to mom and dad. It's not up to the crew. It's up to him. It's all in his hands. And you know what? He doesn't accept excuses.
That's it.
Period.
You know, it's one thing. A good lesson for the kids out there. It's one thing if you're hurt, right?
Yes.
You get that 100%. But you know, we see it, and we've even seen it at a professional level of the rider that goes down and throws the hands up and throws the fit, and it's like, what are you doing? Hey, get back out there. Anything can happen.
You saw me. I was all over Dunham as soon as he came up and said, what happened? Why'd you fall? Oh, okay, it blew up.
Get out of there. Blew up.
Okay, the crank came out of it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm satisfied.
All right, good answer.
You weren't
kid.
limping. I didn't see blood. I didn't see a bone sticking out, and you quit?
Rub
what?
some dirt in it.
But no, Gage blew that thing up, and he's sitting there, and that's why he looked in such good shape. You know, simply wasn't his fault. Had a major mechanical. But this excuse, the bars, I had to straighten the lever. What?
Did we just see, excuse me, Kanigher blast pass Jessen Turner? Was that the 257?
I don't know if I saw that.
Adler checks in.
There's Adler Cottle right there, yep.
Okay, it wasn't him. I swear I saw a 5.7 on that machine. But no, Jessen Turner still in the 2 spot. But Kanigher, nonetheless, with the white flag out, only a second and a half back.
Yeah, it might have been a back marker. 5 laps in, white flag continues to fly. Mikey, one more division here of 125 BC, Division 3. Then going to get our 450 Pro Sport, be our final race of the day. And man, like you said, you're going to sit back and enjoy a fine one here, because this track is exactly what we expect for pro level conditions. Exactly what you're going to find at a Pro National is what we're looking at right now.
Yeah, and you of all people, Megawatt calling the outdoors. You know that. You've seen that every round live in person. So will be a good testament to what some of those guys will face one day.
Yes. And guys like Deegan, they've already been out there at that level. They've already been to the futures races. They've been out there at national level, and they understand exactly what we're talking about right now. When we talk about the conditions, now we've had how many 100 riders, 1,000 riders on this thing today. But what you have to remember at a national, you've got 200 of the very best and most talented riders in the world destroying a track on 250s and 4. There's not a 65 during the day. There's not a 51 during the day. You got 200 of the best riders in the world absolutely destroying a track, and there's no such thing as smooth track prep.
Right.
You take out a dangerous bump, you take out maybe an errant rut, but other than that, you leave the integrity of the track alone all day at the National.
That is it. 86 on screen. Adler Cottle in the first place position. And here comes the checkered flag, and there it is. A first place finish for the 86 Gas.
Good stuff.
Jessen Turner going to finish in the 2 spot. Will Kanigher unable to catch up with him, but finishes 1 second back in 3rd. Joseph Spadaro going to finish 4th, and Kai Bird going to round out that top 5. Turn our attention now to the 3rd of our 3 125 divisions. Give you the full rundown here. Division 3, Michael Nosbaum, as well as Avery Maurer, Mason Gobber, Lucas LaFontaine, Juan Felipe Garcia, Christian Merman, Tyler Millette, Mason Simmons, Christian Garrison, Cole Burgess, Peter Perinetti, Landon Talski, Nathan Jeffrey, as well as Augustine Berenici, Kai Gentry, Noah Swanson, Elijah Marsh, Donald Adams, Cash Taylor, Trinity Bachelor, Matthew Perro, Colton Gilland, as well as Ignacio. They call him Nacho. You know that? Nacho, short for Ignacio.
I love it.
Yeah, man. Santiago Perez, the number 366. Will Sexton, the 388. Revan Gordon, seen some great riding out of that California-based rider here this week. Ryder Thompson out of Bainbridge, Georgia. Luke Fauser, another fast young man, the 462 KTM out of PA. Keep your eyes on that young man. The 611 of Cannon Pane, Isaac Jurgens, Franklin Boucher, Eric Gerke, 777 of Cade Johnson, as well as Martina Nicole Storado, Lucas Perry, Jonathan Yelton, and Jesse Funk. And that is your starting gate for the 125 12-17 BC Division 3.
All righty, here we go. Luke Fowler now leading this 125, 12-17 BC Division III. Now Ryder Thompson in second. Augustina Berenici is third at the end of one. Christian Merman in fourth. Kate Johnson in fifth. Franklin Bauscher now in the number 6 spot. Ignacio Diaz. It's Juan Felipe Garcia Martin in 8th. 9th is Trinity Bachelor. 10th, Christian Garrison. 11th, Kai Gentry. And rounding out the top 12, Peter Parenti. And then you've got Eric Gerke, Isaac Jurgens, and Jonathan Yelton, 13, 14, and 15. Outside the bubble, top 12 is what transfer. Looking at gaps and deficit, Fowler with a 3.6-second lead at the end of lap number 1. Watching Christian Merman right now, whom was 2.1 seconds behind Berenici there. But this rider is one that is known for quick advances, and we'll see if he's able to make that happen as he is trying to reel in that Yamaha ahead of him. Berenici just ahead of him right there. Berenici looking back to the right there as you combine. You got that one, or is that the 777 possibly right behind Kate Johnson out of Hideaway, Texas, back there in the number 5 spot. And that's exactly what we're looking at right now. And it looks like Johnson is trying to reel him in now. Down into the Gator pit as Fowler checks in now with a 1:54 lap time and a 5.5-second gap as we see Thompson and Berenici in the 2 and 3 spots. The gap between those two riders just 2.7 as you see heading up over the Gator's head right now and down into the Gator pit right now. Coming out, that is your third. Here's 4th place. Now 4th place is starting to reel him in. It looks like Merman. Well, Merman might have lost a little bit of time there, to be honest with you, as we look at it a little more. So that was a lapped rider I saw crossing through there for just a moment. Got a little bit disordered there. But here comes the 19. Still Christian Merman. Still in 4th place. Still looking to try to push ahead. And at the same time, looking to reel in the leader ahead there, Berenici. Now, as we said, you know, he, at the end of that first lap, looked like he was doing it through a good portion of the second lap. But by lap's end, he had lost a couple of seconds there and stretched it out to 4.3 seconds.
Right. So,
Merman not the factor here.
I will say absolutely not really the denominator, for sure.
And as we watch the 19 machine, he had a 2-second lead over Kate Johnson, and Johnson was running about a third of a second faster than him. So no major. Oh, we got a problem there, and look at that.
Oh, that's Berenici, isn't it?
That was Berenici on the 53 Yamaha, and now from 4th to 3rd place. So I guess he was more of a factor, Megawatt, than
we thought, huh? Absolutely. How about that? Absolutely. And guess what? He has a gap over Berenici.
Absolutely, and I believe that possibly not only did Merman get through, but Kate Johnson got through there as well. Ryder Thompson in the number 2 spot, gaining 0.2 of a second on Fowler that last time around. Up to 3rd is Merman, and 4th is Kate Johnson. Berenici, I believe, should have gotten back up, I would think.
Yep, there he is.
Yep, he's a top 5 rider still. Had a little bit of a buffer, dropped 10 seconds there.
2 spots in 10 seconds. Not too bad, Rodney.
No.
For sure, he's fortunate.
And still has a 2-second lead over the 6th place ride. Franklin Bauscher in 6th and 7th. The 218 Trinity Bachelor. Kai Gentry is 8th. Ignacio Diaz drops back. Parenti in 10th. And then it's Christian Garrison and Tyler Millay, 11 and 12. That 20 machine of Millay, he really had some amazing Supercross runs out there. And looks like not the best of starts in this one, but he is clawing his way up into qualifying, and quite likely, if you look at lap times right now, could be seeing himself into a solid top 10 pretty soon. Actually, I would say that he is in 10th, probably working on Diaz at this particular point for that 9th place spot when they check in for lap number 4 complete here in just a few moments. If you just look at the time on the clock there.
Yeah, at the pace he's running, Rodney, I think that's a good estimate. He's going to be somewhere around that number 9 spot. He's going to be up there with Ignacio.
He was 4 seconds faster than Garrison and 3 seconds faster than Parenti, and he was only a second and a half behind the 2, and then another 3/4 of a second to Diaz.
Nice.
Yeah, so I mean, if math tells the story and consistency pays the game, right, Malay should be up into at least, if not in 9th, working on 9th this lap around.
Well, there comes Fowler one more time. Actually, that's Merman we're looking at on screen.
That's Merman, and I'd like to hold back just a little bit, and I'd like to catch up with this battle a little further back to see if Malay is able to work his way up through the pack. There's the 777 Cade Johnson checking in. Now there is about 8 seconds back to Barinci. They'll see how much of that time he was able to make up after that little spill there. I think he may have made up a little bit of time, but here comes some battling. Boucher is through, Trinity Batchelor is through, Kai Gentry is through. Tyler Mollet is up to 8th place.
There we go. And another 2:02. How consistent is that? 2:02 about the last 3 laps in a row for Malay.
Absolutely, and he is now about 5 seconds behind Kai Gentry and running about the same lap time. That might be the wall that he may not be able to overcome, but then again, we are talking about the number 20 of Tyler Mollet from Stuart, Florida, who, again, we know knows these soils quite well here in Florida and also has a hunger and a desire, just like a lot of these riders out here do. And given the opportunity and the chance, and if he feels it, look out.
Hey, man, you know what? You really like a good run, but when you got a good run at home, at the local track in your backyard, Stuart only a few miles down the road here, and definitely he can call this place home.
Oh, I would say so. I know Stuart's a little south of here, but it's Florida soils. Whenever you're talking about people come from Texas and Georgia and from South Carolina and Ohio and New Hampshire and New England and California, yeah, this is home, buddy.
It's a different beast, too, when you start traveling from all over the country down here into this Florida soil. About 3 different kinds of sand out there, some topsoil and some clay all mixed into this one.
Yeah, that kind of churty kind of stuff out there. It's definitely a different mixture of combinations. That clay is different than the clay back home.
Right.
Ryder Thompson in still in the number 2 spot. He has gained a little time on Fowler, about a half second to a second at a time. We are now down to 3.2 seconds, only a second, a little less than a second faster. Christian Merman, 13 seconds back in 3rd. Cade Johnson is 4th on the 777. Here's where I begin to want to see what's going on. Boucher, the 705 Batchelor, Gentry, Malay. Has Malay been able to bridge that 5-second gap, or did he hit the wall? Now, Gentry slowed down to a 2:04. That might bode well for Millett. He's still 4.2 seconds back. He slowed down to a 2:03.6. So chances are they're into some lap traffic right now.
I'm going to guess got the moving obstacles working now, Rodney. Going to be some lappers. Going to have to work their way through, and that's definitely what's going to make the difference in that lap time.
Luke Fowler here on lap number 6. I believe our white flag is out. This is our final lap, and Fowler out of Midland, Pennsylvania, has had a stellar performance in Supercross and in the motocross so far today, and once again here in the 125-12 to 17 BC Division 3 class. Fastest lap time as we look with a 154.780, and as I scan the lap times, the next fastest laps will be a 156 by Ryder Thompson, and then another 156.6 by Austin Berenici, back in the number 10 spot right now.
Yeah, Berenici had some good laps there, just made a few mistakes, drifted back just a bit. Last time around, still turned a 2.0 flat, Rodney, but just gave up some track position.
Yeah, when he went down like that, that definitely took the momentum out. He lost probably 15 seconds or so there.
Right.
Fowler taking the checkers and taking the win in Division 3 Moto 1 here at Mini O's. Ryder Thompson will finish in the number 2 spot, a 159, still in the sub-2 area for Luke Fowler as he checks in with a 5.6 second lead over Ryder Thompson. Merman will be checking in the number 3 spot and does. And then Cade Johnson, Franklin Bosher. And I don't necessarily anticipate any changes unless Ignacio Diaz has some problems there with Christian Garrison, which look like that might be the case. And one Felipe Garcia Martin might get a gimme on that one as well. We'll see. Boucher is in, Trinity Bachelor and Gentry. And of course, we got our good friends from Race Tech bringing you coverage of this next event and next class coming up. It's time to fire up for the next moto, brought to you by Race Tech. Race Tech is the world's largest aftermarket motorcycle suspension modification company and inventors of their proprietary award-winning gold valves. Race Tech gold valves provide a plush feel with drastically improved bottoming resistance and increased traction. All Race Tech products are 100% guaranteed and made in the USA. Love it. Race Tech off and rolling in this one. Here is the girls 11 to 16-year-old class, and again, I'll tell you, Megawatt, this class has really offered up some great battles this weekend. You know, we talked about the influx of riders in the mini classes, but the influx of riders in the girls and women's classes are pretty incredible as well. Am I looking at the wrong thing here? I got the wrong. What did I get here? Are we on division? Oh, this is division
78 450 Pro Sport.
Okay, I'm way behind this.
Yeah, race 78 450 Pro Sport, bro. Yeah.
I thought Mikey was tearing pages off. I guess. Alrighty. Oh, he was using that clipboard. That explains it. And this right here, this is then our last. Is this our last race of the day then? I believe race 78, our last race of the day, if I'm not mistaken. We'll kick things off tomorrow morning with the 65cc 7 to 11 division number 1. And my apologies, I was just looking down through there, but here we go, folks. I think you know who this might be. Welcome aboard, everyone on RacerTV.com. We've got Gabe Intrigo, Ben Albiancas, Oscar Espers, Jordan Fancher, Trevin Nelson, Justin Kurtz, Cole Bradford, Cody Groves. Oh, mercy, we got leader down there. We also have Bryce Shelley, Patrick Murphy, Benjamin Garib, Daxton Bennick, Zach Humanzef, Christopher Blackmere, Leo Tucker, Cameron Duro, Brody Zelimini, Daniel Bordelin, Pedro Bueno, Aiden Dickens, Nate Mason, Ty Casey, Nicholas Burgess, Garrett Hoffman, Andy Nord, TJ Squibbo, Hayden Deegan, Corey Karsten, Michael Ashley, Danny Perry, Quentin Pruganeres, Mitchell France, Eric Grandal. And I didn't catch that replay on that one as I was going through the riders. Also Derek Leatherman, Aiden Shive, Max Freese, and Landon Armbruster, along with Dustin Jensen.
Yeah, Shive out front leading the way too, Rodney. Got a good little drive after that finish line, picking up a little bit of a gap. And look at our guy Ben Garib. We saw him in position earlier, had some bad luck, and Cameron Garreau in that third place as they make their way out on lap number 2.
I have to wonder, was that the 319 Quentin Perganese? Maybe that was an early leader in that one.
It might have been, Rodney, to be quite honest with you.
I didn't get a chance to see the replay on that, so Adam, if you can give me a for sure on that, that would be great. I don't see the 319 in our top 20 right now, so I'm going to assume that was, especially with the way he was riding in Super over there. Here we go. Back over to the meat of the pack right now. That is Hayden Deegan way back right now. Where is he in the mix of things right now? 16th place position, so definitely going to want to keep an eye on this ride right here.
Making his way past Cole Bradford right now. Down through that fast section along the highway, Rodney, and here he goes to work through the rollers, buddy.
Absolutely putting the work to it.
Now, right now, with his speed, he's going to be able to pass a couple of these guys in some packs. He's going to be able to pick up 2 or 3 at a couple times just for the speed he's carrying. But I can tell you, that's allowing those leaders like Aiden Shive and Ben Garib to really make their way down the track.
Absolutely. Shive is stretching things out here.
Oh! Did you see that? Both feet off the pegs for Deegan, man. Dog paddling through there. Lucky he didn't get a foot stuck in one of those ruts.
Mercy. And I tell you, he's got a host of riders he's got to try to get through. And like you said, this is a chance for him to get a pack of them, like 4 of them at a time, like we just saw right there. Here comes another rider. Ooh, side by side up out of the Gator pit. We'll see where that scores. Deegan is Shive, Garib, Cameron Duro, Eddie Norded in 4th, Cody Groves in 5th, Leo Tucker in 6th, Gabe Endrigo 7th, Oscar Asparas is 8th, Trevor Nelson in 9th. Hayden Deegan now up to 10th place position, turned a 155 through all of that. Even amongst all that traffic, a 155.
That's the difference, Rodney. You might have a 154 on open clear track up front and a 153. He turned a 155 in 15th place.
Mercy,
all right, and came to 10th on that lap. So while he passed 5 guys, he ran the second fastest lap on the track.
Here he goes now off the top of the Gators back now. Going to try to make a few more passes here as all eyes, I'm sure, up front on Shive and Garib, but at the same time, you've got to be checking back to see where the 238 is, as the rest of the world does too. That number 10, Gabe Endrigo, just ahead of Deegan now. I think we're up to about the 8th place now, possibly, maybe even a little further up. He's making some work of a few of these riders a little at a time. Coming up on some more here in just a moment. That's a Kawasaki rider.
And Rodney, watch how that Star Yamaha settles into that rut.
Is that Norred already?
I believe it probably is, to be quite honest with you. He passed at least 2 more riders. That was going to be Lise Nelson as Perez. I believe Endrigo was on a Honda, so I believe he went by him in that corner right over here.
Oh, a little sideways coming out of the Gator pit there. I don't know if he's gotten up that far. We'll find out here in just a second. Shive checking out of the Gator pit. He still got together. He's been back in the number 2 spot on that Yamaha. Cameron Duro in the number 3 spot as they check through now. And then we've got Cody Groves, Eddie Norred Jr. dropping back, and that is Hayden Deegan right behind. So that's for 5th place. Now Groves had gotten around him, so Hayden Deegan is up to 6th. I was wondering, I didn't think he'd gotten as far as up to 5th, so he did get up to 6th place, and that's making some more sense here. But even further than that now, as the hammer is down and he has made his way out of the Gator pit one more time. Some real estate up there to the next couple of positions of Cody Groves and Cameron Duro. And he's matching times with Cody Groves right now.
Exactly.
But I think with a little extra free air in front of him, he might be able to run a little faster pace. There they go, as they have locked horns, battling for the position. This will also play favor to Deegan's advancement as well.
Sure. No question. Those guys will get locked in a battle. That's going to allow Deegan to free things up a bit. Again, last lap, another 155. Very consistent, but again, doing it in traffic.
Cameron Duro drops to 4th. Groves is up to the number 3 spot. Now, Groves, he's not slowing down any. He's on kind of the same pace that Deegan's on right now.
Exactly.
So, Groves could be the next victim in line for Hayden Deegan if he has his way of it.
And right there he comes. You can see he's charging right beside Duro right now. Duro's given up a spot. He's fallen back a bit. He was sitting up there in that number 3 position, so he has definitely given up some spots.
Yeah, so Cameron Duro now up to, Cody Groves now up to a 3rd place position around Duro. Deegan is up to that 4th place position now and closing in. Look at the real estate that's closed up in just the last quarter of a track. Deegan is right in this track like no one else seems to be at this point. Shive. And here's the battle for the lead. I was getting ready to say Shive should be under pressure now as Garib just turned a 152, and this is the battle for the lead we're watching going up the base of the Gator now.
Yeah, you know what to expect out of Garib. When he gets the smell of blood in the water, he's going to go in attack mode. He's always faster at the end of the moto. And take a look at the 39. Here he comes. There he goes to the inside. Picks a good line. 7:31. Shive said, just not yet. We're going to go back to the lead. So those two exchange paint just a bit right there as they work their way back down into the flats. Back to the inside goes Garib. Can he make the short track work? No, the momentum right now for Shive sets him up to the inside, and he grabs a handful.
May work right here if he can get the right, and it does. Look at that. He grabs a fistful, but gets into some of that rough stuff as well. He can't get, there it is. finally able to rock it on by.
Yeah, had to dab a foot there, Rodney, had to straighten it out, but man, he is going right now. The number 39 machine trying to make a break for it. Shive going outside, trying to keep his momentum up. Can he answer back, Rodney?
Well, 152.424 for Garib last time around. That explains why he caught up the Shive. The pressure he's been applying. Hayden Deegan turned a 152 as well and should be into the number 3 spot and now tracking down this battle for the lead. The thing we got to think about, though, there was about 15 seconds from 3rd to 2nd place position, and that might be one of the saving graces for these front 2 runners, but we are barely at the halfway point of this race. I think the cross flags may be coming out now, and if that's the case, Hayden Deegan's got a little more time to work with, and Benjamin Grieve is on the run for the, well, more than the right reasons. Not only does he want to win, he also, in order to win, he's got to keep this pace going right now. So Shive into the number 2 spot, and I'm believing that, yeah, and it is Deegan into the number 3 spot. I didn't see it actually happen, but at the pace he was going, you had to know it was going to take place. A 151.783, a 15-second gap now down to just under 13 at 12.7.
And as you mentioned, Rodney, once he cleared the traffic and did get free reign, went from that 155 down to 151.7. He's in attack mode right now. Still has half of this race to go. Shive giving up a little bit of time now, running a 155 to Garib's 153.
Well, Shive and Garib still battling for first, but all the while, if they do get locked up, that will slow them down some. Garib got slowed down from his 152 solid there to a 153. Only lost second and a quarter or so on that lap time, but I guess the real answer, the real question to be answered will be right here on this lap. There is the Yamaha teammate of Deegan. That is Dax Bennick now in the number 6 spot, and honestly, Bennick has had his work cut out for him, working his way up through the pack as well, outside the top 10 in that first lap, and has now solidified himself a solid ride as well. So both these Yamaha riders doing very, very well here today for Star.
And look at Bennick's lap time. Bennick comes in with a 154, and again, he's been in traffic the whole race. He hasn't had room to move. He hasn't been able to let her rip, let her eat, as they say. And Bennick picking his way through the pack, pulling a 154 last time around, Rodney. Impressive.
Well, Garib is on point, but he has not had a chance to relax in that position yet. That may quicken his pace, and that might be some more saving grace here toward the second half and through the second half of this race now. 5 laps or 6 laps down for our leaders now. And you just saw, did you see that look? He was looking to see where those guys were. He was sizing up the competition. What's the distance I'm going to have to make up? And what am I going to have to do? So he puts his head down, and you can see that a 10-second gap now, just under 11. So another 3 or so, 2.5 so seconds has been shaved off that lead by Hayden Deegan. It's not enough. When you're looking at 10, I'm expecting maybe 4 or so more laps to go.
4 more, yeah.
And 2 seconds a lap is only going to cut 8 off. So really, he's going to have to find a little speed, and he's going to have to hope or that Garib and Shive slow down just a little bit if he is going to put himself into position to win.
Yeah.
Here's the beauty of it. It's motocross. A 3 on a day in an event like this could very well bode an overall win with the second moto win.
No question, but also, if it was a 151 last time, will it be a 149 this time? Okay.
What we seen him down as low as what, a 146.3, I think, at one point yesterday when we were in some of our earlier motos. Obviously, course conditions were a little different, and the track surface and line choices were much, much different at that particular point. But, you know, right now, I don't think I'd be surprised if I didn't see some sub-150s, to be honest with you.
Absolutely. And right now, track is as rough as it is. Easy to catch a foot, easy to drag a leg, that type of thing. Catch the front end. So anything can happen, Rodney, here in these last few laps. 6 laps in the books.
All right, now watch this. Check out how this is going to go here. You see our leaders going, Garib and Shive, going over the finish line. Now watch what Hayden Deegan does. Is he going to be looking over? Is he going to be searching for the... No, he's looking down. He's looking ahead this time. He knows what the mission is. I think actually he sees Shive just ahead of him. Shive 7.2 seconds, but I think when he lofted over top of that finish line jump. He saw just exactly what he needed to see.
Yeah, he didn't have to look over. He looked forward, Rodney, and there they were. He closed that much time that they actually weren't over in that next section already.
And that gap, basically, I'm going to say it looks like visually cut in half when you look at the big picture. When you look at the time, 1:51.147, go 1:54.7. So, wow, 4.5 seconds faster than Shive in second, and a full 3.5 seconds faster than Garib in the lead position.
Right. And I tell you, Garib, he's had a stellar ride. He has absolutely just laid it down, put in good lap times anywhere from 1:52, 1:53. His best was a 1:52.4. He's been very, very consistent with that. Was put in a good position, had himself in good position, and taken full advantage of it.
Mathematically, if we stay consistent, Hayden Deegan could be on the final lap in the final section in position to make a pass, mathematically.
Yeah, if you take a look at the simple math.
Consistency.
Yeah.
It's going to be consistency on his part and the consistency on Garib and Shive. But to say that they're going to run 1:53s and 1:54s again, it's kind of a stretch. They may pick it up. They may slow it down. They have slowed down the last couple of laps, and if they continue that trend, it's only going to vote better for the 2:38 of Hayden Deegan.
Yeah, and there's no way we can fill in the blank on those lap times.
And look, there's only about 8 bike links, 6 bike links that separate, 8 bike links that separate second and third. So everything that we were deducing there is starting to play into here. So let's see what happens. Garib checks into the 1:53. He stays consistent. A 1:57 that time for Shive and a 1:51.2. So Deegan stays consistent. Garib stays consistent. Shive slows down. That actually is a favor for Deegan, especially if he can make quick work of Hayden Shive here in these next 2 laps. We may be seeing the race that I'm talking about. This last section.
There it is right there, Rodney, right in front of us.
Coming into the final stretch here will be a race for the win in this Moto 1 if this stays at this pace. And here comes Deegan now, top of the key. He's going to slide underneath, thread that needle, see if he can make that pass stick, and does.
Feet up, fully leaned over, took control of that one right there, brother. Made a nice pass.
So Deegan now one more order of business as he lays chase to the 39 Yamaha of Benjamin Garib. A real quick check back through the pack. And while we watch this unfold, Deegan Shive, Bennick now up to 4th place. Needed to give you that. And he's 16 seconds back, another 14 seconds back in 5th is Blackmer. These guys are on a terror right now as far as lap times. Trevin Nelson in 6th behind Blackmer. Cody Groves in 7th. Cameron Duro is 8th. Now Eddie Norris Jr. 9th. Corey Karsten in 10th. And Leo Tucker, Pedro Bueno, Gabriel Andrigo. Zach Uman is in 14th. Kimball Jett rounding out the top 15. And now as our leader, I believe, may be approaching and does approach some lap traffic. Again, this is going to play favor. Look at this. This may actually tighten this up even quicker than what I expected, but it also could slow down Hayden Deegan. But Deegan doesn't appear to be slowing down too much by lap traffic, at least traditionally.
No, with the pace he's carrying, he can pass that right where he comes from. He doesn't have to set him up. He doesn't have to wait for this corner or that corner.
A 150.9 that time around, 5.3 seconds. It's what he's going to have to bridge. But again, lap traffic is in there, and now this is going to put you on the edge of your seats, my friend. That was lap 9. I didn't see a white flag come out that time around, so we still got more time to go here. This is looking better and better for Hayden Deegan.
Listen, Hayden Deegan has the ability, and few riders do, and one of the first one to come to my mind is James Stewart. Hayden Deegan can pass riders pretty much where he comes to them. He doesn't have to wait till the next corner. I'm going to get him at Gator Falls. I'm going to set him up for this or that. He carries enough of a pace that if I catch you in a corner, I'm going to pass you in a corner. If I catch you on the jump face, I'm going to jump past you. If I catch you on the downhill, I'm going to outrun you down the hill. So he doesn't really have to take that time and wait half a lap or 2 or 3 corners. He carries so much speed that when he gets to you, he's going to go ahead and go by.
And your point proven.
Thank you.
Right there. As you explained it, Megawatt, we watched it all unfold before our very eyes. Down through 20 miles of bad road goes the 39 of Benjamin Garib with a quick check behind him. Now, you just saw it. I saw him look over. He looked over and looked like looking to see who or what was coming up behind him. And I don't know whether that is starting to signify he's getting tired or starting to signify I wonder where, if any, competition is coming at this point, because he hasn't been touched and hasn't been, no one's been in that area for a while, so he's had a pretty good comfort zone.
And he's had a pretty good sprint going, so you can bet starting to get a little bit of heart rate, starting maybe to pump up just a bit. But these guys, they go out and they practice 30 minutes plus 2. The time shouldn't be the big issue. Right now, the urgency is who is where, and he knows exactly who is behind him.
Garib is through, man. I'm
right.
This is intensity at its best. Good racing, no doubt. There is Garib checking in with 10 laps complete, a 154.255, just to give you an idea what that lap time was that time around. Deegan checks in 3 seconds behind now with a 151.904, so about 2 seconds faster. So here we go, 3.039, so literally just 3 seconds separating these two riders.
I believe it's less than that right now.
Yes.
That thing had to reset a couple times. That 3 seconds is down to about 1.5 right now.
Absolutely. And you can see it. Look at and right now Garib is trying to find a smooth line through there, and I think his wading through those lines like that might be costing him a little time. I don't know that he recognizes or realizes right now that he has the 38 machine closing in so hard and fast.
He realized that he's been given the pit board, and I have to tell you, several mistakes down 40 miles of bad road. If you noticed, had his weight in the wrong place, bars almost come out of his hands. So some of those small mistakes can happen for 2 reasons. One, you're getting a little tired. Number 2, you're feeling the pressure.
You are.
That's the bottom
pressure,
line.
and he is feeling the pressure. Deegan going to the inside of our switches here, and that gap is
1.5 seconds.
If that
is what that gap is.
Well, it might be that. And it's going to be tighter than that, I think, at the top of the finish line. Blue flags are out from the lap traffic coming through at the finish line. Looks like I think we have a white flag in the other hand of the finish line flagger. So going to put it down to it right here. White flag is out. Garib is through now. Hayden Deegan is through. And when we check, it is .912.
There you go.
All right. Megawatt, jump on this one, baby, because this is going to be the pass of the day.
You better believe it. Here he comes, the 238. Rides that inside up and over the Gator's back, as we've seen him do many times today. Has a good line over there, able to pick up a lot of speed. Can he get up on the rear fender right now of the 39 Ben Garib? Garib goes into defense mode. He has to ride the short track. He has no other choice right now. Cannot leave the door open for Deegan. Deegan carrying a lot of speed, knows what he's going to do. He's going to use those outsides. He's going to use that momentum. Is there enough time left? Oh, couple moving obstacles now. Couple lappers in the way. Deegan comes to the outside, grabs a handful of brakes, goes back to the inside. Under full power right now. Garib able to shut the door. Doesn't quite shut the door. Moves over one line. Here comes Deegan. Tries to smooth out that big bump. Here they go, almost toe-to-toe as they work their way through the rollers. Outside goes Deegan. Back to the inside. Can he use the short track? Can he get enough drive? Here they are, side by side. Garib. There goes the 238. There it is. Last lap. Takes a quick glance over. Hayden Deegan dispatches the number 39, Ben Garib. Less than quarter of a lap to go up on the pegs. Garib trying to answer right now. This one's far from over. Down into the pit we go. Look at the crowd shifting with them. There comes Deegan. Knows he has to protect. Goes way to the inside. Garib wanted to go outside. Couldn't get that bike pivoted quick enough. Can we get a clean corner from the 238? Here we go. Give the win to Hayden Deegan on the 238 machine.
And Hayden Deegan does it about 100 yards before I really calculated him doing it. And man, what a ride, but what a ride by Benjamin Garib as well. Hayden Deegan pulling that one out. Garib shy to the number 3 spot. Dax Bennick will be the number 4 position, if I'm not mistaken. Then we've got Chris Blackberry in 5th, Trevor Nelson in 6th, Cody Groves in 7th. 8th place then be Eddie Norred, 9th place Corey Karsten, Cameron Duro rounding out the top 10. Mercy sakes alive, look at that beautiful sunset over this great Florida terrain as we wrap up another great day of racing. And, of course, a Thanksgiving day of racing here at Gatorback Cycle Park. It is the 51st running of this, my friends, Thor Mini-O's presented by Pro Circuit. Our live coverage being brought to you in part today by our friends at Dunlop Motorcycle Tires. Of course, Race Tech, as well as many other great folks that make it possible. And, of course, a big shout-out to our Racer TV crew for the amazing job that they've given us with live coverage all day long from the drop of the first gate, the waving of this final checker flag here today. And as you look out over that landscape, my, what a beautiful Thanksgiving evening as we get set for turkey dinner here tonight, courtesy of our friends at Thor Megawatt. Again, an amazing day, my friend.
Oh, absolutely fantastic, Rodney. I can't believe it's over already. I mean, what a quick day. What a great day of racing. We started this thing early this morning, and I tell you, saw a lot of things that we predicted and saw some eye-opening things as well. Caught some guys really making a statement today, and when we take a look at the big picture, got several of these divisions out of the way, got some last chance qualifiers to go to, then we're going to start handing out some hardware.
Absolutely. Got big thanks to our camera operators today, Cameron Cotter, Buford, Smallwood, Chance Tomlin, Chad Lynn, also Timothy Ramsey, Deeds, Adam Atkins, Dylan Atkins, and Dylan Acord. Also thanks to our producer Adam Gordon, director Griff Cotter, and our engineer in charge Jordan McFadden, along with Dan Reinhardt, our trusty manager. I'm Rodney Tomlin. That's Megawatt Matt Watson, and of course Mikey Waynes. He'll be back with us again tomorrow. On behalf of all these folks, thank you for tuning in. Have a great night, everybody.